A designer working late into the night unexpectedly travels to another world, only to end 2 lives with a rusty knife before awakening his powers. In the ruins of District D, the streets are littered with broken plastic and rusted metal sheets. The exterior walls of the crumbling high-rises are riddled with holes and covered in dried vines. The air is thick with the stench of garbage and excrement. A skinny young man with unkempt hair wades through ankle-deep sewage, quickly making his way into a 7-story abandoned building. 40 years after the invasion of the alien species, this place has long been devoid of life. Zhuang Mo heads straight to the room in the far corner of the top floor and pulls out 3 palm-sized pieces of bread from his pocket. He tears one open and stuffs it into his mouth, grimacing at the rough, bitter taste, yet smiling in satisfaction. 3 days of back-breaking work at the junkyard earned him just enough ration points for this. Tomorrow is Awakening Day. As a traveler from another world, Zhuang Mo doesn't aspire to be a hero. He just hopes to awaken a simple wood-based power, enough to work in the plantation within the safe zone and fill his stomach. 3 days ago, he was an architectural designer working late into the night. After falling asleep at his desk with a cup of instant noodles, he woke up as this 18-year-old boy with the same name. The boy, orphaned at a young age, survives by scavenging. Life is tough but manageable until a second family moves into the building. Knock, knock, knock. The door is rapped upon, and Zhuang Mo quickly hides his bread. A somewhat attractive woman, holding a malnourished little boy's hand, enters with the familiar request for food. Brother Zhuang, we haven't eaten in 2 days. Can we borrow some food? The woman pleads pitifully. Her repeated requests, never repaid, disgust Zhuang Mo. The original tenant starved to death by being too kind-hearted, and he refuses to make the same mistake. When he denies her, the woman shamelessly removes her top and presses herself against him. Disturbingly, the little boy remains indifferent to the scene. Zhuang Mo pushes the mother and son out the door, tossing them a piece of clothing. He packs his simple belongings: 2 pieces of bread, a bottle of water, a few thin clothes, a rusty fruit knife, and some documents. Before leaving, Zhuang Mo folds a paper dog named Tiger and confides his frustration about the lack of special powers. He often finds solace in origami, particularly fond of folding these little dogs. As night deepens, Zhuang Mo realizes he forgot his pen and returns. Opening the door, he finds the mother and son rummaging for food with iron rods. In a flash, the knife sinks into flesh. Picking up the blood-stained paper dog, Zhuang Mo murmurs, "Tiger, I've killed someone. I've come to this post-apocalyptic world, and before encountering any beasts, I've killed. If I hadn't, it would have been me who died. I just want to survive. That's so wrong." 40 years ago, the world was hit by torrential rains, and countless lives were lost in the ensuing floods. This disaster was far more than a typical climate catastrophe. After the rain ceased, more terrifying calamities followed. Tornadoes tore the land apart. Wildfires consumed everything in their path. Extreme cold froze all life, and earthquakes destroyed civilizations. The industrial system collapsed, technology regressed, and human civilization faced a severe setback. In this cataclysm, humanity was nearly wiped out, with less than 1% surviving. And this was just the beginning. Plants and animals either perished or underwent frenzied evolutionary mutations. Even more frightening were the appearances of unknown creatures over 2 meters tall, with skin as smooth as a dolphin's yet impenetrable. These were the variants. Their fangs could easily tear through a human's throat, and ordinary bullets couldn't pierce their skin. These monsters, which fed on human flesh, continued to evolve, becoming even more terrifying. In the dead of night, Zhuang Mo had ventured nearly 6 kilometers from his dwelling. He huddled in a dark corner to rest, wryly smiling at his scrawny frame. With such a frail body, he could barely handle the lowest level of mutant plants, let alone the variants. For this reason, he only dared to move at night when most plants and animals were asleep, reducing the risk of danger. Just as he took a small sip from his water bottle, the scene before him made him hold his breath. Across the wall, a few colorful flowers glowed eerily on withered vines. Suddenly, a burly man dashed forward, his hand slicing through the air to decapitate the flower heads with a sharp wind blade. As the man was about to leave, Zhuang Mo couldn't ignore the risk of exposure and urgently shouted, "Watch your step." At this moment, he was devoid of any abilities, and they were the only 2 living people on the street. If the man made a mistake, Zhuang Mo would also be doomed. The man instinctively leaped into the air, and several flower heads shot up from where he had stood, their crimson tongues unfurling menacingly. "Damn," he growled, a violent vortex suddenly swirling around him, shredding the flower heads to pieces. Zhuang Mo stared in astonishment at the scene. This was the power of an awakened. The man shook his left wrist and walked toward Zhuang Mo, a strong smell of alcohol wafting over. "Kid, thanks for the warning. If it weren't for your shout, I might have been done in by those damn flowers." From the man's display of wind abilities, it was clear that, if not for his drunken carelessness, such mutant flowers would pose no threat. Zhuang Mo replied succinctly, No need to thank me. After all, he was also looking out for himself. The man sized up Zhuang Mo, surprised. You're an ordinary person? Seeing Zhuang Mo nod, he grinned and hiccuped. You look so young. You probably haven't awakened yet, right? With such keen senses, you're definitely a promising talent. Tomorrow's the awakening day. Are you heading to the government to test your energy affinity with that backpack? I just turned 18, so I'm going to try my luck, Zhuang Mo answered truthfully. I'll take you there, the man said drunkenly. Consider it a thank you for your shout earlier. With that, he staggered to the wall and pulled out a worn-out bicycle. This is called a bicycle, and it was considered precious even before the apocalypse. I got it from the black market, the man announced proudly, thumping his chest, his eyes shining brightly in the darkness. I can have it delivered to you before dawn. Zhuang Mo twitched his lips, his gaze lingering on the rusty bicycle. He already knew that the world's level of development before the apocalypse was roughly equivalent to China's 1970s. But riding a bicycle? Seeing the man's wobbly stance, it seemed more like drunk driving. A minute later, the bicycle creaked and groaned, the sound of metal parts grinding against each other particularly loud in the silent night. The man pedaled furiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the wind whistling past them. Zhuang Mo sat calmly on the back seat, his hands lightly holding the frame for balance. He wasn't worried about the awakened one having any ill intentions. Following an awakened one in this perilous world was better than facing those mutated plants and animals alone. My name is Li Dazhuang. I'm 35. The man introduced himself breathlessly, his voice fluctuating with the jostling of the wheels. My ability is wind-based, with a talent level of elementary, and my strength level is E. You want to attend the Federation Academy for Awakened Abilities? Li Dazhuang glanced back at Zhuang Mo with a bitter smile. What awakened one doesn't dream of that? But only those with an energy affinity above elementary can go to the academy. Otherwise, you have to figure it out on your own like me. Zhuang Mo understood this, but he had no confidence. The district government's equipment could measure energy affinity. Elementary level could earn a crystal core for personal absorption to awaken abilities. Intermediate and advanced levels could attend the Federation Academy in the safe zone, where you could at least have a stable life regardless of your awakened ability. Of course, if he could awaken a wood-based ability, even with just elementary talent, he couldn't attend the academy, but with hard work, he might achieve his dream of working in a plantation. And if he had no affinity at all, then he might as well not live. Seeing Zhuang Mo's silence, Li Dazhuang chuckled, his voice encouraging. But don't worry, with your sharpness, you're at least intermediate. Awakening like Brother Li would be great, Zhuang Mo quickly responded, his tone carrying just the right amount of flattery. If I can go to the academy, I'll go. If not, I'll stick with you, Brother Li. He left himself a backup plan in his words. Li Dazhuang, invigorated by the praise, pedaled with even more vigor, noticeably increasing their speed. Brother Li, is that a watch on your wrist? Zhuang Mo asked casually, eyeing the black device on Li Dazhuang's wrist. Yes, all awakened ones have this, Li Dazhuang said, raising his wrist to show it. It can scan the mutated creatures you kill to earn points. Zhuang Mo understood it was like a phone watch that couldn't make calls. Can you earn points for killing that mutated flower earlier? Yes, those with tongues are level 2 mutated plants. One flower earns 2 points, Li Dazhuang replied proudly. As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the D district government in the ruins, the sky still pitch black. Li Dazhuang skillfully parked the bicycle outside the security booth, opening the door with the ease of returning home. Xiao Zhuang, come sit and rest. Li Dazhuang waved at Zhuang Mo. We'll head out when the testing starts. Inside the booth, a bearded old man stood up as they entered. Dazhuang, you finally made it. I need to take a break. He hurriedly left the booth. Hearing this, Zhuang Mo suddenly realized, his eyes widening slightly. He thought he was on a private ride, but it turned out to be a carpool. Brother Li, you're amazing, working as security for the D district government. That's a stable job. Zhuang Mo gave a thumbs up, his tone full of admiration. Li Dazhuang poured him a cup of water before saying proudly, of course, with meals and accommodation included, not counting the points from killing mutated creatures in different species, just the base salary is 100 points a month. 100 points, wow, Zhuang Mo exclaimed, imagining his recent struggles working hard for 3 days picking up trash while holding his breath, earning just 1 point, enough for 3 small loaves of bread. 100 points meant 300 loaves. He couldn't help but swallow. Do you need connections to get this kind of job? Zhuang Mo asked cautiously while surveying the simple room. I won't hide it from you. The other person lowered his voice and glanced toward the door. The one who just left is my uncle, Li Erniu. Li Erniu, Zhuang Mo was startled and immediately straightened up. I apologize for the oversight. Before long, Li Erniu returned to the room. The three of them sat together and chatted for a while. As night deepened, Zhuang Mo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He found the sturdiest-looking chair, sat down, and closed his eyes. Although the place was simple, it was at least safer than outside, perfect for a short rest. At dawn, Li Dazhuang's rough hand slapped Zhuang Mo's shoulder, waking him from a light sleep. Come on, let's get your compatibility tested. The scene outside the government building made Zhuang Mo's eyes widen. Several massive airship cabins were haphazardly blocking the street, their deflated airbags sagging on top like shriveled balloons. Next to the cabins, a team of fully armed soldiers stood guard around a peculiar instrument resembling a giant thermometer. That's an airship. Li Dazhuang pointed at the enormous vehicles with a tone of longing. Though I've never ridden one, just place a crystal core on the controller, and the airbag will inflate instantly. He pointed to the instrument. This device was transported from the safe zone. It contains an 8th-level Mutants crystal core. Everything relies on crystal cores now. Zhuang Mo only glanced briefly at the instrument, quickly drawn to a group nearby. They wore pristine t-shirts, clean shoes, and their faces were free of dust and grime. In this post-apocalyptic setting, their clean appearance was strikingly out of place. Those are people from the Federation's Ability Academy in the safe zone, Li Dazhuang whispered. Zhuang Mo forced himself to curb his envious gaze and joined the not-so-long queue, with Li Dazhuang by his side. Here I am, an ordinary office worker from the flower country, ending up in another world. And it's an apocalypse. Zhuang Mo mocked himself internally. Not only do I lack clean clothes, but I can't even take a bath. It had been 3 days since he arrived, and he hadn't bathed once. But what did that matter? Judging by the smell from the original body, it likely hadn't had a proper wash in years. When he first arrived, he instinctively lifted his arm to sniff his armpit, and the stench nearly knocked him out. There's no food to eat, yet I'm worrying about cleanliness. Getting food is what's important. As he fantasized about the delightful taste of steamed buns, rice, and dumplings, a voice filled with excitement suddenly came from the queue ahead. Medium. Yellow, I'm a medium talent in the lightning category. Did you see that? Did you see that? Ha ha. I'm Sun Kong, and I'm going to the safe zone. The people in the group looked on with longing eyes. Medium talent, what luck. I don't ask for medium, just awakening would be enough. If I awaken, I won't go hungry. I want to awaken too, someone shouted, their eyes filled with desire. Soon, it was Zhuang Mo's turn. The results for the 58 people before him were already in. Only 10 had awakened, and of those, only 3 had talents above the basic level. The testing method was simple: place your palms on the base of the device, and it would reveal your talent level. As soon as Zhuang Mo placed his hands down, a faint green light shot up to the top of the device. The light was brilliant yet gentle, an undeniable force. The tall young man standing by the device rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Did I see that right? Is this high-level talent? The scene erupted into commotion. High-level talent. In the ruins, when had anyone ever had such talent? A high-level wood talent. Even in the safe zone, there might not be many such geniuses. Amazing. Li Dazhuang was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before him. I picked him up, and he's actually a genius. A unique high-level talent in the ruins. A few people in the crowd whispered excitedly. But just as everyone was caught up in surprise and excitement, the light in the device suddenly began to fall, almost imperceptibly retreating to the bottom. Li Dazhuang's heart seemed to stop, and he stared blankly at the light, his body rigid. Whoosh! The light quickly shot back to the top, and for an instant, it was as if everyone held their breath, watching the device intently. Li Dazhuang's heart raced as he began to relax. He instinctively thought, how could there be a problem with the device powered by an 8th-level crystal core? However, the green light swiftly faded again, slowly descending. As the light rose and fell, Zhuang Mo quietly observed from the side, already beginning to make plans. No matter how the light changed, the green light belonged to him. That speck of green, though not perfect, was his talent, weak but real. Others, however, were no longer concerned with these details. They only cared if he could enter the Federal Academy, if he could become a genius, if he could gain true glory. Haha. As expected, there's no high-level talent in the ruins. The device must be malfunctioning. Some people laughed disappointedly, shaking their heads. Look, the green light is so faint, you can hardly see it. The tall young man stepped forward, checked the device carefully, and then softly said, next. Zhuang Mo withdrew his hands and calmly turned to leave, yet his heart was filled with hope for the future. No matter what, the light of talent would guide him to new paths. The testing continued, with the device occasionally giving invalid feedback. Some in the crowd were disappointed, some were angry, and some even began to wail. Let me test again. How could I not awaken? It's over, everything's over. The soldiers kept driving these people out of the testing area. Leave here within a minute. However, among these disheartened figures, Zhuang Mo's heart was already full of hope. Perhaps, in the midst of the ruins, he could still find his own place. The group of people tested for affinity were divided into 2 groups, with Zhuang Mo standing in the beginner group. He scanned the room and saw that there were 35 people in the beginner group, only 18 in the intermediate group, and the advanced group was completely empty. A tall young man and his companions brought out a small box, which they opened to reveal neatly arranged white crystals. Inside these were the cores extracted from the brains of level 1 mutants. The tall young man took out a crystal, lightly scanned it on his companion's square watch, and then began distributing them to those awaiting awakening. Zhuang Mo received his crystal, which was about the size of a thumbnail, and felt slightly warm to the touch. As he wondered how to use it, the tall young man instructed, "Eat it. Can you really eat something that looks like a stone?" Zhuang Mo thought to himself, but he still put the crystal in his mouth. To his surprise, it shattered like an eggshell. As he swallowed, a wave of heat surged down his throat, releasing an astonishing energy from his core that swept through his entire body. The pain was overwhelming, as if his organs were being twisted apart. It hurt so much. Zhuang Mo was about to scream when the pain suddenly vanished without a trace. Around him, others were crying out in agony. "It hurts. Ah, it's killing me." Zhuang Mo stood with his hands in his pockets, looking calm and collected, as if the brief cry hadn't come from him. "Hey, are you done awakening?" Li Dazhuang asked, coming over. "I guess so," Zhuang Mo nodded. "Looks like you won't be going to the Federal Academy of Superpowers. What are you planning to do now? Do they need any security guards here?" Zhuang Mo's eyes flickered. "Just asking, it's fine if they don't." After looking around, Li Dazhuang pulled Zhuang Mo aside and whispered, "Temporary job, 50 points a month. Once you reach a level, you can become permanent. Interested? I'm in. Thanks, brotherly." Zhuang Mo was thrilled, calculating that 50 points could buy 150 small loaves of bread. He then asked, "Brotherly, where's the restroom? I need to go." The restroom in the ruins area was extremely basic, just a pit surrounded by some wooden boards. After pointing out the direction, Li Dazhuang mysteriously pulled out a small roll of crumpled pink toilet paper from his pocket and handed it to Zhuang Mo. The moment Zhuang Mo took the toilet paper, he felt a jolt throughout his body. Without saying much, he hurried to the restroom with the paper in hand. Once squatting down, he carefully tore off a sheet and suddenly noticed it hovering above his palm. With a thought, the paper could curl and move freely. What the heck? I thought I had wood-based powers. How can I control paper? Just as Zhuang Mo was reeling from shock, a small sound interrupted his thoughts. He quickly focused his mental energy, controlling the floating piece of toilet paper to move slowly to a specific spot. Sighing, he glanced at the tissue in his hand, thinking wryly that while his ability was unimpressive, at least it could still serve a basic purpose. Meanwhile, not far away, the tall young man, Song Yulong, was quickly making his way to the docked airship. Behind him lay a group of groaning, newly awakened individuals, yet he calmly entered the cockpit, where Huang Lin was leisurely sipping tea. "Teacher, we had a good haul in Ruins Zone D this time. 35 beginners and 18 intermediates," Song Yulong reported respectfully. Huang Lin nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Gathering more than 10 from the ruins is already quite impressive." But, Song Yulong scratched his head. There was something strange with the testing equipment today. During a wood element test, the light was flickering erratically, like it went crazy, and finally settled at beginner level. Huang Lin put down his teacup, frowning slightly. How could the level 8 crystal core instrument malfunction? What's that person's name? Zhuang Mo, like Village Zhuang and Silent Mo. Bring him back to the academy, Huang Lin ordered decisively. Before leaving, Li Dazhuang warmly shook Zhuang Mo's hand. "Brother, if they don't take you, come back anytime. We've got a spot saved for you as a temp." Zhuang Mo nodded, touched, and turned away decisively, officially bidding farewell to his security job. On the airship, a medium-level lightning talent named Sun Kong suddenly stood up, pointing at Zhuang Mo and questioning. "Isn't he a beginner talent? Why is he allowed on board?" Song Yulong explained that they needed to retest at the academy, but others expressed doubts, thinking Zhuang Mo might not even successfully awaken. Sitting quietly in the corner, Zhuang Mo recalled the scene during the test. He finally understood that his ability was to control paper, which, since paper comes from wood, could be loosely classified as a wood element ability. The fluctuating affinity might be related to this unique ability. He took out a yellowed notebook from his bag, feeling a sense of relief as his fingers touched it. Ordinary paper could also respond to his ability. He tore out a sheet and skillfully folded it, folding in half, flipping the corners, adjusting the nose weight, spreading the wings. A delicate paper airplane quickly took shape. Just as Song Yulong was about to speak, Zhuang Mo released his fingers, and the paper airplane eerily hovered in midair. Those around him widened their eyes in astonishment, whispering among themselves. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the cabin's chatter. Looking out the window, Song Yulong's face turned pale. Those weren't ordinary dark clouds, but a dense flock of mutated birds. Each one was 10 centimeters long, with 4 wings and eyes glowing with eerie green light. "What's happening?" The cabin descended into chaos. Mutant birds." Huang Lin's voice came from the cockpit, filled with urgency. "Aren't flying creatures supposed to be less likely to mutate?" A swarm of mutant birds surrounded the airship like a dark cloud. Huang Lin quickly took action, steering the airship into a dive toward the ground. But the ruins below were even more perilous than the skies, so they had no choice but to fly low and slow. The birds' scythe-like beaks continuously struck the hull and balloon, producing a teeth-grating screech. Newcomers, sit tight. Veterans, prepare for combat. Huang Lin's calm command rang out. Song Yulong reacted the fastest. He pulled two blades, thin as cicada wings, from his waist and opened a window past Zhuang Mo. The blades slashed through the air in silver arcs, precisely cutting down the oncoming mutant birds. The heavy scent of blood drew even more birds to the cabin windows, only for them to be sliced into pieces upon contact with the window frame. Each of you guard a window. Don't let a single bird inside. Song Yulong's voice cut through the chaos. Zhuang Mo quietly retreated behind Song Yulong, trying to minimize his presence. The swarm of mutant birds triggered his trypophobia, causing his skin to break out in goosebumps. Watching the brutal scene, he became even more convinced that he should have become a farmer. Suddenly, a few mutant birds broke through the defense and rushed into the cabin. Get them! They're only level 2 mutants, someone shouted. The passengers drew their weapons and fought back. As Zhuang Mo was about to grab his knife, a mutant bird charged straight at his face, its jagged beak clearly visible. Instinctively, he summoned his abilities at his fingertips and folded a paper airplane that pierced through the bird's body like an arrow. The bloodstained paper airplane returned to his hand with precision. Sun Kong was stunned by this sight and failed to notice the mutant bird attacking from behind. With a loud thud, he fell over. The vicious bird then turned on Zhuang Mo, but his second paper airplane tore it apart. At the same time, Song Yulong's blades whistled through the air, swiftly clearing the remaining mutant birds from the cabin. Once the airship stabilized, a fire-powered ability user quickly cremated Sun Kang's body to ashes. Silence fell over the cabin until someone softly lamented, "So fragile, even after awakening." "At least he wasn't devoured by a beast," another voice replied. "It's a pity, just awakened and already gone." Zhuang Mo watched the ashes drift through the air, thankful for his paper airplane ability. With level 2 mutations already so dangerous, he was more determined to stay in the safe zone. He planned in his mind. He must find a way to remain at the Federal Ability Academy and work in a military-protected plantation after graduation. At that moment, Song Yulong sat beside him with a warm smile. "I'm Song Yulong, a metal-type Clevel." "I'm Zhuang Mo," he replied, spreading his hands. "Probably a wood-type Flevel, basic talent." "Brother, you're definitely more than just basic talent," Song Yulong immediately said. "I saw you kill birds with paper airplanes. To fight right after awakening, your affinity level must be high. Although controlling paper is indeed a bit unusual." Zhuang Mo gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject. "Brother Long, about that." He hesitated in his tone. "What is it? Just tell me," Song Yulong said with a bright smile. "I just killed 2 level 2 mutated birds. Can I get any points for that?" Zhuang Mo asked. He had learned from Li Dazhuang that the points for awakened ones are recorded in their watches, not settled with coins. But he didn't have a watch yet, which made him worry that the birds he killed might have been for nothing. Song Yulong nodded and shook his head at the same time, explaining, "You need to scan with the watch to record the points. But don't worry, every awakened one can get a watch for free. Once we reach the academy, I'll take you to get one." He then enthusiastically explained the watch's functions. "This watch is specially made with crystal energy. Just wave it in the direction of the mutated creature, and it automatically scans. It usually records everything during battles." Zhuang Mo sighed inwardly. This meant he really wouldn't be getting those 4 points, which could have been equivalent to 12 small loaves of bread. Unaware of Zhuang Mo's disappointment, Song Yulong continued his enthusiastic explanation. "Those little birds earlier aren't worth much. Level 2 only scores 2 points. Look, I can get 100 points just for slaying a level 4 creature." Mutated creatures are ranked by level, with level 1 worth 1 point, level 2 2 points, level 3 10 points, level 4 100 points, level 5 200 points, level 6 1000 points. He paused and added, "But mutated birds are quite rare. The probability of airborne creatures mutating is generally low. Of course, I'm talking about those that can fly, not ground runners like chickens." "So did you scan before you started killing earlier?" Zhuang Mo asked expressionlessly. "Of course," Song Yulong said excitedly. "I waved my left wrist at that flock of birds and got a solid few hundred points. Although you only killed 2, it's not worth much. Oh, and have I mentioned that our academy provides meals and accommodation, plus a monthly stipend of 200 points? If someone unfortunately dies, their family gets a 10,000 point compensation. Like that Sun Tao who just died, even though he hadn't officially enrolled yet." "I don't have any family," Zhuang Mo interrupted directly. "Oh, then you can make a will and leave the points to whomever you want," Song Yulong continued. "It's simple, just find 2 teachers to witness it. I made mine when I enrolled. One of the witnesses was Mr. Huang Lin, who pilots the airship, and—" "Can't I just not die?" Zhuang Mo interrupted again. "Of course, you can go to the plantation after graduation and maybe live to a ripe old age," Song Yulong said enviously. "You at element ability users have a really low death rate." Zhuang Mo felt uncertain, unsure if his half-baked wood element ability would be of any use. He stopped paying attention to Song Yulong's incessant chatter. occasionally responding with a few words, while his gaze drifted out the window. The airship was flying over a dense forest of tall trees. The dark gray trunks were covered with oval bumps, and the leaves were shaped like inverted triangles with serrated edges. Suddenly, the branches of a large tree quickly gathered at the top, encircling a dark purple giant snake coiled there. The sharp leaves sliced through the snake's body, and dark red blood flowed along the leaf veins, quickly disappearing. A massive arthropod lurking nearby extended its long tongue, swallowing the snake's corpse whole. Its abdomen swelled rapidly, as if it had engulfed the entire snake, exuding a pungent stench of decay. Surrounding branches twisted and stretched, with sharp leaves speckled in dark red, resembling blades soaked in blood. The creature's abdomen protruded with a long tongue, and its limbs were covered with countless legs, grotesquely twisted. The air was thick with a foul odor, as though everything around was being consumed by this monstrosity. In the distance, a long snake coiled around the ruins, its 6 eyes glaring coldly, filled with a greedy glint, occasionally emitting a faint hissing sound. At the other end, a group of snakes formed a continuous loop, head to tail, seemingly endless. This chaotic and dangerous scene was just a small grove amidst the ruins. The airship swiftly skimmed through the trees, across a tranquil lake, and continued over the unfathomable forest, finally revealing an abandoned city. Inside the airship's cockpit, Zhuang Mo's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where a city wall with a metallic sheen was clearly visible, towering even higher than the airship. On top of the wall, scattered figures moved about, indicating it was the only safe zone. Years had passed since the apocalyptic disaster, leaving most of the world in harsh conditions. Cities were destroyed, and creatures in forests and oceans underwent rampant mutations, with alien species appearing everywhere. Many humans perished in the disasters before the alien invasion even began. The survivors, after enduring prolonged battles with mutated and alien creatures, either perished or gradually gathered into stronger forces. Some humans began to awaken and eventually established the Blue Star Federation government. Today, the Federation is centered around 4 major safe zones, forming 4 main bases: the Central Base, Northern Base, Southern Base, and Western Base. Around each base's safe zone lies mostly ruins, bordered by either forests teeming with alien creatures or perilous oceans, and even areas populated by alien species. The ruins of District D at the Central Base, by its designation, are considered relatively less dangerous. Its outskirts are cliffs, while the Central Safe Zone is the most secure place in the entire Federation, serving as humanity's last refuge. "Look, that's the safe zone ahead," Song Yulong said with a smile. "It's the largest and safest human gathering spot, with walls lined with various detectors and awakened soldiers, even extending 300 meters underground. You know, some mutated creatures, even without mutation, can burrow underground like moles." Zhuang Mo quietly watched the distant city wall, paused for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Where's the first line of defense?" Song Yulong chuckled and continued. "The outermost ruins, labeled ABCD, form the first line of defense. Beyond the first line, there's a concentration of alien species and level 6 and above mutated creatures, marking the most dangerous zone. Once we reach the Academy, you'll not only receive the latest Federation map, but also access more tasks and resources. Oh, I forgot to mention, our Academy sorts classes based on ability attributes, and you can graduate once you reach level C. You might wonder why I haven't graduated despite being level C. Well, I've graduated, but I'm now a counselor. Don't think of me as a teacher. I'm actually only 2 years older than you." Once he started talking, he couldn't stop, discussing everything from the safe zone to the 4 major bases, and even about himself, until the airship landed, and he was still full of enthusiasm. "You're a friend I've made for sure. We really hit it off. Once we start talking, we just can't stop." Zhuang Mo listened quietly from the side, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He had never met someone with such a kindred spirit. The airship finally landed outside the safe zone. Zhuang Mo stepped out of the cabin, with an endless desert behind him and the towering city wall ahead, gleaming with a cold metallic luster in the sunlight, like a relentless mechanical beast overlooking the insignificance of humanity. Beneath the high wall, there was a small gate flanked by 2 rows of soldiers. "Hurry up," Zhuang Mo heard the urging voice and quickly followed the others through the gate. Huang Lin was the last to enter, and the door closed seamlessly behind him, as if it had never been opened. Inside the wall, there were also 2 rows of soldiers on guard, but they appeared much more relaxed than their counterparts outside, even whispering among themselves. Zhuang Mo withdrew his gaze from the soldiers and began to survey the city enclosed by the high walls. Within the gate was a hard, flat expanse, with wide streets branching out in all directions. The buildings lining the streets were uniform, mostly around 6 stories high. There was no sign of plants or animals, not even the most resilient dead vines or damp moss. Apart from specific areas like plantations, farms, and academies, humans were the only living beings in this safe zone. Just as Zhuang Mo was absorbed in observing the streets, Song Yulong's voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhuang Mo, what are you doing? Get on the bus. He quickly refocused and followed Song Yulong onto a waiting bus. Through the window, Zhuang Mo suddenly saw someone zooming through the air on a piece of metal. Isn't it cool? If I reach level A strength, I can fly on an iron sheet too. Whoosh whoosh, Song Yulong said excitedly. Zhuang Mo nodded in agreement. Cool, really cool, flying so fast with just one leg and one arm. The bus traveled down the main street, turning right past a large plantation. Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a treasure. Rice fields. His wood-based abilities would surely be useful here. As a farmer's son, he grew up in rice fields, having read various agricultural guides like Illustrated Guide to Scientific Rice Cultivation, High-Yield Rice QA, and Rice Pest and Disease Identification and Control. No one was more suited to growing rice than him. He eagerly opened the window, greedily inhaling the scent of earth and rice fields, momentarily lost in childhood memories. Those paper planes seemed like they could only truly fly in the fragrance of rice. The rice fields stretched endlessly, and the bus traveled for a full half-hour before Zhuang Mo reluctantly turned his gaze away. At the end of the fields was a towering silver wall, several meters high, where the vehicle finally came to a stop. Zhuang Mo, carrying his backpack, got off the bus with the crowd. This time, they faced an imposing gate, with large boulders in front engraved with the words Federal Ability Academy. At the entrance, Zhuang Mo noticed Huang Lin talking to a woman in military attire who had alighted from another bus. Damn, only 8 people from Ruins F zone above average this year. Old Huang, what's your situation? The woman asked, her voice crisp and fast. D-Zone did alright this year, around 18, Huang Lin replied. What do you mean around 18? There's an unexpected kid, named Zhuang Mo, whose levels on the instrument fluctuate. I brought him back for old Gu to check out, Huang Lin said, excluding the deceased Sun Kong from the count. Interesting, the woman chuckled with a meaningful smile. But there are a lot of geniuses this year. The safe zone detected a total of 10 high-level talents. I'm looking forward to them. The two continued their conversation as they walked into the academy. Behind them, Song Yulong was in charge of organizing the freshmen. Zhuang Mo followed Song Yulong into the academy, turned left for a few hundred meters, and arrived at a row of buildings resembling university dormitories, each with a sign on the door. Song Yulong led the group into the freshman registration area, where an unforgettable old man was seated, a man whose face was only half intact, the other half a deformed mass with an eye on it. Old Gu, the new students from D-Zone and F-Zone have arrived, Song Yulong said, bowing slightly, his tone filled with respect for the old man. The old man's eye on his tumor slightly lifted, and his raspy voice broke the silence. Which one is Zhuang Mo? Song Yulong pulled Zhuang Mo forward. He's Zhuang Mo. In an instant, a piercing gaze fixed on Zhuang Mo, pinning him to the spot, as if it were tangible. The elder, known as Elder Gu, let out a couple of hoarse laughs, a boy with high-level talent. Zhuang Mo's heart tightened. Elder Gu only mentioned his high-level talent, without a word about his abilities attribute. This made him even more anxious. His wood-based power seemed as fragile as paper. Just as he was thinking this, the eye on Elder Ge's tumor closed, and he fell silent. High-level talent. The crowd erupted. No wonder he could use his powers as soon as he boarded the airship. A high-level talent awakened from the ruins? A high-level wood talent? That's a rarity. Elder Ge's eye is more accurate than a level 9 crystal core instrument. If he says it, it's true. The people around looked at Zhuang Mo with such intense heat that it felt like they might melt him. In the post-apocalyptic world, a high-level wood talent held an irreplaceable position. Rumor had it that an A-level wood ability user could simultaneously cultivate 100 acres of rice in a month, and there were only a handful in the entire Federation. In this world where flora and fauna mutated wildly, only the safe zone's farmlands could still produce steadily, and wood awakeners were the guardians of this land. Brother, focus on training and leveling up. If anyone bothers you, Brother Long will take care of them. Song Yulong grinned, patting Zhuang Mo on the shoulder. I'm Zhao Ming of the metal type. If you need anything, just let me know. Ice type here. Want some cold water? Come to me. Lu Feiying of the wood type is willing to serve the boss. Boss, I'm from the ice type, too. It wasn't until he received his new supplies and walked into the single dorm room led by Song Yulong that Zhuang Mo finally escaped the army of well-wishers. Closing the door, he let out a long breath and looked around at the special treatment granted by his high-level talent: a single bed, a desk and chair set, a cabinet, and a private bathroom. Having squatted over open-air latrines in the ruins for days, Zhuang Mo was nearly moved to tears by the sight of a clean squat toilet. Above the water tank was a faucet, which he eagerly turned on, only to have no water flow out. Of course, in the post-apocalyptic world, how could water and electricity be unlimited? As Li Dazhuang said, this world had long been dominated by crystal cores. These miraculous substances, transformed by human scientists into universal energy, kept everything in the safe zone running. Zhuang Mo sat at the desk, carefully examining the newly received student supply pack. He meticulously checked each item: brand new bedding, neatly arranged toiletries, 2 sets of crisp school uniforms, a simply designed watch, a detailed map of the Federation, and a thick freshman handbook. Noticing that even the most basic toothbrush and soap were thoughtfully included, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but smile with a touch of sentiment. School life is so much better than the harsh realities of society. He picked up the watch first for a closer look. In addition to basic timekeeping, the watch face prominently displayed the Federation Points Bank logo. After logging in with his student ID, the screen immediately showed a balance of 200 points. It was essentially a miniaturized version of a digital wallet, offering point storage, instant messaging, and even a built-in community feature. Of course, the communication function was likely limited to safe zones, as most of the ruins, apart from government and frontline battle areas, were signal dead zones. Strapping the watch onto his left wrist, Zhuang Mo opened the freshman handbook. The introduction recounted the various disasters humanity faced since the end times and the contributions of the awakened to human survival. As he read, he suddenly noticed the watch displaying 7:55, just 5 minutes until I can shower. At that moment, a loud growl from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. Looking down at his rumbling belly, he realized the cafeteria was surely closed by now. Thinking about the meals he could enjoy there tomorrow, Zhuang Mo decided to indulge tonight and devoured 2 small loaves of bread before happily taking a refreshing cold shower. After sprawling on the bed for a good 10 minutes, Zhuang Mo sat up cross-legged to ponder his situation. This life of having meals, showers, and a single dorm room was something no man would refuse. But all of this was based on his high-level wood elemental ability. From his assessment, he indeed had talent, and it was definitely high-level, though the talent seemed to deviate slightly from the conventional path. As for whether he could stimulate plant growth, he wasn't entirely confident. If he ended up unable to grow anything, not only would this luxurious single apartment be at risk, but even his student status might be in jeopardy. An 18-year-old dropout, the first man ever expelled from the Federation Academy of Abilities. He thought, sighing. Tearing a sheet from the student handbook, Zhuang Mo quietly folded it into a paper tiger. After infusing it with his ability, the paper tiger sprang to life, jumping from his hand onto the desk and moving around. Walk, run, lie down, shake hands, Zhuang Mo excitedly commanded. Tiger, your dad's made it. I can make you move. The paper tiger maintained its handshake pose, its ears perked up alertly. As he paced the room, Zhuang Mo contemplated. If I can control paper planes to hit birds and make paper tigers move freely at just level, maybe at a level, I could actually soar through the sky on paper? This world was indeed fraught with danger. What abilities were primarily used for growing and controlling non-mutant plants? At a level, one could barely command first-level mutant plants, while anything beyond level 6 was out of reach. This meant that in battle, if there were no non-mutant plants around, or if faced with high-level mutant plants, what ability users would almost entirely rely on others for protection. Tiger. Zhuang Mo looked at the paper tiger on the desk. You know me well. This slight deviation in talent might be a good thing. If possible, my goal is still a plantation, not really for safety, you know. I've always wanted to quit my job and go back home to farm. Your grandparents were always proud of me for becoming an architect, so how could they understand my desire to return to the village and farm? A gust of wind blew, and Huzi fell to the ground. Zhuang Mo bent down to pick up the paper airplane, lightly touching the origami creation he named Huzi with his fingertips. He then pulled out a fresh sheet of paper from his pocket and began to fold another paper airplane with focus. The paper airplane he folded earlier on the airship had a lightweight nose and broad wings, allowing it to glide for a long time, but not suitable for quick maneuvers. Now, he wanted to test whether different models would indeed have different impacts. This time, his fingers moved skillfully, crafting a paper airplane with a long, slender, and sharp body, resembling the head of a javelin. Zhuang Mo stood up straight, squinted his eyes to aim at the wall by the window, and with a flick of his wrist, the paper airplane shot out like an arrow. Indeed, this paper airplane was faster and had a stronger impact. Enhanced by his supernatural ability, the airplane's tip pierced deeply into the wall. He summoned the paper airplane back with his ability and found the nose slightly bent upon inspection. Closing his eyes, Zhuang Mo felt the flow of his supernatural power, directing the peculiar force through his arm to the tip of his right index finger, then into the airplane's nose. Harder now, he remarked with satisfaction as he ran his fingers over the nose, a slight smile on his lips. A real man makes tough airplanes. Not satisfied with this small success, Zhuang Mo decided to push further. He channeled all his wood elemental power into the entire paper airplane. Outwardly, it appeared unchanged, but it had become as hard as iron and much heavier. Zhuang Mo suddenly realized that different models indeed have different flight effects, and his wood elemental power could not only control the speed of the paper, but also alter its density. Holding the reinforced paper airplane, Zhuang Mo swung his arm and aimed at the wall, throwing it with all his might once more. 1, 2, 3, 4 again. With a soft sound, the paper airplane embedded itself into the wall, leaving only a small section of its tail visible. Just as Zhuang Mo was summoning the paper airplane back, a whooshing sound came from the corridor, and the door was blown open with a loud bang by a strong wind. A fierce gale swept through the room, snatching away the paper airplane that was on its way back to its owner. Zhuang Mo watched helplessly as his creation slipped from his control, flew out the window, and traced a perfect arc as it plummeted straight down from the 5th floor. After a few seconds of silence, an angry roar echoed from below. Ah! Which wind element brat threw this airplane? Just you wait. Zhuang Mo lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking. He was innocent. He was a victim too. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Song Yulong knocked on Zhuang Mo's door right on time. As he pulled him towards the cafeteria, he excitedly shared some gossip. Did you hear? Last night, that 11 Miao Yuxing went crazy practicing his powers and blew several dorm doors right off. Stuff was flying everywhere, and a super tough paper airplane smacked teacher Han on the head, leaving a big bump. I nearly died laughing, but then Han pinned him down and gave him a good beating. Ha! Zhuang Mo didn't respond, walking silently with steady, heavy steps. Sensing something was off, Song Yulong glanced at him and his eyes widened. No way. Was that super tough paper airplane yours again? Without looking up, Zhuang Mo replied. Our academy's breakfast variety is quite rich: steamed sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, dried sweet potatoes, and pickles. Song Yulong was momentarily speechless, then spoke with a mix of shock and reluctance. You just awakened your powers. Even if you have high talent, it's not like you can turn paper into metal right away, right? When I was a level, I could barely make metal a bit harder, and I was an outstanding graduate. Isn't it reasonable for me to become a counselor? Zhuang Mo calmly said. Tried it. The dried sweet potato is tastier. Song Yulong smacked his lips. There are a few with high talent in my batch too. They're really impressive. But none of them are wood type. Aren't wood types supposed to be good at farming? Roasted sweet potatoes are nice too. Zhuang Mo remained unruffled. Song Yulong stared at him. Bro, if you can do paper airplanes so well, farming should be no problem. I believe you'll soon make a great contribution to Blue Star. Zhuang Mo commented. The steamed sweet potatoes have a mediocre texture, probably because the heat was too high. Song Yulong rubbed his forehead. Study well, aim to graduate early, and head to the plantation. By the way, I'm still hungry. Too bad you can only take one piece of each. After breakfast, Song Yulong escorted Zhuang Mo to the teaching area. Outside the Flevel wood-type classroom, pumpkin vines clung to the walls. Before leaving, he reminded him, your professional class is in this building, the wood-type classroom. General classes are for all attribute users. Your main teacher is called Han Junfeng, a level wood-type. Easy to recognize, got a big bump on his head. Oh, and besides you, there's another high-talent wood-type student this year, named Han Lingyu, teacher Han's daughter. Even though you're a genius, there are many family awakeners here in the safe zone, some with entire families. Since you're from the ruins, it's best not to clash with them. But don't worry, the academy will definitely protect you. High-talent wood types get different treatment. With that, he repeatedly held Zhuang Mo's hand, giving instructions like a parent sending a child to school. Meanwhile, inside the Flevel wood-type classroom, chatter filled the air. I heard we have a high talent from the ruins this year. How rare. Xingqi, you know what wood types mean to humanity, right? Especially high talent. Don't give him a hard time. Han Lingyu's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Hey, I'm wood type too. Why would I give him a hard time? Just a bit curious, that's all. Yi Xingqi chuckled. You'd better be. Han Lingyu remained as composed as ever. Is that short-haired girl Han Lingyu? High talent. Who's that next to her? So handsome. That's a guy, named Yi Xingqi. Just happens to be really pretty. Which one's from the ruins? I heard he's dark and skinny. Amidst the discussions, Zhuang Mo had quietly taken a seat in a corner. At 7:30, Han Junfeng entered the classroom. Standing at the podium, his voice was steady. At the beginning of the apocalypse, most humans perished in the disasters, with a significant number starving to death. The rampant mutation of flora and fauna nearly cut off our food supply, until the first batch of wood-type ability users emerged. The establishment of the safe zone originated from a patch of unmutated rice. This discovery provided a glimmer of hope to humanity, which was engulfed in despair at the time. However, even now, most of the global population continues to struggle with hunger, and people die daily from lack of food. Because of this, those with the wood element awakening carry the burden of saving humanity. Han Junfeng stood on the podium, his eyes bright as he addressed the new students below. Only by constantly improving our abilities can we shoulder this responsibility. His words stirred the students, filling them with fervor and the desire to immediately grow vast fields of crops. In the corner, Zhuang Mo clenched his fists quietly. If not for the scarcity of food, the original Zhuang Mo wouldn't have starved to death, and he wouldn't have inexplicably ended up in this world. Let's start the first class, Understanding Crops, Han Junfeng said, bringing out a small flower pot. Who can identify what kind of seedling this is? Rice. Han Lingyu immediately raised her hand. Wow, impressive, someone exclaimed. I can only recognize mature rice. That's Han Teacher's daughter for you. Another voice chimed in. Han Junfeng gestured for Han Lingyu to sit down. Excellent answer, but try not to shout out next time. He began to explain in detail. Rice is one of the most important food crops for humanity. Its stalks are upright, the ligules are lance-shaped, and the leaves are linear lanceolate and hairless. Zhuang Mo felt lost. This just felt like reciting a textbook. As he was silently complaining, Han Junfeng brought out another picture. And what kind of seedling is this? Wheat, a few voices called out. Han Junfeng gave a mysterious smile. It looks a lot like wheat seedlings, but it's actually chives. He went on to describe the characteristics and uses of chives, making Zhuang Mo's mouth water as he imagined the taste of chive dumplings. Suddenly, Han Junfeng brought out 2 new flower pots. Now let's test you. Use your abilities to sense which one is chives and which is wheat seedlings. A handsome man in the front row lazily remarked. Old Han, that's too hard. You need at least a level ability to sense like that. Han Lingyu frowned and shook her head. I can't sense it. Others also expressed their inability. Han Junfeng scanned the classroom. Zhuang Mo, give it a try. A slender young man, about 180 centimeters tall, stood up. His skin was a healthy wheat color, his features handsome, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. It's okay if you can't sense it, Han Junfeng said gently. Zhuang Mo's mouth twitched slightly, and he pointed to the left flower pot, saying flatly, chives. This simple answer brought a flicker of surprise to Han Lingyu's calm face. This person's talent was unexpectedly strong. The people from the ruins probably have never seen chives before, being able to sense the essence of plants at just an F level. Yi Xingqi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Han Junfeng couldn't contain his excitement any longer. He rushed over to the pot of lush green chive seedlings in a few strides and pointed, asking, Are you sure? Yes, I am sure, Zhuang Mo replied calmly. Han Junfeng pressed on, getting closer to Zhuang Mo's face, eagerly asking, How did you differentiate between chives and wheat? Did you have some kind of intuition? Zhuang Mo gave a slightly awkward smile and vaguely replied, Something like that. Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth that wheat seedlings have tiny hairs on their surface while chives are smooth. After all, how could someone who grew up in the ruins have seen these before? Genius. This is true genius. Han Junfeng's face was flushed with excitement. Just awakened, and you can already distinguish between chives and wheat seedlings by sensing with your ability. Before he finished speaking, Han Lingyu had already started clapping, leading the entire classroom to erupt in thunderous applause, mixed with exclamations of amazement. Such a genius in the world. Imagine how terrifying he'll be when he grows up. Does this mean I'll get an extra sweet potato at mealtime? Han Junfeng continued his impassioned speech. 40 years into the apocalypse, human civilization has suffered a severe break. It's only thanks to the few remaining books and the writings of protected elders that we've been able to partially restore some aspects of civilization. Old Mr. Ping from the plantation was a great farmer before the apocalypse. It was because of him that the first generation of wood-type awakeners mastered farming techniques. But someone like you, sensing and distinguishing crops at just an F level by talent alone, I've never seen anything like it in my life. Zhuang Mo chuckled politely. The extent of the civilization gap in this world far exceeded his imagination. In his previous life, even kids in rural areas could easily tell chives from wheat and would be laughed at if they couldn't. Amid another wave of enthusiastic applause, Zhuang Mo pondered. This feeling of being admired was indeed nice, but unfortunately, he wasn't truly a farming prodigy. On his way to school, he casually touched a tree by the roadside and immediately felt a strong reaction of supernatural energy. Yet, before entering the classroom, he touched a pumpkin seedling and felt nothing. This unreliable wood-type ability, why was it so inconsistent? After the 2-hour botany class concluded, all the freshmen at level F gathered in the large lecture hall on the 3rd floor for a lecture. 500 to 600 freshmen were divided into 2 classrooms, with the wood element students assigned to room 301. Zhuang Mo chose a seat in the corner. To his left sat a male student, and to the left of that student sat a female student. Hello, genius from the ruins, I'm Yi Xingqi. The male student greeted proactively. Zhuang Mo turned his head and was met with an exceptionally refined male face. However, he immediately noticed Yi Xingqi's awkward head posture. His neck was tilted at a constant 45-degree angle, as if it were fixed in place. Seeing the slightly greasy yet confident smile on Yi Xingqi's face, Zhuang Mo realized. This angle was to better showcase his perfect jawline. You're handsome, Zhuang Mo complimented tentatively. As expected, Yi Xingqi's head returned to a normal angle, and his gaze towards Zhuang Mo became much friendlier. Zhuang Mo, the girl sighed. He's a bit peculiar, just ignore him. I'm Han Lingyu. Let's add each other on the bank app. Here, add on the bank is similar to adding a social app friend in some cultures, referring to an app on their watches that combines banking and social functions. Zhuang Mo exchanged contact information with them. At that moment, the lecture's teacher arrived was Huang Lin, who had piloted the airship the previous day. The classroom was bustling with over 200 students. Zhuang Mo scanned the room, easily distinguishing who was from the safe zone and who was from the ruins. Although everyone now wore clean, neat uniforms, a small portion like himself were so thin they were almost skeletal. In contrast, students from the safe zone appeared much healthier. Yi Xingqi and Han Lingyu, for instance, were not only well-proportioned, but Yi Xingqi had even styled his hair meticulously. Huang Lin began the lecture, and Zhuang Mo refocused his attention, listening intently. This lesson was about harnessing one's special abilities. Though he had already mastered some techniques on his own, this was about combat, which meant survival. It demanded his full concentration. In essence, harnessing these abilities required complete mental focus. This was not too difficult to grasp, and with Huang Lin's guidance, most students quickly learned the basic method of harnessing their powers, albeit only for initiation. The classroom soon became chaotic. My palms are sweating. Does anyone feel a breeze? There is a slight wind, right? That's me. My hand is so hot. I'm going to catch fire. In contrast, the wood element section remained much calmer. The teaching assistant distributed small pots of fei by bamboo, each about 10 centimeters tall, to everyone. Zhuang Mo, do you know about the three friends of winter? Han Lingyu leaned over to ask. Zhuang Mo was momentarily unsure how to respond, but Han Lingyu didn't wait for him to answer and continued explaining. The three friends of winter fei by bamboo, white bark pine, and palace pink plum are known for their resilient vitality and noble qualities. In the 40 years since the apocalypse, these three plants have never mutated, which is why they're called the three friends of winter. Ah, so that's the story behind the three friends of winter. It's truly remarkable, Zhuang Mo replied. Yes, the spirit of the three friends of winter is something we humans admire. Also, because they're so stable, the wood element students start practicing their abilities with these three plants. After listening to her, Zhuang Mo looked down at the bamboo in front of him and suddenly felt a powerful sensation wash over him. A flash of excitement crossed his eye. She could feel it. It seems that Zhuang Mo's talent hasn't deviated significantly from expectations. He doesn't possess a unique ability. Instead, his wood element power includes the ability to control paper, which is quite logical given that paper is made from wood pulp. Despite this, Zhuang Mo's wood-based abilities are still unstable. In the previous class, he couldn't sense the chives and weed around him, likely due to his current low level. In the classroom, other students placed their hands on bamboo, and exclamations of surprise filled the air. I can feel it. So this is what having powers is like. It's amazing. I can feel it too. Oh my. I finally believe I'm really an awakened one. Han Lingyu gently stroked the bamboo leaves, a smile gradually appearing on her face. She turned to look at Zhuang Mo and noticed he wasn't touching the bamboo, which dimmed her expression. Was he sensing it from a distance? She had thought her advanced talent made her exceptional, yet here was someone even stronger. This realization filled her with pressure, motivating her to work harder to catch up. Just as she was about to look away, something caught her eye, and she grabbed Yi Xingqi's hand. Look at that. Following her gaze, Yi Xingqi saw the bamboo swaying back and forth, while Zhuang Mo kept muttering, boom cha, boom cha. The bamboo was moving to his rhythm. All the wood element students stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to Zhuang Mo and his swaying bamboo. Yi Xingqi watched this scene with a hint of insecurity on his face, filled with doubt. Can he control plants already? Han Lingyu took a deep breath, focusing intently on her bamboo pot. After a moment, she shook her head in disappointment. How is that possible? Zhuang Mo is so much stronger than me. The idea that someone from the ruins could have such talent created a huge sense of disparity for her. Standing nearby, the teaching assistant, Sunya, noticed this scene. He was a clever wood element ability user who had just graduated from the academy and become a teaching assistant. After watching Zhuang Mo for a few seconds, he quickly pulled out his wristwatch to message Zhuo Chenghui. Do you remember how long it took you to make plants do simple movements after awakening? Like swaying? Zhuo Chenghui replied quickly. 3 days? 5 days? I don't quite remember. Sunya was shocked by this message. He clearly remembered that when he awakened, it took him almost half a month to make bamboo leaves move at will. Even though he had moderate talent, there was still a gap compared to higher talent. Zhuo Chenghui's response confirmed Zhuang Mo's exceptional talent. This freshman had only awakened a day ago and could already do this. What kind of affinity was this? Was it stronger than high-level talent? At that moment, Huang Lin walked out of the classroom, and the bamboo stopped swaying. Standing in front of Zhuang Mo, he said seriously, your affinity is indeed high. Keep up the good work. Zhuang Mo smiled slightly and politely replied, thank you, Teacher Huang. If it weren't for you bringing me to the safe zone, I might never have had the chance to be here. Without his help, Zhuang Mo might never have escaped the ruins and could have perished there. Huang Lin turned to continue guiding the students who hadn't awakened yet, then walked out of the classroom. As soon as he stepped outside, he eagerly held onto the railing, a look of joy spreading across his face. In 20 years, he had never seen a wood element ability user with such extraordinary talent. Zhuang Mo had just awakened and could already control plants, indicating that his future potential was immeasurable and could lead to the cultivation of countless crops. Huang Lin felt a sense of relief as he recalled his initial lack of hope when he went to the ruins in District D. He hadn't paid much attention to the affinity tests, even dozing off on the airship. If it hadn't been for Song Yulong mentioning Zhuang Mo, the academy might have missed out on this genius. The thought made him break out in a cold sweat. Missing Zhuang Mo would have been a historical mistake for the academy. Reflecting on this, Huang Lin felt a bit apologetic. I should really thank Song Yulong. Despite his chatter, it was his talkativeness that helped bring Zhuang Mo's potential to light. Huang Lin decided to report Zhuang Mo's talent to the school committee and suggest that the academy should pay more attention to recruiting from the ruins. Perhaps the ruins could indeed produce geniuses like Zhuang Mo. After composing himself, Huang Lin returned to the classroom. Before he even entered, he heard unusual sounds coming from inside. All the students were turning towards the wood element section, their eyes fixed on Zhuang Mo. He followed everyone's gaze. In front of Zhuang Mo, in the bamboo potted plant, a single bamboo shoot was rapidly growing, towering several times higher than its companions, standing proudly among the other pots. Huang Lin staggered towards the bamboo pot, his voice trembling with excitement. Did the bamboo really grow taller? The question was clearly unnecessary, as the evidence was undeniable. Zhuang Mo awkwardly forced a smile. He had just wanted to test his powers a little, but the bamboo shot up as if by magic, startling him into quickly retracting his ability. While he understood his extraordinary talent, this display was unexpectedly conspicuous. He could only blame the bamboo for being so responsive. Huang Lin examined the unusually tall bamboo repeatedly before finally speaking. Could we keep this pot for the academy after class? I must show it to the school committee. Zhuang Mo nodded in agreement. He had intended to take it back to his dormitory for further experiments, but now he had to go along with the situation. Bamboo was everywhere anyway. He could always find another subject for his experiments. Huang Lin returned to the podium with a satisfied expression. The attention from those around gradually dissipated apart from the wood element. Others were combat-oriented and only mildly curious about wood element talent, not overly interested. The newcomers from the ruins would greatly admire a high-level wood element that could accelerate crop growth, but most in the classroom were well-off students from safe zones, some even from prestigious families, so they naturally didn't pay much attention. Realizing this, Zhuang Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The focus on agriculture for the wood element was entirely different from combat, which would hopefully keep him out of trouble. Yi Xingqi was initially displeased to learn there was a high-level talent genius from the ruins, partly because he himself only had medium-level talent, and partly because he couldn't accept someone from the ruins being on par with Han Lingyu as the only two high-level wood element talents this year. Now, tilting his head, he said to Han Lingyu, "Lingyu, I think he barely deserves to be compared to you." Han Lingyu, feeling almost withdrawn, flicked his forehead. "Straighten your head," she said in a low tone. "I need to ask Elder Good to reevaluate me. There might have been a mistake during testing. I think I might only have medium-level talent." "How could that be? You can sense bamboo just by touching it, clearly indicating high-level talent," Yi Xingqi countered, looking upwards again. "But Zhuang Mo can sense it from a distance and make it grow taller. Not only is my talent inferior to his, but my composure doesn't match his either." Han Lingyu's usually calm voice was tinged with frustration. Yi Xingqi finally lowered his head. "My talent is even less than yours. The most handsome man on Blue Star is just mid-level talent." Zhuang Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Were these two treating him like he was invisible? Sure, his talent was indeed stronger than the average high-level, but as a transmigrator, wasn't this golden finger already quite restrained? Those transmigrators and reborn characters in post-apocalyptic novels often start with vast spaces and unlimited resources, or they're invincible from the beginning. Compared to them, his situation was rather bleak. The three people standing in the line felt increasingly frustrated, each wearing an expression of suppressed tension. However, no one was paying attention to the commotion on the wood element side at the moment. In the front row, a red-haired young man suddenly conjured a flame in his hand, while other fire element students merely warmed their palms. Was that Zhang Zifei? He had a high-level fire talent. The fire element truly was powerful, far surpassing the wood element. Those wood element students were no match at all. "Look over there." Zhuang Mo turned his head in the direction his classmate was looking and saw a frail young man whose arms and thighs suddenly bulged with muscle, stretching his clothes taut and nearly bursting his chest. He transformed instantly into a hulking figure. The sight was astonishing, like a magic transformation. Was this the power of physical abilities? Zhuang Mo could hardly believe it. "I heard today there were 2 clairvoyants, 3 with super hearing, and 1 with a high-level regenerative ability," a classmate whispered. "Regenerative ability? Are they even human?" "Should keep it down. Those with physical abilities have very sharp hearing. Don't draw their attention," another classmate quietly reminded. At this moment, The wood element students were whispering among themselves, the atmosphere lively, as if a meeting were about to start, with everyone seemingly discussing the extraordinary abilities they had witnessed. Zhuang Mo focused on the scene before him, feeling a sense of reassurance unlike anything he had experienced before. In this post-apocalyptic world, those with these talents had a better chance for a secure future, and he could live more safely in the plantation. Yet, he was unaware that although these gifted individuals were strong, they wouldn't attract much attention from the academy's higher-ups. What truly intrigued them was his peculiar bamboo plant. That bamboo was an unprecedented anomaly. After class, Han Lingyu invited Zhuang Mo to join her for a meal, and Yi Xingqi lifted his handsome face, quietly following them to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Huang Lin carefully carried the pot of bamboo, paying no mind to eating, and headed towards the school committee. Inside the school committee's meeting room, several important figures sat around a long table. A man with a furrowed brow sat at the center, with colleagues seated on either side. A woman in military uniform seemed somewhat impatient. Zhu Baobao, can't you hold a meeting without interrupting lunch? Zhu Baobao, the man at the center of the table, gave her a stern look. Jiang Ying, this is important. Is lunch more important than this? Jiang Ying sneered. What's so important that the entire school committee was called in? If Huang Lin can't explain, I'll make sure he knows the physical element isn't to be trifled with. There was a knock at the door, and Huang Lin cautiously entered, solemnly placing the potted plant on the table. Zhu Baobao's face suddenly lit up with excitement. He jumped to his feet, eyes filled with joy. It's grown taller. Jiang Ying frowned, looking at the abnormal bamboo stalk in the middle, and asked, has it mutated? Huang Lin's expression was filled with excitement and a touch of pride he couldn't hide. This bamboo has grown taller in just an hour, showing no signs of aggression. Everyone in the room fell into deep thought. This was the Fei by bamboo used for new wood element students' practice, still in a semi-mature state, typically growing only a few centimeters. Yet, this stalk was nearly half a meter. This was no normal growth. It was like a mutation. Who would expend so much energy to force a bamboo to grow? High-level wood awakeners usually focus their efforts on cultivating crops, not this. Was it Han Junfeng? Jiang Ying asked, puzzled. Why would he make bamboo grow? Huang Lin shook his head, sighing slightly. It wasn't him. It was a new student. Jiang Ying could hardly believe her ears, her laugh filled with disdain. A new student? Are you kidding? A wood element newbie doing this? Even the strongest wood awakener would struggle to make bamboo grow a centimeter. The woman sitting across from Jiang Ying spoke gently. I heard teacher Han's daughter, Han Lingyu, has a high-level talent. Could it be her? If it was Han Lingyu, she would undoubtedly be the first wood element prodigy in 40 years. Huang Lin shook his head again. It's not her. Jiang Ying, growing impatient, crossed her legs and spoke with evident sarcasm. Old Huang, stop keeping us in suspense. Just say it. I'm busy. Zhuang Mo, a highly talented individual with wood-based abilities, hailed from the ruins. To everyone's astonishment, he was currently standing in line at the cafeteria for a meal. The Federal Ability Academy, along with the federal military and the federal government, were the only 3 places at the central base that could provide unlimited rice. At the cafeteria counter, Zhuang Mo glanced over the menu with a frown. White rice and pickled vegetables were free and unlimited, provided by the academy to supplement the students' salt intake. However, all other vegetables and meats were priced in points. A scoop of ordinary cabbage, potatoes, or radishes cost 1 point each. A small chicken leg was 10 points, and even minced meat sauce was 10 points a scoop. Zhuang Mo took a deep breath, the aroma of the chicken leg wafting into his nostrils, making him involuntarily swallow. He ultimately took just a bowl of white rice, added some pickled vegetables, and reluctantly bought a scoop of cabbage. This cabbage, which he used to chop up for pig feed in his past life, had now become a luxury. His monthly living allowance could only buy 200 scoops, equivalent to just 2 heads of cabbage. As for meat, it was beyond his means, especially since he needed to save points for buying paper. Sitting down with his meager meal, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but glance at the plates of the 2 people across from him, Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi, who each had a balanced meal of 1 meat and 2 vegetables. The frustration of seeing but not being able to eat left Zhuang Mo truly silent. Han Lingyu noticed Zhuang Mo staring at her plate and his simple lunch of only rice and cabbage. She moved her lips, but said nothing. She thought, even geniuses from the ruins have their pride. If she suddenly offered him a chicken leg, he might feel as though she were mocking him. Even for Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi, who grew up in the safe zone, the concept of food scarcity was deeply ingrained. Both savored the taste of their dishes, while Zhuang Mo was left inhaling the aroma of the chicken leg before taking a big bite of rice, his mind filled with fantasies of fried, roasted, and braised chicken legs. The 3 sat in silence, with Han Lingyu noticing that Zhuang Mo's gaze never left her chicken leg. A flash of hesitation crossed her face before she finally asked, Zhuang Mo, do you want a chicken leg? Zhuang Mo's hand paused mid-scoop, his fingers even trembling slightly. To be honest, he had considered snatching the chicken leg, but upon hearing Han Lingyu's question, he gritted his teeth and replied, "No, I don't." Yi Xingqi scoffed, tilting his head in his signature 45-degree angle, and got up to head to the counter. With no line left, he quickly returned with a chicken leg, placing it in his bowl. "If you say I'm the most handsome man on Blue Star, the chicken leg is yours," Yi Xingqi said with a mischievous grin. Han Lingyu immediately showed her displeasure. Yi Xingqi. She knew he genuinely wanted compliments, but to outsiders, it could seem like blatant provocation and insult. "Yi Xingqi, you're the most handsome man on Blue Star," Zhuang Mo unexpectedly responded calmly. Han Lingyu was taken aback. Usually, Yi Xingqi's antics provoked anger, but Zhuang Mo had so effortlessly said those words. If Zhuang Mo knew her thoughts, he would have found them amusing. In his past life, he could call a 200-pound bald female boss beautiful without batting an eye. Yi Xingqi was at least genuinely handsome. Seeing the two across from him looking stiff, Zhuang Mo twitched his lips and warily asked, "You're not planning to go back on your word, are you?" Yi Xingqi immediately placed the chicken leg into Zhuang Mo's bowl, moving so quickly as if afraid he might change his mind and refuse it. The chicken leg was simply steamed with a bit of salt, but as soon as the meat touched his mouth, Zhuang Mo was moved to the point of tears. Make money, he silently vowed to himself. The thought of needing to make money constantly echoed in Zhuang Mo's mind. He devoured 3 bowls of rice in quick succession, finally feeling full for the first time in days. The aroma of the rice evoked memories of his past Lithia world where over 800 million people were suffering from hunger, yet he was born in China, where despite hardships, he never went hungry. As he reflected on this, an imposing figure came to mind, the guardian of the rice fields, the creator of the dream of resting under the rice plants. Having traveled to a post-apocalyptic alternate world and awakened with advanced wood-based powers, he silently vowed to carry on Grandpa Yuan's spirit. Farming was his mission. Once he reached level C, he could graduate and work in a plantation. But before that, he needed to find a way to earn points. His gaze fell on the wealthy duo across from him. These Golden Boy and Jade Girl were indeed affluent. They were clumsily trying to share a chicken leg with him, which sparked an idea in Zhuang Mo's mind. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary people in the ruins would kill for a piece of bread, yet the awakened in the safe zone still felt compassion for those who couldn't afford a chicken leg. "This is my first time eating a chicken leg," Zhuang Mo feigned emotion. "It tastes so good. I wonder if there's a place in the academy to earn points? I'd like to save up to buy a chicken leg." Han Lingyu earnestly explained. "There are many tasks in the bank community, and the points you earn are double that of a wristwatch scan. Awakened ones with different attributes usually hunt low-level mutated creatures, and if the quantity is large, there's a bulk discount. Our wood-based level combat power isn't great, so we help seniors with tasks like loosening soil, fertilizing, and harvesting. But because wood energy is gentle and easily gains animal trust, we can also work in the breeding farm, like collecting eggs." "How many points can you earn from collecting eggs?" Zhuang Mo pressed. "I need to know, so I don't get ripped off by unscrupulous seniors." "1 point for every 100 eggs collected." Zhuang Mo was taken aback. Isn't this just exploiting cheap labor? Collecting 100 eggs for 1 point, while these two are willing to spend 10 points on a chicken leg. Han Lingyu smiled sheepishly. "Actually, I don't earn much myself. It's mainly because my dad gives me 1,000 points as pocket money every month." "Why are you looking at me?" Yi Xingqi interjected. "I only get 900 points as pocket money." This conversation reminded Zhuang Mo of chats with colleagues in his previous life. "Zhuang Mo, I bought a house." "Congratulations, how much was the down payment?" "Paid in full, 10 million, with 8 million from my parents, 2 million from my grandma, and I just chipped in 500 for the celebration." It seems that even traveling to an alternate world hasn't changed his fate of poverty. After lunch, there were 40 minutes left for rest. Returning to his luxurious single apartment, the unfairness in Zhuang Mo's heart only slightly subsided. He thought wryly. Han Lingyu aside, even with all of Yi Xingqi's money, he still has to live in a 4-person room, doesn't he? Zhuang Mo pondered as he opened the bank, his eyes scanning the community task board. The tasks related to planting were scarce, and the points offered were minimal. The weeding task offered 3 points per acre, yet there were 683 applicants, indicating that these tasks were mostly doable by ordinary people, leading to fierce competition. Looking at other tasks such as the regular maintenance of the garden at number 51, Dongshan Community, Chunshan's 7th Road, which offered 2 points per month, the number of applicants had reached 3,087. Clearly, ordinary residents in the safe zone made up half of the population, causing the value of tasks to be significantly undervalued, essentially exploiting human labor. In contrast, the number of tasks involving the clearing of mutant plants and animals was relatively high, with points doubled. Although the prices were slightly below market rates, it was obvious that no one was willing to entrust their safety to just anyone. A single level 2 mutant rhododendron was worth 2 points, 5 were worth 10 points, but in the community tasks, they were priced at 20 points. Clearly, many awakeners urgently needed these tasks to earn points. as these life-threatening creatures were close at hand. Ruins Zone G, near the safe zone, was where mutant plants and animals were quite common, mostly below level 3. Its relatively safe location, coupled with temporary water and electricity supply, made it a popular task location. On a task list, there was the elimination of level 1 mutant dandelions, offering 80 points as a package deal. In Ruins Zone G, along Jing 3rd Road, there was a large area of level 1 mutant dandelions. Next were 5 level 2 mutant rhododendrons by the abandoned post office, worth 20 points, and 10 level 2 mutant poplar trees, worth 40 points. Zhuang Mo looked away from the task board, knowing that these tasks were almost entirely from Ruins Zone G. It was relatively safe there, with other dangers being relatively low apart from the mutant plants. As he considered these tasks, Zhuang Mo thought that killing these level 2 mutant birds was no more than picking fruit. It seemed like the right time to take on a few of these tasks. The first class in the afternoon was still in the wood element classroom, where Han Junfeng continued to teach about recognizing crops. During the second class, under Han Junfeng's guidance, Zhuang Mo experienced his powers and received a new bamboo bonsai. Han Junfeng patiently explained, when wood element abilities sense plants, it's like every cell is basking in sunlight, warm and cozy. Zhuang Mo gently encircled the bamboo with his hands, closed his eyes, and focused on sensing. He didn't feel the warmth described by his teacher. Rather, if he had to describe it, the bamboo felt like touching a loofah soaked in water, soft yet slightly coarse. As he was absorbed in sensing, Han Junfeng's footsteps approached. Zhuang Mo opened his eyes to find the teacher looking at him with an intensity that was even more fervent than in the morning, almost akin to the starstruck gaze of colleagues meeting a celebrity. What Zhuang Mo didn't know was that at noon, the school committee members, after witnessing the bamboo he had accelerated in growth, immediately summoned Han Junfeng. The committee, along with Han Junfeng, gathered around the bamboo to discuss Zhuang Mo's future development heatedly. This kid should go straight to the plantation and be personally mentored by Mr. Ping. Jiang Ying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Director Zhu frowned in disagreement. He has just awakened his powers. He must first lay a solid foundation at the academy, and only after graduation can he go to the plantation, and he should also serve as an academy teacher. In the midst of the debate, even Han Junfeng was inadvertently drawn into the fray. Jiang Ying pointed out mercilessly, Han Junfeng himself is just in a level, only suitable for guiding ordinary newcomers. Zhuang Mo is an ordinary newcomer now. Director Zhu insisted, furrowing his brows. He has just awakened his abilities and must build a solid foundation first. The pressure from two S-level powerhouses filled the room, leaving others silent and tense. Eventually, Jiang Ying stormed out in anger. Director Zhu stayed behind with Han Junfeng and earnestly advised, don't give Zhuang Mo special treatment. It's for his own good. Han Junfeng nodded in agreement, understanding that the director was concerned that special treatment might attract too much attention, causing one to lose themselves. The Western base's once celebrated metal element genius, Anisha, had fallen this way. At this moment, standing in front of Zhuang Mo, Han Junfeng's eyes were full of admiration. This child from the ruins showed no signs of unease and remained humble despite awakening high-level abilities. According to Han Lingyu, the boy had a gentle nature and was easy to get along with. If you need anything, just let me know, Han Junfeng said with a smile. Surely, this wasn't considered special treatment? It was merely a personal gesture to help a child from the ruins. Zhuang Mo responded candidly. Thank you, Teacher Han. I'll be sure to let you know if I need anything. In the next class, as students showcased their abilities, Huang Lin approached Zhuang Mo with a smile, his gaze as fervent as Han Junfeng's, causing Zhuang Mo to shiver slightly. If you encounter any difficulties, be sure to tell the teacher. I'll help you with anything, Huang Lin said earnestly. Thank you, teacher. I'll let you know if I face any issues, Zhuang Mo replied mechanically. Watching Huang Lin move on to the other students, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but internally rant. What's with everyone? Can't they see that being broke is my biggest problem? Why not just transfer some credits? Words alone don't help. He glanced down at his banking interface. The default name of the bank account was an 8-digit number, which was the ability user's ID. The first 4 digits represented the year of awakening, and Zhuang Mo's last 4 digits were 2963. When chatting with friends, his name was displayed, while in the community, it showed the number. It's not surprising, considering that in the past, everyone had to wear a mask online. Zhuang Mo silently pondered and quickly decided to change his name to Huzi's dad. This choice wasn't random. Noticed that those with numbers starting with 2 were all wood-type awakeners, and with such a number, taking on tasks to hunt mutated plants and animals was unlikely to succeed. The myriad of quirky names in the community made his choice seem quite normal. Usernames like Thunderous Gabba Monkey and Heartbroken Head were everywhere. In comparison, Huzi's dad was as simple as it could get. Of course, at this point, he had no idea how much attention this name would attract at the academy later on. As he was struggling to type and change his name on his watch screen, Yixingqi leaned over, his sharp jawline clearly reflected in Zhuang Mo's view. Zhuang Mo, don't you find the text too small to read like this? Indeed, Zhuang Mo nodded, his eyes nearly strained. Yixingqi quickly tapped the screen 3 times, and instantly, a blue projection screen the size of A4 paper unfolded in the air. Zhuang Mo widened his eyes in amazement. It turned out that the world's technology hadn't regressed, but had taken a different path. The magic of this crystal core was almost comparable to the vibranium he knew. Under Yixingqi's guidance, he quickly learned to adjust the projection size, reducing it to phone size, making the viewing experience much more comfortable. After carefully reading through the task safety instructions, Zhuang Mo noted down 3 important regulations. Task issuers are not responsible for the executor's life. Awakeners below level can only take on tasks in the safe zone and ruins G zone. Students must return to school immediately after completing a task. He applied for 5 tasks in one go before leaving the bank. After the afternoon classes, he dined with Han Lingyu and Yixingqi, then headed straight to the academy's general store. There, he reluctantly spent 15 points to buy a stack of A3 paper, while his 2 companions each bought a notebook. Back in the dormitory, Zhuang Mo checked his watch and found that only one of the 5 applications was approved. A task to clear a patch of level 1 mutated dandelions in Ruins G zone, to be completed today, with a reward of 80 points. He immediately consulted the guide on mutated plants and animals. Learning about the characteristics of this plant, it transforms its fluff into a propeller shape, directly drilling into the prey's body from the air for parasitic purposes. The comment section was filled with lessons learned the hard way. Someone mentioned setting a patch on fire only to be parasitized by airborne seeds. Even worse, an unknown person had seeds blown onto them by a wind-type awakener's mistake and had to undergo major surgery after being covered in dandelions. After careful consideration, Zhuang Mo concluded that the risk level was low and worth a try. Even in the worst-case scenario of being parasitized, the Academy's infirmary could handle it for free. In the future, while working on the plantation, in addition to handling daily cultivation, you will also need to periodically head to the ruins to research mutated plants and collect samples. Taking on these tasks not only earns points, but also provides valuable combat experience. Zhuang Mo understood that some mutated plants no longer consume flesh and blood and are not aggressive towards humans. For these plants, the Academy usually sends students to test the soil, observe the climate and environment, and collect samples to determine if they are suitable for consumption. However, when wood-based ability users go out on missions, they always need the protection of other ability users, and he was not willing to entrust his fate to someone else. Even if this wasn't an apocalypse, the human instinct in the face of danger is to protect oneself, especially now that it is indeed an apocalypse. Zhuang Mo thought for a moment and decided to make a paper umbrella large enough to cover a person. However, the largest paper he could find was only A3 size, clearly insufficient for a proper umbrella. He recalled the sensation of bamboo he felt during class, that intricate, soft, and delicate texture. His ability flowed like electricity, and he felt the same texture on the paper before him, as if both bamboo and paper were woven from fine threads. Plant fibers, Zhuang Mo suddenly realized. No wonder he could control paper as well. It was also made of plant fibers. He attempted to direct his ability towards the plant fibers in the paper, extending, intertwining, and knotting them. This process was much like an architect hand-drawing a design, requiring meticulous thought and immense patience. Before long, sweat beaded on his forehead. After some effort, he successfully intertwined the edges of 2 sheets of paper, and upon closer inspection, it looked like a single, seamless piece of paper. He took a deep breath and continued to use his ability to stitch together the remaining A3 sheets until 12 of them were woven into a nearly square shape. He once again used his ability to trim the excess fibers, finally obtaining a square paper with a side length of over a meter. Zhuang Mo sighed in relief, thinking to himself, that should do it. Next, he folded the paper diagonally, unfolded it, and then folded it again, leaving clear creases in the shape of an X on the paper. Along these creases, he folded out 4 small squares, with the 4 edges folded towards the center. This formed the outer part of the umbrella. Using the same method, he created the inner umbrella surface, but unlike the outer part, the inner part required cutting some fibers and indenting 1/3 of it to form around a central point. He then used his ability to weave the umbrella handle and finally assembled all the parts together. Throughout the entire paper folding process, he never touched the paper with his hands, relying solely on his ability and mental power to operate remotely. The entire umbrella was completed in just a few tens of seconds. He injected his ability once more, causing the plant fibers in the paper to grow rapidly and intertwine tightly, making the umbrella surface extremely sturdy. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, from now on, he was someone with an umbrella. He casually grabbed another piece of paper, cut it into a circle, trimmed the edges into a jagged pattern, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his pocket. With a backpack containing an old notebook on his back, he picked up the freshly folded paper umbrella, pushed open the door and walked out. Taking the bus from the Academy entrance to Zone G costs only 1 point, while going to the intersection of 3rd Avenue and 4th Street requires 2 points. It was 7 p.m. when Zhuang Mo boarded the bus. About a third of the seats were still empty, and he chose a spot by the window. Through the glass, he could clearly see the boundary between the ruins of Zone G and the safe zone, the only area in the ruins where signals could be received, thanks to its unique geographical location. After about 10 minutes, the bus passed through the towering walls of the safe zone. Zhuang Mo glanced down at his watch. The signal was still strong. Compared to the ruins of Zone D where he was from, this place was evidently much safer. The vehicle even passed by a bustling small market, though it was tightly guarded by armed soldiers. Zhuang Mo gently pushed open the window, and the clamor of the market rushed into his ears. Fresh flour in the safe zone, 5 points per pound. Brand new t-shirts, 10 points each. Fresh eggs, 1 point each. Amidst the lively calls, people's faces rarely showed a glimmer of hope. As the bus reached the end of the market, Zhuang Mo quickly closed the window. He squinted suspiciously, observing a sudden combat scene outside. A mutant rat, the size of a basketball, was fleeing. Its blue-black fur gleamed eerily, and its blood-red eyes were striking, with sharp teeth that were menacing. Just as the agile creature was about to slip past a soldier's feet, the soldier calmly flung a fireball, instantly reducing it to ashes. Zhuang Mo remembered well the taboo against consuming mutant animals. The first to try was an awakened one, who, after eating a mutant pig, had his face swell grotesquely, his features split, eventually turning into a monstrous half-human, half-pig. Despite such a terrifying precedent, in the early days of the apocalypse, many desperate with hunger took the risk, only to meet a grim fate. This led to a consensus. Mutant animals must not be eaten unless one wished to die with nothing human left. As for mutant plants, they required judgment by those with awakened wood abilities. Passengers, we have arrived at the Jingsan Wei Si Lu stop. With the announcement, Zhuang Mo grabbed his paper umbrella and got off the bus, immediately opening it for cover. Following his watch's map, he turned right and walked for about 10 minutes, when he suddenly noticed a peculiar patch of dandelions by the roadside. Cautiously, he slowed his pace, keeping his eyes fixed on the plants, approaching them carefully. When the distance narrowed to about 25 meters, the front row of dandelion puffballs aligned uniformly towards him, adopting an attack stance. As a former architect, Zhuang Mo was exceptionally accurate in judging distances. According to the Mutant Flora and Fauna Guide, the attack range of these dandelions should be only 20 meters, but this reaction distance clearly exceeded the standard. Could they have evolved? He quickly shielded himself with the umbrella, crouching behind it, and tentatively moved forward 2 more steps. In an instant, the dandelion puffballs whirled and shot towards him, with countless tiny seeds piercing through the paper umbrella, beginning to root frantically. Feeling the seed attack pause, Zhuang Mo squinted and instantly used his powers to manipulate the plant fibers in the paper umbrella, destroying all the roots of the seeds. He quickly stood up, flicked his fingers, and pulled a circular serrated paper disc from his pocket, throwing it at a dandelion that had yet to release its fluff. The disc spun rapidly through the air, tracing white arcs and swiftly slicing the clusters of fluffy balls to the ground. Although first-level mutant dandelions were not difficult to deal with, the speed at which these plants evolved was astonishing. Zhuang Mo noticed that their perception range had expanded to 25 meters. He lightly waved his left hand, sweeping towards the dandelion cluster. This community task only required mutual confirmation of completion to earn points, unlike encounters with wild mutant creatures where a watch recording was necessary. However, the smartwatch was indeed excellent. It could accurately identify even a half petal and automatically estimate quantities when faced with groups of targets. Hoping to try his luck, he scanned the dandelions again, and the watch immediately displayed 50 mutant dandelions detected, totaling 50 points. To be safe, Zhuang Mo decided to confirm the points receipt after getting on the bus, while cautiously heading towards the bus stop with his umbrella. Suddenly, when he was still 100 meters from the stop, the ground started to tremble. Looking down, Zhuang Mo saw a crack open in the nearby ground, and a ferocious blue-black rat head emerged. Worse still, it seemed there were more creatures stirring underground. The moment Zhuang Mo locked eyes with the mutant rat, he realized he had been targeted. His expression darkened, but his actions were swift. He tossed the umbrella aside with his right hand while controlling the serrated disc with his left, aiming directly at the lead mutant rat, and then turned to dash towards the dandelion area. The disc spun rapidly, slicing the mutant rat in half, but the immense resistance caused Zhuang Mo's face to turn pale. A quick glance back revealed a continuous stream of mutant rats pouring from the hole, numbering over 200. At his current power level, he couldn't handle them, and their speed was alarming as the distance between them quickly decreased. In a split-second decision, Zhuang Mo changed tactics, controlling the disc to fly close to the ground, specifically targeting the legs of the mutant rats. This strategy proved effective, conserving energy, and the legless rats slightly hindered the pursuers. Taking this chance, he tore a sheet from his backpack, swiftly cutting it into a circular disc with 120 serrations on the edge, and flung it close to the ground. With 2 serrated discs slicing through, Zhuang Mo grunted, sweat instantly beading on his forehead. The newly learned skill of manipulating 2 discs simultaneously was barely manageable, but he could feel that he was nearing his limit. Zhuang Mo finally relaxed when the mutated rats had been reduced to a pile of twitching, legless bodies on the ground. His muscles loosened like a bowstring that had been released, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He turned back to pick up his fallen backpack, notebook, and umbrella, then opened the umbrella and approached the remains of the legless mutated rats. As he got closer, the glaring red eyes came into view, and the rat heads twitched in the last throes of death, almost visibly struggling. Suppressing his nausea, Zhuang Mo quickly took a panoramic photo of the scene, filled with severed rat legs. He glanced at his watch to confirm the time and swiftly ran along the wall towards the bus stop. It wasn't until he boarded the bus and saw the soldier in uniform acting as the conductor that Zhuang Mo's racing heart finally calmed down a bit. The fierce battle earlier had nearly drained all his energy, leaving him with no strength to face another threat. Before the mission, he had researched the situation in Zone G, which was relatively safe, with most mutated flora and fauna being only level 1 or 2, and level 2 creatures rarely appearing in groups. Today's encounter was indeed unusual. He sat down and glanced at his watch, which displayed the number 208 level 2 mutated burrowing rats, totaling 416 points. This substantial gain in points significantly alleviated his earlier nausea. On the bus, the soldier suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, kid, there are hundreds of burrowing rat corpses over there. Did you kill them all?" Zhuang Mo quickly waved his hand, pretending ignorance. "No, I was just passing by." The bus was immediately abuzz with conversation. "Oh my god, thank goodness an awakened took care of those disgusting things. If they had multiplied, Zone G would have faced a rat plague for sure. I've already messaged the Zone G government to investigate if there are more of these around." A passenger said in a low voice. "I lived through a burrowing rat plague as a child. My sister, she was eaten alive by them." Zhuang Mo sat quietly by the window, tapping his fingers on the screen to complete community tasks one by one. A notification from the bank immediately popped up. 50 mutant dandelions, being part of a community task, had their points cancelled. 208 level 2 mutant burrowing mice, totaling 416 points, had been credited to his account. He smirked, realizing his plan to cash in on the dandelions twice had completely fallen through. Checking his account balance, 597. He quickly calculated in his mind the 200 points from the academy, minus 15 points for paper, for points for the round-trip bus fare, plus the newly credited 416 points from the burrowing mice, matched perfectly. Turning to look at the distant, still writhing shadows of the mouse horde, Zhuang Mo felt an odd sense of familiarity. Indeed, the hardest thing to cure is always poverty. Back at the dorm, he refreshed the bank interface again and found that the Dandelion Task's issuer hadn't confirmed completion yet. Probably won't notice until tomorrow morning, he muttered to himself, then opened the Mutant Flora and Fauna Guide to search for information on the burrowing mice. The screen displayed the information clearly. Burrowing mouse, level 2 mutant animal, approximately 30 centimeters in length, with sleek blue-black fur, blood-red eyes, sharp teeth, and strong, adept digging forelimbs. They are agile in movement, timid in nature, but highly aggressive when in groups. The comments section was abuzz. Don't even mention it. Attended a comrade's wedding in the ruins of Zone C and encountered a group. They ran faster than lightning, and 2 even climbed up my leg, giving me goosebumps all over. Just don't eat celery, that's all. How can Blue Star be without ice abilities? Whatever the species, just freeze it. Stop bragging, I can freeze 10 at once. But just as I was about to finish, another bunch popped up. Zhuang Mo pulled out an old notebook and carefully recorded. Mutant dandelion attacks nearby targets indiscriminately. Sensing range up to 25 meters, no intelligence. Burrowing mouse adept at digging, climbing, running, twice the speed of an average person, tough fur, group combat, no intelligence. Closing the notebook, his long tense nerves finally relaxed, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Little did he know, at 6 the next morning, government workers in Zone G were already in a frenzy. Motorcycles with loudspeakers weaved through the streets. Announcement! Announcement! A group of level 2 mutant burrowing mice was discovered last night. Residents are advised to carefully check their homes. Single sightings can be dealt with individually, but report if there are 2 or more. Inspectors meticulously searched along the streets, ready to eliminate any they found. Though the burrowing mice were not highly ranked, their prolific breeding and omnivorous nature made them a serious threat if they spread. After a morning of searching, not a single mouse was found. People speculated that perhaps the group of burrowing mice was planning something big, only to be completely wiped out. The lone stray was incinerated on the spot by soldiers at the market. Meanwhile, A post was going viral on the community forum. A user with the ID, "Your sixth brother," wrote, "Everyone's guessing why hundreds of burrowing mice died en masse last night, but I know the truth. I posted a task to eliminate mutant dandelions yesterday. At 7:30 p.m., hiding behind a raincoat to breathe, I happened to witness a man with an umbrella deftly decapitate a dandelion and then head towards the station. Just as I was about to open the window for air, I saw him chased back by the burrowing mice. Suddenly, he turned and flung a flurry of white projectiles, slicing through the mice's legs in an instant. So the person who took down both the burrowing mutant rodents and the mutant dandelions is the same as name is Huzi's dad." This piece of news caused quite a stir on the Federation Academy of Supernatural Abilities forum. Some claim to have seen this mysterious figure on a bus, describing him as a young student with a paper umbrella who got off at the academy stop. Many speculated he might be a financially struggling student. Otherwise, why take on such dangerous tasks like dealing with mutant dandelions? The impressive technique used to cut off the rodent legs hinted at the possibility of a metal-type ability user. "I'm a level metal ability user, and there's no way anyone in our class is that poor," someone posted in denial. Speaking of metal types, who's that mature young master always playing with his watch in class? Huang Lin. While the forum buzzed with speculation, the subject of these rumors, Zhuang Mo, was busy with physical training on the academy's sports field. The training instructor, Jiang Ying, was the same military uniformed beauty who had discussed admissions from the ruins with Huang Lin at the academy gate. She was slender yet incredibly strong, able to shatter boulders with a single punch. UA-type students are naturally weak. If you don't strengthen your physical fitness, you'll just end up as fodder for mutant plants, Jiang Ying said with a slight smile. Start with a warm-up of 30 laps. Even students like Han Junfeng had to comply. Zhuang Mo, however, enjoyed the physical training. He adjusted his breathing, maintaining a steady pace in the middle of the group. He noticed teacher Jiang occasionally casting complex glances his way, a mix of surprise and disappointment, but he chose not to dwell on it. By lunchtime, Han Lingyu was nearly exhausted, relying on Yi Xingqi for support. Song Yulong followed behind Zhuang Mo, chattering about future training projects. This is just the beginning. There will be weight running, light weapon shooting, crawling through barbed wire, deep squats, and bench presses. The four of them gathered around a table for lunch. This time, Zhuang Mo unexpectedly ordered 5 spoonfuls of spinach and a chicken leg, spending 15 points. Song Yulong commented approvingly, "Physical training takes a lot out of you. You need to replenish your nutrients." Then his expression turned serious as he warned, "What type students should avoid taking missions in Ruins Zone G recently? There's a flying mutant, and over 200 second-level mutant rodenza scale, never seen before in Zone G. Lingyu, as class president, make sure everyone knows." Zhuang Mo paused briefly while chewing on his chicken leg, but soon continued eating as if nothing had happened. Han Lingyu earnestly promised, "Don't worry, everyone in our class values their lives too much to venture out without protection. Let's not talk about rodents during meals," Yi Xingqi said elegantly, nibbling on his bun. Song Yulong continued, "Those mutant burrowing rodents are all dead, their legs cut off with unusually smooth incisions, like my handiwork. The community is saying the culprit must be a poor student." Teacher Huang ruled out a level and level students, suspecting it's a new student, especially a top metal type from Ruins Zone A, Bian Shursan. But Bian Shursan denied it, saying he would never girlishly carry an umbrella. This made Zhuang Mo choke slightly on his bun. The name Bian Shursan was now etched in his memory. Back in the dormitory, Zhuang Mo checked his watch and noticed a new deposit of 90 points in his account. For him, points were more appealing than any hero title. The afternoon class was still taught by Huang Lin. During practice, Zhuang Mo noticed a metal-type student exuding a sense of desolation being called out by Huang Lin. "Is that Bian Shursan?" Zhuang Mo asked. "Too ugly to bother knowing," Yi Xingqi scoffed. Han Lingyu immediately flicked his forehead. "How many times have I told you not to judge by appearances?" She then explained to Zhuang Mo, "Yes, that's him. Rumor has it he's eaten human flesh, a dangerous individual. We Wood types should steer clear of him. We can't win against anyone. He doesn't look like he'll last long. Is he really that scary?" Zhuang Mo decided to forget about Bian Shursan's comment about him being girlish. Outside the door, Huang Lin looked at Bian Shursan and softly said, "You've just awakened. How can you take on missions in such dangerous places like the ruins? If you need money, you can tell me, and I'll definitely help you." With that, he transferred 100 points to Bian Shursan. Bian Shursan lowered his eyes and transferred the points back. "I can earn points myself." Seeing his persistence, Huang Lin had no choice but to advise once more. "Try to team up when doing missions in the future. If yesterday's swarm of digger rats had been 500 instead of 200, could you have managed?" Bian Shursan shook his head, his voice low. "No, I couldn't handle even 200. It wasn't me who killed the digger rats or the dandelions." Huang Lin sighed, somewhat helplessly saying, "Come on, stop denying it. Who else could it be? Yesterday, All the E and D level students were with me for group training and couldn't leave the academy. Plus, I checked, someone saw you boarding the bus to G District yesterday. It wasn't me, really, Bien Sure-san replied calmly. Huang Lin, getting a bit anxious, almost directly said, "It must be you." Bien Sure-san slowly opened his eyes, expressionless, and replied, "But I'm not called Huzi's dad. I'm called 1,000 miles away." Huh. Huang Lin was taken aback, completely speechless. Bien Sure-san walked back to the classroom, looking listless. Huang Lin chuckled to himself, then called Zhuang Mo out and transferred another 100 points. "I heard you only had plain rice and cabbage yesterday. With such a heavy training load, you need to eat meat. If you have difficulties, remember to tell me." Seeing the notification on his watch, Zhuang Mo's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Huang. I'll add a chicken leg tonight." After Zhuang Mo returned to the classroom, Huang Lin smiled even more contentedly. He looked at this batch of new students, some upright and others adaptable, all of them promising talents. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Who exactly is Huzi's dad? Could it be an assistant instead of a student? No, to kill so many mutated rats, one must have strong abilities, unlike what a student could achieve. Huang Lin frowned slightly. Which assistant is so shameless to compete with students for the first-level mutated Dandelion Task? I must find out and give them a good lesson. However, after a week of investigation, Huang Lin still couldn't uncover the true identity of Huzi's dad. "Mr. Huang, it's definitely not me. I was with you training the students that day, remember? Mutated dandelions? I avoid those. When I was young, I got one leg parasitized and spent over 500 points on surgery," an assistant said helplessly. Huang Lin twitched the corner of his mouth, but in his heart, he felt that this little episode wasn't important. After all, his main focus was still on teaching the new students. A week passed, and the newcomers had grasped basic perception skills, learned to use their abilities, and understood how to absorb energy from the world around them to strengthen and enhance their abilities. One day, Yi Xingqi couldn't resist poking Zhuang Mo's arm. "How's your energy absorption going? I always feel the air is full of energy, but I just can't absorb more." Zhuang Mo smiled, having surpassed Han Lingyu to become the top student in the wood element. His gentle nature made him popular among classmates, who frequently sought his advice. Yi Xingqi, who ate with him almost daily, had a close relationship with him and could ask anything. Patiently, Zhuang Mo explained, "Your absorption ability will strengthen as your ability level increases. Talent is crucial too. If you could absorb as much as you wanted, you'd be S-level by now and wouldn't need school." Yi Xingqi gave a slight smile, his perfect profile showing a hint of agreement. "You have such a good temper. I wouldn't dare ask Lingyu. She'd punch me." Zhuang Mo couldn't help but laugh, though he understood that the road ahead wouldn't be easy, especially compared to these powerful classmates. He still had a long way to go. Han Lingyu shot him a threatening glance. "Take good notes in class later, or else I'll really beat you up." In the classroom, the moment teacher Huang Lin stepped onto the podium, Han Lingyu straightened her posture, and Zhuang Mo quickly adjusted his focus, listening intently. "Now, you can initially sense, absorb, and use your abilities, but this perception is still quite rough," Huang Lin's voice echoed in the room. "For you, these abilities are just a vague energy. In reality, abilities need to be precisely quantified. In combat, only by accurately sensing your remaining strength can you effectively output and precisely calculate when facing high-level mutated flora and fauna, especially aberrations." These words reminded Zhuang Mo of his experience a week ago when he fought a mutated rat. At that time, he could only rely on a vague feeling to judge that his energy was running out, with no precise control. Huang Lin continued, "Many people mistakenly believe that the essence of abilities lies in aberrant crystal cores, which is incorrect. The essence of abilities is energy, derived from two sources. One is the innate talent from your genes, and the other is supplementation from nature, the latter being the foundation for upgrading abilities. Aberrant crystal cores are merely a medium to trigger awakening." Zhuang Mo pondered. After the apocalypse, plants and animals spontaneously mutated, and aberrations suddenly rose to power, possessing considerable combat strength regardless of their level. Humans lag behind in this evolutionary race, still relying on aberrant crystal cores to catalyze awakening. Is this pure natural selection, or are aberrations actually a reserve of energy for humans? Today, we'll learn about the quantification of abilities. Huang Lin's voice brought Zhuang Mo back to reality. The first step is concentration. Focus all the vibrant energy within you to your heart. Zhuang Mo closed his eyes, feeling the energy scattered throughout his cells. Under his control, the energy began to converge toward his heart, making his body feel lighter and his heartbeat more pronounced. Soon, an energy ball the size of a ping-pong ball formed in his heart. "Wow, that's impressive," Zhuang Mo murmured to himself. Huang Lin continued instructing. "Next, you need to gradually release your energy. Ice element students, start with one ice crystal, then gradually increase until you're exhausted. Physical strength students should punch the sandbag repeatedly, feeling each exertion until depletion. Wood element students should grow bamboo, one stalk at a time, each growing a centimeter until you can no longer continue. Zhuang Mo glanced at Han Lingyu beside him. She was already focused on controlling the slow growth of bamboo in the pot before her. He also concentrated on his practice, carefully controlling the growth of the bamboo, fearing that one wrong move would cause it to grow wildly. As he deliberately slowed the flow of energy, he could more clearly sense its movement, starting from the heart, traveling through his arms, and finally releasing at his fingertips. With the slow growth of each bamboo stalk, the smooth energy ball in his heart began to develop small indentations. The supernatural ping-pong ball seemed as if someone had taken a small bite out of it. Zhuang Mo withdrew his hand, experiencing this peculiar slow-motion ability like trying to finish urinating but stopping and starting several times, only to realize the bladder remained full. He glanced around, his eyes first landing on Han Lingyu's face beside him, where a slight blush stood out against her pale skin. The bamboo in front of her had grown considerably under her supernatural influence. Turning to Yi Xingqi, that guy maintained his signature 45-degree upward gaze, focusing intently on the bamboo in front of him, which had grown about halfway. Zhuang Mo continued to observe the state of his future colleagues in the wood element group, noting that everyone was diligently working without slacking off. As a worker, he dreaded having colleagues who dragged their feet, so he was quite pleased with their performance. As for the breeding farm, although he had considerable experience in delivering piglets, postnatal care, and postpartum recovery, that was clearly not a place for someone with high-level wood element talent, and he never considered it. The other scenes in the classroom were equally captivating. The fire element group repeatedly ignited flames, which were immediately extinguished by water element students, creating a silent contest. In the physical strength group, most were pounding sandbags, muscles taut and sweat flying. A few sat still, seemingly engaged in some internal strength training. Suddenly, a girl from the physical strength group turned around. Zhuang Mo noticed her unusually large eyes, twice the size of normal ones. The Baijid girl locked eyes with him for a second, then pointed at her nose, her gaze becoming distant and vacant. Nose. Zhuang Mo instinctively touched his own nose, but found nothing. He projected a light from his watch to check was she hinting that he had a mole on his nose. In this large classroom, with the physical strength group at the front and the wood element group at the back, could she really see a small mole from such a distance? This must be the legendary far-sighted ability. Putting away his watch, Zhuang Mo refocused on the bamboo in front of him. His control had been imprecise earlier, with 2 bamboo shoots growing 1 centimeter and 3 millimeters, indicating a problem with the precision of his quantitative ability. He resolved to practice more, ensuring that each bamboo grew precisely 3 millimeters taller. This growth would be calculated from the bamboo's current height, as they were naturally growing every minute, and who knew which one might suddenly shoot up. After class, he sat with Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi, exchanging insights and experiences on their abilities and quantitative control. It was a peculiar sensation, warm and indescribable. Han Lingyu spoke softly, as if recalling a gentle touch. A warm current, quite pleasant, probably like the feeling I get when someone compliments me on my looks, Yi Xingqi said with a smile, making a gesture, clearly still immersed in that special feeling. What about you, Zhuang Mo? He asked, turning his head. I felt warm, fuzzy, and delicate, Zhuang Mo replied slowly, as he recalled, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. Han Lingyu listened and gave a faint smile. Yes, something like that. Really? Is it? Zhuang Mo quickly sought confirmation. He didn't like being too different from others. It's always safer to blend in with the majority. Han Lingyu nodded. It seems we all perceive our abilities in a similar way. I find quantifying it quite interesting. She paused, her tone becoming serious. The ability gathers in my heart, and I can roughly feel the amount used each time. For instance, making a bamboo grow 1 centimeter taller takes about 1/50th of my ability. I think I need about 1/30th? Yi Xingqi frowned in thought. I'm not entirely sure. I'm also not sure, Zhuang Mo rubbed his forehead. The amount is so small. If I had to guess, maybe 1,000th? Really not sure. Controlling such a minuscule amount of ability is a delicate and mentally taxing task, Zhuang Mo thought to himself. Tonight, I definitely need an extra bowl of rice to replenish myself, or maybe another bun. The academy canteen alternates between rice and buns as staple foods, and Zhuang Mo preferred rice. That evening, he decisively ate 4 full bowls, feeling that his ability, like a ping-pong ball with a small bite taken out of it, was gradually restored to fullness. Eating to replenish energy makes perfect sense. After dinner, Zhuang Mo wandered around the academy alone. He walked slowly but with focused eyes, always getting close to plants to feel them carefully. Remembering the awkwardness of not sensing the pumpkin seedlings when he first arrived, he headed straight for the teaching area, targeting the pumpkin seedlings. The seedlings were tender, a hint of yellow in their green, and Zhuang Mo immediately judged. These would be delicious when stir-fried. He swallowed, then smiled in relief. It was good. He could sense them now. From the teaching area to the sports field, and then to the ability training area. Zhuang Mo harassed various plants along the way. Whether it was the wild grass by the roadside, the willows by the field, or the bamboo grove and rose garden in the training area, he approached each one, gently peeling back a small piece of bark to feel the fiber network with his fingertips, as if listening to their inner voices. After intimately interacting with so many plants, Zhuang Mo gradually confirmed his hypothesis. Indeed, what I sense and control are plant fibers, he thought as he walked. So my perception is strongest with trees and weakest with petals. Recalling the initial inability to sense the pumpkin and wheat seedlings, he finally understood. Those plants were too tender, with sparse fibers, and his perception was weak at the time of awakening. But is this perception ultimately good or bad for cultivation? He pondered as he returned to his dorm. At least I have a high-level talent, and I can make bamboo grow well. Cultivating crops shouldn't be a problem in the future. This plant perception experiment left Zhuang Mo in high spirits, and most importantly, he no longer worried about his ability being unreliable. Back at the dorm, he began upgrading his circular saw. Yesterday's mission was rushed, and he had only cut a piece of paper into a circle with simple teeth for a blade, which wasn't the right shape or state. He didn't need the complex components like a handle or base for the circular saw, just a well-made blade would suffice. The cutting power of a circular saw blade depends not only on the material, but also on the design of the teeth. He tried to recall the structure of metal circular saw teeth on the market, planning to weld paper teeth onto the existing paper blade. By using his ability to strengthen the paper, he could make it hard and sharp. Even without other materials at hand, he was confident he could make it sharper and more durable using just paper. Recalling the shape of a circular saw blade, Zhuang Mo cut an A3 sheet of paper into a circle, then carefully snipped alternating serrations along the edges. He cautiously infused his supernatural ability into it, feeling the plant fibers harden under his fingertips. The serrations became rigid, yet Zhuang Mo touched them and frowned slightly, clearly still dissatisfied. Not enough, he muttered, gritting his teeth as he gripped the edges of the improvised saw blade, continuously channeling his energy into it. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he only stopped when his energy reserves were reduced to the size of a half ping-pong ball. Lifting the saw blade to the light outside the window, he admired the serrations glinting with a metallic sheen. At least it should have the hardness of an alloy now, he mused to himself, running a finger lightly over the serrated edge. Slicing through a rat should be as easy as cutting a watermelon. Glancing around his cramped dorm room, he shook his head regretfully. Too bad I can't test it here. I'll have to try it on a tree some other day. Zhuang Mo carefully set the circular saw blade aside and picked up another A3 sheet, deftly folding it. Before long, a paper tiger appeared in his hands. Tiger, your dad still loves you. He made you with his own hands. Zhuang Mo softly spoke to the paper tiger, a gentle smile on his lips. Your dad can barely support himself in this strange world, but adding you to the mix might be a stretch. You know, you're a particularly hungry breed, a garden dog of sorts. He infused a trace of his ability into the paper tiger, watching as it became solid and sturdy, standing on the table like a delicate figurine. Satisfied, Zhuang Mo nodded, and from then on, he made it a habit to chat with the tiger, adding warmth to his otherwise solitary dorm life. Recently, life at the academy had become regular and fulfilling. Jiang Ying shifted her focus from the military to the academy, and the new student schedule settled into a routine. Every morning, a physical training class and an agriculture class. In the afternoon, indoor and outdoor supernatural ability classes. The indoor classes focused on strategies to handle various mutated plants and creatures, with Professor Huang Lin sharing detailed insights and personal combat experiences. To capture every detail, Zhuang Mo even spent 10 credits on a new notebook. The outdoor classes emphasized energy absorption and combat training. Ever since Zhuang Mo could perceive the surrounding energy flow, he seized every opportunity, never wasting even a moment, like when he was in the restroom to open his pores and absorb the energy around him. After a week of this routine, all the freshmen gathered by class on the stands of the supernatural ability training field. Previously, during large lectures, the freshmen were split into 2 classes, with the wood element in class 1. It wasn't until the outdoor classes began that Zhuang Mo met students from the wind, lightning, earth, and most of the physical strength-based classes. Among the latter, many resembled bodybuilders or had distinct features like pointed ears or large eyes, yet Zhuang Mo gradually got used to them. The freshman exchange is a cherished tradition of the Federation's Supernatural Ability Academy, the announcer's booming voice declared over the loudspeakers, fostering internal competition and improving overall combat strength. For the wood element freshmen, these words had little significance. Although the training field was planted with several large trees, their current abilities could only make the leaves sway slightly, far from commanding branches to engage in combat. They were there purely for the spectacle. Professors Huang Lin, Jiang Ying, Han Junfeng, and others arrived at the training field, and each class leader stepped forward to draw battle numbers. Classes with matching numbers would face off against each other. Despite knowing they would surrender in actual combat, class leader Han Lingyu had to draw a number for the wood element class. Everyone understood they would concede when the time came, and the other classes wouldn't mind. Zhuang Mo lounged back, relaxed, like a fortunate spectator at a magic show with a free ticket. Han Lingyu drew number 3, and the wood element class collectively decided that Yi Xingqi would represent them in the match not to win, but to lose gracefully. The first match was between the ice element and the water element. Both classes sent out female participants, and Zhuang Mo watched with keen interest, noting the ice element contestants' slender waist and the water element contestants' long, sleek hair. Although they had only recently awakened their abilities, and their attack range was just about a meter, these survivors of the apocalypse exuded a fierce determination. The ice and water contestants were evenly matched, unable to inflict significant damage on each other, and only withdrew when they exhausted their abilities. The second match featured fire versus earth. Zhang Zifei was dominated by the earth element throughout, as his fireballs were extinguished by sand before reaching their target, and he was enveloped in a cloud of dust, the impact leaving multiple cuts on his body, blood seeping through his clothing. Zhuang Mo frowned, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding awakened ones. He knew that his attack range far exceeded these so-called geniuses, and the initial energy within him was more abundant than theirs. However, he also understood a simple truth. Plant fibers are inherently flammable, and it's common knowledge that paper cannot cover fire. Just like how Zhang Zifei's fireball could be easily extinguished by sand, his paper airplanes and paper saw blades would turn to ash under Zhang Zifei's fireball. Unlike the chaos depicted in post-apocalyptic novels of his previous life, the awakened society in this world presented a relatively orderly state. This was not due to a united human response to disaster, but rather the result of the federal government establishing a new system after the initial chaos of murder, looting, and resource grabbing in the apocalypse. All resources had to be exchanged for points, which were bound to the real identity of the awakened. This meant that killing an awakened person did not allow one to acquire their points, rendering internal conflict meaningless. However, this order had its limitations. First, it couldn't protect most ordinary people. The watches used to store points required crystal core energy, which was hard to obtain. Ordinary people could only use traditional currency, with only 2 denominations, a small coin equaling 1 point and a large coin equaling 10 points. Secondly, in this strength-dominated apocalypse, if an A-level powerhouse killed a D-level awakened due to personal vendetta, no one would demand their life in return. As a weak wood-type awakened, Zhuang Mo didn't like to stir up trouble, and the chances of conflict with other awakened ones were currently low. But who could guarantee not encountering someone with a screw loose? His thoughts suddenly turned to a level 3 mutated paper mulberry tree mentioned in the Mutated Flora and Fauna Guide. This tree was a treasure. Its fruit was deliciously sweet and sour, its leaves could feed pigs, its bark could be used to make paper, and most importantly, it had developed a fire-resistant trait after mutation. Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up. If the bark could make paper, could the fire-resistant mutated bark make fireproof paper? He secretly planned to find an opportunity to chop a few down for experimentation. While Zhuang Mo was immersed in recalling the details of papermaking videos, Yi Xingqi straightened his back and headed to the training ground. Yi Xingqi's opponent was Bian Shisan, a metal type. Under Han Lingyu's watchful eye, Yi Xingqi abandoned his original plan to strike a few poses and prepared to admit defeat. Unexpectedly, Bian Shisan hung his head, his eyebrows drooping, looking dejected, and said, "I don't want to fight you." Yi Xingqi was stunned, then sneered. "You shouldn't fight me anyway. I'm a prestigious wood type." Bian Shisan didn't respond, but turned his head, his gaze landing directly on Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo was suddenly startled, feeling the unexpected gaze. Standing in the arena, Yi Xingqi was also surprised because Bian Shisan pointed at Zhuang Mo and raised his voice, "I want to fight him." Han Lingyu turned to Zhuang Mo and asked, "What is he saying pointing at you? I can't hear clearly from this distance." Zhuang Mo was puzzled. "I don't know either." In the training ground, Jiang Ying glanced at Huang Lin. "What's wrong with Bian Shisan? What's there to fight about with a wood type? Are they going to roll around on the ground fighting?" But Bian Shisan was unusually persistent, pointing directly at Zhuang Mo, facing a row of teachers in the front right, and raised his voice even higher, "I want to fight him." Now even Zhuang Mo could hear clearly, and he was utterly confused. Was Bian Shisan out of his mind? They had never even met before. Plus, he was practically a non-combatant wood type. Zhuang Mo pretended not to hear, staying calm and composed. Just then, Yi Xingqi returned, his face filled with anger. "That guy, Bian Shisan from the metal department, is crazy. He said if I don't fight him, he won't leave the arena," Yi Xingqi said through gritted teeth. Zhuang Mo casually replied, "Then just let him stand there." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ying swiftly knocked Bian Shisan out with a deft hand chop and dragged him out of the competition area. "Teacher Jiang is doing this for his own good," Han Lingyu explained with a slightly worried look. "Whenever Bian Shisan is unhappy, He tends to harm himself, cutting himself with blades to draw blood. Zhuang Mo was taken aback by this. No wonder he looks half dead. It's due to excessive blood loss. Who would dare face someone with such a mental condition? The competition continued. The match between Class 1 and Class 3 of the physical department was particularly intense, with two towering men over 2 meters tall grappling fiercely. Neither would let go until both were bruised and battered. In the end, it was Jiang Ying who intervened, delivering a hand chop to each and dragging them off the scene. The freshman exchange event concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Han Lingyu turned to the students from the wood department with a serious expression. The exchange event is just for show, but the real test is the freshman trial a month from now. Every year, people die in the ruins, and the wood department is no exception. While safety zones are secure, no one can hide in them forever. Everyone must enhance their physical training. Even if you can't help, you mustn't hold others back. During dinner, Zhuang Mo observed Han Lingyu and asked, "Have you been to the ruins?" He sensed a personal pain in Han Lingyu's earlier words. Han Lingyu looked directly into Zhuang Mo's eyes, her expression grave. "Yes, I have, and so has Yi Xingqi. It's a path all residents of the safety zones must take. In this post-apocalyptic world, there are no sheltered flowers. We go to the ruins for trials every year, usually in zones G and F. We are issued weapons like long knives and bows, and those with money can even buy guns." Zhuang Mo finally understood why those two students from the safety zone fought so fiercely. They were people who had struggled on the brink of death. Thinking of the original character's past of hunting level 1 mutant animals and surviving in the territory of level 4 mutant plants, he fell into deep thought. Just as Zhuang Mo focused on finishing the last grain of rice in his bowl, a shadow loomed over the table. Looking up, he saw it was Bian Shursan. "I saw you that day," Bian Shursan said weakly. "You're strong. Fight me." Yi Xingqi instantly flared up. "Why don't you go find Bai Xiaoyu or Zhang Zifei? Why come to the wood department? Do you want to compete in farming?" Zhuang Mo quickly got up and led Bian Shursan to a corner of the cafeteria. "What did you see?" "On the bus, at Jingsanwei Sea Road. You were holding a paper umbrella." Zhuang Mo pondered silently. The paper airplane on the airship wasn't too strange, but having the strength to slay 200 level 2 mutant burrowing rats definitely made him stand out among level freshmen. This went against the norm for the wood department, and he didn't want to expose himself. "You've got the wrong person," Zhuang Mo denied decisively. Bian Shursan leaned against the wall, raising his left wrist to send a message. "I'll tell Teacher Huang." "Hey, hey, hey, why are you telling the teacher?" Zhuang Mo quickly stopped him. "What exactly do you want?" "Let's have a fight," Bian Shursan said. "Win or lose, I'll keep your secret." Zhuang Mo paused for a moment, then extended his left hand. "Let's add each other as friends and set a time later." It was a good way to delay. Bian Shursan happily added him as a friend and left satisfied. Back at the table, Yi Xingqi was still leisurely sipping his egg drop soup. Han Lingyu looked concerned. "Bian Shursan didn't give you a hard time, did he?" "No," Zhuang Mo replied succinctly. Their relationship as dining companions was clear, so neither pressed further. Later that evening, Zhuang Mo had just finished showering and was about to rest when his phone vibrated. Bian Shursan had sent a message, "See you at the training ground at 11. Quite the timing, Zhuang Mo thought wryly. It was his fault for not wearing a mask during the mission, making it easy for someone to recognize him. Who would have expected to encounter a mutant burrowing rat and cause such a commotion? With time to spare, Zhuang Mo sat cross-legged and began his training. Following Professor Huang Lin's method, he adjusted his breathing, relaxed his body, and positioned his feet shoulder-width apart with his palms facing up at his sides. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, focusing his mind and calming his breath. Invisible energy flowed around him, circulating faster and faster, penetrating his pores and coursing through his body until it concentrated in his heart. 2.5 hours later, Zhuang Mo opened his eyes. Absorbing energy had become as natural as eating and drinking, and while the energy sphere in his heart hadn't grown, it felt significantly more solid. He quickly folded an A3 paper into a pleated rectangle, twisted plant fibers into a string, and made a mask. Turning to the tiger figurine on the table, he said, "Tiger, Dad's going to fight. This time it's against Bian Shursan from Ruins Zone A, a metal element high talent, rumored to be the strongest newcomer. But don't worry, Dad will just spar a bit and then concede. You know me, always happy to be second best." After instructing the tiger to guard the house, Zhuang Mo donned the mask, shouldered a bag containing A3 paper, and carried a circular saw blade to the training ground. In the pitch-black field, only a torchlight flickered, where Bian Shursan awaited. "You're here," Bian Shursan said, his 15-centimeter blade glinting in the night. Zhuang Mo spun the circular saw blade on his fingertip at high speed, creating an afterimage. "Let's keep it light. Injuries are hard to explain to the teachers." Bian Shursan nodded in agreement. On a night of sparse stars and a quiet training ground, only the breeze swept through. Suddenly, Bian Shursan straightened with a serious expression. He released his grip, and the blade flew towards Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo furrowed his brow, and the paper saw blade shot out in response. Clang! The sharp clash resounded clearly in the silent night. In the brief moment when the wind stopped and the moon hid, Bien Shursan's eyes widened. His blade had been sliced apart by what appeared to be an ordinary piece of paper. Staggering forward a couple of steps, Bien Shursan's voice was weak. I lost. With his weapon broken, there was no point in continuing the fight. Zhuang Mo stared blankly at the scene before him. He had only intended to spar with Bien Shursan for a few rounds and then concede defeat, claiming his powers were exhausted. However, to his surprise, his paper circular saw blade easily sliced through Bien Shursan's metal blade. Though taken aback by the fragility of the weapon, Zhuang Mo had to admit that Bien Shursan's skills were impressive. Compared to Zhang Zifei, who could only control fireballs within a distance of about 4 feet, Bien Shursan could manipulate his blade from over 6 feet away, a truly remarkable feat of control. In the moment Zhuang Mo was distracted, Bien Shursan withdrew his broken blade and leaned against a tree. Without hesitation, he cut a gash into his own arm. Hey, what are you doing? Zhuang Mo exclaimed. Losing is one thing, but there's no need to hurt yourself. Before he could finish speaking, Bien Shursan had already added 2 more cuts to his arm, blood flowing freely from the wounds. Looks like I've attracted a madman, Zhuang Mo muttered as he quickly approached Bien Shursan. This is self-harm, and if the academy finds out, don't say it was because of me. His words seemed to give Bien Shursan pause, and Zhuang Mo seized the opportunity to snatch the blade from his hand. Seeing the pained and contorted expression on Bien Shursan's face, Zhuang Mo understood. Coming from Zhonghua, he was well aware that self-harm often indicated a soft and kind heart. These individuals, when faced with pressure and pain, chose to hurt themselves rather than others, a twisted form of emotional release. Bien Shursan reached out to reclaim the blade, but Zhuang Mo deftly dodged and changed the subject. You didn't lose because of your skills, but because your weapon is too weak. This remark clearly struck a chord with Bien Shursan, whose expression shifted from pain to confusion. But everyone in the metal faction uses blades, he murmured. Zhuang Mo sighed and explained the limitations of metal ability users, who couldn't easily shape weapons like those in the water or fire factions. He handed his paper circular saw blade to Bien Shursan. If you shape your blade into a circle like this, your combat effectiveness will greatly improve. Bien Shursan examined the circular weapon in his hand with confusion. A circle? I've never seen a circular blade before. Seeing Zhuang Mo's confident nod, he decided to give it a try. However, due to his current abilities, he would need to spend points to complete the modification. Once I finish the weapon, let's fight again, Bien Shursan said. Using the weapon I taught you to beat Medoisant that seem a bit ungrateful? Zhuang Mo joked. Seeing Bien Shursan's puzzled look, he continued. How about this? If it works well, give me 300 points. How about 295? Deal. Zhuang Mo found this guy who only haggled over 5 points quite amusing. Shursan, I guess we got to know each other through this fight. So let's be friends from now on. Friends. Bien Shursan softly repeated the word. After wrapping things up with Bien Shursan, Zhuang Mo returned to his dorm, only to feel a sudden chill at his feet. Looking down, he saw the shoe body on his foot and the sole at the door. His worn-out sneakers seemed to have waited for him to reach the safety zone before deciding to give up the ghost. It was then he remembered that the college had given him several sets of clothes upon enrollment, but not a single pair of shoes. I can't possibly go to class barefoot tomorrow, can I? Zhuang Mo sighed, scanning the dormitory until his eyes landed on a stack of paper. He picked up the paper, his fingers deftly folding it into the rough outline of a shoe more like a foot cover than an actual shoe. Then, he infused it with his powers, and the paper quickly became resilient and soft in his hands, the entire process taking just a few seconds. Looking at the paper foot covers, he thought wryly, well, it's better than going barefoot. He took out his communicator and sent a message to his advisor, Song Yulong. I need to take the first class off tomorrow morning to go buy shoes. Almost immediately, Song Yulong replied, I'll go with you tomorrow. You probably don't know where to shop since you're new to the safe zone. There are 4 markets here, and the one closest to our college is called Xiangrui Market. It's just a 10-minute bus ride away. Being new, you might get scammed easily. As your advisor, it's my responsibility to look after students, especially someone with a high-level affinity like you. Zhuang Mo, having resolved his shoe dilemma, replied, Okay, thanks, Brother Long, and then went to sleep peacefully. The next morning, Zhuang Mo first sent a message to Han Lingyu to request leave, then donned his paper shoes and met Song Yulong at the college gate. Seeing the shoes on Zhuang Mo's feet, Song Yulong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Zhuang Mo, you're quite something. Are those shoes made of cardboard? Here, try mine on first. I think our feet are about the same size. He handed over a pair of slightly used sneakers. Zhuang Mo didn't hesitate, immediately removing the paper covers and stuffing them into his backpack, revealing his hole-ridden socks with his big toes exposed to the air. I'll buy 2 pairs of shoes and a few pairs of socks later, he said calmly, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Song Yulong noted the ragged socks in his mind. The college must be reminded to include shoes and socks in the welcome package for new students. In these post-apocalyptic times, who knows how long one can survive? Living without decent shoes and socks is just too pitiful. They boarded the bus and reached Xiangrui Market 10 minutes later. This place was much larger than the small market in Ruins Area G, with no soldiers guarding it. Only a few uniformed individuals who looked like city management officials patrolling the area. People thronged the stalls, and most of the vendors appeared to be ordinary folks. Where there are humans, there are city management officials, Zhuang Mo thought. It's always been this way, from ancient times till now, and even in this changed world. Pointing around, Song Yulong explained, markets are all government managed, and all 4 markets are quite legitimate. Trading here is relatively safe. Xiangrui Market is the cheapest among them. He lowered his voice and added, besides these 4 markets, there's an underground black market on South Street. As you know, there are always places the government can't reach, but that's not a place for someone like you to visit. Zhuang Mo had no interest in the black market. As Song Yulong said, it wasn't a place for someone as vulnerable as him. The fortune market is a must-visit destination for college students on their bi-weekly days off, offering everything from groceries to household goods. Song Yulong expertly navigated Zhuang Mo through the market's main thoroughfare, taking a couple of turns to reach the section dedicated to clothing, shoes, and hats. Zhuang Mo's attention was drawn to the shoe section, but his face registered shock when he saw the price tags in the new shoe area. Each pair cost over 500 credits. Instinctively, he touched his pocket, realizing that the 620 credits left in his bank card weren't enough to buy even 2 pairs of new shoes. Just as he turned his gaze towards the secondhand section, an astute vendor eagerly approached him. These are all secondhand shoes, but rest assured, they've only been worn by people who recently passed away. Look at this pair. It's still in 80 new condition. I think this pair looks good, Song Yulong pointed out. If you're short on credits, I can lend you some. Zhuang Mo's eyes swept over the rows of secondhand shoes, and memories of the original owner surfaced. Clothes and shoes collected from the deceased. Sometimes the bodies were unrecognizable, and the clothes were tattered, but the shoes often remained intact. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one cared about the superstition of wearing a dead person's clothes. It had become a livelihood for some and provided affordable clothing for many. In the end, Zhuang Mo chose a pair of 60 new sneakers and 5 pairs of socks. The vendor, recognizing him as a student from the academy accompanying teacher Song, generously rounded down the price from 123 credits to 120. This familiar hospitality made Zhuang Mo feel as if he were back home. Taking advantage of this shopping opportunity, he also bought an 80-credit jacket and 75-credit pants in preparation for the upcoming chilly season. Passing by the underwear section, he remembered he was still wearing a pair of paper underwear softened by his abilities. Though it was barely usable, it wasn't comfortable. Gritting his teeth, he spent another 45 credits on 3 pairs of brand new underwear. After picking up some essentials like matches and a nail clipper, he was left with only 250 credits in his bank card. This shopping experience strengthened Zhuang Mo's resolve to go to Ruins G Zone. Relying solely on the credits earned from hunting burrowing rats wasn't enough to cover daily expenses. That afternoon, after school, he checked his watch and found that all 3 tasks he had previously applied for were approved. This made him realize the influence of the name Huzi's dad in G Zone. Due to the burrowing rats incident, the name had gained recognition in the community, making it easier to take on tasks. It seems that fame indeed brought unexpected benefits. 3 tasks were neatly lined up on Zhuang Mo's task list, all involving level 1 and level 2 mutants. There was a level 2 mutant rose patch due today, a group of about a dozen level 2 mutant black-capped sparrows, and a patch of level 1 mutant dandelions due tomorrow. These tasks were carefully selected by Zhuang Mo. He prioritized plant mutants for a good reason. Mutated plants have limited attack ranges. Their roots are fixed in the ground, making them relatively manageable risks for beginners. Only then did he consider mutant birds, simply because he had previous experience hunting similar targets. Not many applied to hunt mutant dandelions or mutant roses. High-level awakeners dismissed these tasks as offering too few points, while lower-level awakeners were deterred by their limited attack range, often getting covered in rose thorns before even reaching their target. Take Bian San, for example. His attack range is only about 2 meters. Zhuang Mo understood well that his attack range could reach over 30 meters, not because his abilities were vastly superior, but due to his lightweight, highly maneuverable weapon. He speculated that those who signed up to hunt such long-range attacking mutant plants either had protective gear like his paper umbrella, or were high-level awakeners who took these tasks as a side activity while completing other missions. Speaking of mutant roses, Zhuang Mo recalled a recent lecture by Huang Lin. These mutants, also known as assassin roses, belong to level 2 mutants. Their flowers became more vibrant and alluring, their scent more intoxicating, and their thorns longer and sharper. Their attack method was straightforward, launching thorns. They sensed prey within a range of about 30 meters, but interestingly, They had no response to plants or animals, targeting only humans with their thorns. Curiously, they neither sucked blood nor consumed flesh. They seemed to simply enjoy pricking humans. However, these mutant roses typically had a life cycle from bloom to wilt of only about 2 weeks. This meant that even if left alone, they would naturally lose their aggressiveness after that period. The community's remarks on assassin roses were quite amusing. I may be small, but I have big dreams. What's wrong with a rose? Zhuang Mo carefully browsed through the forum comments about the mutant roses. Some people mentioned that the thorns were just a means of self-protection, while others marveled at the rose's seeming ability to distinguish between humans and mutant animals. To him, these roses posed no threat as long as he cut off their heads from beyond their sensory range. He then shifted his focus to the data on the level 2 mutant sparrows. These mutated black-capped sparrows, though unchanged in size, were covered with black markings from head to belly. Their beaks, about 8 centimeters long and serrated, were particularly striking, and their wings, twice the size of their bodies, allowed for incredible flight speed. These bloodthirsty creatures were also scavengers, boasting impressive combat abilities among level 2 mutant birds. Witnesses claimed they once swarmed and devoured mutant swallow chicks alive. After analyzing the information, Zhuang Mo realized that the greatest threat during this trip to Ruins Area G would be these mutant sparrows. Considering their speed advantage and potential other dangers, he decided he couldn't go it alone this time. For safety, to complete 3 tasks in one go, and to handle such agile flying targets, he needed help. He sent a voice message to Bien Shursan, offering a third of the points. If Bien Shursan could match his skills, the share could increase to half. Bien Shursan agreed without hesitation. The two hurried to Area G. Along the way, Bien Shursan noticed Zhuang Mo's peculiar mask that covered half his face without revealing his nose or mouth. Zhuang Mo had mastered the art of origami, creating masks woven from plant fibers that were both attractive and practical, allowing for unobstructed breathing. Not suffocating, want one? Zhuang Mo offered, promoting the mask. It effectively prevents being recognized, and it's only 15 points. Bien Shursan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, saying, I don't have money. The deal didn't go through, but Zhuang Mo didn't mind. He turned to Bien Shursan and asked, How's your weapon coming along? Bien Shursan, looking exhausted, replied weakly, I won't get it until tomorrow. Zhuang Mo nodded, understanding that Bien Shursan still didn't have a suitable weapon for today. He pulled out a set of 10 gleaming embroidery needles from his backpack and handed them to Bien Shursan. 20 points. I brought them specially for you from the Shangrui market. He calculated in his mind that he bought them for 10 points, and doubling the price wasn't unreasonable for the effort. Although Bien Shursan seemed a bit slow, anyone surviving in Ruins Area A wasn't foolish. As a metal ability user, he immediately recognized the needle's potential. It could shoot down birds. 20 points is too expensive, he said. Zhuang Mo was determined to sell the needles. Otherwise, the 10 points he spent would be wasted. He patiently explained, Your current attack range is only 2 meters, and you can control just one blade. You can't even handle 5 sparrows. When I take you on missions, you hardly contribute. Why should I share points with you? These needles are much lighter than iron pieces, so you can control them over a greater distance, right? After careful consideration, Bien Shursan nodded. I'll buy 5 needles for now. Zhuang Mo felt relieved. At least he wouldn't be at a loss. He knew that eventually, Bien Shursan would buy the rest. Soon, his account received 10 points. Even though he prepared a weapon for Bien Shursan, Zhuang Mo never relied on others. He was likely the strongest among the franked newcomers. He brought Bien Shursan along just in case, and to make a little business on the side. He was well prepared this time. Paper umbrella, paper saw blades, paper airplanes, and a stack of A3 paper in his backpack. They got off at Jingqi Wei Road, planning to tackle the dandelions first. After walking a few minutes, Bien Shursan suddenly charged toward the dandelions ahead. Zhuang Mo quickly grabbed him. Don't be reckless. Strategy is key in battle. Seeing Bien Shursan's confused look, Zhuang Mo continued. The dandelions have a perception range of 25 meters. Charging in empty-handed is like offering yourself as seed nourishment. He handed Bien Shursan the paper umbrella. Hold the umbrella and crouch as you move forward. The seeds will target the umbrella surface. Walk about 100 steps, then crouch and wait for their attack. Move forward 1 step after each attack cycle. This patch of dandelions was worth only 60 points, much fewer than last time, and could be handled with the umbrella. Zhuang Mo recalled the dandelion seeds tangled in the umbrella from the previous encounter. Bien Shursan, realizing the plan, advanced 100 steps with the umbrella and crouched down. As expected, the dandelion seeds whistled towards the umbrella. Once the surroundings quieted, he moved forward 1 more step, followed by another barrage of impacts. From a distance, Zhuang Mo smiled with satisfaction at the dandelions stripped of their fluff. Bien Shursan was indeed reliable, quiet, obedient, and capable. Recently, Zhuang Mo learned that mutated plants resembled animals more. Once uprooted, they couldn't regenerate. He hadn't considered this in the past. Bien Shursen stood up, surprised at the decimated dandelions, and walked toward Zhuang Mo, tightly gripping the umbrella. Zhuang Mo took the umbrella, letting his ability flow through the handle to eliminate any remaining seeds. Under Bien Shursen's watchful eye, he carefully cleaned out the dead seeds, and they continued towards Wei Road. Zhuang Mo had meticulously planned the route, taking on 3 nearby tasks to save time and, more importantly, transportation costs. It's worth noting that locals walked in the middle of the street here, as mutated plants were more likely to hide along the edges. However, Ruins Area G frequently saw awakened individuals on missions, and many had settled there, so mutated flora and fauna weren't overly abundant. Along the way, Zhuang Mo noticed Bien Shursen eyeing the paper umbrella and tentatively suggested, 45 points, lifetime repair included. He was a merchant with a conscience, charging only the price of 3 pairs of underwear for a paper umbrella. Without Zhuang Mo's touch, the umbrella was just an ordinary piece of equipment with slightly better defensive capabilities, barely able to block some ranged attacks. Seeing Bien Shursen's hesitant expression, Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up as he offered an enticing deal. Dandelions are everywhere lately. Just take on a task to eliminate dandelions, and you'll earn it back. This offer was exactly what Bien Shursen wanted to hear. Dandelions were indeed growing in abundance, and a single task could easily earn dozens of points. Without much thought, he agreed. I'll buy it after I complete this task and earn the points. No problem, Zhuang Mo replied readily, thinking he could just deduct it from the points he owed Bien Shursen. He was calculating that selling paper umbrellas could be a profitable business. The key was to have more people witness the effectiveness of the umbrellas firsthand, just like Bien Shursen did, to boost sales. But how could he achieve this without exposing himself? And there was more to sell than just paper umbrellas. However, now wasn't the time for deep planning. The ruins were not the ideal place for scheming. The rose bushes were near the intersection of Jing 7 and Wei 2 roads. Although Zhuang Mo had read praise about the beauty of the mutated roses in the community, seeing them in person still left him astonished. In the twilight, clusters of fiery red roses seemed to burn, appearing even more enchanting and captivating under the cover of night. After a moment of admiration, Zhuang Mo collected his thoughts. Tonight, he was going to eradicate these beautiful but dangerous roses. Though the roses were alluring, their dense thorns were truly intimidating. Such a task should have been left to a fire element awakener, who could turn them to ashes with a single blaze. Unfortunately, the new generation Fire Master Zhang Zifei had an attack range of less than 1.5 meters, and even the Metal Master Bien Shursen's 2-meter range was insufficient in this situation. It seemed he had to take matters into his own hands. Zhuang Mo took out a circular paper saw blade, ready to attack from 30 meters away, when a breeze passed by, causing the rose petals to open. His pupils contracted, and he immediately pulled Bien Shursen back several meters. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the inside of the rose petals was crawling with caterpillars. Each caterpillar was 5 to 6 centimeters long, with grass-green bodies that writhed and were covered in dense toxic hairs. Bien Shursen observed closely and said, "These are ordinary caterpillars, not mutated. The mutated ones I've seen in the ruins were at least 20 centimeters long." Zhuang Mo felt a bit relieved. As someone who had survived the ruins of Area A, Bien Shursen's knowledge of mutated creatures far surpassed his own. It was said that ordinary people there could even team up to fight against level 1 mutants, with combat strength comparable to early-stage awakeners. Although they determined the caterpillars were not mutated, Zhuang Mo decided to keep a safe distance from the roses. His childhood memory of being stung by caterpillars was still vivid. He turned to Bien Shursen and said, "Lend me the umbrella. I'm going to kill the roses." Zhuang Mo shook his head, knowing that dealing with the assassin roses required a different approach than killing dandelions. The rose's thorns wouldn't take root on an umbrella. They would go straight for a person. If one of those sharp thorns pierced the heart or temple, the consequences would be dire. After all, they were assassin roses, and their thorns could be lethal. He decided to take action himself, swiftly cutting off the roses' heads to ensure they posed no further threat. The paper circular blades in his hand flew out with the wind, spinning rapidly like a gust slicing through the air. The rose heads fell one by one, the vibrant red petals scattering like drops of blood, quickly covering the ground. The beautiful flowers disappeared in the wind, taking their former vitality with them. Zhuang Mo sighed in relief, thankful that once the roses were beheaded, they were completely dead, unlike those mutated flowers that would continue to entangle people even after being decapitated. He didn't want to experience that again. He felt a surge of pride. Without his unique ability to control paper, he couldn't have achieved such precise long-range attacks. His control over paper, especially when fashioned into weapons, extended far beyond the average person's capabilities. Completing the task from a safe distance was both efficient and secure. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but feel a deep affection for his abilities, which in turn boosted his confidence in these missions. "Points secured. Let's go," he said, turning to Bien Shursen. Bien Shursen looked down, appearing deflated. You can control weapons to fly dozens of meters. Zhuang Mo stroked his chin, half-jokingly saying, there's a difference even among geniuses. For instance, you're an ordinary genius, whereas I'm a genius among geniuses. Me, an ordinary genius? Bien Shursan's eyes were vacant, as if lost, and he seemed to consider self-harm. Zhuang Mo quickly restrained him, maintaining a patient tone. Shursan, you may be an ordinary genius, but you're my friend. Once you learn the weapons I teach you, combined with the paper umbrella, you won't be ordinary anymore. Bien Shursan was silent for a moment, then quietly said, but you can control weapons to fly dozens of meters. I can't. You can't compare like that. Zhuang Mo patted his shoulder. Think about it. Some people are physical geniuses with super hearing and vision. You have your own talents. I can control various metals, which you can't. At most, you can make paper harder than some metals. Of course, he didn't dare to say that last part out loud. Bien Shursan nodded. I can control metal. You can't. Zhuang Mo felt satisfied, realizing that Bien Shursan wasn't sick, but rather easy to communicate with. After stopping Bien Shursan's self-destructive behavior, they prepared to continue on, planning to head towards Jing's 6th road. But just then, Zhuang Mo suddenly felt a chilling gaze from behind, sharp and numerous. He didn't look back, but quickened his pace, keeping his paper circular blades tightly in hand, on high alert. Bien Shursan's reaction was even more acute. The multidirectional gazes made him instinctively wary. Multiple lines of sight wove behind them, as if many eyes were watching. They've spotted us, Bien Shursan said softly. Zhuang Mo's heart skipped a beat, immediately thinking of the caterpillars on either side, those six-eyed mutant bugs. They weren't just mutated, they had already locked onto their target. Almost simultaneously, Zhuang Mo and Bien Shursan turned around, throwing their weapons without hesitation towards the rose bushes. The paper circular blades and an embroidery needle shot out like lightning, incredibly fast. In an instant, the mutated caterpillars, about 20 centimeters long, came into Zhuang Mo's view. Their bodies were a deep green, almost black and glistening. Their heads bore 10 pairs of eyes, with open mandibles revealing sharp teeth. Their bodies were covered in clusters of white toxic hairs, with numerous limbs, appearing particularly terrifying. The caterpillars weren't slow like normal ones. They suddenly arched their bodies, shooting out the toxic hairs. We mustn't let their stingers hit us, Bien Shursan shouted. Zhuang Mo's heart tightened, almost instinctively retreating, quickly opening the paper umbrella, while the paper circular blades in his hand continued to precisely fly towards the nearest mutant caterpillar. As the paper spun rapidly through the air, its speed increased, heading straight for the terrifying caterpillar. With a swift motion, the mutated caterpillar was sliced in half, releasing a thick green liquid from the cut. Zhuang Mo skillfully wielded his paper saw blades, swiftly taking down 3 more mutated caterpillars. As he continued to clear the remaining pests, he kept an eye on Bien Shursan's progress. Bien Shursan flicked his wrist, sending an embroidery needle flying through the air to pierce a caterpillar's mouthparts with precision. The struck caterpillar writhed in agony on the ground for a moment before becoming still. These second-level mutated caterpillars had limited attack range with their toxic hairs and posed no significant threat to them. Zhuang Mo refocused on the battle before him. When the last mutated caterpillar fell, he moved forward cautiously, checking for any that might have escaped. Suddenly, a colossal figure rose slowly from the rose bushes. Zhuang Mo froze in place. It was a giant mutated caterpillar, half a meter long, covered with jet-black toxic spines of the same length. Countless eyes fixed on Zhuang Mo, sending a chill down his spine. Instinctively, he knew this creature was beyond his capabilities, and his paper saw blades likely couldn't cut through its spines. Carefully, Zhuang Mo began to step back. Fortunately, the giant caterpillar didn't pursue him. Instead, it slithered towards the bodies of its fallen kin. It reared up, its crimson, chewing mouthparts open wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth glinting in the night as it feasted on the corpses. This is definitely not a second-level mutation. How could such a creature appear in Ruins Zone G? Exchanging a glance, Zhuang Mo and Bien Shursan continued to retreat silently, wary of disturbing the creature's meal. If those spines were to be launched, the consequences would be dire. As they retreated 100 meters and prepared to turn and flee, the situation changed abruptly. The giant caterpillar suddenly began to thrash violently on the ground, its bloated body arching and collapsing in pain, numerous legs twitching frantically. Its mouthparts gaped wide, emitting a piercing scream. The two halted. Could it be suffering from its kind's toxin? The thought crossed their minds, but they quickly dismissed it. Could a mutated caterpillar be affected by its own kind's toxin? Even if it were poisoned, those spines remained deadly, and approaching recklessly would be suicidal. Just as they were about to turn a corner and make their escape, Zhuang Mo suddenly stopped Bien Shursan, who had already taken a step. In a low voice, he asked, "You didn't retrieve those 5 needles, did you?" Bien Shursan couldn't understand why. At such a moment, Zhuang Mo would ask such a pointless question. but he still cooperated by shaking his head. Can you still sense it? Bien San continued to shake his head. Zhuang Mo twitched his lips, showing a slightly knowing expression. The creature must have been pricked by needles, not just one. The pain made it writhe involuntarily, its muscles tense, driving the needles deeper, worsening the situation. Zhuang Mo held an umbrella, peeking out from the street corner, staring at the giant mutated caterpillar on the ground. Its body twitched uneasily, as if it were struggling in intense pain every second. At the moment, they were at the intersection of Jingqi and Weisan roads, with the giant caterpillar's body only 20 meters away from Jingqi and Weilu roads. If they set off now, heading north along Jingqi and Weisan roads, then bypassing Weisan Road, crossing Wei'er Road, and then taking Jingqi and Wei'er roads, they could approach from behind the caterpillar. As long as Bien San could get within sensing range, using the needle to control it to fly chaotically inside the caterpillar, no matter if it was a level 3 or 4 mutated caterpillar, it would have no chance of survival. But the problem was the distance was too far. Even if they ran, it would take over 10 minutes, and no one could determine where the needle was pricked on the caterpillar, nor whether the caterpillar's gastric juices were highly corrosive. If they arrived, and the caterpillar had already digested the needle, it would be troublesome. Zhuang Mo thought it was too risky and immediately signaled Bien San to retreat quickly. They ran all the way to Jingwu Road, seeing from afar that the group of mutated sparrows had turned into ice sculptures. It was clearly the work of an ice-type awakener. The two were wary of the threat posed by the giant caterpillar and didn't dare delay any longer, turning to head towards the bus stop. The bus was already at the intersection, heading straight for the stop. After boarding, they sat in the back row, and Zhuang Mo began to check the information on his watch. As expected, the system notifications started popping up. Detected 40 level 1 mutated dandelions, totaling 40 points. Detected 80 level 2 mutated assassin roses, totaling 160 points. These messages were worthless to them. The system would soon verify these as community task targets, and these points wouldn't be credited. However, the system's task points doubling rule made Zhuang Mo secretly pleased. The Dandelion Task package was worth 70 points, while the rose was 280 points. They could still make some money from these. Zhuang Mo continued browsing through the messages. Detected 5 level 2 mutated cabbage caterpillars, totaling 10 points. His eyelid twitched. Detected 1 level 4 mutated emperor moth caterpillar, totaling 100 points. A level 4 mutation, completely different from ordinary caterpillar species. No wonder it was so large, and its stingers were dense and long. Although it currently stood in front of many cabbage caterpillars, not in a hurry to act, Zhuang Mo knew that higher-level mutated creatures had better discernment and wouldn't easily expend energy attacking. These points can't be credited, Zhuang Mo muttered to himself, casually opening the second message. Song Yulong had previously told him that only when the system determined a creature was dead could the points be credited. In a while, the system will automatically update, determining that this emperor moth caterpillar is not dead. After all, there were awakeners who tried to scan the corpses of mutated creatures killed by others to claim points fraudulently, resulting in account bans, a warning for the first time, a year-long ban for the second, and a permanent ban for the third. The cost was too high. No one was willing to take that risk. At this moment, Bien San's watch lit up with information, showing the 5 mutated cabbage caterpillars. Zhuang Mo turned his head. Dandelions 70 points, roses 280 points. The sparrows were frozen by an ice type. You should get 116.6666 points. Let's round it to 117. You bought the paper umbrella for 45 points, so I'll transfer 72 points to you after deducting that. Hearing this, Bien San couldn't help but grin, revealing a set of white teeth. This mission earned him much more than the last trip to Ruins G Zone, where he only made 12 points, and this time he'd get 72. He took the paper umbrella, smiling even brighter, clutching it tightly as if it held not just an umbrella, but a precious hope. If you go to kill mutated dandelions yourself, remember to come back and find me to clear out the dead seeds. Honestly, if we weren't friends, I wouldn't offer such repair service, Zhuang Mo said, feeling somewhat satisfied himself. The 45-point paper umbrella could be repaired for life, although he suspected it wouldn't last long. We are friends, Bien San nodded in agreement. By the way, do you still want those 5 embroidery needles? Zhuang Mo suddenly asked. Yes, Bien San replied without hesitation. Zhuang Mo felt a sense of relief, secretly amused. Then when our task points are credited, I'll deduct the 10 points for the 5 embroidery needles and transfer the remaining 62 to you. The bus passed through the safety zone walls, entering the truly absolute safe area. Inside and outside the walls seemed like 2 completely different worlds. Even in relatively safe places like the G ruins, danger lurked everywhere. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival required effort laying down, and giving up was not an option. Only by striving to improve one's own strength could one hope to live longer. Zhuang Mo closed his eyes, sitting on the bus, adjusting his breathing, and entering a state of energy absorption. Bien San's expression suddenly changed. realizing that not only was Zhuang Mo incredibly talented, but also so diligent. He quickly began to mobilize his own senses, trying to feel the energy in the world around him. The bus drove steadily towards the academy. Meanwhile, in the G ruins, a three-person team stopped by a level 4 mutated emperor moth caterpillar. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow in surprise when she saw the caterpillar. Old Su, your G ruins have been quite restless lately. Even level 4 mutations are appearing. How about I send someone to help you clean it up? Su Jingxin, the commander-in-chief of the G ruins garrison, had short, deep brown hair, and her uniform was impeccably neat, exuding a cold aura. She stood straight with a powerful presence. Behind her stood a man also in uniform. We've seen level 4 mutations before. It's nothing to fuss about, Su Jingxin responded calmly, her voice steady. Jiang Ying chuckled lightly. Old Su, you're no fun. Su Jingxin ignored her joke and turned to the man behind her, commanding, clear it out. Zhuang Mo arrived at his dormitory at exactly 8 o'clock. After a quick cold shower, he checked his watch messages. The issuers of the 2 tasks hadn't confirmed completion yet. He estimated he'd have to wait until tomorrow for confirmation. He tapped the screen 3 times, preparing to retract the watch projection, when suddenly he received a new message. One level 4 mutated emperor moth caterpillar, totaling 100 points, has been credited. Please check your account. Zhuang Mo was stunned, had received points for the level 4 mutated emperor moth caterpillar? How is that possible? Could it be that his final poke had actually killed the caterpillar, and it was scanned by his watch? He recalled the last moment. The caterpillar was still twitching, but it was already dead, and that final poke was the fatal blow. Zhuang Mo sighed inwardly. Poor caterpillar, if it hadn't moved so much, it might still be alive. However, his mood quickly brightened. 100 points. Earning points from a level 4 mutation so effortlessly was incredibly satisfying. This kind of effortless reward was far more enjoyable than the hard-earned points from completing tasks in the past. But soon, a slight unease crept in. By rights, the credit for the level 4 mutated emperor moth caterpillar should belong to Bian Shursan. The embroidery needle was bought with Bian Shursan's points, and he was the one who shot it. Later, when the level 4 mutated caterpillar ate the second-level mutated caterpillar with the needle, Zhuang Mo hadn't even really participated. If he took all 100 points for himself, he wouldn't feel guilty, but he worried about being discovered. After all, the community networks in the G-Zone and the Safe Zone were very developed. If Bian Shursan checked tomorrow and saw that the caterpillar was dead, he might connect it to the golden needle and figure out the truth. Zhuang Mo calculated that Bian Shursan was currently his most satisfactory temporary teammate, not only obedient and not talkative, but also with great potential. Such teammates were rare. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to generously share half of the 100 points with Bian Shursan. After all, he did contribute, didn't he? Those 5 embroidery needles were the weapons he meticulously prepared for Bian Shursan, weren't they? Wasn't it him who painstakingly brought them all the way from the market to District G? Reflecting on this, Zhuang Mo quickly called Bian Shursan. Shursan, that giant mutant caterpillar is dead, Zhuang Mo said briefly, then added, it should have been killed by the embroidery needles, the ones I custom made for you. There was a hint of pride in Zhuang Mo's voice. He knew very well that these 5 seemingly insignificant embroidery needles were key to defeating the level 4 mutant caterpillar. So we've earned 100 points. How do you think we should split them? He continued. On the other end of the call, Bian Shursan was stunned, seemingly still processing everything. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke sincerely. I don't want the points. It's all because of the embroidery needles you gave me. Zhuang Mo frowned at this, responding sternly. How can you think that way? We're friends. The points should be split evenly, half each. What do you think? Bian Shursan was taken aback, his eyes seeming to glisten slightly. He quietly replied, you're a good person. After hanging up the call, Zhuang Mo immediately transferred 50 points to Bian Shursan. He knew he had to act quickly, or else he might regret it if emotions took over. At this moment, Zhuang Mo checked his bank account balance, 310 points. With tomorrow's points coming in and deducting the 62 points he owed Bian Shursan, his balance would reach 598 points by tomorrow. Tiger, your dad works hard to earn a living, Zhuang Mo said with a sigh, addressing the little tiger beside him. Luckily, you don't need to eat dog food, saving your dad quite a bit of money. Today, your dad took down a level 4 mutant emperor moth caterpillar. How about that? Isn't it cool? Do you feel proud of your dad? Tiger, it's been a while since I've had your grandma's dumplings. I really miss them. After chatting with Tiger for a while, Zhuang Mo casually jotted down some notes in an old notebook. The content was simple. Mutant assassin rose, good for long-range decapitation, easy to handle, lacks intelligence. Level 2 mutant cabbage caterpillar, suitable for long-range cutting, easy to handle, lacks intelligence. Avoid close contact. Its poisonous hairs pose a life threat. Level 4 mutant emperor moth caterpillar, covered in poisonous spines, cannibalizes its own kind, has rudimentary thinking ability, more details to follow. Having finished his notes, Zhuang Mo took a deep breath and entered a half-sleep, half-meditative state, completely unaware of the heated discussion unfolding in the community. Rose lady who chopped my rose. Pictures, pictures. What did the rose do wrong? If you don't harm it, it won't harm you, one netizen angrily posted. My surname is Wang. Are you crazy upstairs? The rose has mutated and shouldn't be killed? Waiting for it to pierce your heart. Another netizen chimed in. Rose lady's photos aren't complete. I'll add one. A user marked as Hexagon Female Warrior posted a photo of a giant caterpillar. Whoa, such a huge caterpillar. This must be a level 3 or 4 mutation, right? Did Tiger's dad kill this too? A surprised netizen asked. Wasn't it said that Tiger's dad is a student in the metal department? How could he kill a level 4 mutant emperor moth caterpillar? Someone mentioned seeing Tiger's dad getting off at the academy. Maybe he's an assistant instructor in the metal department, someone speculated. Meanwhile, in a luxurious single room, Jiang lay on a 2-meter bed and messaged Huang Lin. Are you asleep? Not yet. Checking which assistant instructor in your metal department is so shameless, actually competing with students for the level 2 mutant rose task. Huang Lin quickly replied. After the burrowing rat incident, we've thoroughly investigated. The metal department's assistant instructors either have alibis or have undergone dandelion removal surgery, ruling out Tiger's dad. Jiang raised an eyebrow, expressing doubt. So it's a level student? A level student's handling a level 4 mutant seems a bit challenging. Huang Lin further explained. On the day Tiger's dad killed the dandelion and burrowing rat, all level and a level students in the metal department were training with me at night. Jiang Ying's curiosity was piqued further. So an level freshman could do this? Huang Lin's tone became more serious. I previously suspected Bian Shursan, but someone who can kill a level 4 mutant is definitely not an level freshman. Jiang Ying was even more intrigued. Such ability, even when she started school, would not have been easily achieved. She exited the chat and continued browsing the post, gradually scrolling to the bottom, yet still found no useful clues. Upon waking up, Zhuang Mo received a notification of points for a level 1 mutated dandelion and a level 2 mutated assassin rose. The bank alert was music to his ears, lifting his spirits. As he watched the numbers dance on his phone screen, a smile crept onto his face. After transferring 62 points to Bian Shursan, his account balance stood at 598. He stared at the number. His smile slowly fading. He was still far from being points rich, unable to afford a new pair of shoes or a jacket. With a sigh, Zhuang Mo realized that finding new sources of income was the real task at hand. Around noon, amidst the cafeteria's noisy buzz, Zhuang Mo sat at a small table with Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi, discussing protective gear. I have a set of protective clothing, Han Lingyu said flatly, setting down her tray. My dad had it custom made for over 20,000 points. It's primarily made from level 4 mutant hide, and can effectively protect against attacks from level 5 and below mutant creatures. Zhuang Mo nearly dropped his chopsticks. How many points? Han Lingyu looked at him seriously. 26,000 points. Yi Xingqi leaned back lazily in his chair, adjusting his cuffs. Why be surprised? Before awakening, we had to train in the ruins every year. You can't do that without some gear. I have a similar set too. The number 26,000 points echoed in Zhuang Mo's mind, drowning out the surrounding noise. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqi continued. Now that I've awakened to the wood element, I need even more protective gear. My family is planning to get me a set made from level 5 mutant hide. He pulled out a small mirror to check his face. This time, I'll make sure they remember to include a mask. I don't want those disgusting mutants damaging my face. Zhuang Mo was speechless, feeling as if his heart was being squeezed. Why wasn't he born into a high-level awakened family, instead of being a youth barely surviving in the ruins? In this post-apocalyptic world, societal classes had been reshuffled, but the wealth gap remained, perhaps even more pronounced. He envied every rich person equally. Isn't there any cheaper protective clothing? Zhuang Mo eventually found his voice to ask. Of course, Han Lingyu replied, setting down her cup. Gear made from the hides of hard-skinned mutant plants and animals is much cheaper. I also have a set made from level 7 mutant sea pine bark, costing over 10,000 points. She explained, level 7 mutant sea pine is like the level 3 mutant paper mulberry we learned about its fire resistant. However, while the level 3 mutant paper mulberry resists normal and low-level awakened fire, the level 7 mutant sea pine can withstand even mid-level awakened fire. Plus, it's as hard as iron, making low-level mutant attacks ineffective. She paused. Of course, protective clothing made from level 3 mutant paper mulberry is much cheaper, only costing a few hundred points. The bark itself isn't worth much. The cost is mostly for manufacturing. Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up. So, after killing hard-skinned mutant plants and animals, you can bring their bodies back to sell? That's why many awakened form teams, Han Lingyu nodded. It's not just for safety, but also to share the cost of renting vehicles. Zhuang Mo suddenly understood. In a world where vehicles ran on crystal cores, most awakened couldn't afford to own one and had to rent. He had seen rental stalls at the Xiangrui market, thinking the trucks were for transporting goods, not bodies. Renting a truck for a day could cost between 200 to 500 points, depending on the truck size. Apparently, the hides fetched a good price. How much can these hides sell for? He couldn't help but ask. Han Lingyu shrugged. It depends on the quality and level. I'm not exactly sure. Yi Xingqi, giving his hair one last adjustment in the mirror, glanced at Zhuang Mo. You're not thinking of hunting high-level mutant plants and animals for points, are you? Forget it, hat's not the esteemed wood elements job. Zhuang Mo touched his chin, a slight smile playing on his lips. How could that be? I'm the top student in the wood element class. Of course, I have to cherish my precious life. I plan to become a noble farmer in the plantations. Yi Xingqi was momentarily speechless at his mocking tone, his expression frozen, while Han Lingyu burst into an unrestrained laugh that echoed around the classroom. Zhuang Mo had indeed never considered hunting high-level mutated plants or animals. That would be pure suicide. His plan was much more practical, selling the simplest protective gear to earn points. Specifically, the paper umbrellas he made. The market prices for protective clothing were exorbitant. Even third-level mutated rubber tree protection suits cost hundreds of points, which students from the ruins could hardly afford. His paper umbrellas, while not as protective as professional gear, were quite effective and, most importantly, affordable. As his overall energy increased, he could make the paper umbrellas even sturdier, enough to withstand long-distance attacks from low-level mutated plants or animals. Pricing them at 50 points was reasonable, and selling one to Bian Shursan for 45 points was already a friendly discount. Speaking of Bian Shursan, Zhuang Mo suddenly noticed that many people in the large classroom were watching him today. Frowning in thought, Zhuang Mo wondered, what has this guy done to attract so much attention? Wow! A classmate's exclamation from the back startled Zhuang Mo. Look, Bian Shursan is actually Huzi's dad, someone exclaimed excitedly. So what if he is? Didn't a lot of people say it was him before? Another voice said dismissively. This time it's different. He killed a level 4 mutated emperor moth caterpillar. No way. A level 4 mutation? How could a freshman manage that? It's true, there's photographic evidence. He was caught on camera. Zhuang Mo had been passively listening to the gossip, but when he heard caught on camera, he immediately became alert and quickly opened his watch to enter the community. The discussion thread about Huzi's dad was unusually active. He clicked on it and saw a photo Bian Shursan on a bus, tightly holding a paper umbrella, with himself captured in the background with half of his masked face visible. A metal element holding a paper umbrella, Bian Shursan is definitely Huzi's dad. It's confirmed, declared the post's title. The comments section exploded. Flevel metal element freshman here, Bian Shursan is indeed insane. I would call him the strongest freshman. Defeating a level 4 mutated emperor moth caterpillar with stings all over? That's too exaggerated. Even as a level, I wouldn't dare say I could handle it. Bian Shursan being Huzi's dad is confirmed, but I don't believe he killed the level 4 mutated emperor moth caterpillar. I'll eat my words if an level freshman can kill a level 4 mutation. Zhuang Mo stared at the screen, feeling a mix of frustration at having his hard work credited to someone else and a hint of amusement. Hadn't expected Bian Shursan to serve as such a convenient scapegoat. Let everyone continue to misunderstand. It worked to his advantage. Looking up, he saw Bian Shursan surrounded by classmates. Through the gaps in the crowd, he clearly caught the pleading look in Bian Shursan's eyes. Zhuang Mo pretended not to see it and casually lowered his head. Beside him, Yi Xingqi exclaimed, Lingyu, I think this Bian Shursan has potential. Maybe he could be your bodyguard in the future. Zhuang Mo counted silently. 1, 2, 3. Smack. A crisp sound followed as Han Lingyu slapped Yi Xingqi across the face. Shut up. Didn't you see Bian Shursan looking over here? He might have heard your stupid comment. Zhuang Mo thought to himself. As expected, Yi Xingqi's reckless remarks were always met with Han Lingyu's fiery slap within 3 seconds. He couldn't help but suspect Yi Xingqi might have some form of Stockholm Syndrome. During this indoor ability lesson, teacher Huang Lin, whether by chance or design, happened to discuss mutated caterpillars. He introduced the fact that caterpillars are highly prone to mutation, with 5 known types. Huang Lin explained the habits and attack methods of 5 mutated caterpillars, including the level 2 mutated cabbage caterpillar and the level 4 mutated emperor moth caterpillar, before his intense gaze settled on Bian Shursan. Now, let's invite our metal element student, Bian Shursan, to come up and share his experiences battling mutated caterpillars. The room erupted in thunderous applause, with Zhuang Mo clapping particularly hard, a bright, encouraging smile on his face. Bian Shursan walked to the podium with a resigned expression, barely opening his eyes, only to be greeted by Zhuang Mo's face radiating go for it. Bian Shursan felt a mix of emotions, regret for agreeing to keep Zhuang Mo's secrets about his strong combat ability and being Huzi's dad, regret for not spending 15 points on that strange mask that could cover half his face. Overall, just deep regret. Huang Lin patted Bian Shursan on the shoulder encouragingly. Don't be nervous, just share your battle experiences. Zhuang Mo noticed the confusion in Bian Shisan's small, open eyes and immediately gave him an encouraging nod. Share with us, my friend. Although Bian Shisan seemed unsure whether he understood the encouragement, he bravely started speaking. A level 2 mutant, killed with an embroidery needle. A look of approval appeared on Huang Lin's serious face. Why not use a blade to cut it? Hey, friend told me that needles are light and can be controlled from a distance, Bian Shisan stammered. Huang Lin seized the teaching moment. Not bad. The most common weapons for metal element users are blades of various lengths and needles. Many know the purpose of needles, but due to limited control over metals, they can't craft needles and have to use academy-issued blades. In such cases, like Bian Shisan, it's advisable to purchase embroidery needles first. Especially when your powers are limited and control is weak, needles are better for long-range attacks than blades. He looked around the classroom. This principle applies to other elements too. For instance, fire element users can carry matches to ignite, and then control from a distance when their condensing ability is insufficient. Bian Shisan seemed relieved and was about to step down from the stage when Huang Lin stopped him. Did you kill the level 4 mutant Imperial Moth Caterpillar? Huang Lin asked intently. Yes, no. Bian Shisan stammered. Voices rose in discussion. Two wood element students whispered behind Zhuang Mo. Is he saying yes or no? Why are metal element people so quiet? Even teacher Huang talks more than most. Zhuang Mo silently retorted. The wood element sure talks a lot, except for me. Suddenly, Zhang Zifei stood up. Bian Shisan. If you really killed the level 4 mutant Imperial Moth Caterpillar, I'll acknowledge you as the top level combatant. Bai Xiaoyu interrupted with a sneer. Idiot, you can't even beat the top Earth element student in class 2. Who needs your acknowledgement? Bai Xiaoyu. Zhang Zifei shouted angrily. One day, my fire won't fear water. Seeing the tension rising, Han Lingyu quickly instructed the wood element students. Put the bamboo on the ground. We're too close to the fire element. Don't get burned. The wood element students acted immediately, moving in unison. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but admire the unique nature of the wood element. On stage, Huang Lin asked gently, like a primary school language teacher. Can you describe how the level 4 mutant Imperial Moth Caterpillar died? This reminded Zhuang Mo of his elementary school days when his language teacher would gently ask, Zhuang Mo, can you describe this picture beautifully? He remembered answering. On the lush green grass, there's a tall apple tree full of round, red apples. Bian Shisan's voice interrupted his memory. Level 4 mutant ate a level 2, got pricked by the needle, rolled around, and stabbed itself to death. This overly brief description made Zhuang Mo shake his head. Such an exciting death process condensed into one sentence would have surely earned a 0 on a past essay. The entire classroom fell silent. Even Huang Lin, usually composed, looked shocked. Who would have thought the level 4 mutant Imperial Moth Caterpillar died like that? What is this? Did the caterpillar die by suicide? Huang Lin's lips twitched, and he let out an awkward chuckle. Turning to Bian Shisan, he said gently, you did well, but as an level freshman, you shouldn't undertake missions alone in the future. It's better to team up with senior students. I have teammates, Bian Shisan replied calmly. The students below had already lost interest in their conversation. Instead, a group behind Zhuang Mo was animatedly discussing. That level 4 mutant caterpillar died so unjustly. Haha, that's definitely the most bizarre death for a mutant creature in history. I've already posted the truth on the community forum. Let's see the Bubble Prince eat crow. Does this count as Bian Shisan's kill? I don't think so, which means I don't have to eat crow upside down. So you're the Bubble Prince, everyone realized. Amidst the clamor, Bian Shisan's voice stood out. I'm not Tiger's father. Unfortunately, not many paid attention. He repeated, I'm really not Tiger's father. But there's a photo of you holding a paper umbrella, Huang Lin pointed out. Seeing his explanation was futile, Bian Shisan, looking despondent, took out a blade and was about to cut his arm. Huang Lin quickly shouted, all right, you're not. Everyone, remember, Bian Shisan is not Tiger's father. He's not. Bian Shisan is not Tiger's father, the crowd echoed. In the deafening chorus, Bian Shisan finally looked satisfied, put away the blade, and returned to his seat. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but cover his face at the sight. If this fool were born in his world, he might be tricked into giving away his kidneys before anyone else could lay a hand on him. But in times like these, honest people like Bian Shisan are rare, so cherish them while you can. Due to the bizarre death of the level 4 mutant Emperor Moth Caterpillar, Tiger's father gained notoriety once more. Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up. This was a perfect business opportunity. He immediately posted a sales ad in the community. Tiger's father replica protective paper umbrella effectively guards against level 1 mutant creature attacks. 50 points each, with a 7-day replacement and 2-month repair guarantee. Available only to students of the Federation Ability Academy. The post quickly attracted onlookers. The comments section was full of skepticism. A paper umbrella for protection? That's a joke. 50 points for a bunch of paper? That's too expensive. How effective can paper be? Check out my custom iron shield for 200 points. Protects against level 3 and below mutant creature attacks. Zhuang Mo looked at the 20-year-old young master's iron shield ad and vowed silently. One day, he would use his paper umbrella to shred that young master's shield to pieces and show him how effective paper can truly be. But for now, the most crucial thing was to let people witness the power of the paper umbrella firsthand. In a post-apocalyptic world, points were hard to come by, and these poor students needed tangible proof before they would spend their points. Just then, today's outdoor ability class began. The wood element freshmen were led by Han Junfeng to a plum grove, where each was given a seed. The practice bamboo they held had matured to its full height, greatly enhancing both their ability to harness powers and their growth acceleration skills. Finally, they were about to experience the first seed of their lives. This seed was elongated, dark brown, and belonged to a Gongfen plum. Han Junfeng gazed at the plum grove with nostalgia in his eyes, recalling, 20 years ago, I planted the first plum tree here myself. Since then, every freshman at the Federation Academy of Supernatural Abilities has planted a plum tree here. Yi Xingqi interjected, Old Han, what are you talking about? 20 years, with each person planting a tree, there should be over 1,000 trees by now, right? But this grove only has a few dozen trees. Han Junfeng withdrew his nostalgic gaze and smiled slightly. When accelerating their growth, you have to control their direction to make them as straight as possible. This way, the wood can be used for furniture. The beds you sleep on are made from these plum trees. Zhuang Mo seemed to have an epiphany. This plot of land was specifically set aside for wood element freshmen to practice on. Even though it was for practice, the results weren't wasted. The trees were cut down to make furniture, making full use of resources. While it's unusual for plum trees to be made into furniture, it seems that these wood element cultivated plants may have surpassed mere ornamental value and become practical materials. It's currently September, and typically, plum blossoms shouldn't bloom at this time of year. This grove was barren, without a single bud. Zhuang Mo imagined the sight of plum blossoms in winter, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Buds were emerging on the plum trees. The brown scales on the outside slowly opened, and the sepals unfolded, revealing pink flower buds. The tender buds bloomed one by one, gradually covering the branches with pink petals. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, dreamlike and ethereal. Is this the power of an 11 wood element master? Zhuang Mo was utterly amazed, staring in disbelief. In just a few minutes, dozens of plum trees blossomed 6 months early, with flowers densely packed on the branches. This scene captivated him. Once he reached a level, he too would make the night-blooming cereus and peonies blossom just for fun. After letting the freshmen marvel for a while, Han Junfeng continued. The seeds you hold are Gongfen plum seeds. Now, you need to plant them and attempt to accelerate their growth to see if you can make them sprout. He paused. Typically, trees are transplanted as saplings, but today we're starting from seeds to hone your growth acceleration abilities. Zhuang Mo found a quiet corner and carefully buried the seed in the soil, gently watering it. Once the seed was in the ground, Zhuang Mo felt an unprecedented, mysterious connection, as if there was an inexplicable bond between him and the seed, as if it was destined. Well, not to get carried away, but he sensed the seed absorbing water and brimming with life. He glanced over at Han Lingyu, noticing her eyes were closed, her hands forming seals, deeply focused on some operation, looking extraordinarily serious. Zhuang Mo was curious, wondering, what is that gesture? He had never seen it before. Looking at others, none were making similar gestures. All right, it wasn't the right time to interrupt, he'd ask her later. The seed in the soil seemed to respond to him, and Zhuang Mo refocused on the seed, channeling his powers into it. He felt a slight tremor beneath the seed, a sign that the sprout was about to break through the soil. At that moment, Zhuang Mo was filled with emotion and awe. This seed, it was about to sprout. What an exhilarating moment. Zhuang Mo could almost feel the excitement welling up from the depths of his soul. He had worked so hard for this awakening, absorbing energy and enhancing his powers every day, and finally, the moment had arrived. The seed sprouted. Zhuang Mo dedicated himself to nurturing the small seed, gently channeling his powers through his fingertips. He could feel the changes within the seed, the delicate roots extending downward into the soft soil, while the tender green shoot struggled upward, striving to break through the thick layer of earth above. Sorry, little sprout. Zhuang Mo silently apologized in his mind. I might have dug the hole a bit too deep. He continued to focus, transferring his powers, and the little sprout seemed to find a source of life, greedily absorbing it and growing visibly. Suddenly, a hint of green emerged from the dark brown soil, a small, tender blossom of a palace pink plum, quivering slightly under the sunlight. Zhuang Mo held his breath, intently observing the first life he had nurtured. Han Junfeng stood silently beside him, watching everything with a contented smile. In his view, it would be surprising if Zhuang Mo, a newly awakened wood element ability user who could make a fei by bamboo grow half a meter, wasn't the first to sprout a seed. Of course, Nurturing from a seed is more challenging than from a semi-mature plant, like the Fei by bamboo. Han Junfeng turned his attention to Han Lingyu, noticing that her seed had also broken through the soil. He nodded approvingly. Although she was a bit slower than Zhuang Mo, she was doing well. Having two highly gifted individuals in the wood element this year was undoubtedly a blessing for humanity as a whole. Zhuang Mo remained fully focused on the seedling in front of him. Under his nurturing powers, the seedling above the soil grew rapidly, while the roots below expanded and thickened. The stem gradually strengthened, and the branches unfolded, slowly taking the shape of a small tree. When Zhuang Mo felt that the energy ball at his heart, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, had been half depleted, he paused to rest. It was only then that he noticed nearly all his classmates had gathered around him, their eyes filled with amazement. "Have you finally exhausted your powers?" Han Lingyu asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Zhuang Mo glanced at Han Lingyu's results, a taller, thicker seedling. Then he looked at his own, which had clearly become a small tree. He had intended to use all his powers to nurture this tree, not wanting to hide his planting abilities after all. Excelling in planting as a high-level wood element user was normal, wasn't it? But seeing the small tree he had grown with just half his powers, and comparing it to Han Lingyu's seedling and the other classmates' newly emerged sprouts, he changed his mind. Completely drained, not a bit left, he replied to Han Lingyu. Being a genius was sufficient. There was no need to be an overwhelmingly exceptional genius. The evaluation of an awakened person's strength is based on two criteria: the total amount of power and combat ability. For the wood element, combat ability is replaced by planting ability, which can largely be equated with the total amount of power. There is a monthly regular test. Other elements have combat tests, while the wood element has written exams, purely testing theoretical knowledge. However, the biannual total power test is key. Once the total power reaches the A-level standard, an upgrade is almost inevitable. Zhuang Mo wasn't sure about his current total power level, and to avoid rising to a level too quickly, he decided to hold back a bit. As expected, after he claimed his powers were depleted, although Han Lingyu was still amazed by his small tree, she didn't show extreme shock. The other wood element classmates, however, looked on in disbelief. Is there such a big difference between medium and high-level talent? Why did my seed only just sprout despite my best efforts? Zhuang Mo is really strong. What did Zhang Zifei say earlier? Discussing the top new student in terms of combat power, I think Zhuang Mo is definitely the top in terms of total power among new students. I'm actually classmates with such a big shot. It's an honor. Han Junfeng, standing opposite Zhuang Mo, couldn't hide his excitement. Zhuang Mo, you are undoubtedly the top genius in the wood element. You're too kind, Zhuang Mo humbly replied. Fortunately, he had stopped halfway through the nurturing process. Otherwise, his prominence would have been even greater. He didn't mind graduating early to work in a plantation, but his current combat skills were too weak. He needed to build a solid foundation at the academy. Otherwise, when researching mutant plants or carrying out suppressant tasks, even with protection from others, he would face danger. The mortality rate in plantations was low, but not non-existent. After the group dispersed, Zhuang Mo pulled Han Lingyu aside, curious about the strange gesture. Han Lingyu smiled slightly and pulled a worn-out handwritten book from her backpack, handing it to him, the complete guide to wood element hand seals. Zhuang Mo took the book, which was filled with dense diagrams, thumbs stacked one over the other, left thumb on top, right thumb below, hands joined in prayer with the left hand moving forward 90. Having grown up watching fantasy and anime, he had always imagined the cool gestures used to cast abilities, but his teachers at the academy had never mentioned these. Flipping through the pages quickly, Zhuang Mo's frown deepened. Weren't wood abilities just about growth and control? Why were there so many complex gestures? As he puzzled over it, Han Lingyu gently reminded him. Just find one gesture you like and learn it. Pick one at random. Zhuang Mo was shocked. Han Lingyu nodded earnestly. Choose an easy one. Yi Xingqi's is too complicated. He still hasn't mastered it. What are these gestures even for? Zhuang Mo had his suspicions. They enhance your sense of conviction, Han Lingyu replied. Zhuang Mo was speechless, as he thought they were just for show. At dinner, a steaming bowl of tomato egg drop soup was placed in front of Zhuang Mo. Since arriving in this world, he had eaten eggs a few times, but tomatoes were new to him. The aroma of the soup stirred his longing for cilantro. As a staunch cilantro fan, he always felt that every soup was missing a touch of it. While he was contemplating the possibility of using his abilities to grow cilantro, Han Lingyu suddenly suggested, "There's a market at E-level tonight. Want to check it out?" "Yes." Zhuang Mo agreed without hesitation. The three of them headed towards the field together, with Yi Xingqi pulling out a mirror to admire himself as they walked. After fixing his hair, he turned to Han Lingyu with heartfelt sincerity. "Lingyu, when I reach E-level, I promise to grow the sweetest watermelon for you." This time, Han Lingyu didn't hit him, which suggested that E-level indeed had the capability to grow watermelons. In this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people were lucky to have enough to eat. while those with awakened abilities, because they had to fight, could manage to fill their stomachs. But fresh fruits, a luxury, could only be grown by wood element ability users. It was then Zhuang Mo realized that Yi Xingqi's frequent praise of the noble wood element, the great wood element, and the honorable wood element was not an exaggeration. After all, it was these wood element users who were using their powers to sustain humanity. Today, Zhuang Mo had just tried to accelerate the growth of a plum tree, and the adorable image of the little sapling lingered in his mind. At this moment, he felt confident in his ability to nurture plants, with visions of fresh vegetables growing flashing through his mind. He figured that even if the paper umbrella business didn't go well, he could still support himself and Huzi by growing vegetables with his wood-based powers. The three of them arrived at a small market on the sports field, where rows of senior students sat on the ground with various vegetables spread out in front of them. There was a noticeable absence of grain crops, which made sense since the academy provided an unlimited supply of rice and buns. As for fruits, there were none, and Zhuang Mo speculated that these A-level seniors might not have any fruit seeds. The selection of vegetables at the stalls was limited, mainly those that could be eaten raw: tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, and lettuce. Zhuang Mo's attention was drawn to a stall with tomatoes that were a vibrant red and looked juicy. He approached and asked about the price, and a friendly senior sister told him they were 10 points each. Although the price was reasonable, Zhuang Mo didn't buy them immediately. Drawing on his past experience, he decided to browse the market and compare prices. The market was small, so it only took about 10 minutes to explore, and the prices were similar across the stalls, leaving little room for bargaining. In the end, he returned to the senior sister's stall and bought 2 tomatoes. Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi accompanied him throughout, but didn't buy anything. It made sense since Han Lingyu, being Han Juanfeng's daughter, had even tasted rare fruits like watermelon and wouldn't care much for ordinary vegetables. Yi Xingqi, likely having grown up around Han Lingyu and frequently eating at Han Juanfeng's home, probably didn't lack these either. Back at the dormitory, Zhuang Mo initially planned to eat one tomato raw and stir-fry the other with eggs. However, reality quickly dashed his hope. She had no pot, no fire, and no eggs. Reluctantly, he changed his plan: eat one raw and save the other for seeds. As he examined the 2 tomatoes, he noted their large size, plump shape, vibrant color, and high maturity, perfect for seed saving. Although he was eager to enjoy the delicious fruit, he decided to take care of business first. He quickly folded a paper knife, infusing it with his powers to make it sharper. Then he crafted a paper spoon. He recalled that after 2 previous hunts, his paper circular saw blades had been ruined by the blood of mutated animals. While his abilities made the paper hard and waterproof, they couldn't withstand the thick blood. Carefully, Zhuang Mo sliced the tomato open with the paper knife, noting the blade could still be used a few more times. He used the paper spoon to collect the tomato seeds and juice in a glass, covering it with a hardened paperboard. The fermentation process would take 2 to 3 days, even with his growth-accelerating abilities. He didn't waste any of the tomato flesh, savoring it thoroughly before eagerly biting into the other whole tomato. The juice burst forth, tasting sweet and tangy, and the soft texture made him squint with satisfaction. Looking at the seeds in the glass, he imagined a future where he could enjoy fresh tomatoes every day. At 8:30 p.m., Zhuang Mo received a transfer of 295 points from Bian San on his watch. He smiled, realizing that not only had Bian San acquired the circular saw, but he was also quite satisfied with its performance. After pocketing the points, Zhuang Mo immediately checked the community for his paper umbrella sales post. The post by Huzi's dad was still buzzing with activity, with many comments, but none expressing a clear intention to buy. Patiently scrolling through, something caught his eye. A user named S-Class Hexagon Female Warrior left a comment. "I'll buy one." "First sale," Zhuang Mo thought excitedly, appreciating the warrior's good taste. He quickly replied, "Pay a 15-point deposit first. I'll deliver the protective paper umbrella at the ability training ground tomorrow at 8:30 p.m., and we can settle the remaining balance then." The response was swift and straightforward. "I'll transfer 50 points right now. I won't be free at 8:30 tomorrow. Just leave the umbrella at the new student registration area." Before the message was even finished, 50 points were already in Zhuang Mo's account. Straightforward. Zhuang Mo admired this direct style of transaction. He had purposely chosen to deliver the next day to give the impression that the umbrella was a labor-intensive, high-quality product requiring special abilities. In just a few precious seconds, Zhuang Mo folded a paper umbrella with a surface as hard as iron, complete with a full framework. However, one order was not enough for his goal of high volume and low profit. Tapping the umbrella's surface, he was satisfied with its metallic feel and promptly messaged Bian San. "What are you up to?" "Meet at the ability training ground." Bian San replied instantly. "Okay, bring your blade. I mean just a regular knife," Zhuang Mo added. 10 minutes later, they met at the ability training ground. Zhuang Mo held the paper umbrella, Bian San had the circular saw, and a torch stood at their feet, casting a chill glow on the saw blade in the night. "You're here," Bian San said briefly. Seeing the setup, Zhuang Mo realized Bian Shusan might have misunderstood his intention. She wasn't planning on a duel. Slowly opening the paper umbrella, he asked, Shusan, did you bring a knife? Bian Shusan nodded in confusion. The circular saw works better. No need for the circular saw. The speed's too high. The paper umbrella can't withstand it, Zhuang Mo explained. Just use the knife to scratch the umbrella, apply some pressure. Bian Shusan, though puzzled, complied. He drew a blade from his waist, approached the umbrella, and scratched it with force. The umbrella's surface only showed a shallow mark. Zhuang Mo recorded the video, played it back, and was very satisfied. Shusan, pierce the umbrella with the tip. Use half your strength. No need for full force, he instructed. Bian Shusan jabbed the umbrella with the knife tip, which barely penetrated, leaving a small point visible but not fully piercing through. Perfect for advertising, Zhuang Mo thought smugly. Bian Shusan examined the umbrella and knife closely, then looked at Zhuang Mo. Just as Zhuang Mo thought he might question the umbrella's sturdiness, Bian Shusan said quietly, My umbrella doesn't have a frame. Zhuang Mo remembered that the umbrella he sold to Bian Shusan was frameless and technically secondhand. I'll get you an upgraded version, he promised, aiming to maintain their long-term collaboration. For the normally expressionless Bian Shusan, his eyes widened slightly, though not by much. Seeing Bian Shusan's touched expression, Zhuang Mo seized the moment. But you'll have to do me a favor. Bian Shusan nodded. Okay. Zhuang Mo infused the umbrella with his ability, quickly repairing the small puncture. Deliver this umbrella to the new student registration area by 8:30 tomorrow night. As he spoke, Zhuang Mo paused, calculating in his mind. Once the promotional images of the paper umbrellas were released, the business would surely take off, and he would need Bian Shusan to help with deliveries. It seemed necessary to offer him some points to get him on board. I'm selling paper umbrellas in the community for 50 points each, mainly to the students at the academy, Zhuang Mo said, turning to Bian Shusan. If you help me with deliveries, I'll give you 2 points per trip. What do you think? Bian Shusan's eye showed a hint of gratitude. To him, Zhuang Mo was offering him a chance to earn points together. In the G district of the ruins, it might take days to find a task, and with Zhuang Mo's well-crafted paper umbrellas, finding buyers wouldn't be a problem. Thank you, he said sincerely. Don't mention it, we're friends. Zhuang Mo waved it off, sealing the deal on the paper umbrella business. Back at the dorm, Zhuang Mo chatted casually with Huzi for a moment before getting to work on updating his post. The previous one had been too brief, merely to test the market reaction. As a seasoned online shopping expert, he knew the importance of detailed pages, promotional images, and after-sales service. He wanted to show these people in the post-apocalyptic world the power of promotional copywriting. He quickly edited. Huzi's dad's protective paper umbrella effectively shields against first-level mutant attacks. Ordinary market umbrellas. Over 100 points, cheap ribs, easily flipped. Huzi's dad's paper umbrella. Only 50 points, 24 reinforced ribs, double wind resistance. Special ability treated surface, 5 technological reinforcement processes. Can withstand first-level mutant plant attacks, resistant to cuts, barely penetrated by forceful stabs. New customer special, 1 for 50 points, 10 off 2, 20 off 3. This week's special, prices rise next week. 7-day replacement, 2-month repair. Limited to 100 pieces, available only within the academy. Payment method, 15-point deposit, balance upon delivery. With 6 high-definition images of the paper umbrellas, plus videos of cut and puncture tests, Zhuang Mo posted the update and logged out of the community. Awakened ones should not be addicted to the watch. They need to focus on absorbing and integrating energy. Inspired by Han Lingyu, Zhuang Mo began to softly recite the Tao Te Ching. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Nameless is the origin of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. To him, absorbing the energy of the world required not just talent but a firm belief. Much like the law of attraction in psychology, if you believe, it will generate power. He chose the Tao Te Ching because Taoism emphasizes following the natural way, and the energy of abilities originates from nature. In this post-apocalyptic world, whether called energy or spiritual energy, the essence is the same. Natural selection means survival of the fittest, and Zhuang Mo was convinced that nature had chosen him, with energy converging from all directions. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Indeed, that's the only line he could recite. Good morning, Huzi. A beautiful day begins with greeting the little paper tiger. Although Huzi, being made of paper, obviously doesn't respond, Zhuang Mo doesn't mind. After getting dressed, the first thing he does is check the community for the latest updates. In the community, many people are inquiring about the details of the paper umbrellas, but only 5 have paid a deposit. This outcome is within Zhuang Mo's expectations. Most people view new things with skepticism, and only a few are willing to give them a try. However, this doesn't discourage him. Instead, it strengthens his belief that once the first batch of buyers shares their results, the business for paper umbrellas will surely take off. With abundant energy, Morning is the best time for making paper umbrellas. However, there isn't much A3 paper left in his dorm, so he sets aside the idea for now. So far, he has used up several reams of A3 paper. Even though he can use his abilities to harden the paper, it doesn't mean he can produce it indefinitely. After all, there are limits to his abilities. He can't create paper out of thin air. Nevertheless, Zhuang Mo feels proud of being a conscientious merchant. The paper is all part of his costs. The Federal Ability Academy has a rest day every 2 weeks, and the next one is 3 days away. Zhuang Mo plans to go to Shangrui Market on his day off to buy a few boxes of paper, as the prices at the school shop are relatively high. He also needs to bring Bien Shursan along. Moving all that paper alone would be impossible. It would be great if Bien Shursan had physical enhancement powers. Metal-based abilities are strong, but not particularly advantageous for lifting heavy things. This thought makes Zhuang Mo sigh. At this moment, he glances at the fermenting tomato seeds. They are still in a semi-solid state. Once the seed liquid begins to form a white fungal membrane and turn semi-liquid, the fermentation will be successful. Then, he just needs to put the seeds in water, and they'll sink to the bottom, indicating successful seeding. After a quick look at the seeds, Zhuang Mo bids them farewell, says goodbye to Huzi, and starts his day with his usual classes. During the outdoor ability class, he notices the physical ability students. Their muscles look as solid as iron, effortlessly lifting classmates. Zhuang Mo feels a bit envious. If he could reveal himself as Huzi's father, he could hire a strongman to help with the paper on market day. Unfortunately, paper is already cheap at the market, so hiring someone would negate the savings. He'll have to rely on Bien Shursan. Although metal-based powers aren't ideal for heavy lifting, at least it's free. Every outdoor ability class combines Class 1 and Class 2, showcasing the performance of all the level freshmen. Zhuang Mo observes that students with higher talents progress much faster than those with average talents. The 10 high-talent students in Flevel stand out significantly, and he is among them. However, there are also overachiever students whose talents aren't high, but who reach high standards through relentless effort. For example, there's a medium talent student in the physical ability group named Zhao Mingran. Her talents lie in her formidable physique and incredible speed. It's said she only sleeps 2 hours a day, spending the rest of the time training. Her physical strength has rapidly improved, almost matching that of Li Chao, a high-talent student in the physical group. Zhuang Mo witnesses Zhao Mingran and Li Chao collide. One is tall and powerful, the other short and solid, with muscles like iron. Their collision sends shockwaves through the air, neither falling, but each retreating 5 meters. Surprisingly, Zhao Mingran, as a girl, is much smaller in stature compared to Li Chao's massive build, with a significant difference in height and weight, yet her strength is not inferior. More intriguingly, those with awakened strong physical abilities usually grow taller and bulkier, but Zhao Mingran hasn't grown taller, just more robust. This piques Zhuang Mo's curiosity, wondering how she achieves it. She had a baby face, which looked quite out of place with her muscular body. Zhuang Mo gave a quick glance at the muscular Barbie, Zhao Mingran, before refocusing on his ability training. The wood element class was intensively practicing their energy absorption skills, having realized their inadequacies after the previous day's experience with accelerating the growth of a plum tree. In the surrounding silence, students formed various hand gestures, concentrating on their practice. Zhuang Mo noticed many were diligently performing hand seals to absorb energy, especially Yi Xingqi, whose complex hand signs were as flamboyant as his personality. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Mo formed a simple hand gesture. His left thumb pointed skyward, and his right thumb pointed downward. Though simple, he found this seal quite effective, praising both the heavens and the earth. As long as it worked for him, he was satisfied. Indeed, after forming the seal, he felt the surrounding energy become much more gentle. By evening, Bien Shursan brought news that the paper umbrella for their first customer had been delivered. The glass hexagonal female warrior did not appear in person. Instead, it was accepted by the elderly Gu at the new student registration office. The mention of Gu made Zhuang Mo tense up a bit. He vividly recalled the piercing gaze from Gu on the day he enrolled, a look that seemed to see through everything, leaving him feeling exposed. According to Song Yulong, Gu had long been stationed at the new student registration office, able to discern a person's talents, level, and abilities with a glance. However, Ji's own background and capabilities remained a mystery. Although surprised that Glass Warrior would have Gu received the umbrella, Zhuang Mo didn't dwell on these unsolvable matters. He still had 5 more paper umbrellas to make, plus 1 for Bien Shursan, totaling 6. Before the general store closed, he and Bien Shursan, masked, went to purchase supplies, buying up all the white paper in the store. Although they both learned to wear masks, this minimal disguise was meaningless in front of Gu. At the new student registration office, Gu was leisurely examining the paper umbrella. After 3 knocks, Jiang Ying, a member of the Federal Ability Academy Committee and deputy commander of the Safe Zone Army, entered. Despite her status as the highest level physical strength human, she maintained a respectful demeanor before Gu. Gu, Jiang Ying bowed slightly in greeting. Gu nodded slightly, gesturing for her to sit, and handed over the paper umbrella. Jiang Ying scrutinized the umbrella surface, confirming, it's indeed made of paper. Bien Shursan's craftsmanship is quite impressive. The tumor on Ji Yi's face shifted slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not Bien Shursan. This statement puzzled Jiang Ying. After a moment's thought, she said, but Bien Shursan is indeed Hu Zi's father, which has been confirmed. He just never admitted it himself. Gu rasped. You mentioned Hu Zi's father killed over 200 burrowing rats with a knife. Back then, how far could Bien Shursan control the blade? Jiang Ying immediately grasped the key point. Bien Shursan's ability to control only within a 2-meter range made it impossible to fend off subsequent burrowing rat attacks. The control range of other metal element freshmen was even smaller, only about a meter. Who said that person had to be a metal element? Ji Yi's words left Jiang Ying astonished. As she was about to argue that ice element freshmen couldn't yet form ice blades, Gu had already closed his eyes slowly, leaving her with one final statement. It was a wood element freshman. That night, Jiang Ying returned to her luxurious single apartment, clutching a paper umbrella. She collapsed onto her soft bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind restless. Her thoughts kept circling back to the day's discovery of Hu Zi's father was of the wood element and could use a blade to kill over 200 second-level mutant burrowing rats, attracting special attention from Elder Gu. There was only one possibility. He was a special attribute ability user. The classification system of awakened individuals from the Federal Abilities Academy unfolded in her mind: physical, wind, water, ice, earth, metal, wood, fire, lightning. These were the basic categories established during the early days of human awakening. But over time, it became clear that human abilities extended far beyond this. Just as mutant creatures evolved, so did the awakened ones, continuously pushing their limits. Beyond the basic physical evolution and elemental control, a very few special attribute abilities had emerged: healing, invisibility, domain, hypnosis. The uniqueness of these awakened individuals lay not only in the rarity of their abilities, but also in the fact that each special attribute existed in only one person at a time in the world. Only when the current healing ability user died would the next one appear. Jiang Ying turned over, her fingers unconsciously clutching the bedsheet. Such unique special attribute ability users would surely be seen as treasures by the federal authorities, their value maximized. The few special attribute users who had appeared in the academy were all treated in this manner. What special attribute did that wood element child awaken? She murmured to herself. The only thing certain was that the child possessed a combat-oriented special attribute. Elder Gu remained tight-lipped, and she didn't dare ask more, not even who the child was. I'll find out eventually, she sighed. But it would be great to know now. I'm so curious. Based on her experience, she could rule out only Zhuang Mo and Han Lingyu. Special attribute awakeners usually had a medium talent in their original attribute. For example, someone with healing power from the wood element often had very ordinary planting abilities. Among the new students with medium wood element talent, she only remembered Yi Xingqi, mainly because his looks were too striking. I'll have to observe more. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mo, who was the source of Jiang Ying's curiosity, was in a state of bliss. After folding 6 paper umbrellas, he sat cross-legged on his bed, focused and forming seals, continuing to practice Dao Ku Dao. Dao Ku Dao really works, as expected from the sage's writing, Zhuang Mo thought, feeling the energy flowing around him. Thousands of years ago, Laozi had foreseen humanity's apocalyptic fate and the profound mysteries of natural laws. He realized that what was known was not everything, that the world's mysteries were infinite and indescribable. It was precisely because they couldn't be described that they became mysteries. Energy from the source remained unspent and elusive. The energy around Zhuang Mo was like an invisible stream, endless and ethereal. He was immersed in the practice of Dao Ku Dao. Huzi, do you know why a sage is a sage? Zhuang Mo asked the little dog by his bed. Because he is much wiser than us, yet he doesn't consider himself a sage. Seeing the dog's puzzled expression, he chuckled. It's okay if you don't understand. You'll get it when you grow up. After all, you're just a puppy, and puppies don't know anything. He stood up, dusted off his clothes. I have to go to class. Watch the house, especially the tomato seeds. I reckon by the time I get back tonight, they'll be fermented enough. A day later, Han Junfeng took the wood element freshman to accelerate the growth of plum trees again. This time, every now and then, Zhuang Mo would glance at Han Lingyu's progress. He did this so often that he even sensed a few disapproving looks from Yi Xingqi. Don't misunderstand, brother, Zhuang Mo silently defended himself. To be precise, I'm looking at the plum trees, not the girl. As Han Lingyu's sapling grew into a small tree, continuing to rise, Zhuang Mo focused intently on nurturing it. His reputation as the top Frank wood element student had already spread, and he couldn't afford to lose. He concentrated fully, channeling his abilities into the small tree, making the trunk under his palm glow faintly as energy seeped into every branch like a gentle stream. Han Lingyu glanced at Zhuang Mo's progress, biting her lower lip as she continued to infuse her plum tree with energy. Her fingertips glowed a pale green, and sweat dripped from her forehead. Recently, Zhao Mingran's case had profoundly impacted her. A person with only average talent could spar with Li Chao, and she and Zhuang Mo both had high talent. Losing by too much would be extremely embarrassing. Unaware of Han Lingyu's inner competition, Zhuang Mo would have applauded sincerely if he had known. In his view, everyone was destined to work the fields together in the future, and only by farming well could they truly benefit all of humanity. Han Lingyu gave it her all, feeling the roots of her plum tree grow robust and healthy, finally allowing herself to relax. She looked up at Zhuang Mo's results, only to see his plum tree was a good 10 centimeters taller than hers, with noticeably more abundant branches. A hint of hurt flashed across her face before she let out a big yawn. She had only slept 4 hours last night to gather enough energy for her tree, yet the gap was still so apparent. Noticing that he still had more than half of his energy left, Zhuang Mo stopped and gently caressed his sturdy little plum tree, a fatherly smile on his face. He had slept a full 10 hours the previous night and was full of energy. Looking around, he noticed Han Lingyu's tree was doing well too, but Yi Xingqi was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Yi Xingqi?" Zhuang Mo asked curiously. Han Lingyu pointed behind him, and Zhuang Mo turned to see Yi Xingqi standing in front of Jiang Ying, seemingly engaged in conversation. Zhuang Mo found it odd. What could teacher Jiang want with Yi Xingqi? Han Lingyu looked equally puzzled, guessing that perhaps Yi Xingqi's foolish behavior had been discovered, and he was receiving a private lecture. Zhuang Mo sensed something was off, knowing Jiang Ying wasn't one to waste time. At that moment, Jiang Ying was scrutinizing Yi Xingqi, her eyes betraying clear disappointment. "Is this all you've got? You can only move the branches so slightly." Jiang Ying's tone was harsh. "You wouldn't even hit a regular person, let alone a level 2 mutant groundhog." Yi Xingqi tilted his head indifferently, replying, "As long as I farm well. Look at my plum sapling. Isn't it taller than those with average talent?" Jiang Ying's face flushed with anger. Yi Xingqi is definitely not an awakened special ability user, but Han Junfeng, is your wood element combat training too lax? Her shout reverberated, shaking the entire ground. Only then did Zhuang Mo realize that Jiang Ying's talents included sonic attacks, in addition to her formidable physical strength. Despite her slender appearance, it was said that strong individuals like her could perfectly control their bodies, switching between Barbie and King Kong at will. Clearly, as in strength powerhouse, this shout, deafening to students, was merely a slight raise in volume for Jiang Ying. If she unleashed her full abilities, none of the students would survive. Everyone, extra training. This afternoon, go spar with the physical element students during the outdoor abilities class. Jiang Ying ordered. Han Junfeng had no choice but to comply, and the wood element students groaned in despair. "No way, the physical element students can take out 3 of me with 1 punch." "Yi Xingqi, what did you do to get us extra training?" "I just want to tend to my little plum. I already ran 50 laps today, and my legs are still shaking." Jiang Ying sneered. "There are still over 20 days until the freshman trial. Those who want to die can skip training." With that, she turned and left, leaving the wood element freshmen in silence. After a while, someone broke the quiet. "Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate." "Honestly, I've thought about it. Getting into the Federal Abilities Academy is already lucky. If I die in the ruins, my mom and sister can get 10,000 points, which is pretty good." "Don't think like that. There are military forces on the ruins front line, so it's not that dangerous. People die every year, and this year won't be an exception." After some low murmurs, Han Lingyu's voice rang out with firm resolve, cutting through the others' negativity. "The Academy's purpose in sending us to the ruins is for training, not to send us to our deaths. The Academy will provide protective suits," Han Lingyu announced to the new students of the wood element class, her voice clear and strong. She surveyed the tense faces of her classmates and continued, "As new wood element students, we can't yet control mutated plants, and according to Academy tradition, we won't be given tasks to hunt mutated flora and fauna. Our missions usually involve researching mutated plants or administering inhibitors." She raised her voice slightly. "Everyone knows that the range of mutated plants' perception of prey is limited. As long as we don't get too close, the danger is much lower. But the ruins are indeed full of surprises, which is why teacher Jiang has us doing extra practice for our own good." She clapped her hands, her gaze firm. "From today onwards, let's channel all our after-class energy into combat. Although our wood element combat is constrained by the environment, it doesn't mean we can't fight at all. Why should we always be considered the weak ones?" Her final words were powerful, and the wood element students felt invigorated, their eyes shining with newfound determination as they nodded in agreement to train hard. Standing at the edge of the group, Zhuang Mo thought to himself, this class wouldn't be the same without Han Lingyu. Without her words, everyone might have already scattered. Her words carry even more weight than Han Junfeng's. Even he had to admit, after hearing her speech, that Han Lingyu truly had the makings of a class leader. Seeing the wood element students' spirits lifted, Zhuang Mo felt gratified. His current mindset was like that of a leader looking at subordinates, seeing each wood element student as a potential future colleague or subordinate. This seemed normal to him after all. With his talent for farming, he was bound to hold a high position in the plantation in the future. After being a corporate drone for so many years in his past life, was it too much to ask to be a small leader in this one? With this thought, he cast a slightly critical eye towards Yi Xingqi. What was up with Yi Xingqi? Not putting in the effort, and even getting caught by teacher Jiang for his almost non-existent combat skills. If he were assigned to a mission in the ruins in the future, would he be able to complete it? This was the apocalypse. After all, mutated creatures and aliens wouldn't spare you just because you have a pretty face. Strength was the real deal. Jiang Ying made good on her promise to have the physical strength group spar with them. In the afternoon, as soon as Zhuang Mo stepped into the ability training ground, he felt the gaze of the entire physical strength group on him. This gaze wasn't friendly, nor entirely hostile, but rather one of blatant disdain. TSK, who are they underestimating? Let's see if they can manage without eating the food grown by the wood element. Zhuang Mo muttered to himself, though he kept it to himself. He understood that these people trained hard after being well-fed, destined for the front lines, each one a budding soldier. Without these combat-oriented individuals holding the line against aliens, what would the wood element even grow? They'd long have become alien fodder. Among the awakened in the Federation, the physical strength group made up nearly a third. Most in this group had dual abilities, like Zhao Mingran's formidable physique and incredible speed, or Li Chao's strong body and physical regeneration. However, even with Zhao Mingran's well-trained physique, she struggled to be a match for Li Chao in actual combat, because a grown Li Chao was hard to kill. Why, then, was Bian Shursen widely regarded as the top-grade freshman in combat power, despite Li Chao's impressive regeneration? Zhuang Mo pondered. The main reason was that Li Chao was currently only 5th grade, and his regeneration was slow. During one outdoor ability class, Bian Shursen accidentally sliced a chunk off Li Chao's elbow, and it took over 10 minutes for it to regrow. In summary, Li Chao's 5th grade regeneration wasn't very useful in combat, much like how 5th grade wood element abilities couldn't control mutated plants. Zhuang Mo looked around, thinking, actually, we're all pretty useless, so no one should look down on anyone else. Level wood ability users can only control ordinary plants, while a level 1s can manage 1st-tier mutated plants. By the time they reach a level, handling 5th-tier mutated plants is no longer an issue. However, even in level wood ability user cannot control 6th-tier or higher mutated plants. In fact, wood abilities have no effect whatsoever on plants of the 6th tier and above. This is one reason why other combat ability users often believe that wood abilities are unsuitable for battle. After all, how could a warrior fight in an arena devoid of plants? And even if there are plants, they must be below the 6th tier. Freshly mutated 6th tier plants are completely uncontrollable. Furthermore, due to the importance of wood abilities in agriculture, the connection between wood abilities and combat has gradually diminished, with wood ability users being content simply to protect themselves. Consequently, physical ability users often view wood ability users with a certain hostility born for battle, who has the patience to train with a non-combat ability user. This perspective aligns with Zhuang Mo's understanding, as groups began to gather, and Zhuang Mo could clearly hear their discussions. They all looked so frail, one punch, and they'd probably cry for their mom. Wood ability users are so precious, I wouldn't dare hit them. If Teacher Jiang found out, he'd probably beat me up. Why should we be their sparring partners? Aren't water and earth abilities more suitable? In the vast ability training ground, other training sessions had long since stopped. A circle had formed, with all eyes on the wood ability users, their schadenfreude evident. Yet, it was unclear whether they were mocking the wood users or the physical ability users. To enable the wood abilities to be effective, Jiang Ying specifically arranged for everyone to train under the row of willows, whose branches and twigs could be manipulated by the wood users. Zhuang Mo felt conflicted, unsure whether to be pleased or worried about this arrangement. According to Jiang Ying's plan, the highly gifted Zhuang Mo was paired against Li Chao, while Han Lingyu faced another highly gifted physical ability user named Su Fanyuan. Her abilities included a formidable physique and clairvoyance. The name Su Fanyuan reminded Zhuang Mo of a time in a large class, when she had pointed out a mole on his face, an unusual girl. Despite her physical prowess, she hadn't grown taller or stronger, appearing quite ordinary except for her slightly larger eyes. The physical ability users were diverse, and someone like Su Fanyuan was harder to understand compared to Li Chao, a 2-meter-tall giant. Zhuang Mo, you might as well just surrender. Li Chao's voice boomed with a heavy dose of mockery. You wood users are just useless, completely ineffectual in battle. This remark was not only excessive but also heard by everyone present. Even Yi Xingqi, who never tolerated anyone belittling wood abilities, remained silent. The sarcasm in Li Chao's words cast a heavy atmosphere, and other wood ability users turned their gaze to Zhuang Mo. Except for Jean, she's bien sure San, who continued to stare at the sky, unusually calm. Zhuang Mo's lips twitched, feeling helpless. He considered surrendering, but Jiang Ying wouldn't allow if this was sparring, not a competition, and surrendering wouldn't achieve the purpose of practice. Faced with Li Chao's provocation, Zhuang Mo chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Li Chao's tone grew even more arrogant. Since you're not surrendering, don't blame me for not holding back. His gaze swept over the crowd. Even if you would users are useless, you can still use your abilities to grow food, can't you? This comment immediately incited an uproar among the wood users. They retorted angrily. You ugly brute, if it weren't for our hard work in farming, you'd have starved. No matter how fast your body regenerates, you're just a piece of meat. Who knows who would win in a fight? Zhuang Mo's reaction was somewhat mechanical. He touched the paper airplane in his pocket, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, Jiang Ying's voice cut through the air, noting the mention of a paper airplane. The seemingly casual remark sparked a memory of Zhuang Mo using a paper airplane to take down a bird on an airship. A paper airplane, a paper umbrella. Could that person be Zhuang Mo? Jiang Ying felt a twinge of doubt. Thigh-level abilities had never been associated with such unique skills. Jiang Ying couldn't figure it out, so she decided to put the matter aside for now. Those with special abilities fell under the jurisdiction of Elder Gu, and without his permission, she could only speculate in her mind without directly asking. She furrowed her brow and turned her gaze to Li Chao. His provocative words didn't just target Zhuang Mo, they trampled on the dignity of all wood element awakeners. However, with her present, Zhuang Mo would not be severely injured otherwise. Both the academy and the military would hold her accountable. Zhuang Mo was no ordinary student. His talent surpassed even high-level abilities, and he was a standout among the new wood element students. Many high-ranking officials in the Federation were closely watching him, and even Mr. Ping, the top figure in the wood element, had personally inquired about him. Despite this, Zhu Baobao didn't agree to give Zhuang Mo any special treatment. This meant he had to participate in the freshman trials like everyone else, and would have to undertake various tasks in the future. Even if students from other elements were assigned to protect him, it wouldn't completely eliminate the risks and dangers in the ruins. Only by improving his strength could he ensure his survival until the day he enters the plantation to grow crops for human survival. On the training ground, the wood element freshmen were infuriated by Li Chao's words and began retaliating indiscriminately, calling the physique element students ugly, monsters, and eyesores. The physique students countered by calling the wood element students lacking combat skills, useless in battle, and parasites of the Federation. Even though the wood element had only one class compared to the physique element's three, the two sides were equally matched in terms of momentum, proving that being talkative wasn't entirely useless, at least not in terms of morale. Over on the metal element side, Bien Shursan stared at Li Chao with a look as if he were a dead man. Usually lethargic with small, dull eyes, Bien Shursan now had his eyes wide open, fixed intently on Li Chao, making him particularly noticeable. He silently vowed that if Zhuang Mo ended up injured by Li Chao without putting up a fight, he would make sure Li Chao experienced what it meant to be crippled. The metal element students were also buzzing with conversation. That Li Chao is so arrogant. It's a pity the wood element can't beat him. When we go up against the physique element, we'll make sure to teach him a lesson. He's just a loser to our metal element. Couldn't even withstand one move from Shizhen. What a joke. If it were Shursan standing in front of Li Chao right now, he'd have been knocked out already. But it's Zhuang Mo, so the wood element will probably just take the humiliation. Zhuang Mo is the golden boy in all the teachers' eyes. Li Chao can talk all he wants, but if he really dared to go all out, Teacher Jiang would take him down. Everyone was talking on the training ground, and aside from Bien Shursan, almost no one believed Zhuang Mo could defeat Li Chao. As a high-talent physique element, Li Chao stood 2 meters tall with muscles like blocks of stone. His mere presence was intimidating. At this moment, Han Junfeng stood beside Jiang Ying, his tone slightly urgent. Teacher Jiang, please stop them from fighting. I'll make sure to push the wood element to train their combat skills. Jiang Ying let out a cold laugh. Today, every single one of the wood element is going to take this beating. Han Junfeng understood that Jiang Ying wanted all the wood element freshmen to realize the importance of combat, and she had no intention of intervening. But Li Chao's provocation was excessive, and students from other elements had gathered around as well. He was worried that if Zhuang Mo got injured and lost face, it would be difficult for him to serve as a role model for the wood element freshmen in the future. Each had their own considerations, but Jiang Ying's seniority meant Han Junfeng's suggestion was overridden. In the center of everyone's attention, Zhuang Mo sighed. He had his dignity too, after all. If he were to be beaten up by Li Chao here today, it would surely be a blemish on the future Federation plant master Zhuang Mo's record. His peripheral vision caught sight of several students from other departments already raising their watches, poised to record the incident. Li Chao's twisted face bore an expression of mockery, provocation, and humiliation, which was truly repulsive. Li Chao, how about a bet? Zhuang Mo contemplated for a moment, speaking in a calm voice. A bet. Li Chao raised an eyebrow. What could you possibly bet with me? Whether or not you'll end up flat on the ground. Ha ha. Zhuang Mo relaxed his stance, a confident look appearing on his face. I'll bet you can't even land a hit on me. Listen to this fool talk nonsense. Li Chao laughed loudly, his voice grating. Although the physical training students usually didn't like Li Chao, having been indiscriminately insulted by the plant department earlier, they now found themselves strangely united. A murmur of whispers rose around them. Is Zhuang Mo planning to run away? How could he possibly outrun Li Chao? Even if Li Chao's talent isn't super speed, Zhuang Mo still couldn't outrun him. Zhuang Mo listened to these comments, his expression unchanged, still calmly watching Li Chao. Are you afraid to bet? Afraid? What a joke. Li Chao puffed out his chest. What are the terms? His eyes were full of disdain, clearly not taking Zhuang Mo seriously, or rather, not taking any freshman seriously apart from Bian-Shur-san. If you lose, you apologize to all the plant department freshmen, Zhuang Mo stated clearly, each word firm and decisive. A cruel smile spread across Li Chao's face, his teeth gleaming coldly in the sunlight. If you lose, I want you to kneel in front of me and loudly declare that the plant department is worthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Bian-Shur-san suddenly drew a round blade, his eyes flashing with icy intent. The metal department students, seeing this, immediately scrambled into action. Some hurriedly grabbed his arms, others pulled at his legs, and some even tried to wrest the blade from his hand. Shur-san, don't be rash. He's asking Zhuang Mo to kneel, not you. Be good, Shur-san. Wait until they're done fighting. Then you can have your turn, okay? Shur-san, put the blade down. You might hurt yourself. On the plant department side, Han Lingyu clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. It wasn't just Zhuang Mo being insulted, but all 68 plant department freshmen. Most awakened individuals in the Federation believed the plant department was a gift from the heavens, ensuring humanity wouldn't starve in the apocalypse. However, there were also brainless people like Li Chao who believed that, as awakened individuals, why should the plant department not face the mutants on the front lines? Her father had told her not to care about others' opinions, just to do what she thought was right. And right now, Han Lingyu felt what was right was to train her combat skills diligently. If Zhuang Mo were humiliated today, she vowed that she would make Li Chao pay. Zhuang Mo, don't agree to this. Teacher Jiang will definitely train harder in combat. Please don't let Zhuang Mo fight Li Chao. Is this how the physical training department supports us? This is clearly provocation. Can't we just stop fighting? Even before the plant department had started fighting with the physical training department, Jiang Ying's goal had already been achieved. Listening to the plant department freshmen express their determination to enhance their combat training, Jiang Ying was also inclined to call it off. Mainly because Li Chao was so infuriating that even Jiang Ying, who wanted to provoke the plant department, couldn't stand it and wanted to pull Li Chao aside to teach him some manners. Just as she was about to step forward, she heard Zhuang Mo's calm voice. All right, I accept your terms. Let's begin, Li Chao. No sooner had Zhuang Mo spoken than the mountain-like Li Chao moved. His steps were large and fast, and his fist was mere centimeters from Zhuang Mo. Han Lingyu held her breath, her fists clenched tighter and tighter, her palms already turning white. She watched helplessly as the heavy, powerful fist, like a stone, rushed towards Zhuang Mo with a gust of wind. The humiliation of today, Han Lingyu vowed to repay 100-fold. Bang! What was that sound? She was startled. Oh, did Li Chao fall? What? Li Chao actually fell. To be precise, he didn't just fall, he was tripped. In the split second when everyone couldn't react, laughter erupted from the crowd. Zhuang Mo, you're amazing. The top of the wood element, effortlessly growing 2 willow branches. A burst of laughter mixed with exclamations exploded among the wood element freshmen. Ha ha, I captured Li Chao's faceplant on my communicator, a boy laughed, holding up his communication jade. In Han Lingyu's dazed gaze, she saw Li Chao's ankles tightly bound by 2 flexible willow branches. She let out a sharp breath, her tense nerves finally relaxing a bit. After all, Zhuang Mo had been able to grow an entire bamboo grove on his first day of school, and now his control over willow branches was even more adept. But just as everyone began to relax, Li Chao's angry shout shattered the calm. You think 2 willow branches can hold me? Dream on. Pop. The muscles around his ankles swelled instantly, and the 2 willow branches snapped inch by inch, debris flying. Li Chao gritted his teeth and stood up, his face full of fury. Han Lingyu's heart leapt to her throat once more. At this moment, Zhuang Mo spoke calmly, his tone carrying a hint of composure and sarcasm. Have you ever heard the story of a single chopstick? Stop the damn talking. Li Chao roared, stomping the ground and charging forward like lightning. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as dust clouds rose. Then came Zhuang Mo's unhurried voice. 2 willow branches couldn't hold you. But what about 10? How would you handle that? Even 100 couldn't hold me, Li Chao. Li Chao roared, his energy suddenly bursting forth. 10 willow branches around his feet exploded instantly. In that moment, his muscles, like awakened beasts, swelled even more than before, power seemingly roaring within him. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Jiang Ying frowned deeply, murmuring, "This isn't good." Li Chao's angry. His energy is spiking rapidly, approaching a level. This isn't sparring anymore. It's turning into a real fight. If this continues, Zhuang Mo might get hurt. She was about to step forward to subdue Li Chao when Han Junfeng stopped her. "Let's watch a bit longer," Han Junfeng said in a deep voice. He could see clearly that Zhuang Mo, while growing and controlling 10 willow branches, remained calm and composed, barely exerting any effort. He believed Zhuang Mo hadn't yet shown his full strength. Jiang Ying kept her eyes fixed on Li Chao, while Han Junfeng focused on Zhuang Mo, his gaze steady and unruffled. Under the willow tree, Zhuang Mo did not disappoint. Almost simultaneously with the explosion of the 10 willow branches, the willow tree behind him trembled violently. The branches grew wildly, as if summoned by some force, one after another extending rapidly like living creatures, quickly wrapping around Li Chao's ankles, calves, thighs, and waist, eventually binding even his arms. Circle after circle, tighter and tighter, until he was almost entirely cocooned, with only his head visible. Bang! Once again losing his balance, Li Chao fell heavily, raising a cloud of dust. He was wrapped up like a thick caterpillar, struggling and writhing on the ground, his face flushed red with anger, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Zhuang Mo!" Zhuang Mo stood still, his expression serene, his voice gentle with a hint of inevitability. "You mentioned 100 willow branches, right? As a fellow student, I naturally have to fulfill your small wish." He paused, letting out a sigh-like chuckle. "Honestly, I only intended to bind your legs, but you set such high standards for yourself, wanting to challenge a full 100 willow branches. Alas, I've always been someone who enjoys helping others, and as long as it's within my capability, I naturally oblige." These words made it seem as if he were the one being wronged. In reality, Zhuang Mo's complexion was already a bit pale. He stood straight, but his palms trembled slightly. This exercise of growing and controlling had indeed drained his powers. The energy within him, like a ping-pong ball bouncing a few times, was now nearly depleted. In a setting where willow branches touched the ground, Jiang Ying witnessed Zhuang Mo's impressive maneuvers and turned to Han Junfeng with a teasing remark. "With someone as talented as Zhuang Mo, letting you teach him is truly a waste." This left Han Junfeng momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Li Chao was writhing on the ground like a worm, a sight that thrilled the students of the wood element class. They pointed at Li Chao, mocking, "Ha! Look at Li Chao. Doesn't he look like a big bug?" He couldn't even touch Zhuang Mo's hair, yet he claimed to be the second strongest among the freshmen. "What a joke. Lost a bet. Apologize," the wood element students shouted in unison. Han Lingyu's face broke into a relaxed smile as she joined in. "Apologize." Yi Xingqi and others echoed, "Ugly apologize." Soon, even freshmen from other departments joined the uproar. "If you lose, just apologize." "What? Can't handle losing. We told you not to underestimate the wood element near plants. Zhuang Mo hasn't even used the willow branches on him yet. He was just mocking the wood element as useless, and now he's rolling on the ground. How ironic." The students from the physical element looked ashamed and were at a loss for words. After all, this was the result of a lost bet, and Li Chao's current state was truly embarrassing. They quickly distanced themselves. "Li Chao is from your first physical class, nothing to do with our second class. Yeah, no relation to our third class either." Seeing Li Chao still refusing to apologize, Jiang Ying ordered coldly, "Li Chao, apologize to the wood element." Under immense pressure, Li Chao finally gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, "I'm sorry." Zhuang Mo tilted his head and asked the surrounding wood element classmates, "Did any of you hear what he said?" "No, we didn't," they responded in unison. Zhuang Mo continued, "Li Chao, please face the wood element and apologize loudly." Li Chao, with a contorted face, demanded, "Let me go first." Zhuang Mo, stroking his chin, wisely replied, "You apologize first, then I'll let you go." He knew releasing Li Chao now would be too risky, as his remaining abilities were insufficient to restrain him again. Seeing Li Chao bound and misaligned, Su Fanyuan and Zhao Mingran stepped in to help. One lifted his feet, the other his head, roughly rotating Li Chao 90 degrees and dropping him heavily to the ground. This action clearly indicated their lack of camaraderie with Li Chao. At this moment, Li Chao realized he was isolated. The physical element classmates behind him dispersed, leaving him alone to face 68 wood element freshmen. Everyone expressed, "Why would I stand by him? I don't even know him well. What does his challenge to Zhuang Mo have to do with us?" Exactly, he was boasting about crippling Zhuang Mo, and now being tied up like this is entirely his own doing. Under the crowd's pressure, Li Chao finally abandoned his last shred of dignity, shouting loudly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The wood element students were still unsatisfied. Sorry to whom? Sorry for what? The apology needs to be clear. Exactly, just a casual sorry isn't enough. Where's that energy you had about crippling the wood element? How will you make up for the psychological damage you've caused us? Amid the wood element students' incessant chatter, Han Lingyu's expression turned cold as she sternly commanded, "Everyone be quiet. Did you really think it was you who tied up Li Chao?" As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became tense. If today, it wasn't Zhuang Mo whom Li Chao provoked, but me, or Yi Xingqi, or any one of you, would the situation be the same? Do you think that just because you're from the wood element, you can hide in the safe zone? The mutated plants need wood element research, and the inhibitors also rely on wood element injections. Once out of the safe zone, any of us could face danger at any time. From today on, every bit of your after-school time and energy should be devoted to improving your combat abilities. Can you do it? Yes. The wood element students responded in unison, their voices resonating loudly across the training field. By now, the wood element had gradually formed a cohesive group, with Zhuang Mo as their role model and Han Lingyu as their spiritual leader. Zhuang Mo stood aside, his face slightly flushed. He couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. Although he had never really trained the wood element's combat abilities, he was quite adept at manipulating willow branches. Why was he so skilled? He recalled that night when, under the dim moonlight, the image of Xiaolongnu tying herself with a rope suddenly appeared in his mind. At that moment, it seemed to awaken a certain power within him, leading him to attempt controlling the branches of two willow trees to weave them tightly together. Ancient tales speak of the dragon maiden's sleeping rope, and now there's Zhuang Mo's sleeping willow branches, Zhuang Mo thought wryly. Though he nearly exhausted himself trying to balance on the willow branches, he ultimately abandoned the idea of synchronizing with Xiaolongnu across time and space. As the willow branches gradually retracted to the tree, Li Chao lowered his head and slinked back into the crowd. Han Lingyu patiently led the wood element students to apologize to the innocent meat element classmates who had been scolded. She especially pulled Yi Xingqi aside, as he had been the most aggressive in the argument, with his words targeting appearances. You people. Han Lingyu, having just recovered from the verbal battle, was ready to defend her group once more. Soon, both sides quickly defined the conflict as Li Chao's personal provocation, as if they hadn't participated in any of the verbal sparring. The atmosphere unexpectedly became harmonious, and the tense situation could no longer escalate into an actual confrontation. Jiang Ying's training tasks were also completed smoothly, giving the wood element freshmen some temporary respite. In the ability training field, all the freshmen began their respective training. Standing to the side, Jiang Ying turned to Han Junfeng, her eyes showing a hint of disdain. Old Han, even though your abilities aren't great, you're lucky, she said coldly. Han Lingyu is much better than you. Han Junfeng had no words to respond. Jiang Ying didn't wait for a rebuttal and continued. However, compared to Zhuang Mo, she's still lacking. Hearing this, Han Junfeng nodded. That's right, Zhuang Mo's talent is indeed unmatched. He's the most gifted child I've ever mentored. Jiang Ying nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to Zhuang Mo. She had to admit, Zhuang Mo's wood element abilities were incredibly strong and impossible to ignore. She withdrew her gaze, no longer delving into the question of Tiger's father, because the noise from the surrounding wood element freshman was giving her a headache. Let it be whoever it is, Jiang Ying muttered to herself. She would find out eventually, so why bother investigating now? As night fell, Zhuang Mo walked alone into the empty training field at the corner of the playground. Holding 6 paper umbrellas, he handed them to Bian Shusan and softly recited a mantra. Late into the night, Zhuang Mo stayed until 11 o'clock, beginning his own training in the tranquil night. He didn't take Li Chao's provocation seriously, finding it extremely childish, but it did make him realize he had been neglecting his combat power improvement. Recently, he had been too absorbed in other things, neglecting the most crucial part. As an awakened combat-oriented ability user, he trained almost every day, while the mutated creatures outside the ruins continued to evolve. To survive, he couldn't afford any complacency. Escape, he silently set his goal. Whether I can win the fight isn't important, surviving is the key. The most important thing is to be able to run. In Zhuang Mo's mind, he saw Li Chao's fist, as huge as his head. Just imagining being hit by that hammer-like fist was enough to make him feel like he'd cough up blood. Going head-to-head, that would be suicide. Once a physically powerful person like that grows stronger, someone like him wouldn't even be a match. The only way out was to run, and he had to run fast. Unfortunately, he didn't have Zhao Mengran's speed talent, so he had to find another way. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Science is the answer. Zhuang Mo quickly pulled out 4 sheets of A3 paper from his backpack, skillfully folding them into 2 pairs of insoles with elevated heels. He closed his eyes and focused on infusing energy into the paper. Thanks to his regular practice, he had mastered control over paper, completing the energy infusion in just a few seconds. The theory was simple. These energy-infused paper insoles were like a drawn bowstring, and whenever he wanted to jump, the released energy would create a massive thrust to propel him forward. A perfect conversion of potential energy into kinetic energy. This was his superpower version of a spring. Eagerly, he sat down, quickly took off his shoes, and stuffed his homemade launchers inside. But 10 seconds later, my shoes. Zhuang Mo was horrified to find himself suddenly 2 meters in the air, feeling a chill under his feet. His shoes, worth 100 points, had come apart. The uppers soared with him, while the soles stayed on the ground. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. Rubbing his sore backside, Zhuang Mo picked up the separated shoe soles and fell into deep thought. Although the cost was a ruined pair of shoes and a painful backside, at least it proved the feasibility of his launchers. After a quick brainstorm, he soon thought of an improvement. Change the internal elevation to an external one, allowing the launcher to encase the shoe like a phone case. This way, the launcher would propel the sole, which would then transfer the force to his feet, avoiding the disaster of the shoes coming apart. Setting aside the ruined shoes, Zhuang Mo crafted 2 paper foot covers out of the remaining A3 paper, carefully aligning the launchers with the covers. Taking a deep breath, he assumed a jumping stance. Launch. With this jump, it was like opening the door to a new world. The power was abundant, the height astonishing. The cycle of energy release and replenishment flowed smoothly. He leaped joyfully around the playground, each jump reaching 2 meters high, each step covering 7 or 8 meters. Gradually, he began experimenting with various jumping styles, jumping from a standstill, running jumps, consecutive leaps. Despite losing a new pair of shoes, looking at the successful insole launchers, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but smile. Let Li Chao try and see if he can keep up with his pace. After returning to the dormitory and receiving the final payment for the paper umbrellas, Zhuang Mo glanced at the 1,123 points displayed on his watch screen and couldn't help but smile as joy bubbled up inside him. He lightly tapped the watch interface, pondering silently. Do those who bought the paper umbrellas think the transaction is over? No, this deal has just begun. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingran finished her extra training session in the abilities training field, her training clothes soaked with sweat. She pushed open the dormitory door to find her 3 roommates gathered in a circle, intently examining an open paper umbrella. Is this really made of paper? Zhao Mingran approached, curiously inspecting the umbrella. The surface was smooth, the framework clearly visible, yet surprisingly hard to the touch. They say it can resist knife cuts. It was demonstrated in the video, one roommate explained. Why not test it and find out? Another roommate, Xiao Wang, picked up a small knife from the table and lightly grazed the umbrella's surface, leaving only a faint mark. Put some effort into it, someone urged. Xiao Wang nodded and applied more pressure, dragging the knife tip across the umbrella's surface. Astonishingly, the umbrella remained intact, with just a slightly deeper mark. It really can resist knife cuts. Xiao Wang exclaimed, wide-eyed. I was just curious and bought it to test. Zhao Mingran stood by, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She knew that besides her, the other 3 in the dorm were all second-generation awakened ones from affluent families, who didn't lack points. They didn't need to risk going to the ruins to earn points, as their families had already prepared professional protective gear for them. Only she, a student from an ordinary family, urgently needed such protective equipment. Recently, level 1 mutated dandelions had become rampant in Ruins Area G. With this umbrella that could block mutated plants, she could take on tasks to eliminate the dandelions. Zhao Mingran calculated silently. Was it worth spending 50 points on a paper umbrella? Just then, Xiao Wang suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Bian Shursan messaged me. What did he say? The others immediately gathered around. To thank you for supporting the same paper umbrella as Huzi's dad, the community offers a cashback of 3 points for reviews over 20 words and 5 points if you include 3 photos, Xiao Wang read out excitedly. Wow, you can get points back? Let me help you take the photos. The roommates quickly got to work, showing great interest in the cashback offer. Zhao Mingran knew they weren't really concerned about the 5 points. They just found it novel and fun. But for her, the 5-point cashback was significant. She quickly calculated. The original price of the umbrella was 50 points, and after the 5-point cashback, it would only cost 45 points. The reward for a task to eliminate a patch of mutated dandelions was usually 70 or 80 points, so even taking just one task would be a profitable deal. With this realization, she didn't hesitate to open her watch, enter the community, find Bian Shursan's paper umbrella sales post, leave a comment to purchase, and directly pay a deposit of 15 points. At that moment, Zhuang Mo was staring at his watch, delighted to see a new order had come in even before the buyer's review went live. Looks like this paper umbrella business is going well, he thought to himself. Come to think of it, the 100 points wasted tonight don't seem so painful. I'll fold a couple more paper umbrellas, and the points will surely come in. Soon after, Zhuang Mo saw the first buyer's review under his sales post. De Wang and Xiao Wang are both strong. The paper umbrella is just like in the video. Although it's made of paper, the surface is very hard, and my roommates all love it. 3 clear photos were attached below the review. Zhuang Mo immediately transferred 5 points to the user. De Wang and Xiao Wang are both strong. The response came almost instantly. Bien Sure-san, you are undoubtedly the strongest freshman. I will always support you. Zhuang Mo chuckled at the enthusiastic reply, thinking to himself, even in an apocalyptic world, with no certainty of tomorrow, there's still room for fan economies. But on second thought, it's nice, really. In any situation, people have to find some joy. Around midnight, Zhuang Mo received buyer reviews from 4 out of the 5 customers, with only this class hexagonal female warrior yet to post hers. The feedback was unanimously positive, with praise pouring in and over 10 new customers placing deposits right away. This was expected by Zhuang Mo, as his paper umbrellas were indeed high quality and affordable. This situation reminded him of a past online shopping mishap. He had been captivated by a picture of a boyfriend-style parka, imagining it would make him the center of female attention at the office. However, when the delivery arrived and he tried it on, the security guard mistook him for a food delivery person and blocked his entry into the building. Before going to bed, Zhuang Mo checked on the glass on his desk. The tomato seeds had fermented properly, so he carefully poured them into a prepared container of clean water, gently stirring with a folded paper spoon. Once the seeds settled at the bottom, he rinsed them repeatedly until they were completely separated from the fermentation residue. He spread the seeds on paper, intending to dry them in the sun the next day. Gazing at these hope-filled seeds, Zhuang Mo drifted into sleep, dreaming of ripe tomatoes in the future. The next morning, Zhuang Mo donned his paper shoes equipped with insole ejectors, grabbed his backpack, and wore a mask as he met Bien Sure-san, who was also masked, at the academy's entrance. Although the mask did little to conceal Bien Sure-san's distinctive weak eyes, it gave him a sense of security, prompting him to purchase a few more from Zhuang Mo. On the crowded bus, they had to stand. Just as the doors were about to close, a group of unfamiliar burly men pushed their way in, with Li Chao trailing behind. Zhuang Mo didn't recognize any of them except Li Chao, and they clearly weren't new students, but he paid it no mind. Upon arriving at Shangrui Market, Zhuang Mo headed straight to the shoe stall, reluctantly spending 150 points on a pair of almost new sneakers. Bien Sure-san opted for a pair that was 60 new, costing him 96 points. Zhuang Mo immediately swapped into his new shoes, remembering to attach the insole ejectors. Seeing Bien Sure-san's puzzled look, Zhuang Mo explained that it was his own high-tech invention, promising a demonstration in a secluded spot. This escape gadget was something only he could control, though unfortunately, it couldn't be mass-produced and sold like his umbrellas. With new shoes on, they were free to explore the market. Last time, they had been hurriedly taken back to class by Song Yulong after taking leave, but now they could take a closer look. Despite his keen interest, Zhuang Mo's wallet remained untouched, as his true objective was to buy paper. Suddenly, a sign caught his attention: mutant plant and animal skins. Zhuang Mo stopped in his tracks, intrigued by what he saw. The stall was quite large, and the items were arranged in a reasonably orderly manner. In front of each type of skin, there were detailed description labels. Zhuang Mo's gaze swept over second-level mutant Sharpei, third-level mutant wild water buffalo, third-level mutant spotted pig, second-level mutant tulip, third-level mutant star anise plant, and finally stopped at the third-level mutant paper mulberry bark. His eyes lit up at once. After mutation, the paper mulberry had developed a unique fire-resistant quality, capable of withstanding attacks from lower-level fire element awakeners, completely overturning the traditional fire overcomes wood theory. More importantly, this material was ideal for papermaking. Zhuang Mo already had a complete plan in mind. Using his abilities, he could directly control the plant fibers to become soft and delicate, then weave them into paper, thus eliminating the cumbersome soaking and steaming processes of traditional papermaking. Hey buddy, see any skin you like? Want me to introduce them to you? The stall owner approached when he saw Zhuang Mo lingering in front of the paper mulberry bark. How much for this paper mulberry bark? Zhuang Mo pointed to his target and asked. The bark of a whole tree is just 10 points, the stall owner explained. It's a complete sheet, enough to make a set of protective clothing. Zhuang Mo quickly calculated. Hunting a third-level mutant creature earned 10 points, and buying a third-level mutant paper mulberry bark also cost 10 points, which seemed quite reasonable. Remembering what Han Ling Yu had mentioned before, the bark itself was indeed not valuable. The high price of several hundred points for a protective suit was mainly due to labor costs. For someone holding nearly 1,000 points, this was a piece of cake. He immediately decided to purchase the entire tree's bark. The stall owner efficiently bundled the bark, but it was quite heavy, so much so that even Zhuang Mo and Bien Sure-san struggled to lift it together. If only I had a muscle-type underling, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but sigh. As they were laboriously moving towards the station, they encountered a group led by Li Chao. 7 or 8 burly men approached with a menacing aura, prompting Zhuang Mo to quickly warn Bien Sure-san to step aside. Bro, it's him, Li Chao suddenly shouted, pointing at them. Zhuang Mo's heart skipped a beat, not expecting Li Chao to cause trouble off campus. The strong men quickly surrounded them. The leader, who bore a resemblance to Li Chao, surprisingly bypassed the masked Zhuang Mo and directly focused on Bian San. Are you Bian San? The man asked in a rough voice. Bian San placed the paper mulberry bark on the ground and calmly drew his round knife, responding, "You must be Leewi." Zhuang Mo suddenly remembered Leewi, and the term level physical regeneration flashed through his mind. He finally understood that the family song Yulong mentioned was essentially made up of awakeners. Leewi and Li Chao, just by their names and appearances, were clearly brothers. Moreover, both possessed extraordinary physical regeneration abilities. Leewi let out a cold laugh, his voice steady and powerful, carrying an obvious sense of intimidation. When my brother was just at level, you cut off his arm, making him unable to hold his head high in front of rebirth. Today, I'm here to teach you a lesson. The statement was utterly illogical, and Zhuang Mo couldn't help but frown. Initially, he thought Li Chao was a big, careless oaf, but Li Wei turned out to be even more unreasonable. Lacking skill, yet still having the audacity to cause trouble. Besides, Li Chao could regenerate physically, so losing a bit of flesh was nothing, would just grow it back. Zhuang Mo involuntarily shivered. He had only cut off Li Chao's arm, yet Li Wei came with anger. Not to mention, he had once tied up Li Chao like a caterpillar in front of everyone, and the image of Li Chao squirming on the ground had already spread throughout the academy. Zhuang Mo quietly stepped back 2 paces. They were at the market entrance, surrounded by people coming and going. Even if there was trouble, the most Li Wei could do was give him a beating. He probably wouldn't go too far, right? Li Wei's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he suddenly clenched his fist. That fist was larger than Zhuang Mo's head. Then, he advanced step by step. Zhuang Mo's heart raced, and he immediately retreated a few steps. At this moment, Li Chao's gaze locked onto Zhuang Mo. His expression was twisted, as if he was on the brink of collapse. His eyebrows knitted tightly, pointing at Zhuang Mo, while his lips trembled violently, as if they had been given a shaking effect. The words seemed to squeeze out of his throat. "Brother, he." His speech was broken and incomplete. Zhuang Mo observed for a moment, confirming Li Chao's speech was hindered by excessive agitation. He frowned. Was it really worth getting so worked up over a viral caterpillar video? With such poor mental resilience, how would he fare on the battlefield in the future? "Brother," Li Chao finally managed to utter. Li Wei's impatience was evident as he punched Li Chao forcefully in the face. "Brother? What brother? Speak up." That punch halted Li Chao's spasms. He then pointed steadily at Zhuang Mo. "Brother, he." His voice was finally clearer. Zhuang Mo's eyes suddenly turned cold, sensing trouble. Instantly, he channeled energy into the shoe insole launcher, ready to activate it. "San, scatter, and run." Before he finished speaking, energy surged, and his body swiftly soared into the air. Bian San stared in a daze, watching Zhuang Mo take to the sky, momentarily stunned. Zhuang Mo, like a wild horse freed from its reins, leaped and bounded through the air, covering 7 or 8 meters with each landing. He could even feel the ease and freedom in his aerial jumps, growing more exhilarated with each stride. As he accelerated, he felt fortunate that none of the pursuers were particularly fast. Otherwise, with a level speed ability, he wouldn't be able to outrun them. The bus ahead had already started moving, and Zhuang Mo aimed for the roof, leaping with all his might, landing directly on top. He surveyed his surroundings, watching as the pursuers relentlessly chased after him, a smile creeping onto his face. They really didn't get it. Chasing him to the academy gates would mean encountering security and teachers, who would quickly put them in their place if they dared to act. Instead of pursuing him, they should have gone after Bian San. At least they might have had better luck. "San, see how loyal I am, drawing away all the firepower," Zhuang Mo thought to himself, lying comfortably on the bus roof, and began messaging Bian San. "San, don't forget the paper bark." Behind the bus, the burly pursuers panted heavily, still chasing with all their might. "Zhuang Mo, get down here," Li Wei roared. "Zhuang Mo, if you're brave, come down." Li Chao's voice also echoed from afar, a mix of anger and frustration. Inside the bus, passengers began to discuss. "Something seemed to hit the roof just now." The bus shook. One person said quietly, "Could it be a mutant animal? How could there be such a thing in the safe zone? It must be some shameless person throwing things from high up." Another said, looking wide-eyed out the window. "It seems like someone is chasing the bus. Quite a few people. Are they crazy?" A remarkable scene unfolded on the street. A bus was cruising steadily ahead, while a group of physically awakened individuals were sprinting heavily behind it, only stopping to catch their breath once the bus disappeared from view. "Let's go. We need to find Bian San," Li Wei commanded, and the group quickly turned around, rushing back towards the market entrance. However, they arrived to find no one there. Bian San had already left with the heavy bundle of paper mulberry bark, catching another bus and disappearing from sight. Li Chao wore a frustrated expression, not only failing to hit anyone, but also receiving a punch from his own brother, leaving half his face swollen like a bun. Clutching his face, he complained to Li Wei, "Brother, Zhuang Mo made a fool of me in front of everyone. You have to help me get revenge." Leewi clenched his fist, a hint of malice in his eyes. The ruins training is coming soon. Once we're out of the academy, I'll show him. Meanwhile, the bus stopped at the academy entrance. Zhuang Mo nimbly jumped down from the roof and made a point to buy a ticket at the window. We're civilized people with manners. This was such a comfy sleeper ride. How could I skip the fare? He muttered to himself, rubbing his sore legs. Onlookers stared wide-eyed at the scene. Is this an A-level fighter landing on a bus roof out of exhaustion? Since when did our academy have such an unreliable teacher? They murmured among themselves. Wearing a mask, Zhuang Mo paid no heed to the chatter and strolled confidently into the academy. On the grounds of this Federal Academy of Supernatural Abilities, what could those physically strong individuals possibly do to him? Still, being chased was an unpleasant experience, especially by a bunch of level people bullying and flevel like him. Zhuang Mo silently vowed that once he mastered supreme skills, he would teach them a lesson. After all the running, his proud invention, the insole catapult, was now a pile of scrap paper. The contraption had left him sore all over, as if he had done hundreds of intense frog jumps. Back in his dorm, Zhuang Mo started pondering an upgrade. Exoskeleton suits. Now that's a man's romance. He reminisced about the exoskeleton videos he had seen back home in Zhonghua. Such devices could protect the body while enhancing physical abilities, allowing one to jump higher and run faster. Determined, Zhuang Mo began crafting a new version. Building on the redesigned insole catapult, he added 2 paper panels to support his legs, one extending to the knee, the other reaching from the knee to the thigh, connected by small paper boxes. Finally, he installed paper clasps on the upper panel to secure the exoskeleton to his waist. Once infused with supernatural energy, the ordinary paper gained metal-like hardness, and the entire process took just seconds. Zhuang Mo was thrilled to find that his paper folding speed was improving, bringing him closer to seamlessly controlling paper at will. He admired the papercraft leg exoskeleton structure, eager to see how it would perform. However, Zhuang Mo now possesses abilities within his heart, eliminating the need for complex transmission devices and power components. By simply channeling his energy into the insoles and small paper boxes at his knees, he achieves the desired effect. Although the equipment appears simple and not particularly flashy, its effectiveness rivals the high-tech gear seen in international blockbusters. This paper exoskeleton is virtually weightless, fitting like a second skin and moving seamlessly with his body, providing agility and precision. The main reasons exoskeletons haven't become widespread are their weight and lack of sensitivity, but Zhuang Mo's design has already addressed these issues. Overall, he is extremely satisfied with this new equipment. The only thing missing is a real-world test. With a sudden burst of energy from the insoles and paper boxes, Zhuang Mo leapt powerfully, instantly reaching the ceiling. He hit his head with a thud and winced in pain as he rubbed the bump that formed. Luckily, the ceiling stopped him, or he might have bounced even higher. Nonetheless, the exoskeleton's effectiveness was undeniable, filling Zhuang Mo with joy. However, he couldn't accurately gauge how high he could jump and planned to find a quiet field at night for a proper test. Pleased with the new gear, he lay down to rest for a moment. Glancing at his watch, he was surprised to see 38 orders for paper umbrellas had come in that day. Excited by the prospect of profit, he quickly abandoned his rest, grabbed some A3 paper, and crafted a paper umbrella in seconds. Soon, the dorm was filled with piles of paper umbrellas. After folding 38 umbrellas, Zhuang Mo scratched his chin and began practicing his signature on a blank sheet of paper. His paper umbrella business was gaining traction, but he needed a brand. With a flourish, he signed Huzi's dad on the umbrella's surface. Afterward, he lovingly patted Huzi's head, saying with a smile, "See, Huzi? Your dad thinks of you in everything he does, even when selling paper umbrellas." As Zhuang Mo admired his handiwork, there was a knock at the door, and Bian Shursan's voice called out, "Zhuang Mo, it's me." Opening the door, Zhuang Mo saw Bian Shursan dragging in a large bundle of paper mulberry bark. "Thanks for your hard work. Come in and have a drink," Zhuang Mo greeted warmly. Upon entering, Bian Shursan noticed the bump on Zhuang Mo's head and asked seriously, "Did they hit you?" Zhuang Mo laughed, touching the bump. "Don't misunderstand, I bumped it. If they'd hit me, there'd be more than one bump." Bian Shursan looked slightly downcast. "I'm too weak to beat Leewi." Zhuang Mo thought to himself, amused at Bian Shursan's audacity to consider challenging the level Leewi as in Flevel. He decided to offer some advice. Why fight them? They're not mutated creatures or alien species. Fighting them won't earn you points, just waste your energy. Bian Shursan seemed convinced by Zhuang Mo's words and nodded in agreement. They're a waste of points. Zhuang Mo nodded, relieved that Bian Shursan understood. Noticing the stack of paper umbrellas, Bian Shursan eagerly set down his cup, ready to deliver them. Zhuang Mo tied the umbrellas with paper string, and Bian Shursan happily carried them out. Watching Bian Shursan leave, Zhuang Mo closed the door and focused on absorbing energy. In this world, enhancing one's combat power doesn't rely on techniques, but rather on the total amount of energy and practical combat ability. Some may have immense energy reserves, but lack battle experience, rendering their energy ineffective. Therefore, new students must undergo ruin training annually, as the Federation's Energy Academy aims to prepare them for the front lines, not for safety zones. Zhuang Mo knew his true adversaries weren't Li Wei or Li Chao, but mutated plants, animals, and even alien species. These were the most formidable foes. Operating the insole launcher and crafting paper umbrellas had consumed a lot of energy, but restoring his energy levels was relatively simple. Like refilling a 500 milliliters cup after drinking 400 milliliters, replenishing energy was straightforward. However, increasing the capacity from 500 milliliters to 600 milliliters required expanding the cup itself. Zhuang Mo understood that human emotions couldn't be as pure and calm as those of plants and animals. Anger and frustration disrupt energy recovery, which requires absolute tranquility. He closed his eyes, merging with nature, allowing energy to swirl into his heart like a vortex. His aura surged, as if breaking through an invisible barrier. Zhuang Mo realized that his supernatural abilities had undergone a significant upgrade. Energy continuously poured into his body, coalescing into a solid mass the size of a ping-pong ball near his heart, becoming more substantial with each heartbeat. His heart raced, and his blood vessels throbbed intensely until they could no longer contain the energy, abruptly halting the accumulation process. After sensing this change with closed eyes, Zhuang Mo was thrilled to discover that his total energy had tripled, elevating his power to a level between E and D class. Who would have thought that escaping could lead to such a breakthrough? I truly am a genius among geniuses, he thought proudly. His gaze fell upon the pile of paper mulberry bark in front of him, and he began to experiment with using his abilities to make paper. Threads of his energy infiltrated the bark, precisely controlling the thickness and flexibility of each plant fiber. Unlike traditional papermaking, his supernatural approach allowed him to perfectly manage the direction of the fiber's weave. Like a modern-day weaver girl, Zhuang Mo focused intently on intertwining the fibers. During this process, energy from the surroundings unknowingly began to flow into him again. When he opened his eyes to assess his work, he couldn't help but chuckle. The first sheet of paper was 2 centimeters thick, practically a cardboard. Oops, that's too thick to be useful. He shook his head, realizing that a thin, energy-infused sheet was all he needed to make an umbrella. With the experience from his first attempt, the subsequent paper-making process went much more smoothly. One thin sheet after another emerged under his hands, quickly filling half the room. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhuang Mo tested the paper's fire resistance with a match. Flames danced on the surface but failed to ignite the paper, much to his delight. Not only did this confirm the paper's fireproof quality, but it also meant he would no longer need to spend a fortune on paper. He could make plenty with just a few points. Exhausted from the effort, Zhuang Mo slept until nightfall. When he awoke at 11, he immediately donned his paper exoskeleton, packed his backpack full of fireproof paper, and headed to the field. In the dark, Zhuang Mo first made a thumbs-up gesture with both hands, then suddenly thrust his right fist upwards, instantly propelling himself 4 meters into the air and leaping over 10 meters forward, landing with perfect stability. Feels good, he chuckled softly. After familiarizing himself with the basic movements, he drew out 2 sheets of fireproof paper, crafting them into sharp circular saw blades within seconds. Under his precise control, the paper discs spun rapidly, slicing through the air. As long as the speed is high enough, they can cut through metal like butter. Zhuang Mo added 2 more discs, and the 4 paper saws whirred through the air with a sharp cutting sound, as he continued to increase their rotation speed. Suddenly, under the faint moonlight, a massive bird burst forth. Zhuang Mo was instantly on high alert. This was too unusual in this safe zone, where even ants were hard to find. No creatures other than the farmed animals should exist. Moreover, the 100 soft-meter shy walls should have prevented any external birds from entering. He quickly retrieved the 4 paper circular saw blades and assumed a defensive stance. At that moment, the giant bird's wings flapped weakly a few times before it crashed heavily to the ground. Zhuang Mo cautiously scanned the strange bird with his watch, but the display showed no reaction. This should have reassured him. No reaction meant it wasn't a mutated animal. Yet his instincts told him it wasn't that simple. He carefully maneuvered a paper saw blade to touch the nearly 1-meter-long bird, confirming it was dead. As he approached for a closer look, the sight before him made him gasp. 6 pairs of wings, and a long, sharp beak filled with saw-like teeth. This was clearly a mutated bird. But why couldn't his watch detect it? Just as he was about to report this serious security breach to the academy, his eyes caught the bird's claws. In that instant, he felt his blood freeze. There were no sharp bird claws there, but human hands. Delicate, pale women's hands. The horrifying truth exploded in his mind. This was the product of human experimentation. Those hands were likely taken from a living person. He shuddered at the thought. If there were birds with human hands, was there somewhere a person with a bird's beak? Where did these experimental subjects come from? Did the Academy's teachers know about this? Were Han Junfeng and Jiangning involved? After ensuring no one was around, Zhuang Mo shakily took matches from his backpack and set the gruesome body ablaze. Watching the flames consume it to ashes, he sighed in relief, deciding to forever bury tonight's discovery in his memory. Back in his dorm room, Zhuang Mo lay on his bed with his hands behind his head, trying to convince himself this was the apocalypse, and he was just an ordinary student. Those terrifying secrets and humanity's future should be the concern of the big players. He thought wryly. At least he had given that poor mutant bird some form of release, hoping it wouldn't seek vengeance. Yet that night, although the bird did not haunt his dreams, more terrifying visions occupied his sleep. He was strapped to a cold dissection table, his hair completely shaved off, and a gleaming scalpel traced from his left ear to his right. Careful, a voice said. We need to extract his brain. The next morning, when Zhuang Mo woke up, he still felt a chill on top of his head. The first thing he did was check his watch. The final payment for the 38 paper umbrellas had all been received. 31 buyers even included buyer reviews. After deducting cashback and Bien Shursan's wages, he netted 1,669 points, bringing his total bank points to 2,595. Although this cost-free business was profitable, Zhuang Mo didn't stop there. With the advantage of fireproof paper, he could develop fireproof umbrellas. However, launching a new product would take time, and more importantly, he was worried that witnessing the humanoid bird might attract attention. For this reason, he kept a low profile all week, even suspending his nighttime training on the field. The sales of paper umbrellas had stabilized, with a total of 118 sold and hardly any new orders. Zhuang Mo judged that the market was nearing saturation, and with rumors that the first-level mutant plants in Zone G were about to disappear, this business venture was temporarily concluded. Huang Lin specifically sought out Bien Shursan, praising him for being willing to share the paper umbrellas at such a low price as Huzi's father. When Huang Lin tentatively asked if there was metal hidden in the umbrellas, Bien Shursan simply remained silent. Seeing no response from the reticent father, Huang Lin didn't press further, mainly out of concern that pushing too hard might lead the child to self-harm with a blade again. Back in the classroom, Huang Lin was preparing to teach an important lesson. In this world, aside from various bizarre mutant creatures, there existed something even more terrifying: variants. Before we start today's lesson, I want to ask everyone a question. Huang Lin's gaze swept across the class. Has anyone here ever faced a variant? Please raise your hand. Zhuang Mo noticed that only a scattered dozen or so students raised their hands, including Bien Shursan and Zhao Mengran. These individuals all came from the first line of defense. Although the original Zhuang Mo's location in the D-Zone ruins was also part of the first line of defense, its perimeter was a cliff, meaning variants could only enter from Zones B or C, which were guarded by the military, making Zone D relatively safe. Zhuang Mo silently thanked his luck for not having crossed over to Zones A, B, or C, where he might have met a grim fate. Humans on Blue Star have all faced the threat of mutant creatures, but the vast majority have never seen a variant. Can anyone tell me why? As soon as Huang Lin finished speaking, Zhang Zifei loudly answered. Because the variants are all stopped at the first line of defense. Not quite accurate, Huang Lin corrected. Although variants are mostly stopped at the first line of defense, they can also appear in zones E and F of the second line. In 13 days, you'll be going to the second line for a 7-day training, and you might encounter variants. This statement stirred murmurs among the students in the back. What's the point of struggling if you encounter a variant? Just commit suicide. I've heard they don't like eating dead meat. Really? Having an intact body is a luxury I never dared to imagine. Now, I'm beginning to save money to buy a gun. A bullet is a quick and painless way to end it all. Zhuang Mo had been shocked more than once by the comments of these people. He needed to focus on the lecture. Huang Lin seemed like a normal person and was quite knowledgeable. Huang Lin continued. Of course, there's no need to panic too much. The freshman training will be led by teacher Jiang Ying personally. I, along with the teaching assistants from various departments and some outstanding level students, will be accompanying you. Although these creatures are terrifying, once you reached level, you should be able to handle a first-level variant. Today, let's get to know these sudden natural enemies of humanity. The phrase, natural enemies of humanity, sent a shiver through Zhuang Mo. Variants preyed on human flesh and blood. Didn't that make them humanity's natural enemy? He frowned subconsciously, feeling a chill. Since the emergence of variants, humans were no longer at the top of the food chain. Instead, they had become prey. Without the awakened ones, humanity would have faced extinction long ago. What kind of terrifying creatures are these, and how did they come into existence? This thought crossed Zhuang Mo's mind, but before it could fully form, Huang Lin continued, addressing his unspoken question. Initially, humans had no idea what variants were or where they came from. It wasn't until someone witnessed them emerging from underground. Zhuang Mo suddenly had a revelation. An underground race. It was plausible. A completely unfamiliar creature suddenly appearing on the surface could either come from the sky or emerge from the ground. But could there really be such creatures underground? What if they emerged from beneath the safe zones? Huang Lin observed the students and continued his explanation. After decades of fighting and research, humans discovered that every 10 years, a batch of first-level variants emerges from underground. They are particularly fond of moist soil, such as areas with high rainfall, lakes, and near the ocean. Zhuang Mo nodded to himself, understanding that if these creatures could emerge anywhere, the safe zones would be meaningless. Huang Lin unfolded a life-sized photograph of a variant and pointed to the image. This is a variant. As you can see, they stand over 2 meters tall, with smooth, hairless skin that is exceptionally tough. Their fangs are incredibly sharp, capable of tearing a person to shreds and devouring them completely. Zhuang Mo felt his heart sink. In the early days of the apocalypse, awakened ones were scarce, and bullets couldn't penetrate their skin. Only a few heavy weapons could barely deal with them. During that time, humans were almost powerless to resist. As natural disasters ravaged the world, Blue Star became a wasteland, and industrial and technological capabilities were nearly destroyed, leaving productivity extremely low. Nowadays, humanity relies on the awakened ones and their intelligence to combat the variants. Zhao Mengran, could you share with everyone how you managed to escape from a variant as an ordinary person? Huang Lin suddenly turned to Zhao Mengran, his voice calm, yet filled with anticipation. Zhuang Mo was also curious. Some ordinary people in ruined zones A and B had managed to hunt first-level variants, and some even made a living by skinning them and extracting their crystal cores. Rumor had it that these people had mastered some unique techniques that allowed them to escape danger in critical moments. Zhao Mengran stood up, and Zhuang Mo heard her clear voice. Throwing one person to the creatures allows the others to escape. The room fell silent for a long time. After hearing this, Huang Lin showed no emotion and calmly said, "You may sit down. It's an unavoidable measure." Then, he turned to Bian Shursan. "Bian Shursan, you speak." Bian Shursan remained silent, directing 3 or 4 trainees to work together from different angles to bind the creature and push it into an iron cage until it perished in solitude. After Bian Shursan sat down, Huang Lin continued. As Bian Shursan mentioned, one person's strength is limited. In the face of threats, we often rely on teamwork. In the upcoming freshman training, you will be divided into small teams. Although you don't have combat experience like Bian Shursan, working together, it's not easy to trap a creature. He spread out a map and continued. You all know that the crystal core is extracted from the back of a creature's head. But do you know where the hardest part of a creature is? The audience responded in unison. The back of the head. Exactly. The crystal core is their life core, making the back of the head particularly hard. However, creatures are not without weaknesses. Huang Lin paused, looked around, and said in a calm voice, "Do you know where their most vulnerable spots are?" Several wood element freshmen offered opinions. Creatures can't reproduce, so hitting their eggs is the best. I think it's the abdomen. It's probably softer than other parts, right? It must be the eyes. I bet I can poke its eyes with a willow twig. Huang Lin smiled slightly and looked at Zhuang Mo, who listened quietly without saying much. After a moment, Huang Lin spoke. The weakest spots of creatures are actually those without skin protection, like the eyes or the mouth. If I throw a fireball into its mouth, wouldn't it burn to death? Zhang Zifei asked loudly. Huang Lin shook his head, smiling. With your current ability, your flames would only cause it pain, like a person eating extremely spicy chili. He returned to the topic. I am showing you these weaknesses not to teach you how to kill creatures, but to help you know how to escape when facing them. Even a level 1 creature has defense and attack power far beyond your imagination. When it spots you, its speed is incredibly fast, and its sharp claws will aim straight for your throat. If, at the moment of its attack, you can react and target its eyes or mouth, that will be your chance to escape. Huang Lin's words were steady and powerful, and the freshman listened intently. As awakened ones, you may have to go to the battlefield in the future. The Federation's Academy of Abilities is training you not for charity, but to fight for humanity's fate one day. He paused for a moment, his voice becoming more solemn. All right, that's all for the creatures. Next, there's an important announcement. Huang Lin put away the creature photos and addressed the audience. In 13 days, the freshman training will begin. From now on, all indoor classes are canceled. Focus on enhancing your abilities and combat skills, and get to know your teammates well. The words had barely settled before the assistants began to take action. The team assignments had already been made, and their task was to place the freshmen into their respective teams. Zhuang Mo found it slightly inconvenient to shuttle between Class 1 and Class 2 of the large lecture. After about 10 minutes, he glanced at Bian Shursan standing beside him and couldn't help but think, as expected. As a rare high-level talent in the wood element, it was only natural for him to be paired with the top freshman combatant for protection. Bian Shursan gave him a smile, while Wei Wenhai from the water element cast a complex look and muttered under his breath, carrying a wood element burden and still able to smile. Hui from Class 2 of the wind element laughed heartily. Maybe being grouped with Zhuang Mo means we'll get extra protection from the academy. Zhao Mengran nodded. The academy won't just watch and let Zhuang Mo die. Zhuang Mo rubbed his chin, feeling slightly moved. Were these people planning to use him as a protective talisman? If they encountered mutants, would Zhao Mingran throw him out? However, he was fairly satisfied with the group's composition. He wasn't too familiar with Wei Wenhai and Hu He, but he trusted the combat abilities of Bian San and Zhao Mingran. He hoped they would be reliable enough to protect him, the delicate wood element student, from harm. Of course, he wasn't going to rely entirely on others. If push came to shove, he still had his paper exoskeleton. Thinking of Li Chao, Zhuang Mo suddenly felt a malicious gaze. He followed the gaze, and, as expected, it was Li Chao. He thought that after more than a week, Li Chao would have let go of their minor conflict, but apparently not. When Li Chao saw him looking, he even gave him a smile, one with a hint of smugness. Something's off, Zhuang Mo thought, wary. Was Li Chao planning to make a move on him during the freshman exercise outside the academy? How petty. The exercise was dangerous enough without Li Chao holding a grudge. 2 meters tall, and with a mind smaller than a needle's eye. If Li Chao dared to act outside the academy, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Zhuang Mo turned his attention back to his teammates. Since we're a team, we need a leader. In case of danger, we have to follow the leader's orders. Hu He patted Bian San on the shoulder, laughing. Is there even a choice? He's the renowned father of Tiger, capable of taking on over 200 level 2 mutant rats alone. Wei Wenhai nodded in agreement. Not only is he strong, but he's also smart. When the attack range isn't enough, his embroidery needle technique is unpredictable. Zhao Mingran remained as expressionless as ever. Bian San is strong. I have no objections. Just as Bian San was about to speak, Zhuang Mo cut in. Then it settled. Our leader will be Bian San. Bian San held back what he wanted to say, knowing that Zhuang Mo was the real decision-maker. However, he didn't mind, as even if he were the leader, everything would still be decided by Zhuang Mo. After the groups were finalized, Zhuang Mo began scanning the classroom for familiar faces. As expected, Han Lingyu and Su Fangyuan were grouped together, as were Yi Xingqi and Zhang Zifei. The academy seemed intentional in pairing wood element freshmen with highly talented and strong students. But he was aware that Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi didn't need protection, they both had mutant skin protective suits. Zhuang Mo pondered to himself, what were those suits made of? As he mused, Song Yulong entered the classroom with the teaching assistants, dragging several large boxes. The boxes were quickly opened, revealing stacks of what looked like clothes. Could they be protective suits? Soon, Song Yulong began distributing the suits. When the suit was handed to Zhuang Mo, Song Yulong even gave him a wink. Zhuang Mo took the protective suit and glanced at the label level 3 mutant Brucinetia papyrifera bark protective suit. He sighed softly, letting go of any unrealistic expectations. It made sense. Advanced mutant plants, animals, and exotic species were highly valuable. In a place like the academy, where even meals required points, it seemed unlikely they'd provide top-tier suits so easily. Besides, they were only heading to the second line of defense, guarded by the military, which was far less dangerous than the first line. The bark suit was better than nothing. Following Huang Lin's instructions, they were subjected to intense training for the next half-day. After running 5 kilometers with a 20-kilogram load, they split into groups for targeted training. The assistants continuously corrected their use of abilities and exertion techniques. In Zhuang Mo's group, Wei Wenhai and Hu He were fiercely sparring. One controlled water, the other wind, both having a solid foundation. Wei Wenhai's water arrows drew sharp arcs in the air, while Hu He's whirlwind slashes met them heat in, both maintaining an attack range of about 5 meters, evenly matched. Not far away, Bian San was noticeably holding back against Zhao Mingran. Despite Zhao Mingran's talent for a strong physique and incredible speed, she spent most of the time dodging Bian San's circular blade attacks, unable to get close. As for Zhuang Mo himself, like other wood element students, he was assigned to train with a willow tree. Under his control, the willow branches swung back and forth, whipping the air, making his eyes soar. He suddenly realized that being a willow tree in the academy was quite a task, constantly directed by wood element students. With tired eyes, Zhuang Mo sat down, leaning against the cool shade of the willow, focusing on absorbing energy. He knew that in real danger, he couldn't rely on trees. His unique paper control ability would be his true asset. Currently, his ability hovered between E and D levels, and breaking through to D before the expedition would greatly enhance his safety. However, he sensed that the gap might be greater than his current abilities, making a breakthrough unlikely. He sat there, like a scholar engrossed in reading amidst a bustling marketplace, indifferent to the surrounding noise. After the intense half-day training, Zhuang Mo returned to his dorm in the evening and opened his level 3 mutant bark protective suit. The suit was dark brown, similar in thickness to a wool coat. Oddly, it had a lining that felt exceptionally smooth, like some kind of animal leather. Zhuang Mo unfolded the suit and tried it on. It was quite loose, with attached gloves and a neck cover, but his entire face was exposed, making him feel insecure. It reminded him of his time as a volunteer during the virus era when protective suits covered everything from head to toe. Just as he removed the suit, his communicator lit up with a message from Song Yulong. Zhuang Mo, have you checked out the protective suit? Yours is specially made by the Academy, lined with level 4 mutant wild boar skin. Though it seems just one level apart, the difference is significant. You know, level 3 mutants earn you 10 points, but level 4 gives you a whole 100 points. By the way, don't tell anyone about this. You're the only one with this suit. Even Han Lingyu doesn't have it, but not because the Academy didn't make one for her. She has something better. Can you believe it? She has a level 4 exotic species skin protective suit. The Han family really takes care of her. No wonder Song Yulong kept winking at him when handing out the protective suits. He thought Song Yulong was having an eye twitch. Now, thinking back, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but smile knowingly, feeling justified in accepting this special treatment. This suit meant his survival chances just increased to 70 or 80%. Even though the mutated wild boars were inedible, their hides were still excellent materials for making armor. After carefully storing the protective suit, Zhuang Mo turned to check on his meticulously cultivated tomato seedlings. The plants were thriving, with the main stem already 5 millimeters thick, branching out into 4 or 5 slender stems, each crowded with vibrant green leaves. Since initially accelerating the seed's growth into seedlings with his abilities, Zhuang Mo hadn't used his powers again. It wasn't reluctance to deplete his energy. Rather, the points he earned from his paper umbrella business were enough for him to enjoy fresh tomatoes. He planned to nurture the tomato plant further after returning from his training, giving himself something to look forward to. In the following days, intense training consumed everyone's time. To maintain his energy, Zhuang Mo devoured 2 chicken legs at each meal. During the last dinner before the training exercise, he focused intently on gnawing his chicken leg, deliberately avoiding looking up. The reason was simple. Yi Xingqi's face, swollen and red with handprints, was too tragic to behold. Interestingly, despite his battered face, Yi Xingqi kept chattering. Lingyu, I finished the level 5 mutated protective suit for you. You wear it. I'll manage with the level 4 one. Zhuang Mo thought. Surely he wouldn't get hit again, right? Just then, a loud slap interrupted his thoughts. Sorry, got used to it. Han Lingyu said apologetically, then quickly changed the subject. It's just the second defensive line. No need to be so nervous. Wear whichever suit you like. I don't want yours. Besides, 2 of my cousins are among the level participants this time. Zhuang Mo swallowed his chicken, curious. Han Lingyu, are both your cousins wood element users too? No, Han Lingyu shook her head. One is a physical type, and the other is a lightning type. This answer enlightened Zhuang Mo. Song Yulong was right. There were indeed many families of awakened ones in the safe zone. Even the usually low-profile Han Lingyu came from such a family, and members of the same family could awaken different abilities. Han Junfeng and Han Lingyu were both wood element users, while Li Wei and Li Chao were physical types, likely because they were direct relatives. Yi Xingqi's situation was even more surprising. Before Zhuang Mo could ask, Yi Xingqi introduced himself. I have a large family. Currently, there are 5 level, 3 level, and 6 level members in the academy. So, there are 5 of your relatives in our class. Zhuang Mo asked in astonishment, having never noticed anyone as striking as Yi Xingqi among the new students. One is my younger brother, Yi Xingqi added. But we have different mothers, and he's too ugly. Zhuang Mo fell into contemplation. What he initially thought would be a brutal life-and-death trial for new students seemed more like a family team-building event for some. Is there a Hu family? Zhuang Mo remembered the well-connected Hu He and his team. Han Lingyu nodded. There are many awakened ones in the Hu family, and in Slevel Powerhouse is the commander of the B District Garrison. Your teammate, Hu He, is his grandson. Zhuang Mo's mouth fell open. So, when Hu He mentioned having academy protection, it was probably more about him having protection by being with Hu He. This is a legitimate training exercise, Han Lingyu explained seriously. Unless there's a life-threatening situation, family members generally won't intervene. Sometimes there's no time to save someone, or they simply can't. Yi Xingqi shrugged, adding, both Lingyu and I have wood abilities, so we're treated well in the family. Frankly, if you awaken a basic combat ability, no one cares if you live or die. This reminded Zhuang Mo of his past life. When he first failed the college entrance exam, the villagers treated him coldly, but when he later succeeded and got into a prestigious school, they celebrated with a feast. It seemed that in any world, only those who are useful are valued. Like him now, because he had value, his protective suit had a precious piece of level 4 mutated wild boar hide sewn into it. Zhuang Mo quietly finished the last piece of chicken and carefully wiped his mouth. After returning to the dormitory, Zhuang Mo lay on the bed with his hands crossed behind his head, carefully considering the potential dangers he might face the next day. With his current level ability, he should be able to handle level 3 mutated flora and fauna on his own. However, if he encounters a higher level opponent, he will have to rely on teamwork. His eyes scanned the room, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The team members were quite capable, although most of them, except for Bien Shursan, likely believed that he was the one holding them back. Indeed, he had always deliberately hidden his unique combat abilities, different from other Wood-type ability users at the Academy. But the freshman's trial was no child's play. Every year, there were casualties. Facing level 4 and above mutated creatures was akin to confronting a level 1 exotic threat. At that point, any hidden paper control abilities would take a back seat, and survival would be the priority. Tiger, Zhuang Mo said softly, as if speaking to someone, I can't sleep. It's strange, I'm unusually excited right now. You know, your dad was never one for taking risks. When Uncle Lee invited me to join him in e-commerce years ago, I thought it was too risky and declined. You know the rest. Uncle Lee became a millionaire. His voice gradually softened. This doesn't seem related to tomorrow's trial. I just wanted to say that my current state feels special, like I'm eager to try something new. Perhaps I really do fit into this world. As he spoke, his voice grew quieter until he fell asleep. The next day at noon, in Ruins Area E, Zhuang Mo stepped off the airship carrying a bulging paper backpack and holding a paper umbrella made of thickened fireproof paper. Song Yulong, who had been advising him all the way, was still worried even after they disembarked. Zhuang Mo, this building is an asset of our academy. All awakened individuals practicing in Ruins Area E live here, including me. The E District government is right next door. You can dine there, and the academy will cover your meal expenses during the trial. Don't be shy, eat more meat. He continued, your team's first task is to investigate the newly appeared large patch of anomalous level 3 mutated pitcher plants in the western part of Area E. According to reports, these pitcher plants are different from ordinary mutated ones. Their nectar glands emit a foul odor that hardly attracts insects but poses a deadly allure to humans. Remember, you're only responsible for research, not hunting. If you encounter danger, retreat first and let others cover you. What's the point of sending someone so delicate out for a trial? Might as well stay cooped up in the academy, Wei Wenhai muttered quietly. Song Yulong glared at him and turned to the other four. You all are grouped with Zhuang Mo. Your main task is to protect him. The freshman trial point competition isn't something you need to worry about too much. As long as you conduct thorough research on these level 3 mutated pitcher plants, even if your ranking in the point competition isn't great, the academy will reward each of you with 300 points. He wrapped an arm around Zhuang Mo's shoulder, smiling as he said, Don't worry, Mr. Song. Even if I, have to sacrifice myself in Area E, I won't let anything happen to Zhuang Mo. Bien Shursen silently held his round sword, saying nothing. Zhao Minggran maintained her usual stern demeanor. Song Yulong wanted to say more, but the hundreds of new students waiting for arrangements forced him to speed up his pace. According to the trial regulations, members of the same group had to live together to prevent solo actions. In Ruins Area E, under the shadows of buildings, countless dangers lurked in the seemingly calm night. Zhuang Mo and his 4 companions entered the temporary dormitory, immediately taking in the Spartan environment. The room contained only 6 bunk beds, leaving little space and few comforts. Among them, only Zhao Minggran was female, so she had a bed to herself, while the other 4 had to share the remaining 2 beds. Zhuang Mo stood still for a moment, folding a paper tiger and placing it by the upper bunk, before recalling what Song Yulong had mentioned earlier. Completing the task of researching the 3rd-level mutated pitcher plant would earn each of them a reward of 300 points. He gently stroked his chin, growing more intrigued by this freshman points competition. The contest involved hunting mutated creatures, with substantial rewards for the winners. The first place prize was 1,000 points, second place 800 points, third place 500 points, with 4th and 5th places receiving 300 points each, and those from 6th to 10th place getting 200 points. Judging by these rewards, the 3rd-level mutated pitcher plant they were tasked to study seemed quite significant. The points for its research matched the rewards for the top 5 places in the competition. Zhuang Mo had seen pitcher plants in Hainan during his past life. These plants had a peculiar shape, resembling wine jugs or pig cages, sometimes even vases. The most fascinating part was their lid. Its edge around the mouth of the pitcher looked like thick lips, smooth as a mirror. When insects were lured by the nectar sent beneath the lid and landed at the mouth, they almost invariably slipped into the pitcher, becoming its prey. He couldn't help but take out his watch from his backpack and began searching for information about pitcher plants in the Mutated Flora and Fauna Guide. Mutated pitcher plant, a 3rd-level mutated plant. After mutation, it can grow up to 1 meter tall, with a red body and green mouth. Its nectar scent can spread up to 35 meters, lethally attracting various insects, and it can strongly lure humans and other animals. Once close, one needs immense willpower. Otherwise, if lured into the pitcher, they will become its food. Zhuang Mo pursed his lips, contemplating. The smell of this thing is incredibly irresistible, like the scent of a sweet cake, he murmured, then added, though I've never had cake. Nearby, a conversation caught his ear. Short legs Rue, the key to dealing with mutated pitcher plants is to hold your breath. Remember, I almost couldn't hold it last time and nearly fell into the pitcher. Fortunately, There was a swarm of flies around, and it ate those first, allowing me to escape. He recalled with a look of reminiscence. But do you know what it's like to fall into a swarm of flies? When I climbed out, I still had a few in my mouth. Eating candy on a rainy day. You should all stay away. This thing is too dangerous, and you mustn't be curious about it. A third-level mutated pitcher plant is that terrifying. As long as you don't get close, nothing will happen. These comments made Zhuang Mo realize that despite the powerful allure of the mutated pitcher plant's nectar scent, the particular one Song Yulong mentioned was different. It emitted a stench that repelled insects, but had a deadly lure for humans. Their task was to study this mutated pitcher plant, and they would inevitably encounter its foul odor. Well, maybe we don't have to smell it at all. Zhuang Mo suddenly brightened. He remembered that if they could block out the scent, they might reduce its allure to humans. He glanced at the others on the bed, then quietly turned his back to them, pulling out a large sheet of paper from his backpack. A few seconds later, 5 masks were quickly crafted. Zhuang Mo jumped off the bed, holding up the masks with a triumphant grin. Tiger's father's signature isolation masks, 15 points each, pay after use. If these masks could block the pitcher plant's tempting scent, they might be able to study it more safely. Hui glanced back and forth between Zhuang Mo and Bian San, raising an eyebrow. You two have always been in business together? Everyone knows Bian San often wears this paper mask. I didn't expect Zhuang Mo to be so familiar with him that he could sell on his behalf. Zhuang Mo forced a slightly awkward smile. That's right, I sell on his behalf. This afternoon, we're going to deal with the mutated pitcher plants, and this mask can effectively block some odors. Try it first, and if it doesn't work, you don't have to pay any points. He continued to promote as he observed the hesitant expressions of the group. These people, who had never used masks before, needed to experience it firsthand to be willing to pay. Sure enough, the try before you buy tactic worked immediately, and several people reached out to take the masks. I've never seen anyone do business like this. Isn't this just giving them away for free? Hui said as he collected the masks, then turned to Bian San. Captain, what's our strategy for this afternoon? Although they didn't need to kill all the level 3 mutated pitcher plants, they had to record their appearance and reactions up close, and also take samples. Bian San didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at Zhuang Mo. This scene caught Hui's attention, and he narrowed his eyes. Why would the top freshman listen to someone from the wood element? It was unusual. Wei Wenhai was more direct. Why are you looking at Zhuang Mo? What does he know about fighting? Zhuang Mo ignored the verbal attack, knowing that the criticism was wood element indeed didn't know about combat. It wasn't until Bian San saw that he wasn't speaking that he finally said, leave 2 for research, kill the rest. Hui thought to himself, Bian San truly lives up to his ruthless reputation, daring to take on a large group of level 3 mutated pitcher plants, as Justin Flevel. Captain, do we have a specific strategy? Bian San slightly raised his eyes. The paper masks work. If you can get close, you can kill. Zhuang Mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the masks were effective, at least sparing him from the smell of feet in the room. Then let's test out these paper masks this afternoon, Hui said with a smile. At 2 p.m., the 5-member team began their first exploration. With no transportation available in Ruins Zone E, they had to jog according to the map. An hour later, they finally approached the target area. About 100 meters from the mutated pitcher plants, the team suddenly stopped. There were 2 people ahead. Hui frowned, judging from their build that they were of the physical type, clearly not freshmen. Wei Wenhai's eyes lit up. I knew the academy would give Zhuang Mo special treatment. They must be level physical types sent to protect us. Zhao Min Gran, who had been silent, suddenly whispered. They're enemies, not allies. Zhuang Mo looked at her in surprise, silently praising her keen observation. Indeed, they were enemies. Up ahead were Li Wei and his henchmen, likely seeking revenge for Li Chao during the newcomer's trial. Typical of the Li family's pettiness. Zhuang Mo reached for his backpack as Bian San quietly drew his circular blade, and the 2 began to retreat. What do you mean, enemies? Aren't our enemies the mutated pitcher plants? Wei Wenhai asked, puzzled. As they spoke, the group had already retreated behind an abandoned building. The 2 spoke in hushed tones, but the burly man's voice was booming, allowing Zhuang Mo and his group to clearly hear their conversation from their hiding spot around the corner. It's just a level 3 mutation. Later, hold your breath and kill all these ugly plants. Li Wei muttered indistinctly. You're smart, Wei. If we kill Zhuang Mo's target, he'll fail his mission and end up last in the points competition. The burly man beside him grinned. Let's see how he likes being humiliated. Exactly. Useless. Zhuang Mo should be at the bottom. Once I finish this chicken leg, we'll get started. Behind the building, Wei Wenhai looked anxious. Zhuang Mo, how did you provoke a grade brute? Go apologize and ask them to spare the pitcher plants. Hui had a knowing look in his eyes. That Li Wei is Li Chao's older brother. It must be because of the training match Zhuang Mo had with Li Chao last time. Zhao Mingran nodded in agreement. Li Chao really is petty. Zhuang Mo frowned. Confronting Li Wei now would only result in a beating, but not stopping them meant mission failure was imminent. This mission was for the entire team, so he needed everyone's input. Friends, I'll go negotiate and buy us some time. Zhao Mengran, you're the fastest runner. Head back to the dorm and find Song Yulo. Maybe we can save a few pitcher plants. Bian Shursen gripped his round knife tightly. I'll go with you. After a brief hesitation, Zhuang Mo nodded. With his current paper exoskeleton, he could manage to lead Bian Shursan. He was already quite adept at leading Li Wei and his group on a chase. Wei Wenhai muttered softly. What can you negotiate? You're just going to get beaten up. Despite his words, he didn't object, as it was the only option. Zhuang Mo and Bian Shursan emerged from the shadowy side of the abandoned building, while Zhao Mingran immediately turned and sprinted away. It had taken the group an hour to get there, but she could return alone in just half an hour. The two stopped 60 meters from the mutated pitcher plants and roughly 10 meters from Li Wei. Zhuang Mo sniffed hard. At this distance, he couldn't smell anything unusual yet. Long time no see, senior. Zhuang Mo greeted politely, while secretly gathering his strength. Li Wei had already noticed the commotion behind him. He casually tossed away a chicken bone and spat on the ground, a wicked grin spreading across his bull-like face. Zhuang Mo, Bian Shursan, just watch as your mission targets get destroyed. Zhuang Mo stroked his chin, thinking that at least Li Wei wasn't chasing him for a fight this time. Perhaps he had grown a bit smarter. As he pondered how to delay them, the burly man next to Li Wei sprang into action. Holding his breath, the burly man lunged forward, covering several strides to reach just over 10 meters from the pitcher plants. He unleashed a series of punches at the air, the sound of his strikes fierce and intimidating. Zhuang Mo and Bian Shursan were taken aback. Was this the power of a great brute? Such force could easily shatter bones and tendons if it hit a person. The wind from the punches swept over the vibrant mutated pitcher plants. Suddenly, Zhuang Mo's pupils contracted. Under the assault of the great brute's punches, most of the pitcher plants shattered into pieces, yet one stood firm, merely swaying gently. Only then did Zhuang Mo notice that this particular pitcher plant was half again as tall as the others, its mouth moving like plump lips, the lid opening and closing with an eerie elegance. Exchanging a glance, Zhuang Mo and Bian Shursan simultaneously retreated to a distance of 80 meters. Zhuang Mo quickly activated the paper exoskeleton from his package, ready to escape at any moment. This pitcher plant was definitely beyond level 3. Hiding behind the building, he and Wei Wenhai pulled back their heads, their faces filled with gravity. A Great Awakener's punch could heavily damage a level 4 mutated creature, but this pitcher plant had barely been touched. What did this imply? He trembled as he raised his left hand, looking at the information on his watch. Level 5. How is this possible? Aren't the mutation levels of similar creatures predetermined? Wei Wenhai grabbed He by the arm and said urgently, let's run. Who knows if a level 5 mutant will attack us? He stood still, conflicted. He knew they couldn't do much to help, and if these mutant pitcher plants launched a long-range attack, they would be defenseless. But abandoning their teammates to save themselves was hard to accept. Let's wait a bit, He said through gritted teeth. We're far enough from the mutant pitcher plants. We should be safe. Just as Wei Wenhai was about to persuade him further, a piercing scream shattered the air. Ah, save me. Li Wei, save me. They looked over to see the burly man who had been on a killing spree now engulfed by the gaping maw of a pitcher plant. Though the plant was only about 1.5 meters deep, the 2-meter-tall man was sinking, his screams chilling to the bone. Wei Wenhai covered his mouth in horror as he watched the man's lower body dissolve within the plant. A moist, rough tongue coiled around the man's remaining torso like a venomous snake, the head of the tongue slithering over his head. Terror filled the man's eyes, rendering him speechless. His head melted in the plant's massive mouth, eventually becoming a pool of blood. The blood nourished the mutant pitcher plant, turning it a vivid crimson as the aura of death spread. Zhuang Mo noticed something was wrong. Li Wei was unresponsive. He should have either tried to save the man or retreated, but he remained motionless. Suddenly, Li Wei began slowly walking toward the plant that had devoured the man. Zhuang Mo felt a chill run down his spine. 50 meters was the known attack range of the mutant pitcher plant, but it seemed to extend further. Li Wei's earlier stillness was clearly a struggle against some form of attraction. Suddenly, a faint foul odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of durian, yet oddly compelling. Zhuang Mo immediately realized the danger, grabbed Bian Shursan's waist, and ran. The allure extended far beyond 50 meters, even past 80 meters. Had they not been wearing masks that filtered some of the scent, they might have met the same fate as the burly man. They stopped in front of an abandoned building. Only when they were free from the smell. Bian Shursan snapped out of his initial confusion, realizing the mutant pitcher plant had upgraded, expanding its attack range to an astonishing 100 meters. At 60 meters, they hadn't sensed anything, but at 80 meters, they detected a faint odor. Now, the mutant pitcher plant was entirely crimson and had grown over 2 meters tall. Clearly, after consuming the level awakened individual, it had completed another round of evolution. Zhuang Mo glanced at his watch. his pupils contracting sharply. Level 6. The mutant pitcher plant had already advanced to level 6. Zhuang Mo swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. If this level 6 mutated pitcher plant devoured Leewi, the strongest class fighter, would it directly break through to level 7? Reaching level 7 meant crossing a formidable chasm. Not only would its strength and defense reach terrifying heights, but it would also gain intelligence. Even if it didn't break through, the power boost from consuming Leewi would undoubtedly be astonishing. Run away now? Zhuang Mo quickly calculated his chances of survival, but no one knew the limits of a level 6 mutated pitcher plant. He clenched his fist. He couldn't let it succeed. The pitcher plant opened its gaping maw like a demon from the abyss, patiently waiting for its prey to walk into the trap. Behind the abandoned building, Wei Wenhai's legs trembled as he shouted in a quivering voice, It's upgraded. Level 6 mutation. Zhuang Mo, run. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and fled, no longer pondering how Zhuang Mo's strange device allowed him to jump so high. Seeing Zhuang Mo still not moving, Hui rushed out of the building and grabbed him. Run. This thing will become stronger after devouring an awakened one. We can't predict its attack range now. Zhuang Mo sprang into action. He swiftly pulled a piece of paper from his bag and folded it into a paper airplane, launching it with haste. Leewi, if you don't want to die, step back. You're the strongest class fighter. Can't you resist this temptation? His shout was filled with urgency. Leewi's steps faltered for a moment, but only briefly before he continued forward. Zhuang Mo's paper airplane reached its maximum distance of 70 meters, but Leewi kept advancing. The paper airplane was at its limit, and cold sweat beaded on Zhuang Mo's forehead as he summoned all his strength to push it forward another 10 meters, aiming directly for Leewi's legs. Bian Shan was shocked by the scene. A control range of 70 to 80 meters. Is this Zhuang Mo's true strength? In comparison, as the top freshman fighter, his control over circular blades barely reached 10 meters. Hui was also dumbfounded, having thought that the wood element was useless in combat, but Zhuang Mo's power was astonishing. However, the paper airplane still missed. Despite being confused by the nectar glands, Leewi instinctively dodged. Zhuang Mo immediately pulled out a second sheet of paper and quickly folded it. Hui, give me wind. Reflexively, Hui summoned a gust of wind, kicking up dust from the ground. With this force, the new paper airplane shot out like an arrow. Zhuang Mo directed the first paper airplane at Leewi's left leg, and as he dodged, the second one aimed straight for his right leg. Hui held his breath, watching the precise attack. The paper airplane, charged with violent energy, pierced through Leewi's right leg. Just as Zhuang Mo breathed a sigh of relief, his whole body tensed again. Leewi's consciousness hadn't returned yet, but his body had already begun to function on its own. The ghastly wound on his right leg was healing at a visible pace, with new flesh rapidly filling the gap, soon restoring it to its original state, as if it had never been injured. Damn, the body's regeneration is insane. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but curse as he watched the scene unfold. In such a hurry to feed the pitcher plant? Is that durian smell really that enticing? Seeing Leewi struggling to get up, Zhuang Mo squinted, his mouth twitching slightly. A strange thought crossed his mind. This guy could regenerate automatically. Would he grow back a piece every time he got bitten, allowing the pitcher plant to feast endlessly? But he quickly dismissed this untimely humor. As a class ability user, Leewi's regenerative power must have its limits. Small wounds could heal quickly, but what about more severe injuries? Hui wind again. With a flick of Zhuang Mo's hand, a paper circular saw formed instantly and flew out, spinning at high speed. Despite its light appearance, the paper's cutting power was astonishing, severing Leewi's right leg cleanly at the root. Tiger's father. Hui stared at the neat cut, finally realizing, you're the one who killed the mutated rat. Zhuang Mo? The intense pain brought Leewi back to his senses. Horrified, he looked at the mutated pitcher plant not far away, ignoring the regenerating wound, and desperately crawled backward. His blood left a striking trail on the ground, but the pain became his lifeline. He realized he must not let the wound heal, or he'd fall under the control of that enticing stench again. Lying on the ground, Leewi's eyes glinted with malice. He glared at the unharmed Zhuang Mo and his companions, blaming them for everything. Once he was out of danger, he vowed to make those who witnessed his humiliation pay. Zhuang Mo noticed his hateful gaze and smirked inwardly. He had seen people like this before, those who held grudges against bystanders rather than their attackers. Those who dared not confront their superiors but vented on innocent subordinates. If it weren't for the presence of others and the possibility of being monitored by surveillance, he would have eliminated this threat long ago. His attention shifted to the level 6 mutated pitcher plant. It hadn't attacked proactively, relying solely on its scent to lure prey. This indicated that its mutation had expanded its range of influence to nearly 100 meters, and even class fighters couldn't resist its allure. Zhuang Mo glanced at his makeshift mask and made a mental note to improve his protective gear to avoid similar dangers in the future. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A crucial discovery excited Zhuang Mo during his previous leaps to escape. When he was airborne, the lethal durian gas vanished. This meant he could breathe freely in the air and only needed to hold his breath upon landing. This discovery led him to ponder. Logically, a scent detectable from 100 meters on the ground should also be detectable 100 meters in the air. But strangely, the odor disappeared at just 4 meters high. This mutated pitcher plant seemed different from other species, targeting humans on the ground rather than airborne creatures. Did you smell that scent when you were in the air just now? Zhuang Mo turned to ask Bian Shursan. Bian Shursan's slightly dazed eyes showed a hint of thought. I don't think so. Then I'll try to kill this level 6 mutant, Zhuang Mo said, a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was a rare opportunity, as other level 6 mutants wouldn't be so cooperative. Just as Zhuang Mo was about to leap, Leewi suddenly changed direction and crawled towards the mutated pitcher plant. As he struggled forward, his right leg was bizarrely regrowing. His determination to advance through the toxic gas made Zhuang Mo even more wary of the durian gas's potency. Zhuang Mo adhered strictly to his discovery, with each jump deep breaths in the air, holding his breath upon landing. Even when the toxicity was weaker at a distance, he dared not be careless. Flying is something only a rank can do, right? Hui finally snapped out of it, whispering in surprise. He had meant to ask this earlier, but the crisis had left him no room to think about it. With a few leaps, Zhuang Mo reached Leewi, grabbed him, jumped back, and tossed him at Bian Shursan's feet. Leewi hit the ground heavily, creating a shallow pit. Bian Shursan quickly pulled out wire and efficiently tied him up. Awake, Leewi was furious. Once my leg grows back, I'll kill you. Are you crazy? We saved you. Hui said incredulously. Save me? You just wanted to watch me suffer. Leewi spat. Without a word, Zhuang Mo swiftly sliced off Leewi's newly grown right leg and his intact left leg with a paper saw blade, then instructed Bian Shursan. He's weakened by the gas now. Don't let him recover. Cut them off as they grow back until Teacher Song arrives. Bian Shursan nodded in agreement, the circular blade in his hand gleaming coldly. Witnessing this, Hui stepped back repeatedly, thinking to himself how ruthless these two were. Without wasting time, Zhuang Mo charged at the mutated pitcher plant again. This time, during a brief pause in the air, for paper saw blades shot towards the level 6 mutated pitcher plant like lightning. He then landed and immediately held his breath. The 4 paper circular saw blades spun rapidly, cutting through the air but causing no harm to the level 6 mutated pitcher plant. Zhuang Mo wasn't surprised back when it was level 5. This plant could completely ignore the chain punches of a grade warrior, and now it was even more fortified. Observing the unscathed target, Zhuang Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. He hadn't planned to kill it in one strike, especially since it was a valuable mission target. After retracting the paper saw blades, he began a seemingly odd maneuver. Leaping into the air, he swiftly pulled out a stack of paper from his bag. As he flipped through the air, the paper quickly folded and transformed into a massive rectangular prism. Bian Shursan and Hui exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Zhuang Mo intended to do. Bian Shursan remained on high alert, ready to assist should Zhuang Mo be affected by the toxic gas. Zhuang Mo skillfully manipulated the large paper rectangle, which descended like an upside-down glass cover, precisely enveloping the entire level 6 mutated pitcher plant. The base of the rectangle quickly tightened, securely confining the plant. Before the other two could react, Zhuang Mo had already nimbly returned to their side. Phew! Zhuang Mo took a deep breath. This paper is specially treated, very dense. It should block most of the poison gas. Hui suddenly understood. Brilliant! Trapping its poison gas inside. Let's see how it lures prey now. Through this action, Hui's perception of Zhuang Mo completely changed. This seemingly ordinary wood-type ability user was not a burden, but instead demonstrated a prowess that could dominate newcomers. More importantly, his unique ability to control paper, along with his exceptional judgment and wisdom, left Hui deeply impressed. As they conversed, Zhuang Mo noticed Leewi's severed leg beginning to regenerate. He turned to the regenerating Leewi with an innocent smile. Leewi, have you rested enough? Leewi glared at him warily. What do you want? Zhuang Mo's smile widened. You ruined my mission target and left me with just one. But I'm generous and willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Help us test how well the poison gas is contained. Bian Shursan immediately nodded in agreement. Just as Hui was about to mediate, Zhuang Mo grabbed Leewi and, with a powerful leap, hurled him forward. Thud! With a rolling sound, Leewi hit the ground, creating a shallow pit and stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhuang Mo, you wretched lowlife from the ruins, I won't let you get away with this. Leewi's furious shout echoed from ahead. Hui furrowed his brow, aware that some families of awakened individuals in the safe zones considered themselves of noble lineage and looked down upon those without background from the ruins. This notion was utterly ridiculous to him. Regardless of their origins, all awakened individuals must strive for humanity's survival. Being from a prominent family doesn't mean one can slay more high-level mutants. He resolved to remind his family to cut ties with the Li family. Zhuang Mo mustered his strength and hurled Leewi about 20 meters away from the level 6 mutated pitcher plant, then quickly retreated to the safe zone. Shaking his sore arms, he complained, "Leewi is really heavy. My arms are killing me." Bian Shursen nodded in agreement. "Much heavier than me." Leewi dared not speak out of turn anymore and held his breath, watching as the wound on his leg regenerated at a visibly rapid pace. Within just a minute, he scrambled to his feet and dashed towards the safe zone. "It seems this paper cage is somewhat useful," Zhuang Mo observed Leewi's reaction. "He must have inhaled some of the toxic gas when he cursed at me. But the gas was limited. It didn't fully affect him." Bian Shursen nodded in agreement. "Makes sense." Seeing Leewi about to reach the safe zone, he grew nervous. Judging by Leewi's condition, he seemed to have regained his strength, and the three of them together were no match for him. He glanced at Zhuang Mo, only to find him calm and composed. "Isn't it about time?" Zhuang Mo glanced at his watch and then looked behind him. Sure enough, three rapidly moving figures appeared in the distance. "Brother Long, help. Someone's trying to kill this fragile wood element user," Zhuang Mo suddenly shouted. Hearing the call for help from a distance, Song Yulong immediately quickened his pace, rushing over. He thought, Leewi actually dares to openly bully a high-talent wood element user with little combat ability and intends to kill him. Let's see how he deals with this. While shouting, Zhuang Mo grabbed Bian Shursan with one hand and He with the other, leaping backward. Song Yulong didn't have time to ponder how Zhuang Mo jumped so high, as he felt the wind from Leewi's punch approaching. All right, this Leewi really dares to make a move. Song Yulong suddenly looked up, and a piece of metal flew from his waist, transforming into a silvery liquid in front of everyone. It swirled and coiled like a silver snake, trapping Leewi in the middle. Leewi was clearly wary of the liquid, as if any contact would spell disaster. Forced to remain still within the liquid's confines, he calmed down and recognized Song Yulong. "Ah!" Leewi shouted angrily at the sky. "Zhuang Mo, you lowlife. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square." Wei Wenhai, who had arrived with Song Yulong, now felt emboldened. "Even I think you're shameless. A drank challenging a fragile frank wood element and talking about fighting fair." He had heard Wei Wenhai's remarks about the wood element being weak and non-combative before, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He eagerly awaited the moment when Wei Wenhai would realize that Zhuang Mo was actually the top new combatant known as Tiger's Dad. After restraining Leewi, Song Yulong turned to Zhuang Mo and asked, "Are you hurt? And how did you jump so high just now? What happened to the person with Leewi? And the mutated pitcher plant? Did they really destroy it?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over the wreckage ahead to the giant paper box still standing. Zhuang Mo stroked his chin and replied leisurely, "I'm fine. I jumped high because, as you know, I enjoy folding paper." He gestured to the paper exoskeleton on his legs. "This is my new invention, a paper exoskeleton." Zhuang Mo no longer cared about exposure. In the critical moments earlier, he had already made several quick jumps and even used the paper circular saw. Even if he could keep it a secret, Leewi wouldn't. Besides, the Academy's eagle-eyed assistant had been watching the freshmen's training and might have already seen everything. Song Yulong jumped up. "Why aren't you focusing on agriculture? Always tinkering with inventions. It's such a waste of talent." "Brother, you're a high-talent wood element user. You should, huh?" Song Yulong suddenly widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the simple paper exoskeleton in his hands. His gaze flickered between the thin sheets of paper, recalling the moment when Zhuang Mo used a paper airplane to kill a bird on the airship. Wait a minute. His expression shifted rapidly from confusion to realization, finally breaking into a proud smile. "What's up, Brother Long?" Zhuang Mo asked, puzzled as he watched Song Yulong suddenly gesturing animatedly in place. "Special ability." Song Yulong shouted excitedly. "This is definitely a special ability. I always thought there was something extraordinary about you. I didn't expect you to be not only highly gifted but also an awakened special ability user. This is the second time I've seen someone with a special ability in person, and the first who can control paper." Now it was Zhuang Mo's turn to be bewildered. He instinctively glanced at the people around him. He wore an expression of, "I knew it," while the other three looked as confused as he was. In Zhuang Mo's understanding, this was just his fluke wood-based ability. Song Yulong laughed heartily. "You're the one I brought back from the ruins of Zone F. I'm going to apply for a bonus." "Brother Long, what exactly is a special ability?" Zhuang Mo couldn't help but ask. Song Yulong realized he had let something slip, but quickly composed himself. "It's not really a secret. Special ability users have unique attributes, and their power far exceeds that of ordinary people. Among those who awaken each year, only one or two might have a special ability, and that's just a possibility." He paused. "I once had a classmate with a spatial ability, who had a personal space to store anything. But there's a catch with special abilities. Only one of each kind can exist in the world at the same time. For instance, after the spatial ability user sacrificed himself, only then could another spatial ability user awaken. Zhuang Mo was somewhat disappointed after hearing Thisso there were abilities as incredible as spatial ones. In comparison, his paper ability seemed quite useless. Fortunately, he still had his wood acceleration ability to be proud of. Just as Song Yulong was about to wrap up the conversation, he remembered something important. Wait, where's the person? Zhao Minggran mentioned a 2-meter tall class strongman with Leewi. Where did that person go? Zhuang Mo pointed expressionlessly at the mutated pitcher plant covered in paper. Eaten by the level 5 mutated pitcher plant, first dissolved into water, then swallowed. Oh, eaten? What a pity, Song Yulong nodded. After eating, it upgraded from level 5 to level 6, Zhuang Mo added. Hiss, Song Yulong drew a sharp breath. Say that again. What level mutation? It's now level 6. Bien Shan and Hui nodded in agreement. Song Yulong excitedly reached for his waist, saying, a level 6 mutant, worth 1,000 points. Step aside, everyone. Once I earn these points, drinks are on me. There's a wood element guy at my level who's a master brewer. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like his drinks. Before he could draw his weapon, Zhuang Mo stopped him. Brother Long, hold on. This is our training mission. Oh right. Song Yulong realized, retracting his hand from the blade. I'll wait until you're done before I take it down. When that time comes, we'll celebrate with some strong sorghum liquor. In the distance, a level 6 mutant pitcher plant struggled painfully under a paper cage. The lid of the cage opened and closed repeatedly, creating a dull rumble. A strong stench filled the paper cage, nearly suffocating the pitcher plant. Although it was immune to its own toxins, the pungent odor clogged every pore, pushing it to the brink of suffocation. As an intelligent yet undeveloped mutant plant, it could only instinctively react to the overwhelming stench. It couldn't fathom why humans would find such a terrible smell appealing. Zhuang Mo considered the mission requirements: record the appearance, attack methods, and range, propose a countermeasure, and sample the mutant plant's tissue. Most tasks were completed. Only the last one remained. With Song Yulong's arrival, the final step seemed easier. He and Song Yulong agreed to work together on the sampling, specifically targeting the nectar gland. Afterward, the plant would be Song Yulong's to handle. With some of the toxic gas contained, Leewi, standing 20 meters away, spoke clearly. As a clever expert, Song Yulong had no trouble with the environment. As for Zhuang Mo, if he became disoriented, Song Yulong would simply knock him out and drag him back. Zhuang Mo handed Song Yulong a mask, then grabbed his waist, leaping skillfully towards the pitcher plant. Holding his breath, he threaded a paper cord through the cage, and at the moment the plant opened its lid, he swiftly tied and yanked out the nectar gland. The fiery red round lump pulsated in the air, resembling a beating heart. Brother Long, wrap it up, Zhuang Mo shouted, controlling the airborne gland. Song Yulong immediately encased it with a silvery liquid. Suddenly, the overwhelming stench condensed into a tangible yellow mist. Grabbing Song Yulong, Zhuang Mo leaped away. Although the odor lingered 4 meters away, both remained remarkably clear-headed. Song Yulong initially thought of carrying Zhuang Mo to safety, but found him unaffected. Zhuang Mo inhaled deeply, sensing a fragrance akin to durian intensified 100-fold. As they removed the damaged paper cage, they saw the once fiery red pitcher plant now a dull reddish brown, its entire structure withered. Looks like it died once the nectar gland was removed, Song Yulong observed. Zhuang Mo pondered. Do mutant pitcher plants die immediately after losing their nectar gland? In theory, they'd starve in a few days without it since they can't hunt, Song Yulong replied, shaking his head. Though puzzled, Zhuang Mo didn't dwell on it since the sampling was successful. He told Song Yulong, Brother Long, as agreed, these points are yours. Nonsense, you extracted the nectar gland. The watch will automatically assign the points to you. Song Yulong waved it off. Once we're back at the academy, drinks are on me. Zhuang Mo glanced at his left hand's display. Detected one level 6 mutant pitcher plant, 1,000 points. Although the plant was dead, something Feldhoff had tested its defenses before. Even a paper circular saw couldn't penetrate it. Yet extracting the nectar gland was surprisingly easy. Could it have been dead before he acted? Meanwhile, Wei Wenhai stared wide-eyed, gripping Hui's arm tightly. Did I see that right? It was Zhuang Mo who extracted the nectar gland, not Teacher Song. Hui scrutinized Zhuang Mo, recalling the special abilities that Teacher Song had just mentioned. Meanwhile, Wei Wenhai looked puzzled, unable to comprehend how a mere piece of paper, so thin and light, could possess such formidable power. As he muttered to himself, thinking, paper manipulation isn't as practical as farming, the scene before him shattered his understanding. The strip of paper controlled by Zhuang Mo was as tough as steel wire, effortlessly extracting the nectar gland. This astounding sight left Wei Wenhai breathless. So, those exquisite paper umbrellas and masks, are they all Zhuang Mo's creations? Wei Wenhai turned to Bien Shan for confirmation. Bien Shan nodded in acknowledgement, not because he intended to reveal anything, but because Zhuang Mo had displayed his abilities himself. So, it wasn't you who killed over 200 second-level mutant burrowing rats. Wei Wenhai pressed on. Bien Shursen nodded again, relieved to finally clear up the misunderstanding. Wei Wenhai spun around in place, too shocked to speak. He had always thought Zhuang Mo was a weakling in need of protection, only to realize that Zhuang Mo was the true powerhouse capable of easily vanquishing a swarm of mutant rats, extracting nectar glands with one hand, and even defeating a level 6 mutant pitcher plant. Meanwhile, in the East District government, Qian Lianian was questioning his own eyesight, and Frank newcomer challenging higher levels was already absurd, but actually killing a level 6 mutant creature? He had been ordered to keep a close watch on this golden student of the academy and had witnessed the entire battle with his own eyes. Zhuang Mo moved nimbly with Song Yulong, as fast as any physical combat expert, and ultimately subdued the pitcher plant with just a stack of paper. Jiang Ying, upon hearing the report, fell into deep thought. She had long harbored suspicions about Zhuang Mo, but his extraordinary wood-based talent had always left her uncertain. Now that the truth was out, it brought new questions. This paper manipulation ability was unheard of, and how could paper possess such incredible combat power? With these doubts, Jiang Ying gathered her courage and called Elder Go. Elder Go, Zhuang Mo has revealed a special attribute during the freshman trials. It's the ability to control paper. A low came from the other end of the line. This response left Jiang Ying stunned. Even Elder Go, with his S-rank clairvoyance, hadn't seen through Zhuang Mo's true ability. However, on second thought, it was understandable, given how unprecedented this attribute was. She continued her report. He just killed a level 6 mutant plant, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. After a few seconds of silence, Elder Go calmly replied, "You could think of it as being creative. Some rely on superpowers to fight, while others use their brains." As the call ended with a beep, Jiang Ying furrowed her brows, a flash of realization crossing her face. Was that a jab at her intelligence? But on second thought, if she could catch the implication, she couldn't be that dim. At this point, the new recruit's trial had only just begun, yet the Wood team had already completed the first of 2 research tasks required within a 7-day period. This efficiency brought a fresh atmosphere to the team. Even Bien Shursan, who usually wore a confused expression, managed a rare smile. Wei Wenhai, who previously mocked Zhuang Mo at every opportunity, now regarded him with admiration. "Zhuang Mo, it's truly a blessing to be on the same team as you," Wei Wenhai sincerely remarked. Who would have thought that Zhuang Mo, with his high Wood affinity, would possess such astonishing combat prowess? If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. Reflecting on his initial frustration at being paired with the Wood team as a combatant, his primary task in the trial was to protect others, which felt stifling to anyone. But now, it wasn't clear who was protecting whom. Meanwhile, the leaderboard for the new recruits competition took a dramatic turn. The Li Chao team, previously leading with 246 points, was left far behind. Bien Shursan's team shot to the top with an astounding 1,000 points. On another side, Han Lingyu smiled subtly and turned to her Metal Affinity teammate, saying, "Bien Shursan is indeed strong." The Metal teammate nodded repeatedly. "Absolutely, he's the top combatant among the new recruits." At the same time, in Area F, Li Chao was dining triumphantly at the government cafeteria, having just wiped out a swarm of level 2 mutant termites. With Bien Shursan no longer a threat due to their need to protect the useless Zhuang Mo, he felt certain he would claim the championship in this trial. However, a Wind Affinity girl in his team timidly raised her hand. "Captain, the leaderboard has changed." "What is it? Have those 0-point teams finally made a move?" Li Chao asked nonchalantly. "No, it's Bien Shursan's team." Upon hearing this name, Li Chao's expression darkened. He loathed Zhuang Mo the most, followed closely by Bien Shursan, who always outshone him, and now the two were in the same team. He quickly checked the leaderboard, his pupils contracting sharply. 1,000 points? How many mutant creatures would they have had to kill for that? A level 2 mutant was only worth 2 points. Did they encounter 500 of them? Or 1,000 level 1 mutants? Furious at being surpassed by Bien Shursan once again, Li Chao seethed, "Bien Shursan." Then he remembered his third least favorite person, Zhao Minggran, was also on that team, and his anger flared further. Zhao Minggran. As for Zhuang Mo, Li Chao disregarded him entirely, convinced that the previous Willow incident was just a fluke. In his view, someone like Zhuang Mo could be taken down with a single punch, 10 times over. Meanwhile, in Area E, Bien Shursan suddenly sneezed 3 times in succession. Concerned, Zhuang Mo suggested, "Make sure you eat something to replenish your strength, don't catch a cold." Bien Shursan looked at him, touched. Nearby, Hui twitched his mouth. After spending some time with the team, he concluded that Metal Affinity people were indeed straightforward. He then glanced at Zhao Minggran, who was dragging the massive corpse of a mutant pitcher plant, thinking, even those with physical strength aren't too sharp. Zhuang Mo had only offered her 15 points to do the heavy lifting, the same amount he gave for making paper masks. He had witnessed Zhuang Mo create a mask for Song Yulong in a second, which essentially meant he got Zhao Minggran's labor for free. More puzzling was Zhao Minggran's expression, as if she had struck a great bargain. Hui gave Zhuang Mo a slightly reproachful look. Zhuang Mo rubbed his chin, admitting that he initially felt a bit guilty. Asking a girl to do manual labor was something that would have been criticized in the past. But this girl was no ordinary person. She dragged the 2-meter-tall mutant pitcher plant as if it were a plastic bag. Moreover, when she heard about the 15 points, her eyes lit up, and she immediately wanted to haul the plant. It was Zhuang Mo who reminded her that it was too big to carry, prompting her to drag it instead. Zhuang Mo mused to himself. People with physical strength are really handy. I have to admit, the treatment during the freshman training is better than back in school. The meals don't even cost points. Zhuang Mo sat in the cafeteria, a hot chicken leg in each hand, savoring the rare deliciousness as juices dripped down his chin. Xiao Wei, said a buzzcut guy at the next table, his mouth full of chicken as he nudged Wei Wenhai with his elbow. I took down several level 2 mutants today. It felt amazing. He glanced disdainfully in Zhuang Mo's direction. Too bad you're stuck with a wood type. Probably just studying motionless mutant plants, not gaining any real experience. Wei Wenhai gave an awkward smile. Everyone thought wood types were weak in combat. Who would have guessed that Zhuang Mo took down a level 6 mutant on the first day? If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. But since Zhuang Mo hadn't said anything, he couldn't reveal his teammates' special abilities and continued to play along. The buzzcut guy kept rambling. If you ask me, getting paired with a wood type during freshman training is just bad luck. When real danger comes, you can't rely on them, and you waste energy protecting them. They're just a burden. Before he could finish, Bian Shursen looked up, his small eyes glinting coldly. The buzzcut guy fell silent, focusing on his food, while inwardly mocking. A burden is a burden, and now we can't even say it. Bian Shursen sure defends his teammates. Zhuang Mo ignored the overt and covert jabs. His strength had been exposed, but there was no need to broadcast it. As the ancestors said, let everything take its course. Back in the temporary dorm that evening, Zhuang Mo played with Huzi for a while before starting to document the attack range and methods of the mutant pitcher plant. Although they had successfully extracted the nectar glands and completed the mission, the mechanism behind the gas that lured humans still needed expert analysis. What concerned Zhuang Mo was that the levels of mutated flora and fauna in this world were supposed to be fixed. All mutant dandelions were level 1, all assassin roses were level 2. Their evolution typically only enhanced attack and defense, rarely crossing levels. Yet today, this mutant pitcher plant not only had an abnormal level, but could upgrade on-site by consuming awakened individuals. He jotted down a hypothesis in his notebook. Evolution of mutant flora and fauna. Consuming the flesh of awakened individuals can enhance strength, and consuming level or higher awakened individuals might even result in an upgrade. Pausing, Zhuang Mo realized the terrifying implications of this discovery. If the hypothesis proved true, those normally non-aggressive mutant plants and animals might begin to hunt awakened individuals aggressively. Of course, this was just an initial guess, and the truth required further expert investigation. After putting away his notebook, Zhuang Mo began reviewing the second task. The freshman training lasted 7 days, with 2 research tasks. Next, they would tackle the level 3 mutant water plants in the Ningshui River. The Ningshui River is considered the mother river for the humans in Zone E. Besides providing precious freshwater resources, it is rich in non-mutated fish, which serve as a primary food source for the humans in the area. However, the river is also teeming with mutated creatures, requiring awakened individuals to take on tasks to clear them out. Recently, feedback indicated that a large area of level 3 mutated aquatic plants had appeared in the river, aggressively attacking people who ventured into the water to fish. Zhuang Mo opened the guide to mutated flora and fauna and began reading it carefully. Level 3 mutated aquatic plants, a type of mutated flora, typically hide underwater, with leaves that can extend up to 7 or 8 meters. They mainly attack by rapidly entangling their prey, moving at high speed and with great mobility. Zhuang Mo shook his head, saying, Xiaoxua, these plants can hide underwater and move around. How do we deal with that? Once they grab you, it's a death sentence as they drag you into the water. He sighed and added, one freezing spell from me will end the fight. No challenge at all. Others around him also fell into contemplation. With a hint of resignation, Zhuang Mo continued, they might be brainless, but I do envy their lush hair. Even if it's green, I'd accept it. He lamented, protesting against high-intensity work. These level 3 mutated aquatic plants are just obsessed with entangling things, not eating them. They are more diligent than water ghosts. The others in the dorm were also studying the information on level 3 mutated aquatic plants. Hui stood up and looked at Zhuang Mo. According to our analysis, there's nothing unusual about these mutated plants. The task is just to clear them out. Zhuang Mo nodded, sitting up from his bed. It shouldn't be too difficult, but Lao Wei might have to put in some effort. Wei Wenhai poked his head out from the top bunk, chuckling. Don't worry, leave it to me. The water is my domain, and controlling it is much easier than freezing it. Despite being in level awakened, Wei Wenhai could form water blades, and as long as there was a water source, he could easily create small water curtains and ropes. Wei Wenhai thought for a moment and said, I'll use a water curtain to immobilize them, and you can handle them however you like. Everyone looked at Zhuang Mo, and seeing that he had no objections, they all agreed. Yes, let's do it that way. Hui smiled. Then tomorrow, we'll rely on Lao Wei to lead us. Even someone as sharp as Hui would glance at Zhuang Mo before speaking, showing no disagreement with his proposal. Zhuang Mo continued to peruse more information on the level 3 mutated aquatic plants, motioning for Wei Wenhai to come down from the bed. The 5 of them formed a circle, and Zhuang Mo spoke seriously. The proposal is based on the most ideal scenario. If that's the case, the task shouldn't be difficult. Feedback suggests these mutated plants are no different from ordinary level 3 ones, with no changes in behavior and little chance of upgrading. He paused, glancing at the group. So, what we need to be most wary of aren't these plants, but other potentially lurking mutated aquatic creatures in the Ningshui River. Hearing this, the other 4 nodded, and the atmosphere grew more serious. Wei Wenhai spoke up. Level 6 mutated creatures are rare and usually don't show up in tasks like this. If even Zhuang Mo says so, our luck shouldn't be so bad to encounter high-level mutations in consecutive tasks. Exactly, Hui agreed. Running into level 6 mutations in 2 consecutive tasks would be incredibly unlucky. Zhuang Mo flipped through the information again, his eyes showing a hint of thought. These mutated plants might not show signs of upgrading, but we still can't let our guard down. The variety of aquatic creatures is vast, and the situation is complex. We need to be cautious of other threats that might suddenly appear during the task. The group fell silent, Zhuang Mo's words raising their vigilance. He continued, let's prepare thoroughly, and once the task begins, stay alert at all times. The room's atmosphere grew tenser, with everyone aware that the real challenge might be more than just dealing with the mutated aquatic plants. Bian Shursen slowly opened his drowsy eyes, and the scene before him was alarming. The creatures in the water were very dangerous. Zhao Mingran pondered for a moment before saying, I'm fast and strong. I'll go test the waters tomorrow. Zhuang Mo glanced at her, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and nodded slightly. You've shown yourself to be reliable, not the type to throw a companion to those creatures. He gave Zhao Mingran a deep look before continuing. You'll go test it out. If only level 3 or lower mutated species appear underwater, we can adapt on the spot. But if it's above level 3, the first plan is to retreat. With a resolute gaze, he added, when we retreat, I'll take Shursan and Hui, and you'll take Old Wei. Zhao Mingran nodded without hesitation. No problem. Wei Wenhai frowned slightly, puzzled. Zhuang Mo, you're so strong. Why are you always thinking about running? Zhuang Mo replied without missing a beat. The upgraded mutated pitcher plant today was just one, but there are swarms of them underwater. Are we supposed to just wait to be fish food? Wei Wenhai pursed his lips and said no more. The next morning, after having breakfast at the government building, the fishermen arranged by zone E were already waiting at the door. Due to the vastness of the Ningshui River, it was difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the level 3 mutated water plants, so a fisherman was specially arranged to guide them. The fisherman, around 40 or 50 years old, was small and looked lean and ordinary. As soon as he saw the group come out, he plastered a fawning smile on his face. You warriors can just call me Lao San. With that, he turned and led them down a narrow alley. We'll take a shortcut. The water plants aren't far from here, just a half-hour walk. Following behind, Song Yulong maintained a reasonable distance, his expression serious. Although D-level students were arranged to protect Zhuang Mo from afar yesterday, Leewi accidentally knocked someone out. Leewi didn't hold back, and the person was still a bit dazed. Coupled with the surprising appearance of the level 6 mutation yesterday, Teacher Jiang decided to follow in person today to prevent any mishaps. As the group neared the riverbank, Lao San stopped, rubbing his hands together with a hint of hesitation. Warriors, I'm just an ordinary person, and I really don't dare go any further. Those water plants grow up to 7 or 8 meters tall. Zhuang Mo smiled slightly. Thank you for your help. Lao San quickly nodded and bowed, squatting down low. Zhuang Mo squinted slightly, surveying the surroundings. They were about 50 meters from the bank. He continued forward until he was roughly 20 meters from the water plants before stopping. The river was wide, the water a light blue-green, with sunlight casting a serene and mysterious glow on the surface. The banks were lush with grass. Some tender green water plants quietly emerged, creating a peaceful and tranquil scene. However, this tranquility concealed danger. Zhuang Mo bent down and took a paper airplane out of a bag, gently placing it on the water. The paper airplane made a small circle on the surface, but the water remained calm and undisturbed. Finally, Zhuang Mo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhao Mingran. Go ahead. Without delay, Zhao Mingran moved steadily to a spot 10 meters from the water. She immediately burst into incredible speed, zigzagging as she ran. Suddenly, there was a violent disturbance from below. The water surface was torn open in an instant. A mass of long, thin water plants snaked out from below, surging densely over the surface, nearly covering the entire area. The water plants, reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters, dominated the river. The sight was chilling. The water plants seemed alive, agile and swift as they surged toward Zhao Mingran. Reacting quickly, Zhao Mingran dodged and retreated swiftly. She steadied herself before turning back to say softly, "It seems like it's just this patch of water plants. From 10 meters away, they can't reach us." Wei Wenhai gazed at the dense water plants in front of him, swaying in the water as if ready to drag someone into the depths at any moment. He involuntarily stepped back. "I don't think I can handle this much." "No worries," Zhuang Mo reassured him with a firm pat on the shoulder. "We'll clear a bit each day. We've got 6 days. We'll definitely finish." Wei Wenhai took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. "The water is my domain." The group stopped 10 meters from the riverbank, with Bian Shisan and Hu immediately taking defensive stances. Wei Wenhai wore a serious expression, his palms aimed at the river surface, and a small vortex began to form. The vortex spun faster and faster, eventually coalescing into a rope of water. With a slight movement of his palm, the water rope emerged, dragging a water plant onto the shore. "Great job, old Wei," Zhuang Mo praised. In a distant corner, Lao San grinned, showing his yellow teeth. As a resident of Zone E who made a living from fishing, the stability of Ning Shui River was vital to them. Seeing the mutated water plants easily removed, he hummed a light tune with relief. Hiding at the back, Song Yulong also breathed a sigh of relief. To him, with the military regularly clearing the second defense line in Ruins Zone E and awakened individuals ready to take on tasks, this second mission seemed unlikely to have any major surprises. However, just as Wei Wenhai was focused on clearing the water plants, Zhuang Mo sensed something unusual. The water surface was overly calm, without even a ripple. Even if there were no other mutated creatures underwater, such commotion should have disturbed some fish or shrimp. Suddenly, Zhuang Mo's pupils constricted. Something seemed to be emerging among the water plants, though obscured by the dense vegetation. An unprecedented fear swept over him. His hair stood on end, and time seemed to freeze, plunging the surroundings into eerie silence. Bian Shisan's face also showed rare alertness, and the others instinctively halted their actions, with Wei Wenhai's legs even beginning to tremble. This was not a reaction caused by ordinary mutated creatures. Such instinctive fear etched into their genes could only mean one thing: a natural enemy. Engage if it's level 1, retreat if it's level 2. Zhuang Mo decisively ordered. Before the words finished, the creature suddenly rose from the water plants. Its massive gray-black body, with a head turning mechanically, emitted a clicking sound, and its blood-red eyes fixed on the humans before it. Level 1. Bian Shisan quietly confirmed. Zhuang Mo was about to devise a strategy when the creature lunged like an arrow from a bow. "Distract it." 13. Attack. Zhuang Mo shouted. Bian Shisan's circular blade sliced through the air, leaving only a shallow mark on the creature's tough hide. Hui's wind blade was scattered by a single swipe before it could even make contact. Zhao Mingran moved almost simultaneously, swiftly changing direction as the creature was about to reach the shore, leaving only a blur. "Bug, try my water curtain." Wei Wenhai hastily erected a water barrier, but it was easily breached by the creature. The creature fully revealed its menacing form. Sharp claws, fangs extending to its chin, and a stench of decay. It lunged at the flickering food figure. "Food, delicious food. Where's the food?" The mindless creature let out a roar as its sharp claws instantly tore away the paper Zhuang Mo had plastered on its face. A smile spread across Zhuang Mo's lips, revealing a set of perfect white teeth. "For brainless creatures like this, I only need one move." With a flick of his wrist, several sheets of paper fluttered through the air, landing precisely on the creature's face. Infuriated, the creature frantically clawed at the paper, its movements becoming more violent, leaving bloody gashes on its own face. "Now's the time." A glint flashed in Zhuang Mo's eyes as he flicked his fingers, sending 2 sharp-nosed, narrow-winged paper airplanes hurtling towards the creature's eyes. The paper airplanes were perfectly aimed, piercing through the remaining paper and stabbing into the creature's eyeballs. Roar, roar, roar. The creature howled skyward, entering an unprecedented state of frenzy. "Strike while it's wounded, take it down." Zhuang Mo unleashed his full power, a circular paper saw blade spinning rapidly in the air. As he poured more energy into it, the saw blade spun faster and faster, emitting a piercing sound of space being torn apart. "Go!" At Zhuang Mo's command, the paper saw blade sliced towards the creature's neck with terrifying force. The creature's skin, impervious even to bullets, was severed effortlessly by the paper. Bright green blood stained the white paper as the creature's head fell heavily to the ground, rolling to the riverbank, followed by its massive body collapsing with a thud. It cut through?" Hui stammered, then relaxed. Zhuang Mo could even extract nectar glands from a level 6 mutated pitcher plant, so cutting through a mere level 1 creature was no surprise. Bien Shursen quietly looked at his own knife, a hint of desolation in his eyes. As Zhuang Mo's teammate and friend, he found himself unable to help. Following Zhuang Mo's guidance, he refrained from self-harm and instead vented his frustration by hacking at the water plants. Wei Wenhai and Zhao Mingran were still reeling from shock. As newly awakened individuals, despite mental preparation, their innate fear of such creatures left them deeply shaken. But now, they finally experienced the joy of defeating a creature without injury. Zhuang Mo calculated silently. This strike had consumed nearly half of his total energy. Although nearing level power, eliminating a creature with weakened defenses still came at a considerable cost. TSK, not really worth it. Using so much energy for just 100 points, he remarked, turning to the others with a smile. I'll split it with you all when we get back, 20 points each. Hui quickly waved his hands. This was all you. What did we do? Zhuang Mo waved his hand, saying that this was different from the mutated pitcher plant. It was actually the result of everyone's combined efforts. Without their help in holding it back, who knows what the outcome would have been. His humble words sparked a trace of admiration in Hui's eyes, and the others no longer declined. Especially Wei Wenhai, who was filled with energy after the victory over the mutant, his muscles trembling with excitement. You all rest here, watch me, old Wei, pull out all these aquatic plants. He rolled up his sleeves and eagerly headed towards the riverbank. Time rewinds to the moment the mutant first appeared. Song Yulong hid in a narrow alley, eyes fixed on the water's surface, his pupils suddenly contracting. What kind of river is this? How can there be mutants? Damn, Zhuang Mo's new student training is really high level, he muttered to himself. Later, let's see what level it is. If it's level 1, let them handle it. Level 2, I'll step in. Level 3, I can barely manage. Any higher, we'll have to wait for Teacher Jiang to roar from the government. Song Yulong kept his eyes glued to the water. The mutant emerged. Oh, it's level 1, no worries then. He sighed in relief and continued squatting. When his legs went numb, he shifted his position and kept watching. Zhuang Mo, that kid is really something. How did he come up with that paper trick? He watched the pitiful mutant, its claws scratching its own face. Oh, paper airplanes again. 2 this time. Good, even blinded its eyes. This is an easy win. Huh. Song Yulong rubbed his eyes. Did he see it right? How did it get to the decapitation stage? No way, how did the head come off? Wow, Zhuang Mo's paper is scary. It can even cut off a level 1 mutant's head. Impressive. No wonder he, Song Yulong, thought highly of this brother from the start. He mumbled to himself. He knew it. Zhuang Mo was special since he was a kid. Wait, we didn't see him as a kid, so from the moment he enrolled, he was extraordinary. He saw it back then. Meanwhile, in the East District Government Office, Clairvoyant's eyes were sore from staring. Teacher Jiang, Zhuang Mo has papered the mutant's face. He blinded the mutant with paper airplanes. He cut off the mutant's head with paper. Jiang Ying had been calm, but on hearing the last sentence, she sprang from her seat, eyes gleaming with excitement. What creation! This is clearly a good candidate for combat. No, I must apply to personally teach Zhuang Mo when we return to the academy. She couldn't suppress her excitement, already wanting to bring Zhuang Mo back for training. The training plan was forming in her mind. She would personally spar with Zhuang Mo. While she was considering how to quickly turn Zhuang Mo into an invincible warrior, Clairvoyant closed her eyes for a moment of rest. Suddenly, she heard Clairvoyant's trembling voice. Teacher Jiang, what is it? Speak up. Jiang Ying frowned, disliking hesitation. Mutants, so many mutants. By the Ning River, Wei Wenhai was vigorously pulling up aquatic plants, tossing them onto the shore with swift, decisive movements. Old Wei, catch a few fish later, let's grill them, Hui suggested with a smile, visions of delicious food already in his mind. Wei Wenhai continued without pausing. Watch me catch some fat ones. Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up. Grilled fish, delicious grilled fish. Nothing was more satisfying than having some good food after hard work. Just as they were basking in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere, a sudden change occurred. The river surface began to surge violently, and even the entire riverbank trembled slightly. An overwhelming eerie aura rushed forth, sending chills down their spines. One mutant head after another emerged from beneath the water, a dark mass of them, shockingly numerous. Run! Zhuang Mo didn't even have time to think. Grabbing Bien Shursan and he leaped backward with all his might. Zhao Mingran reacted simultaneously, darting to the riverbank, hoisting the still-dazed Wei Wenhai, and bolted. Song Yulong burst from his hiding spot with a thunderous roar. I'll hold them off. You run. His body stood like a wall in front of them, hand reaching to his waist, drawing a metal knife that transformed into a tumter-long giant blade in his hands, gleaming coldly. Without any hesitation, he charged with the blade at those dozens of inexplicably emerging mutants from the deceptively calm water surface. Roar, 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 roar. The roars of dozens of mutants were as rough as thunder, causing the river water to churn. Looks like I'm going down here today. A trace of determination flashed in Song Yulong's eyes. Then before I fall, let me chop down a few more of these disgusting beasts. His feet left the ground, and he slashed fiercely at the densely packed massive bodies, roaring, "Die, all of you." As Song Yulong charged out, Zhuang Mo's pupils contracted sharply. He had just slain a level 1 mutant, using up half of his energy. Even though Song Yulong was a clevel, facing dozens of level 1 mutants, it was impossible for him to come out unscathed. Zhuang Mo descended quickly from the air, stopping in his tracks. Escape? Where could he escape to? He knew he wasn't a good person, but he still had some guts. Let others take the fall while he ran? Sorry, he couldn't do that. He chuckled lightly, realizing that living in cowardice for too long only led to becoming a dog. He suddenly turned around, and 7 or 8 sheets of paper flew towards the group of mutants. These mutants must die? Bien Shursan drew the long knife from his waist and charged towards the mutants without hesitation. He laughed into the sky, his steps swift as wind blades lashed out like knives. Zhao Mingran dropped Wei Wenhai, darting forward like lightning. Wei Wenhai hit the ground, gritting his teeth as he followed closely behind, determined not to be a coward. Everyone moved except for Zhuang Mo. Is it burning? Zhuang Mo's heart tightened as his gaze swept quickly over the scene. But everyone, it seems unnecessary. Seeing Zhao Mingran almost engaging the mutants in hand-to-hand combat, Zhuang Mo urgently shouted, "Zhao Mingran, to the right, pick up the one brother long wounded and hit its eyes." Responding to the command, Zhao Mingran swiftly ran to the right, driving her dagger like lightning into the eye of a mutant covered with paper, then quickly withdrew. Yet, her shoulder was seized by another mutant's claw, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Song Yulong noticed Zhuang Mo hadn't run yet, pausing in shock, and urgently shouted, "Why are you still here? You're fast, get out of here now." Even as he spoke, Song Yulong's blade never stopped. Several felled mutants were already getting back up, their tough skin nearly impervious to his blade, only stalling their movements. The paper-covered mutants were somewhat hindered, but the sheer number overwhelmed. One paper was barely used before others attacked. "Listen up, don't make unnecessary sacrifices," Song Yulong yelled angrily. "Go, I can hold them off. Teacher Zhang will be here soon. Don't worry." In a flash, Zhuang Mo pulled out another stack of paper, quickly controlling them to fly out. "Old Wei, add some water to each sheet." 5 drops. Wei Wenhai froze, clueless about Zhuang Mo's intentions, but instinctively followed the order, resisting the urge to charge forward, forming water droplets in his palms. The papers, now damp, whistled through the air, swiftly covering the mutants' faces. "I told you, the most effective way against these brainless creatures is this trick," Zhuang Mo panted slightly, issuing rapid commands. 13. Aim for the eyes. Fall back, blow the wind blades at their faces. Brother Long, go for the heads. His orders were quick, and Zhao Mingran was the first to react, stabbing another paper-covered mutant's eye with her dagger, then retreating swiftly like the wind. Though her speed was at its limit, her shoulder was still torn by a mutant's sharp claw, sending a wave of pain. Meanwhile, Song Yulong swung his sword almost frantically, slaying several mutants in succession. Yet, he knew he was at his limit. His blade could no longer pierce the mutants' tough shells. All he could do was buy time. Just then, he noticed the paper-covered mutants were becoming increasingly difficult to handle. No matter how the paper adhered, they seemed to react, their eyes furiously rubbing against it, and more mutants began to fight back. Song Yulong's heart tightened, taking a few steps back, sweat dripping from his forehead, his blade's energy nearly depleted. Scratching his face was one thing, but the paper wouldn't come off, leaving Song Yulong's claws covered in bits of shredded paper. He finally realized that wet paper stuck to his face couldn't be peeled off in one piece. Only scraps came away. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated, releasing 10 steel needles from his hand, which quickly pierced the 5 creatures. Simultaneously, Bien Shursan also retreated, his 4 embroidery needles directly stabbing into the left eyes of 4 creatures. Almost instantly, these creatures stopped trying to tear the paper from their faces and instead thrashed about in anger, letting out piercing screams. Their cries echoed like roaring waves in a storm, deafening. Zhuang Mo didn't pause. Whenever he saw a creature nearly tear the wet paper off its face, he quickly replaced it with another sheet. Even the creatures whose eyes had been blinded weren't spared. They got a fresh piece of paper to keep them clawing at their faces. Wei Wenhai stood beside him, numbly wetting the paper, while he was responsible for creating gusts of wind. The paper stuck to the creatures' faces not only restricted their movement, but also made them lose their defensive focus out of frustration for not being able to tear it off. Without any delay, Bien Shursan continued to retreat, his needles flying one after another. In just a few seconds, the eyes of dozens of creatures were hit. As for Song Yulong, his abilities were nearly exhausted, and Zhao Mingran took the opportunity to take over the task of beheading. Although she couldn't decapitate them, her speed was incredible, and her strength immense, delivering a powerful punch to smash a creature's head. Even without their eyes, the creatures could still rely on scent to locate targets. But the intense pain drove them into a frenzy, making their attacks dangerously fast and powerful. If caught by them, the consequences would be dire. However, with their eyes pierced by needles and blood mixed with tears turning the paper green, they flailed wildly, losing all precision in targeting their prey. Despite this, Zhao Mingran, who had knocked out a creature, was already covered in wounds from their savage claws and teeth, her body soaked in blood, yet her face still bore a maniacal grin. Zhao Mingran, fall back. Zhuang Mo's tone was stern. Zhuang Mo had already expended half of his abilities beheading one creature, and was currently controlling so much paper that he had no energy left to support Zhao Mingran. Even with all the creature's eyes pierced, their claws and teeth remained formidable and threatening. How could Zhao Mingran charge into the midst of the creatures barehanded? The safest course of action was to hold these creatures off and wait for reinforcements. Upon hearing Zhuang Mo's command, Zhao Mingran's eyes momentarily dulled, the color draining from her face as she quickly retreated, distancing herself from the creature horde. Zhuang Mo finally called for a retreat. Fall back. Fall back. Let's not push our luck, friends. Meanwhile, inside the E District government building, Jiang Ying was furiously scolding Clairvoyant. Where are the creatures? How many? Explain clearly. Clairvoyant responded mechanically, his tone steady. By the Ning River, at Zhuang Mo's mission site. Dozens. All with their eyes pierced. Jiang Ying sighed in relief, then confirmed the mission's exact location on her watch. Her figure shot out of the government building like a flash of lightning. Her muscles tensed, and with a slight push of her legs, she transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting forward. The immense power propelled her body through the air like a cheetah, leaving trails of afterimages. Clairvoyant immediately covered his ears the moment she took off. Teacher Zhang's S-Class Lion's roar could precisely target, but the nearby innocent bystanders would also feel the impact in their organs. As expected, moments later, a thunderous roar reverberated in all directions. Roar, roar, roar. The sound seemed to tear through the air, echoing like thunder throughout every corner of the E District. By the Ning River, Zhuang Mo and the others held their breath as they swiftly ran towards the alley. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky like lightning and landed steadily on the rooftop of a building in the alley. Song Yulong, with his sharp eyes, instantly recognized the person and was so moved that he nearly burst into tears. Teacher Jiang, you finally made it. The figure on the rooftop didn't respond immediately, but instead gazed deeply at the swarm of creatures below and took a deep breath. Song Yulong's expression changed abruptly as he shouted, "Cover your ears." Without hesitation, Zhuang Mo pressed his hands tightly against his ears. Almost simultaneously, a primordial roar echoed like thunder from the rooftop. Roar, roar, roar. This deafening sound wave, carrying the power to destroy everything, spread out in layers like a rapidly descending thunderstorm, stirring up a wild wind and sending sand and stones flying. Even the large rocks on the riverbank cracked under the impact of the sound wave. Zhuang Mo endured the intense pain, held his breath, and channeled his internal energy to protect his organs. The sound wave was clearly aimed at the creatures, but Zhuang Mo's heart pounded as if it would break, feeling like his body could be torn apart at any moment. Turning to look at the creatures, Zhuang Mo saw that they offered no resistance under the impact of the sound wave, being knocked away like bowling pins and lying motionless after falling. Zhuang Mo slightly released his grip on his ears, focusing on the fallen creatures on the ground. Their twisted, grotesque faces were terrifying, with green blood oozing from their eyes, ears, mouths, and nostrils. This is the power of its glass. No wonder Teacher Huang said Jiang Ying alone could match an entire army. A single roar from her could shake half of Zone E. Clearly, increasing strength remains a top priority. Jiang Ying didn't say much, quickly jumping down from the roof, her short hair fluttering in the wind. She walked to the riverbank, carefully inspecting it to ensure there were no other creatures lurking, then turned back to the group. You did well. The points for killing the creatures are yours. They will be transferred to you when you return to the government. A total of 41 creatures, 6 people, 683 points each. None of them refused, knowing Jiang Ying's words were final and it was pointless to decline. They all nodded and expressed their thanks. Jiang Ying glanced at each of them, then suddenly bent down to pick up Zhao Mingran, turning to Zhuang Mo and saying, I'll take her back to get bandaged. You stay here and guard the bodies. Government personnel will come to handle them. Zhuang Mo nodded. All right, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Ying's figure vanished from sight, and the young group finally breathed a sigh of relief, their tense bodies relaxing. Song Yulong, recovering from his nerves, took a deep breath and laughed. I knew Teacher Jiang would come. These dozens of creatures couldn't withstand her roar. Zhuang Mo jokingly pointed to his head, exaggeratingly saying, Call me the strongest brain. The strongest brain. Bian Shirshan immediately echoed, appearing highly agreeable. Wei Wenhai, already collapsed on the ground, pale and gasping, said, That scared me to death. I couldn't even stand up for a moment there. Can someone give me a hand? Hui laughed, glancing at him. Old Wei, you can't fall down now. See that patch of water grass? It's not done yet. Hui, are you even human? Help me up. Wei Wenhai called out helplessly. After a few laughs, Hui suddenly became serious and said, seriously, Zhuang Mo, if it weren't for you, we might all have ended up as creature feed. Wei Wenhai was full of fervor, praising Zhuang Mo with admiration shining in his eyes. Really, it's incredible. I couldn't even figure out what sticking that paper on the mutant's face was for. Bian Shisan stood nearby, a satisfied smile on his lips. Zhuang Mo quickly waved his hand, then gave a thumbs up to Song Yulong. If we're talking about impressive, it's got to be my brother Long charging into the mutants alone. That was seriously cool. Cool. Bian Shisan nodded briefly in agreement, his eyes filled with admiration. Hui turned to Song Yulong, his voice brimming with gratitude. Luckily, Mr. Song was here. If it were a level, there's no way they could have held off that many mutants. Song Yulong grinned confidently, right? Looking back now, even I think I was pretty awesome. He straightened up, exuding pride. Listen up, this is your first lesson from the freshman advisor, Song Yulong. Zhuang Mo mimicked Song Yulong's tone and stance perfectly. Song Yulong immediately jumped up, playfully swatting at Zhuang Mo. Oh, Zhuang Mo, are you making fun of me? Not at all. I'm just in awe of you. Zhuang Mo laughed as he dodged. Meanwhile, in the E District Chief's office, a lion-like roar of anger echoed. Wu Jia almost jumped from his seat reflexively. Jiang Ying actually made a move. Did a student encounter a high-level mutation? His brow furrowed. Knock, knock, knock. 3 urgent knocks sounded at the door. Come in. A staff member entered, face filled with panic, breathlessly reporting. Chief Wu, there are dozens of level 1 mutants by the Ning River. What? Wu Jia's voice rose sharply. Any student casualties? The newcomer took a deep breath to calm himself. None. Not a single one. The Academy's clairvoyant said that before Teacher Jiang set out, all those mutants had already been blinded. Wu Jia widened his eyes, full of shock. A group of freshmen? Blinded dozens of mutants? And not one person died. The newcomer nodded affirmatively, even though he himself found it hard to believe. What's the name of the leader of this freshman team? Wu Jia pressed. Seems like it's someone named Bian something. The top combatant of this freshman class, Bian Shisan. Wu Jia realized, he really is strong. His tone was filled with admiration. Meanwhile, in the ruins of District F, Li Chao's team had just collaborated to kill 18 level 2 mutated apes and were returning to the government base. They sat in the cafeteria, exhausted. Li Chao wore a smug smile. Bian Shisan and his team just got lucky, encountering a bunch of low-level mutants and scoring 1,000 points. In no time, we'll catch up. They have that useless Zhuang Mo with them. They can't keep fighting forever. A wind element girl's voice came out weakly. Captain, what now? Li Chao interrupted impatiently. Bian Shisan's team's points. Li Chao's eyes lit up. They got caught cheating on points? Ha ha. The girl quickly interrupted his laughter. No, it's their total points, 4,416 points now. What did you say? Impossible. Li Chao sharply raised his left hand, staring at the points leaderboard on his watch, seeing the top number, 4,316.666. How is that possible? They must be cheating. Li Chao's furious roar echoed through the cafeteria, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The wind element girl's voice remained weak. Cheating's unlikely. If caught, they'd be blacklisted. Who would dare take such a risk? Li Chao's eyes bulged with anger, and he immediately called his brother Li Wei in District D. Li Wei had promised to teach Zhuang Mo and Bian Shisan a good lesson and ruin their mission objectives. But now, on the second day, there was no sign of any action. Beep, beep, beep. The call went unanswered. Li Chao screamed in frustration. His brother wasn't answering. What he didn't know was that Li Wei's watch had been confiscated, and he was being punished by Jiang Ying to clean government toilets until the freshman's training ended. Li Wei, covering his nose, held a shovel, scooping foul waste from a pit swarming with flies and maggots, overhearing the gossip outside. Hey, I heard that Mr. Zhang's roar was to save Zhuang Mo, whispered one student. What happened on the wood side? Even Mr. Jiang got involved, another student asked, leaning in. My sister is the secretary to the head of District E, and I'm the only freshman who knows about this, the student said mysteriously. Don't spread it around. They encountered a group of mutants, and before Mr. Jiang arrived, Bian Shisan and the others had already blinded all of those mutants. Your sister must be joking with you. 1 or 2, I might believe, but dozens? No way Bian Shisan could manage that, not even Mr. Song. Li Wei, who was digging through the rubble nearby, scoffed disdainfully at the conversation. A bunch of fools, believing rumors. Blinding dozens of mutants? Keep dreaming. That useless Zhuang Mo's paper ability probably got torn to shreds by the mutants. As he shoveled a heap of manure, he imagined Zhuang Mo being devoured down to the bone and let out a sinister laugh. Meanwhile, at the scene by Ning River where mutant corpses were being processed, a government team in guard-like uniforms arrived in a large truck. The captain jumped out, greeted Song Yulong warmly, and glanced over the precisely blinded mutant corpses, exclaiming, "Impressive, Brother Long. These freshmen are something else." Song Yulong beamed with pride. "This is the best group I've ever trained." "Come on," the captain interrupted. "You've only been a counselor for this one group. Still better than some who've never led any." Song Yulong retorted. "By the way, I'm now the captain of the 3rd Patrol Team of District E's government, officially employed. Aren't you still on probation?" "No. Thanks to Teacher Huang's keen eye, I've been made permanent early." Speaking of keen eyes, seeing that Song was about to start another long speech, the captain quickly got his team to start processing the corpses. Song Yulong turned to Zhuang Mo and said seriously, "The sudden appearance of 41 level 1 mutants in District E is no small matter. If you hadn't been here, the consequences could have been dire. Your team is remarkable, encountering major events in both missions, first a level 6 mutation, now a group of mutants." Zhuang Mo looked thoughtfully at the corpses being moved. "A large-scale emergence of mutants only happens once every 10 years, and it's not time yet. Plus, this area has never seen mutants break through the second line of defense before." Song Yulong nodded in agreement. "Exactly, this group must have slipped in from the first line. District E will likely conduct a thorough investigation. But that's not your concern. Go back and rest, absorb some energy. I need to meet with the District E leaders with Mr. Jiang." Although they hadn't finished clearing the weeds, Zhuang Mo agreed that today wasn't the best day to continue working and decided to head back to recharge. This area has become a focus of attention, with 2 guards still stationed here. After a rest, they will safely return tomorrow to continue removing water weeds. A few people strolled towards the government building when suddenly, Zhuang Mo paused and turned to Song Yulong, saying, "Let's take the main road. The government vehicle just passed that way, so it's safer now." Song Yulong agreed without objection, and the group turned around and headed that way. Just then, the team leader leaned out of the driver's seat and frowned. "What are you wandering around for? Get in the car, we'll take you with us." So, the 5 of them sat atop a pile of mutant corpses, moving forward with the wind. Zhuang Mo touched a piece of mutant skin, remarking, "I have to say, it's quite smooth." He suddenly paused. "Touching it makes me feel uneasy. It's better when they're furry." Bien Shursen shook his head. "Furry ones are dangerous too." Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up. "My tiger is furry." Who he curiously chimed in. "Is there really a tiger?" Zhuang Mo finally found a chance to share about his son, with pride all over his face. "Tiger is a rural dog, yellow, fluffy, with the best fur, perfect for petting." Song Yulong couldn't help but laugh. "And your dog's son? Did it mutate while you were raising it?" Zhuang Mo shook his head, eyes full of nostalgia. "No, it was lucky and passed away peacefully. It accompanied me for many years, from when it was 7 or 8 until I was 27 or 8. Then it went to dog heaven." He sighed, his voice low. "After that, I started folding paper dogs, one after another." Song Yulong was amazed. That dog was really lucky. Zhuang Mo gazed into the distance, his eyes distant. Yes, Tiger was indeed lucky. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, a hint of excitement on his face. "I can now fold furry tigers. I'll try it when I get back. I must give Tiger some fur." Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Lausen quietly peeked out from behind an alley. His legs were still trembling, but his face showed the joy of rebirth. All those mutants had been cleared. When he first saw the mutants, he instinctively wanted to flee, but his legs were too weak to stand, leaving him to hide in the shadows, praying the mutants wouldn't come out to feed after eating. However, he knew there were only a few awakeners. While the number of mutants was astonishing, he had to run, had to escape. But when he first saw so many mutants, he nearly collapsed, tears and snot mixing on his face, full of helplessness and despair. He just wanted to earn some points by leading the way, but how did he get so unlucky? Just as he was despairingly curled up in a corner, awaiting his fate of being torn apart, the mutants were taken down one by the awakeners, especially the 13 squad, who were simply phenomenal. He watched in shock, almost having a heart attack from the massive, beastly roars. Regardless, he was saved. 13 squad was truly impressive. He remembered the commanding leader seemed to be called 13, and having 13 in the name sounded really cool. Previously nameless, Lausen suddenly decided he would be called 13 from now on. After all, 13 was incredible, not only folding mutant faces out of paper, but also commanding other awakeners. He began to envision his future, believing he could become someone like 13. From then on, the E district of the ruins had a fisherman known as Old 13. Among the fishermen, his legend spread. Once, he had calmly escaped unscathed from being surrounded by dozens of mutants. From that point on, he became a hero in the hearts of E district fishermen, admired by many. When Zhuang Mo and the others returned to the dormitory, Zhao Mingran was already sitting by the bed. Her wounds had been simply stitched and bandaged, and white bandages nearly covered her entire upper body. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but be secretly amazed at her high pain tolerance. She had a piece of flesh torn off by a creature, yet she didn't even flinch. "Are you feeling better?" Zhuang Mo asked with concern as he approached. Zhao Mingran gave a faint smile. Just a minor injury. I'm fine. Seeing her wrapped in bandages, Zhuang Mo felt a pang of emotion and instinctively said, "Drink some hot water," before looking away. The room soon fell silent. All five of them, including Zhao Mingran, entered a state of cultivation, focusing on absorbing energy. Zhuang Mo lay flat on the bed with his eyes closed. Today's battle had nearly depleted all his abilities. Controlling so many sheets of paper had indeed pushed him beyond his current limits. For an ability user like him who manipulates paper, the total amount of energy is a direct measure of strength. If he had more energy, today's battle wouldn't have been so passive. He formed hand seals in front of his chest, with one thumb pointing to the sky and the other to the ground. As someone who had crossed over to this world, he understood that there might be some extraordinary power here, so paying homage to the sky was not unreasonable. The fact that creatures emerged from underground also indicated that the Earth harbored a lot of unknown entities and crystal energy, making it reasonable to pay respect to the ground as well. The path that can be followed brings energy. The name that can be named increases energy. He silently chanted. Meanwhile, in the Eat District Government Office, Jiang Ying briskly entered with Song Yulong. The commander-in-chief of the Eat District Garrison, Su Jingsun, was already waiting there. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Ying signaled Song Yulong to report the situation. Just as Song Yulong was about to describe it in detail, Jiang Ying interrupted, "Get to the point." "Yes." Song Yulong nodded and summarized. Initially, there was only one creature, but it later increased to dozens, all of the first level. Under Zhuang Mo's command, we successfully injured their eyes. "What do you think, Commander Jiang?" Wu Jie asked. As the deputy commander of the garrison in the safe zone, Jiang Ying's role at the moment was far more than just a mentor for the new recruits. Jiang Ying let out a cold laugh. "What do I think? I'm not in charge of the Eat District garrison." Su Jingsun leisurely sipped his tea. "We conduct large-scale cleanups every week, and a comprehensive investigation was done before the new recruits' training. Although there were more stragglers this time, it's still within controllable limits. The cleanup operation has already begun." Jiang Ying clenched her fist, her knuckles cracking. "Controllable limits? Do you know who is in that group of new recruits today? If something goes wrong, none of us will be able to handle the consequences. Isn't it just the direct grandson of the Hu family?" Su Jingsun put down his teacup. "Wouldn't old Hu have given his grandson something for protection? Wearing high-grade creature skin armor, can a first-level creature even harm him?" Jiang Ying crossed her legs and said meaningfully, "Zhuang Mo, high-level talent, would element." This statement made Wu Jie's eyes widen instantly. Besides Han Juanfeng's daughter, there was another high-level wood element ability user among this year's new recruits. This was a treasure of the Federation, and if anything happened to them, none of them would be able to bear the consequences. Blaming himself for being too busy with administrative duties to focus on the new recruits' training, a thought flashed through Su Jingsun's mind. He regretted not having assigned a team for close protection earlier. Since it's a high-level wood elemental talent, Commander Jiang must be personally overseeing it, Su Jingsun said slowly, attempting to ease the tension. Jiang Ying's eyes sharpened suddenly. "Su Jingsun, overseeing the new recruits is my responsibility. Is clearing the E-zone of anomalies also my responsibility?" Facing her questioning, Su Jingsun put on a smooth smile. "Don't worry, this was just an accident. I assure Commander Jiang that by midnight tonight, there won't be a single anomaly in the entire new recruits training area." Jiang Ying's expression softened slightly. As an experienced commander, she knew how tough the battle at the first line of defense was, and that anomalies infiltrating the second line was inevitable. Completely clearing the ruins of E-zone of anomalies was nearly impossible. But Zhuang Mo's situation was special, and she had to be cautious. After a moment of thought, she said, "You'll find out soon anyway." Besides being a high-level wood elemental, Zhuang Mo is also a special ability awakener. "What?" Wu Jie's face changed abruptly. Then he showed a look of relief. "Thank goodness nothing happened, or Mr. Ge would have had my head for dinner." Every special ability awakener is a cornerstone of the federal government, and more importantly, each ability is unique, making them the darlings of the upper echelons. "My goodness," Wu Jie marveled. "A special ability and high-level talent." Su Jingsun set down his teacup and eagerly asked, "What special ability is it? I haven't heard of any special ability users sacrificing recently. Could it be a newly emerged ability?" A sly glint flashed in Jiang Ying's eyes. "Guess for yourself," she said, leading Song Yulong out of the office. Her goal for this visit was to ensure E-Zone takes the new recruits' training seriously. As for Zhuang Mo's special ability, which even she couldn't fully understand, she wasn't inclined to explain. After all, who could explain why the bizarre ability to control paper was so powerful? Leaving the office, she muttered to herself, "By the way, once back at the academy, I'll have to get Huang Lin to hand over Zhuang Mo. Such talent is wasted on Huang Lin teaching combat." Hearing this, Song Yulong immediately messaged his teacher Huang Lin. "Teacher, Ms. Jiang is trying to take your student, saying she wants to personally mentor Zhuang Mo." Huang Lin, dining at the F-Zone government, replied instantly. Zhuang Mo is a wood element, not skilled in combat. What's Jiang Ying doing mingling with him? Let her pick from the physical type students. Song Yulong wisely chose not to relay this message, not daring to offend Ms. Jiang. However, knowing a secret even his teacher was unaware of made him secretly pleased. Meanwhile, in the temporary dormitory, Zhuang Mo was intently manipulating a sheet of yellowed fireproof paper. Under his control, the paper quickly transformed into the shape of a little tiger. He carefully maneuvered each fiber, making them stand up one by one until the little tiger's body was covered in fur. Satisfied, he patted the little tiger and softly said, "Tiger, your dad is sorry for leaving you bare all this time." Pausing, he continued, "By the way, your dad killed an anomaly for the first time today. Those things are terrifying, with green blood. You wouldn't like it. Your dad experienced a fear today that was more intense than nearly being bitten by a mastiff as a child. But guess what?" He smiled triumphantly. "Your dad turned the tables, making dozens of anomalies spin around like clumsy bears." "Tiger," he said more gently, "I guess we can't go back. We'll have to live well here. I don't really like fighting. I just want to work in a plantation and farm. I hope the next few days are peaceful, pulling some weeds and fishing, living a cozy life, right?" The next morning, Zhao Mingran insisted on joining the group to gather aquatic plants. Despite her aching body, her determination was evident, and Zhuang Mo noticed but refrained from discouraging her. She seemed ready to perform a mummy-breaking stone act, so he decided to let her be. No wonder she's the top freshman, Zhuang Mo thought to himself. The group followed the main road to the banks of the Ning River, where they spotted two patrolling guards in the distance. Wei Wenhai let out a long breath, still looking a bit shaken. "I had a nightmare last night. I dreamt that while we were gathering plants, hundreds of mutants suddenly emerged from the riverbed. Just thinking about it gives me chills." Zhuang Mo looked around and reassured him. "Don't worry, Longu said that the troops from Zone E cleared the area last night. It should be safe now." "Yeah, but last time they cleared it, there were still dozens of mutants hiding in the riverbed," Wei Wenhai replied, still uneasy. Seeing Wei Wenhai's apprehension, Zhuang Mo came up with an idea. He wanted to encourage his frightened friend and, truthfully, they did rely heavily on Wei Wenhai for this task. The differences in elemental control were significant. Wei Wenhai could easily manipulate water to create curtains and ropes near water bodies, whereas controlling metal was much more challenging. Even if Bian Shan were given a large piece of iron, he couldn't make a chain out of it. Of course, the offensive power of Flevel water abilities was nothing to boast about, unlike metal abilities. As for Zhuang Mo's paper abilities, they were practically useless in water. Zhuang Mo gently patted Wei Wenhai's shoulder, speaking kindly. "We'll need your help again today, old Wei. I'll give you a special paper umbrella as a thank you, fire-resistant, and not yet released to the public." "You must be kidding. How can paper resist fire?" Wei Wenhai exclaimed, incredulous. Zhuang Mo gave a mysterious smile. "At least it can withstand ordinary Flevel flames." Wei Wenhai's eyes lit up. This was a limited edition, unreleased item, meaning he would be the first in the academy to own one. Although tempted, he felt it was his duty to gather aquatic plants and hesitated. Zhuang Mo added, "Oh, and catch a few fat fish while you're at it." Wei Wenhai smirked, seeing Zhuang Mo's shamelessness, and decided to go along with it. "It's a deal, but you better give me that umbrella when we get back to the academy." "No problem." Wei Wenhai then moved behind the two guards, first using his water control to catch 7 or 8 plump fish and toss them onto the shore before focusing on gathering aquatic plants. Bian Shan approached the flopping fish, scanned them with his watch, and confirmed, "No mutations, they're safe to eat." He then drew his knife to start processing the catch, with Hu He and Zhao Mingran helping out. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mo relaxed on a self-made paper lounge chair, enjoying the riverside scenery. He couldn't help but think how these mutants chose their locations well. The Ning River's clear waters and lush grasses made for a lovely spot. Looking at the pile of vibrant green aquatic plants Wei Wenhai had gathered, Zhuang Mo suddenly realized he hadn't had the chance to properly study the level 3 mutant aquatic plants. These plants were wild and unruly in water, but once dried, they were lifeless. Now seemed like a perfect opportunity to explore them further. Zhuang Mo extended his energy, carefully feeling the texture of the level 3 mutated water plants. The fibers were soft and fine, with an elasticity surprisingly similar to silk. He suddenly understood why these water plants had such excellent extensibility. It was because the plant fibers had mutated to resemble protein fibers. With this realization, Zhuang Mo's expression became conflicted. If that's the case, wouldn't paper made from these water plant fibers be like silk? Am I really going to become a weaver? He murmured to himself, then shrugged. Well, I have nothing else to do. Might as well give weaving a try. He stood up, bent down to gather a few water plants, and placed them in front of him. All right, water plants. These top-quality fibers don't even need to be broken down. I can weave them directly. Rubbing his hands together, Zhuang Mo said, "As a weaver, efficiency and quality are key. It needs to be woven densely, so tightly that it becomes like fabric. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. I never wore silk clothes back home in China. If I can successfully weave this, I'll make myself a suit first. He added, and I'll make something for Huzi too. Huzi should enjoy some luxury with his dad, wearing clothes only the elite can wear. Nearby, Hui was roasting fish and looked at Zhuang Mo, who was waving his hands in the air with his eyes closed, utterly bewildered. What's Zhuang Mo doing? Bian Shisan replied calmly. Making paper. Huh. Hui was even more confused. By this time, Zhuang Mo had fully immersed himself in the world of fiber weaving. The repetitive movements brought his mind to a state of calm, like a still lake, and energy slowly gathered around his fingertips. Finished, he opened his eyes to find a large, thin, light green sheet of paper lying quietly on top of a heap of water plant scraps. Zhuang Mo picked up the paper and sighed in disappointment. It's still just paper. His silk dream shattered. He examined the finished product carefully. But even though it looks like paper, it's dense and made from mutated water plant fibers. Logically, it should be waterproof, right? Saying this, he gently tossed the paper onto the river's surface. Hui, seeing this, raised his voice in surprise. This ability is amazing. He really can make paper. Then his voice rose another notch. But why did he throw the paper into the water? Isn't that a waste after all that effort? Upon hearing this, Bian Shisan and Zhao Mingran turned their attention to the river, paying no mind to the fish roasting on sticks. They watched as the paper floated on the river for a moment before suddenly flying back into Zhuang Mo's hand. Holding the paper, Zhuang Mo noticed water droplets rolling off its surface. Lotus leaf-like water resistance, impressive. Zhuang Mo exclaimed excitedly. Old Wei, I'm here to help you. Wei Wenhai, busy by the river, turned at the sound. He saw Zhuang Mo lazily sitting on a sheet of paper with some water plants piled beside him. Wei Wenhai wondered, how is this going to help him? Help move the water plants a bit further? As Wei Wenhai pondered, a light green paper rope shot from Zhuang Mo's hand, diving straight into the water. Zhuang Mo, what are you doing? Won't the paper be ruined if it touches water? Wei Wenhai shouted. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the paper rope firmly wrap around a water plant and toss it onto the shore with a snap. Wei Wenhai stood there, dumbfounded. What kind of paper isn't afraid of water? Hui, smelling something burning, quickly turned back to rescue the fish from the fire. I've seen a lot, but these past few days have shattered my understanding. Paper that can go in water now, I believe in fireproof paper umbrellas. When Zhuang Mo mentioned it earlier, Hui was skeptical. As the saying goes, paper can't cover fire. But now that paper ropes can bind water plants, a fireproof umbrella doesn't seem so far-fetched. Zhao Mingran turned to Bian Shisan, her eyes gleaming with interest. How many points for a fireproof umbrella? While waterproof is impressive, it's not that useful. A fireproof umbrella, on the other hand, would be different. Some mutated creatures can breathe fire. She touched her level 3 paperbark tree bark protective clothing. Though this can also resist fire, I just really like umbrellas. Bian Shisan lifted his small eyes, looking puzzled. I don't know. Then I'll check the price when it goes on sale, Zhao Mingran said. She had received over 600 points from Jiangying yesterday, so she wasn't as short on points now and figured she could afford it. With this in mind, she turned the skewers of roasted fish in her hands, smiling slightly. The fish is ready, let's eat. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air as Hui called Zhuang Mo and Wei Wenhai over to enjoy the meal. Meanwhile, he took 2 fish and headed towards the guards on duty. The 2 guards, who had been tempted by the enticing smell for quite some time, initially made a show of declining, but eventually accepted the grilled fish Hui offered. One of the guards eagerly took a bite and then leaned in closer to Hui, lowering his voice to ask, Hey, what's the deal with that guy in your team who's always lounging on the chair? He's got quite the gear. They assumed Zhuang Mo was using some kind of special family weapon, not realizing it was related to superpowers. Hui gave a mysterious smile and said, You'll find out soon enough. Hearing this, the guard became more convinced that Zhuang Mo must be an important figure from a prominent family and wisely refrained from further questioning. Zhuang Mo took a bite of the succulent fish. Even without any seasoning, the natural sweetness of the fresh fish combined perfectly with the smoky flavor from the fire, making it surprisingly delicious. After delivering the fish, Hui joined them in devouring the meal. Once they finished eating, Zhuang Mo and Wei Wenhai started gathering water plants. However, their approaches were starkly different. Wei Wenhai stood at the riverbank, focused and intent, while Zhuang Mo remained sprawled on a paper lounge chair, one leg crossed over the other, a blade of grass in his mouth, swaying leisurely. The other team members helped by bundling the water plants together, as they needed to be taken back for papermaking. Just as they were nearly done gathering the water plants, a light rain began to fall from the previously clear sky. A paper string dispersed in the air, splitting into 7 thin sheets of paper that landed precisely over each person's head, following them wherever they went. The 4 team members were used to this, but the 2 guards were dumbfounded. They walked around the riverbank with paper sheets over their heads, exclaiming in amazement, Wow, this paper really follows me. And it's waterproof? Is this even possible? Zhuang Mo got up and controlled a thin paper string to sweep through the river a few times, pulling the remaining water plants ashore. Then he called out to everyone. All right, folks, the task is complete. With paper umbrellas overhead and bundles of water plants in tow, they headed back joyfully. As Zhuang Mo moved further away, the paper sheets on the guards' heads fell to the ground, and the rain suddenly intensified. The two guards looked at each other, helplessly, dragging a large bundle of water plants. Zhuang Mo suddenly frowned. I feel like I forgot something. What was it? He realized. Oh, I forgot about the paper sheets on those guards' heads. I'm too far to control them now. Wasted 2 sheets of paper. While they were making their way back, Song Yulong and 2 other people dressed like guards appeared out of nowhere. Song Yulong had a thin metal sheet over his head, while the other 2 had ice sheets. Song Yulong quickly approached. Zhuang Mo, that paper looks pretty cool. Can I have one too? Do you have any in other colors? I don't think green is very lucky on my head. Zhuang Mo shrugged. This is the only color. Song Yulong seemed a bit conflicted. Then never mind, I won't take it. My metal sheet is fine too. Listen, drip, drip, drip. He shifted the topic. Only at our central base can you still experience all 4 seasons with sunny and rainy days. The northern base is frozen for miles. Only snow falls there, no raindrops to be seen. And at the western base, it's scorching hot all year round, with relentless heat waves and severe droughts. They don't even have enough drinking water. So many of our water-based folks have gone there to help. What about the southern base? Zhuang Mo asked. Song Yulong's expression turned somber. The southern base, the first line of defense, has fallen. Even with sun and rain, what good does it do? Zhuang Mo felt a chill run down his spine as terrifying images flashed through his mind: mutants devouring human flesh, growing stronger with each victim they consumed. The fall of the southern base's first line of defense likely meant that all the warriors stationed there had perished. When did this news come in, Teacher Song? Who he asked gravely. The entire line fell last night. I only got the news this morning. Song Yulong replied in a somber tone. And the students from the Southern Academy of Abilities. Wei Wenhai's voice trembled, clearly thinking of the young faces sent to the battlefield. A heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Zhuang Mo's mind was in turmoil. This meant the long-maintained balance between humans and mutants had been completely shattered, and the advantage painstakingly built by the awakened was gone. Don't be so pessimistic, Song Yulong said, trying to sound upbeat, the metal plate on his head shaking with his movements. The central base is the strongest in terms of combat power, and our defenses are rock solid. Plus, Commander Su Jingxin from Zone G has already led troops to support us. Commander Su? The one known as the dual female war god of the central base alongside Teacher Jiang. Zhuang Mo asked curiously. Yes, she's in S-class physical powerhouse, Song Yulong explained. Her strength has skyrocketed in the past year, nearing S-class. Only a handful in the entire Federation can reach that level. Stronger than Teacher Jiang? Zhao Minggran interjected. Song Yulong hesitated to answer, clearly worried about being monitored by someone with clairvoyant abilities. Meanwhile, in the government office of Zone E, someone with super hearing was carefully relaying this conversation to Jiang Ying. Hearing the discussion about herself, Jiang Ying's face showed a hint of a mocking smile as she softly remarked, Old Su's strength? Humph. The mood of despair didn't last long. Zhuang Mo quickly regained his energy, saying, with Commander Su there, those mutants will surely be dealt with thoroughly. Exactly, Song Yulong agreed. Reinforcements from other bases are also on their way. The southern base will definitely hold. Zhuang Mo switched hands to drag the seaweed, thinking that matters concerning the survival of humanity should be left to the strong. As freshmen, they should focus on their studies for now. Just then, a commotion erupted 100 meters ahead. Screams and roars filled the air as people scattered in all directions. Zhuang Mo squinted and nearly lost his composure. It was a giant monster, 5 or 6 meters tall, with a deformed human torso and massive muscles, but its limbs had frog-like long toes. The most horrifying part was its head, entirely that of a frog, with yellow-gray skin covered in rough bumps, bulging eyes on either side glowing with an eerie black light, a wide mouth agape, and a long, slick tongue extending out. As soon as Song Yulong grasped the situation, he drew his sword and charged forward, with 2 patrol guards following closely, their steps resolute. Zhuang Mo immediately raised his hand to signal those around him to hold their positions. Through the curtain of rain, the silhouette of the frog-headed creature instantly reminded him of the giant bird with women's hands on the playground, sending a shiver down his spine. The scene was clear. Civilians were fleeing in panic while the 3rd Patrol Squad was engaged in combat with the Frogman. Zhuang Mo quickly assessed that if even Song Yulong and the Professional Patrol Squad were struggling to subdue the creature, rushing in would only lead to unnecessary casualties. What is this monster? Even the watch can't scan it, Hu he said with a frown. Wei Wenhai sat on the ground, his voice trembling. Run, run quickly, or we'll become frog food. Don't move, Zhuang Mo said firmly. This frogman retains the characteristics of a frog. It's visually insensitive to stationary targets, but extremely sensitive to moving objects. Before he finished speaking, the frogman's powerful hind legs suddenly propelled it over 10 meters into the air. Simultaneously, its terrifying tongue shot out at an incredible speed, reaching twice its body length. The sticky hairs on the tongue instantly ensnared a fleeing passerby. The captain of the 3rd Patrol Squad launched a column of flame aimed directly at the monster's tongue, but the frogman retracted its tongue faster than the flames could reach. Almost simultaneously, Song Yulong's long sword slashed at the tongue, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone but failed to sever it. The frogman let out a furious roar, almost human-like, as the person ensnared by its tongue was thrown heavily to the ground. The rain intensified, and through the dense downpour, Zhuang Mo once again witnessed Song Yulong's unstoppable momentum, his long sword gleaming coldly as it struck the frog's tongue again. The power of the blow was astonishing, felling a large roadside tree and sending nearby people flying, yet it only left a second wound on the frog's tongue. The repeatedly injured frogman became utterly enraged, its legs pushing off the ground as it opened its massive jaws wide, its tongue darting towards Song Yulong like an arrow. Even with Song Yulong's agility, he couldn't completely evade it. Just as the tongue was about to reach him, a blast of ice froze it in place, timely intervention by an ice element patrol guard. But the ice quickly shattered. "We can't continue like this," Zhuang Mo decisively stated. "If we drag this out, Brother Long and the patrol guards will exhaust their energy." Seeing Bian Shursan ready to draw his sword to join the fight, Zhuang Mo immediately stopped him. "Don't move." He retrieved waterproof paper from above their heads and folded it into several paper airplanes, sending them flying towards the frogman. This wasn't meant to harm the enemy, but to distract it. Sure enough, the swiftly flying paper airplanes caught the frogman's attention, and its tongue coiled around one, swallowing it whole. "Patrol squad, Brother Long, don't move. Attack from where you are," Zhuang Mo shouted. A patrol member laughed. "Did you hear that? A new student is teaching us how to fight." However, the captain's expression became serious as he summoned a fierce flame with both hands. "Listen to him. Everyone attack from where you stand." He had just noticed that the monster was particularly sensitive to fast-moving targets, while showing no interest in those humans who had collapsed on the ground in fear. The team needed to keep moving to draw its attention, or else the panicked civilians would become its prey. At this moment, a few paper airplanes circling in the air were buying them precious time. The monster's speed was terrifyingly fast, with each strike as swift as lightning. Just as the toadman's tongue was about to snatch another paper airplane, the captain was preparing to unleash his flames when he suddenly heard an urgent warning. "Brother Long, flying knife." The captain hesitated momentarily, watching as the ensnared paper airplane transformed into the shape of an octopus, sticking firmly to the toad's face and preventing the monster from retracting its tongue. The creature's massive mouth was forcibly held open, unable to close. The squad captain quickly withdrew his flames, watching as Song Yulong's 2 flying knives shot like lightning through the gaps in the octopus, aiming directly for the monster's tongue root. The toadman's bulging eyes were nearly bursting as it frantically tried to remove the octopus from its face, but it was too late. The knives had already entered its throat. Song Yulong maneuvered one blade to frantically slice at the tongue root, while the other delved into its internal organs. The monster let out an ear-splitting scream, reaching to remove the source of its agony. "Restrain its limbs," the captain ordered, prompting the electric and ice ability users to spring into action. Just as Song Yulong thought they were making progress, the monster managed to swallow the blade at its tongue root. He had no choice but to manipulate the blade inside to wreak havoc on its internal organs, though the tongue was beyond control. Zhuang Mo watched as the toad's face twisted in pain, its eyes bloodshot, emitting furious roars. He immediately directed 2 paper airplanes to weave in front of the creature's eyes. Sure enough, the toadman couldn't resist and extended its tongue again to feed. The same tactic worked once more, with the paper airplanes transforming into octopuses that pried its mouth open again. "Zhuang Mo, the tongue and organs are too tough," Song Yulong said quickly while controlling the newly embedded knives. "I can make it suffer, but killing it completely will take time." Hearing this, Zhuang Mo increased his energy output, strengthening the octopuses. "Captain, shoot fireballs down its throat." The squad captain responded by launching a barrage of fireballs straight into the monster's open throat. The crate fireballs burned within its organs, causing the toadman unbearable pain as it broke free and leaped into the air. The paper airplanes continued to spin in the sky, and the frenzied monster still tried to capture these moving targets. As the paper airplanes were engulfed, they all transformed into fast-spinning circular saws. Zhuang Mo stood motionless, carefully controlling the paper saws to avoid the burning areas. Inside the monster, the saws sliced wildly, the knives wreaked havoc, and the fireballs continued to burn. The toadman's wails grew increasingly desperate until it could no longer sustain its jumps, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Zhuang Mo deftly directed a paper airplane straight into the toad man's eye. The creature remained motionless, as if it had lost all signs of life. Seeing this, Zhuang Mo let out a long sigh of relief, and Bian San relaxed his grip on the round blade. Wei Wenhai was still trembling slightly. Despite his extensive experience with various anomalies, this half-human, half-toad creature made his heart race. Trying to steady himself, his voice shook slightly. Is it dead? It should be dead, Zhuang Mo nodded, explaining. I used the paper airplane to test it just in case. After all that slashing and burning, its internal organs were completely messed up. It would be surprising if it wasn't dead. Only then did Wei Wenhai peek out from behind he, speaking with a tone of professional analysis. What kind of new mutant toad is this? Even the watch scanner can't detect it. By its strength, it's at least level 5, no, level 6. Zhuang Mo's expression was serious. He had a vague feeling that this wasn't just a mutated toad, but he chose to keep this suspicion to himself for now. As he was about to examine the toad man's body more closely, the patrol team leader signaled to Song Yulong to confirm the death. The members of the patrol squad gathered enthusiastically as they approached, but all their attention was focused on Bian San. Dude, those paper airplanes were amazing. Hey, how did the paper airplane turn into an octopus? Can you show us again? Is this a new weapon from the safe zone? How many points does it cost? Their misunderstanding was understandable during the fight. They only heard the sounds, and seeing Bian San with the captain's insignia, they naturally assumed he was the commander. Only the 3rd patrol squad leader, Qin Xiangyang, astutely realized the truth and extended his hand to Zhuang Mo. Captain of the 3rd patrol squad in Ruins Zone E, Fire-type crank, Qin Xiangyang. Freshman at the Federal Academy of Abilities, Wood-type, Zhuang Mo replied, shaking his hand. The other team members looked at each other, puzzled as to why their captain was talking to this seemingly ordinary freshman. Song Yulong suddenly put his arm around Zhuang Mo's shoulders and earnestly said, You're only frank. Don't always rush into danger. What if that creature came after you? If something happened to you, how would I explain it to Professor Huang, Professor Han, Professor Jiang, and Principal Zhu? Zhuang Mo felt helpless. He hadn't rushed in. He had controlled things from a distance. But he didn't bother explaining, simply replying, Okay, I understand. The patrol team members whispered among themselves. Every year, a few freshmen don't make it through the training. Who exactly is this Zhuang Mo that so many people are concerned about him? There's no well-known family with the surname Zhuang. Moreover, he didn't act impulsively. He only approached after the creature was confirmed dead. Listening to Song Yulong, Qin Xiangyang became even more convinced that Zhuang Mo must be a special abilities awakener. Although his abilities seemed unusual, any special ability was incredibly valuable. At that moment, standing next to Song Yulong, Zhuang Mo carefully examined the toad man on the ground. Aside from the head and limbs, all its internal organs were human. Because the frogman wasn't wearing any clothes, his half-meter-long human-like appendage was exposed to the air. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but imagine the comical sight of the frogman jumping around with a chill between his legs. Shaking his head to clear these wandering thoughts, he turned to Song Yulong and said, This mutated frog is so strange. It even has human organs. He recalled his previous speculations upon seeing the bird with human feet, and now seeing this frogman. His suspicions solidified there must be someone or some organization conducting human experiments in this world. Song Yulong, holding his smartwatch, took several photos of the creature's corpse from all angles, his brow furrowed. No kidding, it gave me a shock at first glance. I've never seen such a mutated animal before, and even my watch can't identify what it is. Standing nearby, Qin Xiangyang looked serious, his voice low. I was born in Ruins Zone E, and after graduation, I returned there to join the patrol army. This is the first time I've seen such a half-human, half-beast monster. Zhuang Mo pondered silently. If they weren't lying, then these human experiments were likely a secret operation, hidden from most of the awakened. At this point, a tall woman from the patrol team interjected. Maybe someone ate a mutated frog. Everyone knows that if a person eats a mutated creature, they'll turn into a mindless monster. Qin Xiangyang nodded in agreement. That's very likely. We must spread the word about this, to warn the public once more that mutated animals are absolutely not to be eaten. Song Yulong exaggeratedly clutched his chest, making a disgusted face. I'd rather be eaten by a mutated frog than eat one. They're frogs, slimy and gross. How could anyone eat that? Their cousin, the bullfrog, is actually quite tasty, Zhuang Mo commented offhandedly. As soon as he said it, Song Yulong looked at him with sympathy. Poor thing, coming from Ruins Zone D, must have been so hungry growing up that even frogs were on the menu. Curious, Qin Xiangyang tilted his head. What's a bullfrog? Zhuang Mo was momentarily speechless, suddenly remembering that bullfrogs were an imported species and perhaps people in this world hadn't had the chance to eat them before the apocalypse. He chuckled inwardly, wondering who was more pitiful, who had tasted delicious dishes like spicy bullfrog, or those who had never tried them and thus didn't miss them. Meanwhile, At the E-Zone government office, Shunfeng Air was relaying the live situation. What's a bullfrog? Shunfeng Air repeated Qin Xiangyang's question. Jiang Ying listened to the conversation, frowning. How can these people talk about eating frogs next to such a hideous frog monster? Especially Zhuang Mo, claiming frogs are tasty. She snorted. To a frog, he'd be the tasty one. She was relieved they encountered a non-toxic mutant today. Otherwise, they might have been in trouble before she could rescue them. The reason she didn't go to the scene was that she had judged the frog to be non-toxic and believed Song Yulong and Qin Xiangyang could handle it. Unexpectedly, they managed it with Zhuang Mo's paper octopus. She really wanted to crack open Zhuang Mo's head to see how he came up with such bizarre ideas. Nearby, Qian Yin noticed Jiang Ying's expression had relaxed slightly and cautiously asked, Teacher Jiang, is that frog monster really someone who ate a frog? Jiang Ying's face turned stern immediately, and she replied coldly, If you're so curious, why don't you try eating a frog? Qian Yin quickly shut his mouth, regretting asking too much. But he still had doubts, having seen humans transformed by eating mutated animals. Back when he was in the ruins, a group of starving people had managed to kill a first-level mutated lamb. Driven by hunger, someone suggested cooking and eating it. Even if I turn into a monster, it's better than starving to death. Besides, who knows if eating it will really turn us into monsters? It might just be a lie, shouted a hungry survivor, eyes fixed on the captured level 1 mutant lamb. Exactly. I'd rather die with a full stomach, another person chimed in, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. The level 1 mutant lamb was quickly skinned and roasted. Its golden brown skin dripped with oil, filling the air with a tempting aroma. However, when the lamb was finally cooked, those who had been clamoring for it hesitated and didn't dare to take the first bite. I don't want to become a monster. A frail man stepped back, his voice trembling. Even if I die, I want to die human-shaped. Otherwise, my mom won't recognize me. The government keeps saying we'll turn into monsters, so it must be true, right? Another person hesitated. You guys go ahead, I won't eat. The group circled the enticingly fragrant roast lamb, arguing incessantly, yet none dared to be the first to try it. Eventually, an old man with a face full of wrinkles could no longer resist the lure of the food. He lunged forward, grabbed a leg of lamb, and bit into it voraciously. So delicious, the old man exclaimed, his mouth glistening with oil as he ravenously devoured the lamb. He seemed blissfully unaware of the sharp horns slowly sprouting from his head, and the lump on his neck swelling rapidly into the outline of a complete sheep's head. Strangely, the old man appeared oblivious, continuing to devour the lamb with an insatiable hunger in his eyes. Qianlian withdrew from his thoughts, refocusing on the toad-headed monster's corpse lying before him. The connection between the monster's head and human body was unusually seamless, as though someone had meticulously attached a toad's head to a human body, starkly different from the sheep-head old man he had seen before. Standing beside the toad-headed monster, Zhuang Mo also noticed this anomaly. He tentatively asked, Is it normal for transformations to be this orderly after eating mutant animals? Zhuang Mo glanced at the data on his watch, which indicated that transformations after consuming mutant animals were typically grotesque and horrifying. Although these mutants appeared terrifying, their actual combat abilities were quite limited. But this toad man was entirely different. Its attack power, judgment, and precision were astonishing. Song Yulong paused at Zhuang Mo's question, turning to Qin Xiangyang and whispering, We can't let this get out. If ordinary people find out that eating mutant animals results in such normal transformations and grants great power, it'll be trouble. A look of caution flashed across Qin Xiangyang's eyes, and he nodded quickly. I'll convey this perspective to the higher-ups. Zhuang Mo noticed their conversation, feeling more certain that Song Yulong and Qin Xiangyang were indeed unaware of the human experiments. Looking around, he saw that the ordinary people had long fled, leaving only a few of them at the scene. But regardless of what those ordinary people might think or the truth behind the human experiments, it wasn't his current concern. Dragging the freshly collected water plants, Zhuang Mo turned to Qin Xiangyang and asked, Captain Qin, are you heading back to the government? Qin Xiangyang caught on immediately, smiling. Yes, we'll take you along. The patrol team worked together to load the monster's corpse onto the vehicle, and with Qin Xiangyang, it took 6 people to barely lift the massive body. Once the body was secured, Zhuang Mo unceremoniously tossed the water plants into a corner of the truck and plopped down on the toadman's belly, waving to the others. Come have a seat. Bian Shursin joined him without hesitation, sitting down beside him. Wei Wenhai shrank into a corner of the truck, his face filled with discomfort. This thing gives me the creeps. You guys sit. I'll just squat. Hui couldn't help but laugh. You've sat on mutants before, and you're afraid of this? Wei Wenhai quickly retorted. Isn't that different? You're wearing a protective suit made from level 5 mutant skin. Would you be willing to wear a headpiece made from this monster's skin? Hui opened his mouth, but ultimately had no response. Meanwhile, inside the E-District government building, another Qianlian suddenly stood up, looking tense. Jiang Ying glanced at him, her tone calm. What's wrong? Qianlian 2 immediately reported, Teacher Zhang. Zhang and's team encountered an attack from a level 5 mutant spider. Who's accompanying them? 2 level members. Zhang Ying decisively ordered the level assistant beside her. Go and provide assistance immediately. Zhang Ying quickly approached the nearby level assistant instructor, issuing her orders with determination. Coordinate things here. I'll be inside the government building. Report any anomalies to me immediately. Yes, Commander Zhang, the assistant replied promptly. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Ying strode purposefully to Wu Jie's office on the 3rd floor. She pushed the door open without hesitation, fixing Wu Jie with a piercing gaze. I see the district chief of zone, he isn't Yutz Su Jingsen. Wu Jie forced a smile and hurriedly poured her tea. What do you mean by that, Commander Zhang? Zhang Ying glanced at the steaming cup with a hint of a cold smile. Don't play dumb with me. Su Jingsen's experimental subjects have escaped onto the streets. You didn't know about this. Wu Jie jumped up from his chair, his face turning pale. When did this happen? I really didn't know. Before he could finish, the office door swung open, and a secretary rushed in, panic evident on their face. Seeing Jiang Ying, the secretary hesitated but couldn't hide their urgency. Wu Jie glanced at Jiang Ying and said to the secretary, Speak up. Commander Jiang is not an outsider. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary, aware that Jiang Ying had several highly capable aides, spoke directly. The 3rd patrol squad encountered a creature with a toad's head and a human body, standing about 6 meters tall. What's the current situation? Were there any large-scale casualties? Wu Jie asked, standing abruptly. No. Qin Xiangyang is escorting the body back. Wu Jie exhaled deeply and gestured for the secretary to leave. Turning back to Jiang Ying, he rubbed his hands together apologetically. Commander Jiang, I truly can't manage the experiments, but I will talk to Commander Su about reinforcing the security of the experimental area. We can't let such creatures escape again. Jiang Ying snorted. And you're not pursuing the escape of an experimental subject? Or is Su Jingsun deliberately letting them out for me to see? Wu Jie sighed deeply. Commander Jiang, I wouldn't dare comment on the Su family's affairs. Besides, Commander Su Jingsun is currently leading troops to support the southern base. We still rely on the Su family. It's all for the Federation, you see. Jiang Ying abruptly stood, her eyes blazing with anger. For the Federation? Does that justify using low-level awakeners as test subjects? Does that excuse such inhumane acts? Wu Jie's expression shifted, and after a long silence, he said, I understand you're a conservative. I don't endorse the modifications either, but it's a necessary measure. Jiang Ying rubbed her temples, suppressing her fury. Let me tell you, today's experimental subject completely lost its mind and had incredible combat power. Luckily, an academy assistant was there. Your patrol squad wouldn't have stood a chance. She deliberately avoided mentioning Zhuang Mo. It was best not to involve new students in such matters. With Qin Xianyang's astuteness, being a patrol captain at the level was no accident, likely wouldn't take credit for others, preferring to attribute success to himself. Wu Jie's hand trembled slightly around his teacup, his brow furrowed deeply. He cursed inwardly. Experiments were for the Federation, but releasing such a deadly creature to harm people was also for the Federation? Was it just to show Jiang Ying, the conservative, their achievements? Su Jingsun is a madman. No, the whole Su family is mad. Huzi, your dad is back. No one came over today, right? Zhuang Mo pushed open the door of the temporary dormitory and habitually spoke to the paper-folded dog in the corner. Hui stood by, watching as Zhuang Mo talked to the paper dog, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. In this post-apocalyptic world, due to the risk of mutation, hardly anyone dared to keep pets. Yet, Zhuang Mo not only kept Huzi for over 10 years, but also used the paper dog as a way to cherish its memory after it died. This sentiment gave Hui a new perspective on Zhuang Mo. Initially, he regarded Zhuang Mo merely as a future master in cultivation. However, he now realized that Zhuang Mo was not only exceptionally strong and intelligent, but also deeply emotional and loyal. Such a teammate was truly someone worth building a good relationship with. Zhuang Mo shifted his gaze to the pile of water plants on the ground. After experimenting with fireproof and waterproof paper, he had confirmed that certain mutated plant fibers had special properties. As he stroked his chin in thought, the idea of making a juicer cup even crossed his mind, though this was just a fleeting thought in his quest to enhance combat abilities. What are your plans for the next 4 days? Zhuang Mo turned to ask. They had completed the freshman training task in less than 3 days, leaving them with plenty of time to make good use of. With teammates accompanying and protection from a clever expert, it was a rare opportunity to explore Zone E. Hui suggested taking on some low-level hunting tasks from the government, and Zhao Mingran agreed. Wei Wenhai, pulling his neck in, pointed at Zhuang Mo, who was bundled up tightly, suggesting they should stay in the dormitory to practice honestly. Bian Shisan remained silent, waiting to follow Zhuang Mo's lead. You've all seen that paper made from water plants can be waterproof, Zhuang Mo said with an expectant smile. I want to check out the abandoned botanical garden. We might discover other special mutated plants there. Plus, Encountering mutated creatures would be good practice. I'm going with you, Bien Shursan immediately declared. Hui furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons. Taking tasks in the residential area was indeed safer, but while the botanical garden posed a higher risk, it also held the potential for unexpected gains. Moreover, to maintain the team's integrity and ensure timely protection from the academy, splitting up was not wise. I'm going too, he quickly decided. Since we're here for training, we shouldn't limit ourselves to the residential area. Zhao Minggran nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Wei Wenhai furrowed his brow, looking worried, and said, "You're all going. I can't be left behind, right? Teacher Song will be accompanying us, right? And the patrol team. There were only 2 people with us yesterday. I feel that's a bit inadequate." Zhuang Mo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, reassuring him. "Don't worry, we'll definitely report to Teacher Jiang first, and let Thousand Mile Eye and Wind Ear know our whereabouts." Hearing this, Wei Wenhai visibly relaxed. True, Teacher Jiang will definitely keep a close watch on you. After reaching a consensus, Zhuang Mo thought that since everyone was accompanying him to the botanical garden, he should do something nice. He looked around and solemnly announced, "I'll give each of you a fireproof umbrella tomorrow. These umbrellas not only protect against ordinary fire, but can also withstand attacks from level 1 mutated plants." Noticing a hint of dissatisfaction on Wei Wenhai's face, Zhuang Mo quickly added, "Old Wei, your contribution to harvesting watergrass was the greatest, so yours will have an extra waterproof layer for double protection." Hearing this, Wei Wenhai's expression immediately relaxed. Bien Shursan's eyes were already filled with gratitude, making Zhuang Mo secretly sigh. If you want someone easy to please, I mean a true friend, it has to be Bien Shursan. Hui quickly declined. "Your regular protective umbrellas cost 45 points each. How can we accept the fireproof ones for free?" Zhao Minggran nodded in agreement. Zhuang Mo felt a pang of regret. These were umbrellas he intended to sell for 88 points each, and giving them away just like that meant losing 352 points. He silently prayed he wouldn't refuse further, as he really didn't want to give them away. More painfully, as someone with only 7,698 points, how could he afford to be so generous? Seeing Zhuang Mo's insistence, Hui stopped refusing. Although he didn't need the umbrella, he felt the gesture carried significant meaning and thought he should give something back to Zhuang Mo when they returned to the safe zone to maintain their friendship. At this moment, Zhao Minggran cheerfully said, "Even though our protective suits are fireproof, I really like the umbrellas you made." Zhuang Mo froze on the spot. "Wait, the protective suits are fireproof?" Of course. They were wearing level 3 mutated bark protective suits. He had always thought he was wearing a level 4 wild boar skin suit, forgetting there was an outer layer of bark. What did this mean? All the freshmen already had fireproof equipment. How could he sell his fireproof umbrellas now? This wasn't just about losing 352 points, but losing at least 100 potential buyers, roughly 10,000 points gone just like that. Realizing this, Zhuang Mo fell into silence. Watching 10,000 points slip away, his anguish reached its peak. What was wrong with these people? They clearly had fireproof protective suits, yet they were so excited about the umbrellas. He had thought he could make a fortune back at the academy, but now that dream was shattered. No more endless points, new clothes, and chicken drumsticks. In his grief and anger, Zhuang Mo turned into a paper weaving machine, producing 1,342 sheets of light green paper in no time, which piled up on the bed. Hui quietly said to Bien Shursan, "Zhuang Mo's mental state seems a bit off." Bien Shursan, however, confidently replied, "He's just working really hard." Hui looked at the figure on the top bunk, frantically waving limbs and occasionally shouting, and pondered, could it be that geniuses are just this unique when they're absorbed in their work? In the evening, Zhuang Mo opened his banking app, and the points balance of 7,698 on the screen stung his eyes. He still had a long way to go to reach his dream of 30,000 points. He glanced down at the level 4 mutant wild boar skin armor he was wearing, his fingers gently brushing over its rough surface. The armor's hardness was barely comparable to level 1 exotic skin, but it was practically useless against real exotics. A level 1 exotic could tear him to pieces in minutes, and that's just the lowest level, the kind even students who haven't graduated can slay. Zhuang Mo shuddered at the thought. If he encountered mid to high-level exotics, his current armor would be of no use. Those creatures' teeth could easily end his life. The combat power of exotics was beyond imagination, with level 4 exotics able to rival some level 7 mutant creatures, which were already called kings and possessed a certain level of intelligence. He thought of Song Yulong's level 7 mutant pine bark armor, which shimmered with a subtle glow. But even with Song Yulong's strength, it was impossible to take down a king-level mutant plant alone. That was a feat only a rank awakened could achieve. As his thoughts drifted further, Zhuang Mo felt increasingly aware of humanity's insignificance and fragility. In this post-apocalyptic food chain, the combat power, physiological structure, and organ strength of human awakened were the weakest link. not to mention ordinary humans, who were no different from cattle and sheep in the eyes of exotics and high-level mutants. However, humanity once ruled the world not by brute force, but by intelligence. So what if we're just flesh and blood? Zhuang Mo thought wryly. We can skin our enemies and wear their hides. He frowned, pondering why the Academy issued fireproof armor instead of more practical equipment. His fireproof umbrella wouldn't sell, so when could he save enough points to buy level 4 exotic skin armor? In the apocalypse, enhancing strength was important, but so was having the right equipment. Zhuang Mo recalled Hui's unhurried demeanor, which was all because he wore level 5 exotic skin armor. Level 5. This number echoed in Zhuang Mo's mind. He stared again at his points balance, falling into silence. Since earning points wasn't an option for now, he decided to focus on absorbing energy. Just as he was about to lie down, a rapid knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Quick, quick, open the door, I've got something good. Song Yulong's voice came through the door. Hui quickly opened the door, and Song Yulong slipped in, swiftly closing the door behind him. Zhuang Mo jumped down from the top bunk to see Song Yulong holding a metal kettle in one hand and a black bag in the other, a mysterious smile on his face. Teacher Jiang gave these as a reward for dealing with the toad monster today, Song Yulong said as he opened the black bag. You guys definitely haven't had this before. Honestly, it's my first time seeing it too. Teacher Jiang said to soak it in boiling water and sprinkle some seasoning. Zhuang Mo looked down to see 2 packs of instant noodles lying quietly inside the bag, their old-fashioned packaging boldly labeled spicy instant noodles. Song Yulong grinned. Teacher Jiang gave us 2 packs, one for you and one for me. I thought you'd want to share with the team, so I brought mine too. We'll all share it together. I've already boiled the water, using grade water and grade fire. Zhuang Mo's mouth twitched. Thanks, but I wasn't planning on sharing with them. Instant noodles, even the old-fashioned kind without a vegetable packet, were still instant noodles. Noodles, the late-night sole comfort for workers, and if you could add a sausage, it would be a taste of heaven. These instant noodles have been sitting here for ages. They must have expired long ago. Zhuang Mo picked one up to check and found that the production date was 41 years and 3 months ago. A few months past the expiration date might be acceptable, but 40 years? Was Jiang Ying rewarding him or trying to get rid of him? Zhuang Mo frowned at the packet of noodles in his hand, while Song Yulong looked delighted, and the other people in the dormitory were wide-eyed and excited. He even swallowed hard, pretending to decline. Mr. Song, you and Zhuang Mo can have it. We didn't do much, so how could we take such a precious treat? Seeing Hui's reaction, Zhuang Mo immediately understood that this guy must have eaten it before. If he had eaten it, it must have been expired, right? And he survived? Zhuang Mo couldn't help but swallow as well. Expired? So what? It's instant noodles, spicy and flavorful instant noodles. He carefully picked up a packet and gently tore open the packaging. Huh. A familiar aroma wafted up. It smells pretty good. It hadn't gone bad. Zhuang Mo recalled something Song Yulong had mentioned: eat a powerful person in the space department of his level. These noodles might have been preserved by a space ability. But faced with this deliciousness, he didn't think much about it. His entire attention was on the pot of noodles. As the seasoning hit the water, the golden, crispy noodles slowly unfurled in the boiling broth. The spicy, sweet aroma filled the cramped dormitory. Just the smell nearly brought tears to Zhuang Mo's eyes. Those instant noodles he had once grown tired of eating late at night now seemed like a treasure. The days of working late into the night, wishing to blow up the entire world, now seemed incredibly beautiful in his memories. Even the last bowl of pickled cabbage noodles before he traveled back had lost its pungent smell in his memory, leaving only a tantalizing sour aroma. 5 minutes later, 6 people sat around a large iron bowl, each holding a pair of iron chopsticks. The noodles, soaked in broth, were soft yet elastic, and the 2 packets quickly disappeared under their chopsticks. The entire eating process was extremely quiet, as everyone savored the rare delicacy. Even Bian Shi-san, usually dullied, seemed visibly more spirited after eating the noodles. In the end, even the soup was completely consumed. Zhuang Mo looked at the empty bowl, savoring the lingering taste, and a thought crossed his mind. If Teacher Jiang can casually give away 2 packets of instant noodles as a reward, she must have more. At S-level, can you eat instant noodles every day? Whose grandfather was an S-level expert, had the most to say on the topic. These kinds of foods are officially sold and very expensive, he explained. But S-level individuals hold high ranks in the Federation, earning hundreds of thousands of points just in salary. Forget instant noodles, they can eat whatever they want. There are many foods you haven't even seen. Wei Wenhai snorted disdainfully. Is there anything tastier than instant noodles? I don't believe it. Hui's face took on a nostalgic look. There's a drink called cola. Just one sip, and bubbles burst on your tongue, unleashing an indescribable sweet taste that explodes in your mouth, complex and intense. So refreshing it makes you feel like you're flying, and you can't get enough of it. Zhao Mingren listened, nearly drooling. Really? The voices of the others gradually faded in Zhuang Mo's ears. He sat on the floor, leaning against the bed frame, feeling an inexplicable emptiness. He had not only eaten better instant noodles, but had also drunk cola every summer day. Back then, it seemed so ordinary. He stood up and patted Tiger's head. Tiger, your dad will become an level farmer, and then we'll have more points than we can spend. Even you, little dog, should live a life where you can eat whatever you want. Late at night, Zhuang Mo was hunched over his bed, writing furiously. His fingers gripped the pen tightly as he recorded his experiences in his battle diary. The pen moved swiftly across the paper, leaving behind neatly arranged words. Level 6 mutated pitcher plant. Level 3 mutated aquatic plants. Level 1 aberrants. Frogman. Every detail of the battles was meticulously documented. As he wrote, he analyzed his combat abilities. His paper control skills were now quite advanced, with an attack range reaching up to 80 meters, a distance that even Song Yulong, a clevel, couldn't hope to match. What made him even prouder was his ability to manipulate paper with his mind, could fold a paper airplane in a second, and control 8 paper pieces simultaneously, giving him a significant advantage in combat with their lightweight and flexible nature. However, Zhuang Mo was also keenly aware of his weaknesses. He highlighted 2 key points in his diary: his lack of close combat skills, which left him vulnerable if entangled, and the limitations of his special paper. Fire-resistant paper could only withstand ordinary flames, and its effectiveness against high-level mutants remained uncertain. As for water-resistant paper, while it wasn't afraid of being soaked, a powerful water flow could make the paper heavy and significantly reduce its attack power. Thinking about his special paper, Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up. Based on past experiences, paper made from mutated plant fibers could indeed retain some plant characteristics. However, not all mutated plants were suitable. For example, the level 6 mutated pitcher plant's nectar quickly deteriorated after extraction, rendering it useless. He looked forward to his trip to the botanical garden the next day. New special paper could not only enhance his combat capabilities, but might also earn him points. Although he had boasted to Huzi about becoming level, he knew he needed to be pragmatic. Without a decent level 4 aberrant protective suit, he wouldn't even have the chance to survive long enough to reach level. Just as he was closing his diary to rest, his watch vibrated. It was a message from his new friend Qin Xiangyang. Qin mentioned that he could take them to the botanical garden tomorrow, and noted that he hadn't mentioned Zhuang Mo's involvement in today's battle report to avoid causing trouble. He also expressed his gratitude and suggested treating Zhuang Mo and Old Song to drinks. This unexpected friendliness made Zhuang Mo a bit uneasy. It was different from Song Yulong's duty-bound concern, especially considering Qin Xiangyang's unique position in the E-Zone Ruins 12 Patrol Squad. She was the only clevel captain, while the others were all level. Zhuang Mo politely replied with a few words and ended the peculiar conversation. In a post-apocalyptic world where power is everything, those who rise to prominence without overwhelming strength are never ordinary. It's best to avoid such people unless Song Yulong is nearby. Late at night, Qin Xiangyang stood before Su Jingsen, slightly bowed, and spoke in a low voice. The special ability user is named Zhuang Mo. His ability is paper control, with a range of about 70 to 80 meters. Besides his power, he's exceptionally sharp and has strong decision-making skills. Su Jingsen took a sip of tea, his eyes deep. You seem to admire him. Qin Xiangyang hesitated for a moment before nodding. He's only at level, but shows such formidable combat strength. I believe his potential is limitless. However, Jiang Ying has been watching him closely, with clairvoyant and eavesdropper always following. Su Jingsen sighed lightly, a glint of darkness in his eyes. From now on, we must maintain good relations with him. We can't let the conservatives take him. Qin Xiangyang nodded. Yes, Commander. Su Jingsen set down his teacup and slowly stood up, his gaze steady on Qin Xiangyang. Xiangyang, how's your health lately? As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Xiangyang let out a piercing scream. His arm bones made a grating sound as gray-black fur rapidly grew on his yellow skin, his claws extending like steel hooks. His previously handsome face twisted in agony, as if enduring unimaginable torment. Su Jingsen nodded in satisfaction, retracted. With a low moan, the arms resembling a levels even mutated Arctic gray wolf gradually vanished, replaced by normal human arms. Su Jingsen patted Qin Xiangyang's shoulder, his voice steady. All for humanity. Qin Xiangyang's eyes were resolute, his voice deep. All for humanity. As he turned to leave, another figure quietly appeared. Qin Xiangyang had one thing in common with other successful test subjects: an unyielding willpower. Su Jingsun smiled slightly. Yes, just like my sister. No one is more determined than she is, which is why she's the most successful test subject. The newcomer frowned slightly. Your sister isn't a test subject. Su Jingsun chuckled. A slip of the tongue, successful test subjects should be called modifiers. The newcomer spoke in a serious tone. The success rate of the experiments is still too low. You need to accelerate the progress. Su Jingsun stood up, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. I was just about to discuss this. The current test subjects lack talent. You need to provide me with better materials. Names, the person replied calmly. Blevel A Wanhan, Ding Guangrue, and Flevel Zhao Mingran. The newcomer pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right. After a brief pause, the person added, but Zhuang Mo should be recruited, not captured for experiments. If anything happens to him, it would be hard to explain to Elder Gu and Elder Ping. Su Jingxin smiled indifferently. Don't worry, I always value geniuses. When the experimental technology matures, I'll have a proper discussion with him. Also, find something for Jiangying to do. Her interference isn't good for her. The newcomer did not respond, instead speaking softly. The smell of blood is too strong here. Su Jingxin's eyes flashed with a cold light, his voice stern. What? Are you trying to persuade me to? The newcomer chuckled lightly. You Su family members are all madmen. Who could persuade you? He looked up, his gaze passing through the transparent glass dome above, observing the beings inside that might no longer be called human. Most retained some human features, like 8 spider legs with a human head or a scaly body under a ferocious wolf head. But some were completely inhuman, their bodies black as iron, multiple heads crowded together, or massive lumps of transparent rotten flesh mixed with human shapes, beast eyes covering them, membranes attached to ribs, with only a beating heart beneath. Some could still make sounds, uttering weak wails and painful retches, sounds so desperate they resembled the cries of beasts, filling the space and causing anyone who heard them to feel dizzy. Su Jingxin stood up, his fingers stroking the teacup, speaking slowly. In Jiangying's eyes, I'm probably a demon. For the continuation of human genes, we must get used to this brutality. His words were low and firm. All for humanity. The next morning, Zhuang Mo sprang out of bed, full of energy, as if he hadn't wasted a single moment of sleep. He stretched, determined to find plants that could enhance his combat abilities today. Last night, he had pored over the guide to mutated flora and fauna, learning a lot of useful information. He was particularly interested in the poisonous, luminescent plants, whose tough skins made them valuable resources. As he arrived at the government building, he saw Song Yulong waiting for him. Zhuang Mo had messaged him, but it seemed unnecessary for Song Yulong to wait too long. Thinking it over, Song Yulong decided that since they were heading to the Botanical Garden, they might as well go together. After all, if there was any real danger, he might not intervene, preferring to watch from the sidelines. Besides, he had more to discuss with Zhuang Mo than with the 2 patrol guards. Teacher Zhang is going to the military district today, so she can't join us. She said the signal is poor there, so she can't be reached, Song Yulong explained. However, she's arranged for 2 level assistants to keep an eye on you. Be careful, they're not simple. One of them has a lion's roar and can hear things from 10 miles away. Zhuang Mo was reminded of the communication technology back home. The crystal core watches here were decent, at least capable of taking pictures in the ruins, but they were nothing compared to the extensive coverage of his home signal. He sighed, thinking, if only I had that kind of communication equipment, I could go much further. After breakfast, they caught a ride with Qin Xiangyang. Although Zhuang Mo was a bit suspicious of Qin Xiangyang's sudden friendliness last night, he figured he might as well take advantage of the ride. He was somewhat annoyed that he no longer needed to ride on makeshift objects, but he could use a paper stool, which only cost 10 points. So, he took out a paper stool and asked the others, need a seat? 10 points each. Except for Bian Shisan, no one else bought one. Everyone chose to sit in the car, even who was well off, didn't buy one. Zhuang Mo sighed inwardly, realizing how tough business could be. He thought back to how he had provided shelter from the rain yesterday, and no one had thanked him, not even who wouldn't spend 10 points. In hindsight, he should have charged a rain shelter fee. After a relaxing ride in Qin Xiangyang's car, they walked for another 10 minutes before reaching the Botanical Garden. Song Yulong stopped in front of the garden and solemnly reminded them, you know, if the plants haven't mutated, you can't just cut them down. Humans need them to survive. I asked Qin Xiangyang, and this area is under special surveillance. Mutated plants have been cleared multiple times. 3 days ago, the 1st and 2nd patrol teams came through, and most of it was cleared, leaving only some low-level mutated creatures for lower-level awakeners to deal with. But don't let your guard down. Unless you encounter a level 4 or higher mutated creature, I won't intervene. Even if you do, I might not step in, depending on the situation. Listening to Song Yulong's advice, Zhuang Mo looked up at the abandoned botanical garden ahead. Although the park was deserted, he could still feel the grandeur and prosperity of its past. It used to be a bustling haven for tourists, with laughter and cheers echoing in the air, sounds that seemed to linger even now. All that remained was a dilapidated stone tablet, still clearly inscribed with Ning Shui Botanical Garden. The entrance had long fallen into disrepair, and inside, weeds grew rampant, with scattered plants hinting at the once magnificent scenery now erased by time and neglect. Though the plants here weren't the towering trees of legend, there were still many unique mutated species, perhaps hiding deep within this decaying park. Bian Shisan walked at the front, holding a new umbrella he got that morning, with Zhuang Mo following closely behind. Although the umbrella's fireproof feature overlapped with their protective suits, it at least shielded his face, which he considered handsome. How come you all have these protective umbrellas? Song Yulong poked his head out. Zhuang Mo, give me one too. It's 45 points, right? I'll transfer it to you later. Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up as he slipped into sales mode. This is the upgraded version, fireproof, for 88 points. But since we're such good friends, I'll give you a special price of 80 points. Never mind, Song Yulong waved him off. My suit's made from levels even mutated sea pine bark, excellent for fire protection. You all break my heart, Zhuang Mo sighed, reminding himself that he'd earn points eventually. The priority now was to engage with these fascinating mutated plants and develop more effective paper products to aid in humanity's battle against mutants and mutated creatures. As they traveled along the winding path, everyone tread carefully. Although the mutated plants in the botanical garden weren't densely packed, there were numerous species, and even a small misstep could lead to trouble. Suddenly, Zhuang Mo came to an abrupt halt. Ahead stood a towering tree, 5 or 6 meters high, with deep green, oval-shaped leaves and a few large trumpet-shaped flowers swaying gently in the breeze. In the distance, a small bird with yellow chest feathers flapped its wings toward the tree crown, but the next moment, it fell straight like a kite with a broken string. Level 3 mutated datura, Zhuang Mo whispered excitedly. Even before mutation, this plant was toxic, causing dizziness, confusion, or even fainting if ingested. Its mutated form was even more potent, with its fragrance capable of inducing a coma within a 40-meter radius. He recalled a comment he read in the Mutated Flora and Fauna Guide yesterday. A beautiful woman might not daze me, but datura definitely can. Fortunately, this plant hadn't borne fruit yet, so its flower's aggression wasn't too strong. If it had, the wisest choice would be to flee immediately, as the exploding seed pods could induce eternal sleep. Zhuang Mo quickly folded a waterproof paper into a mask and offered it to his companions. Scent-blocking paper mask, 20 points each, pay later. Wasn't it 15 points? Why the price hike? Wei Wenhai asked, eyes wide. 15 points was for the regular paper. This one is made from the lowest density waterproof paper, offering better protection, Zhuang Mo enthusiastically explained. In the end, only Bian Shursan bought a mask. The others made excuses. We can just go around it. Friends are friends. Business is business. The one from last time is enough. We came from the ruins. We need to save our points. Zhuang Mo chuckled awkwardly, silently admitting that today wasn't a good day for business. He turned back to the legendary love flower, observing it intently. As Zhuang Mo found the materials for papermaking, the rest of the team spread out in the botanical garden to train with the mutated flora and fauna. They were grouped with the wood element, officially to protect Zhuang Mo, but in reality, he had been leading them all along, and they needed to improve their combat skills. Bian Shursan hesitated for a moment, standing beside Zhuang Mo, before turning to leave. He couldn't remain weak and useless to his friends. Once they dispersed, Zhuang Mo focused on a third-level mutated mandrake, his eyes burning with determination. 2 paper circular saw blades flew from his fingertips, slicing through the air towards the mandrake's leaves. Sensing danger, the mandrake's vibrant petals opened abruptly like a spinning wheel, and a bright red floral tongue shot out from the large flower. The edges of the tongue were lined with scythe-like serrations, and its tips split into 3 clusters, quickly wrapping around the paper blades. With a sharp thud, the blades sliced through, cutting the floral tongue in two. Zhuang Mo scoffed, getting all worked up over losing a couple of leaves. The mandrake, of course, couldn't understand human language. Although Zhuang Mo spoke casually, he kept a safe distance from the mandrake, far enough that it couldn't sense his presence. It was merely defending itself instinctively, trying to protect its organs from harm. Ironically, this defense backfired now. Not only were the leaves gone, but its floral tongue was severed as well. After severing 6 floral tongues, Zhuang Mo successfully collected 6 mandrake flowers and a pile of leaves. Standing nearby, Song Yulong couldn't help but remind him again. Stay away from those petals. Even when detached, they still emit fragrance. Zhuang Mo nodded. Don't worry, I'm controlling it remotely. He turned to Song Yulong. Why insist on using something so toxic for papermaking? It's dangerous. Look at that big tree over there. Or the third-level mutated cassia flower Bian Shursan is dealing with. They seem promising too. Song Yulong continued to list various precautions. While listening with one ear, Zhuang Mo focused intently, cautiously probing the collected leaves with his ability. In his perception, the fibers in the leaves were loose like a spider's web, with small red nodules attached. Probing further into the petals, he found their fibers even more delicate, but the red nodules were much denser, almost as if the nodules themselves had grown the fibers. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuang Mo understood. These red nodules were likely the source of the toxins. If used for papermaking, it could produce an anesthetic paper. With a brief consideration, Zhuang Mo began attempting to weave paper from the third-level mutated mandrake's leaves and petals. The petal fibers were extremely fine and broke easily, making the task painstaking. However, the intricate work required brought a calm focus to his mind, which had been restless from past failures. Song Yulong watched in amazement. I didn't expect this kid to absorb energy while making paper, and so efficiently at that. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll have to tell teacher Jiang to gather more of the trees and plants he wants, so he never runs out of materials and can make paper continuously. Such a talent shouldn't be wasted. He should be making paper day and night, quickly advancing to a level. The more Song Yulong thought about it, the more excited he became, convinced that Zhuang Mo would break records and become the fastest student to reach a level. Under his intense gaze, Zhuang Mo slowly stood up and stretched. The third-level mutated mandrake's leaves and flowers had long been picked clean, leaving only a bare trunk. In the large box in front of him were neatly cut square pieces of paper, their orange and green gradient colors standing out vividly in the sunlight. With a thought, Zhuang Mo made the box float back to him. As the box drew closer, a faint scent wafted into his nose, bringing with it an involuntary wave of post-meal drowsiness. He immediately recognized the smell. These were sheets made from mandrake petals, their scent significantly weakened through processing, only potent enough from afar to make one sleepy. To be cautious, Zhuang Mo pushed the box back a little and picked up a single sheet to examine. The scent was so faint that it was almost undetectable unless held close. Luckily, the smell isn't strong, he thought with relief, or I'd be out cold before even starting the mission. He began adding sheets one by one until he had a stack of 30 in his hand, at which point the faint aroma became just barely noticeable. Mandrake paper is quite elegant, Song Yulong remarked, admiring the stack. But with such a faint scent, does it really have a narcotic effect? The effect should be significant, Zhuang Mo replied with a smile. I don't dare to hold too many at once, but we'll know for sure once we test it. He spotted a line of ants on the ground and gently covered them with a piece of the narcotic paper. Moments later, the ants were motionless beneath the paper, and even after he lifted it, they remained unconscious. These non-mutated creatures really have no resistance, Zhuang Mo mused, examining the paper in his hand. Just then, a panicked shout came from a distance. A level 3 mutated red-beaked grouse. I can't handle it. Help! Wei Wenhai was sprinting towards them, pursued by a gigantic chicken-like creature, its body covered in black feathers, standing about a meter tall, with a peacock-like display of tail feathers in purple and black. The creature's bulky body was supported by slender legs, and though it flapped its wings awkwardly, it still managed to chase Wei Wenhai with a comical determination. Its long, purplured beak occasionally spewed flames, forcing Wei Wenhai to counter with water blades as he ran. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but chuckle, while Song Yulong analyzed the situation seriously. An level awakened individual can handle a level 2 mutation, but level 3 is a stretch. However, Wei Wenhai is water elemental, which gives him an edge against a fire-breathing grouse, especially since he's wearing a fireproof suit. Exactly, Zhuang Mo teased, just like when he had the upper hand against level 3 mutated water weeds. Song Yulong sighed. We've been through a lot these days, but their combat skills haven't improved much. Wei Wenhai, in particular, relies too heavily on others. That's not going to work in future battles. As the two chatted, Wei Wenhai, nearly caught, finally mustered the courage to turn around. Fat chicken, take this from old Wei, he shouted, launching a water arrow that hit the bird's belly with precision. Good aim, Song Yulong commented, but wrong target. He should have aimed for the neck. The belly's too padded with fat. Before they could finish speaking, the fat chicken let out a loud cluck, cluck, cluck that echoed across the sky, summoning several more of its kind from the distance. So these chickens can actually fly, Zhuang Mo observed as the reinforcements approached. This one's just too fat to get airborne. Seeing the situation turn dire, Zhuang Mo quickly rolled a piece of narcotic paper into a needle shape and shot it through the air. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 6 level 3 mutated red-billed grouse fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. At that moment, Wei Wenhai screamed in terror. There's another one. Zhuang Mo, shoot it quickly. A lone grouse was spewing fiery balls straight at him. However, Zhuang Mo and Teacher Song stood still, as if they were waiting for something. Just as Wei Wenhai was about to be hit by a fireball, he suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering that he was wearing a level 3 mutated paperbark tree bark protective suit. This special suit significantly weakened the grouse's fire attacks. Realizing this, Wei Wenhai stopped fleeing and instead charged towards the grouse. The battle swiftly turned, with him now chasing the grouse. Song Yulong watched this scene and shook his head in disappointment. He remembers the fireproof suit only after getting hit by a fireball. We'll have to train him hard when we get back to the academy. He then turned his gaze to the 6 grouse that Zhuang Mo had taken down, his eyes lighting up. The tranquilizer works well. One shot can take down a level 3 mutated red-billed grouse. Zhuang Mo didn't rush to deal with the unconscious grouse, but chose to observe the duration of the tranquilizer's effect. 2 minutes passed, and the 6 grouse remained motionless. Meanwhile, Wei Wenhai was engaged in an intense battle with the remaining grouse, feathers flying everywhere. After another 3 minutes, one grouse's wing began to twitch slightly. 3 more minutes later, All the grouse started flapping their wings, and one even wobbled as if trying to stand. 8 minutes, Zhuang Mo concluded. That's the tranquilizer's effect on level 3 mutated creatures, longer than expected. However, level 4 mutated creatures have much stronger defense and combat abilities, and this tranquilizer might not last even 2 minutes on them. At that moment, Wei Wenhai finally pierced the grouse's neck with a water arrow, ending the battle. Zhuang Mo then deftly used 2 paper circular saws to swiftly decapitate the 6 grouse. The final task was to handle the small paper pieces containing the tranquilizer. To avoid accidentally sedating themselves, Zhuang Mo made several airtight, waterproof paper boxes, carefully sealing the tranquilizer paper inside before safely packing them into his paper backpack. Just as they finished these tasks, Bian Shusan returned to the scene, dragging half of a giant paperbark tree. Song Yulong looked at the half of the third-level mutated paper mulberry tree in front of him and asked, puzzled, "Why did you drag such a heavy tree back here? And why is it only half?" "It's for Zhuang Mo to use for paper making. A whole tree is too heavy to move," Bian Shusan replied briefly, his face betraying his exhaustion. Zhuang Mo quickly approached. "Put it down, please. You still have to peel and dry this tree. You can buy a sheet in the market for just 10 points. Why go through so much trouble?" Bian Shusan hung his head low, his eyes dim. "I'm useless." Sensing his mood, Zhuang Mo spoke gently. "How can you say that? Look, you're only level and you managed to cut down a third-level mutated tree. You'll definitely become great at hunting mutants in the future." But Bian Shusan became even more dejected, drooping like a wilting plant. "I can't help you." Zhuang Mo paused. Realizing that the boy's sense of self-worth was skewed up, measured his value by whether he could help others. Quickly scanning the area, he brightened upon spotting a group of first-level mutated ants nearby. 13. Save me. I'm scared of ants. Zhuang Mo called out, feigning panic. Bian Shusan transformed instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade. In a few swift moves, he dispatched the ant swarm. Zhuang Mo nodded to himself. This tailored teaching method was working wonders. Nearby, Wei Wenhai muttered under his breath, "Zhuang Mo is such a sly fox. Only Bian Shusan believes him." Who had just finished a fight, pulled him up, laughingly warning, "Watch out. If 13 hears you bad-mouthing Zhuang Mo, he'll be after your head." Wei Wenhai pouted but wisely kept quiet, knowing that while Zhuang Mo was clever, he was also good-natured and wouldn't hold a grudge. Bian Shusan's fierce eyes, however, were no joke. "Is Zhao Minggran going on a rampage, or what? Why isn't she back yet?" Song Yulong remarked, looking into the distance. "That lunatic, always thinking of fighting even when she's covered in wounds," Wei Wenhai agreed. "If it were me, I'd be resting in the dorm." Song Yulong shot him a look. "I'll deal with you back at the academy." Wei Wenhai was about to retort when a terrified cry for help rang out. "Teacher Song." Everyone sprang into action, with 2 patrol guards rushing over. Using his exoskeleton, Zhuang Mo propelled himself and Song Yulong forward, covering several meters in a single leap. As Zhuang Mo soared through the air, the scene below made his scalp tingle. A creature with the upper body of a woman and 8 spider legs was pursuing Zhao Minggran. The deep purple spider legs, covered in coarse short hairs, gleamed ominously in the sunlight. The woman wore a predatory smile, elegantly folding her arms, as her long legs effortlessly chased the desperately fleeing Zhao Minggran. Zhao Minggran, still entangled in sticky webs, found her once proud speed reduced to a slow-motion crawl before the monster. Under the blazing sun on the grassland, an eerie silence pervaded, with even the insects and birds silenced, leaving only the chilling pursuit. Zhuang Mo was certain that the woman with 8 spider legs still retained human intelligence. Her facial features and expressions were flawless, almost identical to a regular human, with even a hint of lipstick on her lips. Such images are not uncommon in films, with characters like Spider-Man and spider-like soul beasts being all too familiar. Yet, seeing her in real life left Zhuang Mo's mind blank for a moment. He began to question whether this person before him was truly human or perhaps a spider. He abruptly stopped in his tracks, gently landing on the grass with Song Yulong. Upon landing, Song Yulong immediately positioned himself in front of Zhuang Mo and slowly drew his sword. This area, Zone E, was incredibly eerie, with no telling what kind of creature might appear. They were about 40 to 50 meters away from the Spider-Woman, but neither side dared to approach recklessly. The Spider-Woman seemed not to have attacked Zhao Minggran, but teased her prey playfully. Zhuang Mo turned around to signal the others behind him to stop. As he turned back, he saw the Spider-Woman slowly turn her head, still smiling. Her gaze was cold and profound, and as she locked eyes with Zhuang Mo, he felt a shiver down his spine as if a spider leg had brushed against the back of his neck. Zhuang Mo gripped the tranquilizer dart tightly, his heartbeat racing. She was about the same height as Zhao Minggran and didn't appear as hideous or terrifying as the toad-like creature from the previous day. Yet, Zhuang Mo instinctively sensed she was even more dangerous. He couldn't be sure if the tranquilizer dart would work or if he could even hit her. The atmosphere was tense, the surroundings deathly quiet, and no one dared to make a move. The Spider-Woman seemed uninterested in them, continuing to focus on toying with Zhao Mingran. Suddenly, the Spider-Woman accelerated, her 8 legs moving like lightning as she lunged at Zhao Mingran. Her movement was so fast it was almost imperceptible, and Zhao Mingran barely had time to react before she was pinned down by 2 of the Spider-Woman's legs. At the same time, Song Yulong charged forward, leaping into the air, his blade cutting down with a piercing whoosh. The Spider-Woman quickly released Zhao Mingran and retreated a few steps, easily dodging the blow. Zhuang Mo's heart pounded harder. Song Yulong's sword was something even the toad-like creature couldn't evade, yet the Spider-Woman dodged it effortlessly. Not only that, she also avoided the tranquilizer dart Zhuang Mo fired simultaneously. Her evasive maneuvers were exceptionally smooth and graceful. She didn't counterattack, only retreated, seemingly unfazed by the attacks. Then, 2 patrol guards rushed forward, their swords swinging rapidly, while Song Yulong unleashed a flurry of strikes, causing the surrounding trees to snap under the force of the blade winds. However, the Spider-Woman remained unharmed. "Stop fighting," she suddenly spoke, her voice soft and clear, with a playful lilt at the end. "I haven't hurt Zhao Mingran, have I? Awakened ones are so unreasonable, attacking on sight. What if I'm a good person?" Song Yulong halted his sword midair, his eyes wary as he guarded Zhao Mingran, and took a step back. "Who are you? What do you want?" The Spider-Woman's 8 legs quivered slightly as she casually played with her long hair in the air, still not answering Song Yulong's question. "Give me Zhao Mingran, and you can leave. I promise not to harm you," she said, her tone calm and relaxed, as if proposing a deal. "You think you can take my student away from right under my nose? Dream on," Song Yulong shouted, only to be interrupted by another voice saying, "I'll go with you." Song Yulong turned back and glared fiercely at Zhao Mingran, whispering, "Shut up." Zhao Mingran clenched his fists, his expression complex. "Mr. Song, we can't beat her." The Spider-Woman nodded, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "That's true. Even together, you're not a match for me." Wei Wenhai trembled behind Zhuang Mo, his voice laced with fear. "Shouldn't we just run? That creature said it wouldn't harm us." Zhuang Mo abruptly turned at his words, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Creature? She's not a creature. She's a demon, and she can talk. Did you hear that? She can actually speak. We should run. In the end, Zhao Mingran will surely be taken." He remained silent, his face serious, lips tightly pressed, and brows slightly furrowed. His usual cheerful demeanor was replaced with an unusually grave expression. Bian Shursen stared coldly at the Spider-Woman, his fingers already on the hilt of his sword. But Zhuang Mo quickly stopped him, his eyes narrowing as he decided to step forward himself. Given the Spider-Woman's agile skills and evasive abilities, it seemed they truly couldn't defeat her. Strangely, she didn't seem malicious. Aside from her disdainful words, she hadn't attacked them. Yet, Song Yulong apparently didn't understand the concept of communication, and if things continued, the Spider-Woman might indeed strike. Suppressing his fear, Zhuang Mo stepped towards Song Yulong, his gaze determined. He gently patted Song Yulong's arm, forcing an awkward smile. "Miss? Sister? May I know your surname?" The Spider-Woman laughed coldly, a hint of contempt in her tone. "My surname is Zhang, with the character 4 early." Zhuang Mo smiled slightly, nodding. "Sister Zhang, hello? My name is Zhuang Mo, you can call me Xiao Zhuang. You see, if you just take Zhao Mingran, we won't have a good explanation for the academy. How about this? Could you please wrap our counselor and those 2 patrol guards in some webs? As for us frank folks, we're definitely not your opponents. We could say that our counselor and the guards gave it their all but couldn't stop you. How does that sound?" Song Yulong's face turned even darker, and he shouted angrily. "Zhuang Mo, what are you talking about?" The Spider-Woman scrutinized Zhuang Mo, her laughter growing more sinister. "Do I look that friendly?" Zhuang Mo nodded without hesitation, his expression exaggerated. "Not just friendly, you're practically a saint. These people recklessly attacked you, yet you never harmed them." Song Yulong's face was livid, unable to stop himself from yelling. "Zhuang Mo, are you crazy?" The Spider-Woman seemed to hesitate, a flicker of thought in her eyes. "All right, I'll go along with your plan. I did say I'm a good person." She giggled coquettishly and stepped closer to Song Yulong. Her web traced a curved path in the air, quickly sticking to his face. Then she turned away from them, swiftly pulling the web. Zhuang Mo's gaze turned icy as he seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, he pulled out a tranquilizer dart from his waist, flicking his fingers to send 8 darts shooting toward the Spider-Woman like shooting stars. Sensing danger, the Spider-Woman deftly dodged, but one dart still struck her vital area, the gluteal region. Her movements noticeably slowed for 2 seconds, and Zhuang Mo wasted no time, launching another wave of 8 darts. Each dart precisely hit the human part of the Spider-Woman's body. Finally, the Spider-Woman was immobilized. Zhuang Mo didn't relax, sending yet another round of darts flying, then urgently shouted, "Quick! The tranquilizer might not last long. Cut off her head." Song Yulong hesitated, gripping his sword, his eyes filled with conflict. She, she really seems like a good person. She didn't attack us, and she even helped us by tying up the counselor and the guards. It's hard to strike. Zhuang Mo said nothing more. He swiftly drew a circular saw blade, his gaze steely, and with a rapid motion, he swung it at the Spider-Woman's neck. Her head was that of a normal human, powerless in her unconscious state. As the circular saw blade sliced through, her head easily rolled to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck. What was chilling was that her face still bore an eerie smile, as if death was merely a game to her. Song Yulong was shocked by Zhuang Mo's decisiveness, but quickly understood his reasoning once the anesthetic wore off. This half-human, half-monster would pose a lethal threat to everyone. He watched Zhuang Mo approach the head and gently close the eyes of the deceased. Brother Long, Zhuang Mo's voice suddenly deepened. Just as Song Yulong was about to offer words of comfort, he heard a complaint that was almost comical. This time I used 24 anesthetic needles, a whole 24. I only made a few hundred, and just like that, so many are gone. My heart aches. Song Yulong was momentarily speechless. Yes. Yes. Using that many needles is indeed painful. Zhao Mengran thanked Zhuang Mo. Thank you, Zhuang Mo. I will repay you. Don't forget, Zhuang Mo nodded seriously. Zhao Mengran replied. Wei Wenhai, trembling, pointed at the head on the ground. Is she dead? Song Yulong glanced at him disdainfully. The head's been cut off. How could she still be alive? Even with the most miraculous regenerative abilities, without a head, it's over. If you don't believe it, you can check for yourself. Wei Wenhai let out a nervous laugh and wisely kept his mouth shut. Just as Zhao Mengran hesitated to speak, Zhuang Mo interrupted. You've been through a shock. Let's talk back at the dormitory. 2 guards, one in front and one behind, dragged the spider body and human head along. Meanwhile, within the Eat District government, a class lion's roar thundered through the air. Clairvoyant downed several gulps of cold water to calm his nerves. These half-human, half-beast monsters capable of speech were far more terrifying than obvious mutated creatures. He couldn't help but imagine his own body below the neck transforming into a spider's, skittering across the ground. Jiang Ying was patrolling the E-District army with Su Jingsun when she heard the lion's roar and immediately halted. She knew this was a warning from the scout she had stationed to monitor Zhuang Mo, indicating a threat beyond class capabilities. This new student training was far more perilous than anticipated. Just as she was about to take to the air, the sky suddenly split open, and arcs of electricity crackled in Su Jingsun's palm, radiating golden light. Su Jingsun, are you trying to stop me? Jiang Ying's icy gaze swept over him. Su Jingsun smiled and said, since Commander Jiang is here, why not let the soldiers of E District witness the prowess of the god of war? Before he finished speaking, a deep purple lightning bolt as thick as a bowl descended from the sky, striking directly at Jiang Ying. She sneered, stomped her left foot on the ground, and leapt into the air, smashing the lightning into pieces with a punch. Is this absolute strength? Someone in the ranks couldn't help but exclaim. One punch can destroy the power of thunder and lightning, truly worthy of being the goddess of war of our time. The crowd erupted in amazement. People were buzzing with discussions, believing that their rank commander challenging Commander Jiang was undoubtedly to showcase the war goddess's might. At that moment, Su Jingsun's figure flickered in the air, with dozens of lightning bolts cascading down like silver serpents from the sky. Amid the deafening thunder, Jiang Ying stood her ground, her right fist slicing through the air. Her punch, fierce like a lion's head, tore through the dense web of lightning, aiming directly at Su Jingsun's chest. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Su Jingsun flew back over 10 meters, like a kite with a broken string. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying's figure vanished within the lightning, a series of sonic booms resounding through the sky. When half of the sky's lightning dissipated, she remained standing firm, not a hair out of place. Su Jingsun struggled to rise, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and managed a weak smile. Thank you, Commander Jiang, for holding back. Jiang Ying did not respond, but instead, a surge of immense power erupted from her palm, and a gust of wind roared forth. Amidst flying sand and stones, this seemingly casual punch carried a power capable of shattering everything. Su Jingsun fell to his knees with a thud, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Thank you, Commander Jiang, for holding back, he repeated. Jiang Ying narrowed her eyes. You're deliberately taking a beating? Before she finished speaking, she realized the truth and, without further entanglement, vanished into the sky like a bolt of lightning. After she left, Su Jingsun stood up, wiped away the blood, and murmured, Jiang Ying, you can't stop me. Before reaching the botanical garden, Jiang Ying spotted the figures of Zhuang Mo and his group of 6. Not one missing. She sighed in relief, then landed with a forceful impact that shook the ground. Her eyes turned sharp as she noticed the creature with a woman's head and a spider's body. Song Yulong briefly explained the situation. Jiang Ying's chest heaved with anger as she gritted her teeth. Are you saying that spider was after Zhao Mengran? Upon Song Yulong's confirmation, Jiang Ying roared in fury, Su, Jing, Sun. Energy surged around her, causing the ground beneath her feet to crack. Zhuang Mo instinctively stepped back, a shocking realization flashing through his mind. Teacher Zhang was not surprised by the existence of the spider creature. Instead, she was concerned about it targeting Zhao Mingran. This meant she was already aware of the human experiments, and by shouting Su Jingxin's name, it further indicated that the commander of the Eat District's garrison was the mastermind behind it all. They were so blatant, so unashamed. First the toad man, now the spider creature, appearing openly. This was no secret. Human experimentation was clearly a public crime. Jiang Ying came and went quickly. After she left, they happened to encounter Qin Xiangyan's patrol team and hitched a ride back to the dormitory. On the ride, Zhuang Mo's gaze repeatedly fell on Hu He. Normally outgoing and talkative, Hu He was unusually silent, his brow furrowed as if lost in thought. His reactions to the appearance of the Toad Man and the Spider-Woman had been strange. Considering his unique background, Zhuang Mo had a suspicion Hu He likely knew something. However, Zhuang Mo didn't ask. The facts were clear. An organization was capturing awakened individuals for human experimentation, and the federal government and military leadership were either aware of it or directly organizing these experiments. But what could knowing achieve? Zhuang Mo smiled bitterly. Could his tiny A-level abilities destroy the experimental base or change the decisions of those in power? He was like a small shrimp in the ocean, hearing it was about to be polluted. If the shrimp tried to save the ocean, it would likely be swallowed by a big fish before even starting. Perhaps it was better to remain a small shrimp and survive a bit longer. Once back at the dormitory, as soon as they entered, Zhao Mingran whispered, "She knows my name." Wei Wenhai's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "How did you get involved with such a creature? If Zhuang Mo hadn't happened to have the anesthetic paper today, you would have been taken away for dinner." Zhuang Mo shook his head slowly, his voice low. "That Spider-Woman. When she was trying to catch Zhao Mingran, her 8 legs wrote 3 words on the ground." The group held their breath, waiting as he revealed those incredible 3 words, "Kill me." Wei Wenhai looked incredulous. If that creature wants to die, can't it just cut its own throat? Why would it need someone else to kill it? Besides, it can talk. Why would it write with its legs? "I'm not sure either," Zhuang Mo said, spreading his hands. "But I definitely saw it." He found it strange too. If the Spider-Woman truly wanted to die, she could have faced Song Yulong's knife and his anesthetic needle without evading. Yet she clearly avoided harm. "She also asked me if I was afraid of pain," Zhao Mingran recalled, her eyes distant. "She said she was very afraid of pain." The room fell silent. Everyone realized that this was completely different from the mutated creatures and variants they had encountered before. She seemed more humanable to talk, afraid of pain, even friendly in demeanor. A thought suddenly struck Zhuang Mo. She was a person, and people often have uncertain feelings about dying. Especially a woman who fears pain and seeks comfort. She would hesitate, evade, and struggle. Her constant communication with them might be a sign of her internal conflict. Zhuang Mo sighed inwardly. If she knew she could die without pain, perhaps she would find some comfort. After a few moments of silence, Hui suddenly spoke. "She is a reformed." Upon hearing these words, Zhuang Mo wasn't surprised. "Reformed?" Zhao Mingran murmured the term. "The toad monster too?" Bian Shursen asked, his voice trembling slightly. Hui shook his head, his expression serious. "That one was an experimental subject. Those without retained human intelligence, the failed ones, are all experimental subjects. Only successful experiments are called reformed." Wei Wenhai's expression was beyond shock. His eyes were wide, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Zhao Mingran remained relatively calm. She looked up and met Hui's gaze. "So they want to capture me for experiments?" Hui hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I guess so, but I don't know why they are specifically targeting you." Zhuang Mo got up and took the stuffed tiger from the bedside, holding it close for comfort. The warmth reassured him slightly as he turned to Hui and asked, "Where did the previous test subjects come from? Were they ordinary people or awakeners?" "Both," Hui replied frankly. "Most of the awakeners were those with low-level talents from the ruins." The stuffed tiger in Zhuang Mo's arms trembled slightly. He lowered his voice and asked, "Were those people all taken by force?" Since Hui had already started speaking, he decided to make it clear. "The reformist faction claims that those people volunteered and promised them a large amount of points. Many test subjects thought they were lucky, but the success rate of the experiments is less than 1%. Most of them," he paused, "ended up becoming monsters." A cold gleam flickered in Bian Shursan's eyes, and even the usually calm Wei Wenhai had a tense expression. "Is this allowed?" Zhuang Mo pressed further. Hui's response was complex. The federal government is currently divided into 3 factions: conservatives, reformists, and neutrals. The main voices of the reformists are G District Commander Su Jingxin and E District Commander Su Jingsen, who are siblings. The Security Zone Commander Yuan Jiru, Deputy Commander Jiang Ying, and a District Commander Xiong Yinlin firmly stand with the conservatives. Most people remain neutral, neither opposing nor supporting. The dormitory fell into a dead silence. The front line. Zhuang Mo struggled to speak. Hui's expression was grave. The situation is bleak. Aside from the central base, the other three bases have suffered significant military losses. With 8 years until the next wave of mutants, the reformists believe the gap between the overall strength of awakeners and mutants will widen further by then. Wei Wenhai was puzzled. 8 years should be enough to train 2 or 3 batches of awakeners. Why would they still be unable to win? The problem is that every 10 years, a large number of mutants emerge from underground, and they are endless. The growth rate of the awakeners simply can't keep up, Hui continued. Now, there are even 9th-level mutant kings that are difficult for even S-level fighters to handle. Su Jingxin's mission, named as support for the southern base, is actually to join forces with the only S-level strongman there to fight against a 9th-level mutant king. Su Jingxin himself is the most successful reformist. Zhuang Mo's heart was calm. This issue couldn't be judged as simply right or wrong, and he could only recall the twisted smile of the Spider-Man. Hui paused, then added, "The conservatives believe that special ability awakeners are humanity's hope. Among the known special abilities, a few combat types are extremely powerful. It's said that there's a level 1 whose combat power rivals that of its level." Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Zhuang Mo. He hugged the stuffed tiger tighter, quickly waving his hand. "Don't look at me. Although I have some special abilities, I'm a high-level wood type, destined for the plantation." Wei Wenhai looked at him with a sense of grievance. "When the land is overrun by mutants, what crops will you grow? You'll end up as food for the mutants." Zhuang Mo sighed deeply. "At least I can still plant for 7 or 8 years. You've seen it. My special ability is weak. These flimsy paper sheets are practically useless." "You can do it," Bian Shursen uncharacteristically spoke up in disagreement. Zhuang Mo shot him a glance, thinking, does he need others to tell him whether he can do it or not? When push comes to shove, he has no choice but to step up. But with his current strength, going to the front lines would be nothing more than feeding the mutants. Improving one's strength while it's still relatively safe is the most important thing. This was the conclusion Zhuang Mo reached after much deliberation. Otherwise, as a freshman, there was very little he could do. He also needed to prepare equipment for himself, such as high-level mutant skin protective clothing and specialty paper, all of which had to be sorted out in advance. The trials for freshmen were already fraught with danger, and it would only get more perilous from there. As Zhuang Mo pondered this, his gaze shifted to Zhao Mingran, who was currently in danger and could be taken for experiments at any moment. He couldn't understand why they were targeting Zhao Mingran. Just then, Zhuang Mo received a message from Song Yulong. After reading it, he felt a chill run down his spine. If they hadn't encountered the kind-hearted Ms. Zhang today, Zhao Mingran might not have just been captured, and they might not have escaped unscathed either. He looked up at the group and said, Lei Wanhang and Ding Guangrui, both level, were taken by the modified ones. One of the freshmen who insulted the captor was killed on the spot. A Blevel assistant went to rescue them, but was seriously injured. Zhao Mingran's face turned pale instantly. Even a Blevel couldn't defeat the modified one. Her heart sank. She was indeed lucky to have met a kind modified one. Zhuang Mo wasn't feeling any lighter either. Their capture efforts seemed targeted. Hui said in a low voice, Lei Wanhang, Ding Guangrui, and Zhao Mingran have something in common. They all come from the ruins. Zhuang Mo was puzzled. There are plenty of people from the ruins. Bian Shursan and I are from there too. Hui's expression grew heavier. There's another commonality, they all have very strong willpower. Zhao Mingran, though battered, still faces mutants fearlessly and persists in her trials. Although this was a compliment to Zhao Mingran, no one felt relieved at that moment. However, what you said also applies to Shursan, Zhuang Mo said softly, frowning slightly. Hui's expression dimmed slightly. Perhaps there's another reason they all have medium-level talents. Bian Shursan was immediately confused. What does medium-level talent have to do with it? In these factional struggles, some people can be sacrificed, while others cannot. Zhuang Mo sighed silently, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Then, he gently patted Tiger's head, trying to lighten the mood. Well, we should be thankful that Zhao Mingran is safe, right? And of course, we should thank Ms. Zhang. In 7 days, when it's her memorial, we should burn some offerings for her. Bian Shursan nodded. Burn a lot. The emotions in Zhao Mingran's eyes gradually calmed down, and she nodded firmly. But for safety's sake, I suggest we stay around the dormitory and government area for the remaining 3 days and avoid going out for trials. Zhuang Mo frowned and pondered for a moment. We can't be sure if the modified ones will come for Zhao Mingran again. If another one comes, they might not be as kind as Ms. Zhang. And if they change their strategy and start capturing people wildly, that would be trouble. He had initially planned to use these days to learn more about characteristic mutant plants and make some specialty paper, but today's events changed his mind. Nothing was more important than staying alive. Although, according to Hui's words, those modified ones shouldn't target someone with a high-level talent like him. It's always best to be cautious. Wei Wenhai also chimed in. I think the same. Area E is too dangerous. We better not go out. Hui pondered for a moment and decided to go along with the group. Although he was confident he wouldn't be in danger, it was clearly wiser to stick with his teammates at this point. Zhuang Mo looked down at his phone, where several messages from Song Yulong appeared. The signal was particularly weak in the temporary dormitory beside the government building, so these messages, although sent earlier, were only just being received. The Spider-Man today is a modified human. The first message caught his eye. It was followed by a more detailed explanation. Qianlian told me that Su Jingson and the Su family have been conducting human experiments, trying to make humans coexist with mutated creatures to enhance combat effectiveness. They used to buy people from the ruins, but now they're targeting academy students. The messages continued. Teacher Jiang is currently at the military district, beating Su Jingson, but even when beaten like a sandbag, Su Jingson refuses to hand over Lei Wanhan and Ding Guangrui. The issue is, Teacher Jiang can't actually kill him. Su Jingson is the commander of District E and the younger brother of Su Jingxin, the Grand Commander currently supporting the southern base. District Chief Wu has gone to intervene, but ended up taking a few punches himself. Zhuang Mo closed his phone, unsurprised by any of it. Su Jingxin's blatant actions showed he was confident in his backing. In the struggle between the reformists and the conservatives, the reformists were gaining the upper hand. The key was Su Jingxin, renowned alongside Jiang Ying as one of the twin female war gods, the most successful modified human, a top-tier powerhouse nearly reaching SS level. With such a success story, the deaths of previous test subjects seemed irrelevant. He took out his combat experience journal, intending to write Spider-Man, but scratched it out and replaced it with Ms. Zhang. He added, modified human, an exquisite woman with 8 long legs, graceful demeanor, and a melodious voice. Incredible defense, extremely fast, easily evading attacks from Clevel Awakeners. Main attack method is web entanglement, possibly with other undisclosed abilities. Closing the journal, Zhuang Mo still couldn't understand why Ms. Zhang chose death. As a successful modified human, she could have continued living. He gently stroked Huzi's head, softly saying, Huzi, Ms. Zhang was probably a good person. It means your dad killed a good person. But honestly, your dad never considered himself a good person. He paused. Good or bad, right or wrong. These complicated matters might not be suitable for a simple puppy like you. Just remember I'm your dad, and that's enough. Meanwhile, in the military district's recovery room, Su Jingxin lay on the hospital bed, incredulously asking Qin Xiangyang standing before him. You mean Zhang Li died at the hands of Zhuang Mo? A freshman at F-level? Qin Xiangyang replied calmly. Yes, I used a 3rd-level mutated datura anesthetic dart to knock out Zhang Li. Then I beheaded her. Su Jingxin listened, tapping his fingers on the table thoughtfully. This person is indeed clever and alert, with special abilities. No wonder Jiang Ying values him so highly. However, he relies on intelligence rather than strength, using anesthetic paper in combat, which is of little use to us. He paused, frowning slightly. Among the 3 targets this time, I was most looking forward to Zhao Mingran. Unfortunately, Zhang Li not only failed to bring him back, but ended up losing her life. He turned his gaze to Qin Xiangyang, his tone growing colder. Xiangyang, do you know how much effort it takes to cultivate a reformer? That Zhuang Mo actually killed a reformer who should have died on the battlefield. He let out a cold smile. I hope he grows quickly. Dying on the battlefield would at least make Zhang Li's death worthwhile. As for Zhao Mingran, let's put that aside for now. A day later, during dinner time at the government canteen in Area E, Zhuang Mo and his group of 5 were enjoying a rare treat stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. Although there were only a few pieces of egg, mixed with rice, Zhuang Mo finished 2 large bowls. At that moment, a water element ability user with a buzz cut sat down next to them, looking enviously at Wei Wenhai. Old Wei, your team's score has reached an impressive 4,528 points these past few days, keeping you at the top of the leaderboard. We killed so many 2nd-level mutants and only managed 481 points. You guys are following that waste of space, Zhuang Mo. He trailed off as he caught the sharp gaze from Bian Shusan and quickly fell silent, focusing on his meal. This scene sparked discussion among the others. Bian Shusan is really protective, isn't he? It's not like the guy said anything bad. Old Wei's combat skills are average. Being on the same team as Bian Shusan is pure luck. Now they're set to win the first-place reward of 1,000 points in the scoring competition. Meanwhile, a wood element student circled around Zhuang Mo a few times, confirming he was unharmed, then sent a message to classmates in Area F via his watch. Don't worry, Zhuang Mo is fine. He's eaten 2 bowls of rice and looks like he'll have more. How are things on your side? Is the class monitor okay? He then handed the watch to Zhuang Mo, speaking flatly. News from Area F. Lu Xian from our class is dead, killed by a level 6 mutated rattlesnake. He passed peacefully. Zhuang Mo nodded, responding, that's not too bad. He had already heard about this from Han Lingyu. In new student trials, casualties are inevitable, and such news no longer stirred his emotions. Meanwhile, in Area F, a wood element student turned to report to Han Lingyu. The wood element users in Area E are still alive. Han Lingyu acknowledged with a soft response. Although she exchanged daily safety updates with Zhuang Mo, she wasn't aware of the situation with other wood element students. In this freshman trial, casualties were all too common. Even their team leader, Su Fengyuan, had suffered a serious arm injury while protecting teammates and was undergoing treatment. The silver lining for her was that Zhuang Mo was safe and sound. Under Bian Shisan's leadership, their team consistently held the top spot in the ranking competition, with an impressive score of 4,528 points drawing attention. Our Shisan is really amazing. A group of girls sat together, eagerly discussing. He's been at the top since day one, and he's still leading after 5 days. Of course, who else among the freshmen can compare to Shisan? Another voice chimed in. It's just that he doesn't take care of himself. When you message him, he only replies with ah, or okay. I specifically checked on the situation in Area E, someone added. Shisan seems fine and doesn't appear to be injured. But he's always with the wood type, Zhuang Mo, probably wanting to protect the weaker wood type. Han Lingyu listened to these discussions and made a mental note. Once back at the academy, she must treat Bian Shisan, Su Fengyuan, and Zhang Zifei to a meal to thank them for looking after the wood-type classmates. As she was thinking, Yi Xingqi came over. Lingyu, what are you thinking about? Han Lingyu pressed his head down. I'm thinking if I see you arguing with Zhang Zifei again, I won't be polite. Yi Xingqi's eyes lit up. You're going to help me beat him up? Help him beat you. Han Lingyu slapped him unceremoniously. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Li Chao sat down casually, occupying 2 seats. He sneered. Who says Bian Shisan is amazing? Their team didn't gain any points today. If you ask me, they just got lucky the first few days, running into thousands of level 1 mutated ants. Li Chao had been holding in frustration these past few days. His brother hadn't replied to his messages, and Bian Shisan's team was steadily at the top, making him feel suffocated. Thinking about the team that included Bian Shisan, Zhuang Mo, and Zhao Minggran made him grit his teeth. However, he heard yesterday that Zhao Minggran was seriously injured and wrapped in bandages, which lifted his spirits, and he ended up eating 5 extra bowls of rice that day. How many points does our team have now? He asked with anticipation. The wind-type girl replied softly, 1643 points. Only that much. Li Chao's eyes widened. Didn't we just eliminate a large group of level 1 mutated ants? There were only a little over 600 ants in total, the girl explained quietly. The wind-type girl sighed inwardly. Not only were they unable to catch up to Bian Shisan's team, but they couldn't even come close to Pan Yi's Earth-type team. Yet the captain was hellbent on competing with Bian Shisan. Bian Shisan was the top freshman. Even with the weaker wood-type Zhuang Mo on his team, they were unbeatable. Meanwhile, the captain foolishly provoked a level 3 mutated wasp nest. If not for the timely rescue by 2-level seniors, everyone except her would have been poisoned. She took out her phone and messaged her classmate Hu He. Thanks Shisan for me. I was lucky to have his protective umbrella today, or else those level 3 mutated wasps would have stung me. Soon, she received a reply from Hu He. The umbrella was made by Zhuang Mo. The wind element girl stared at her phone screen, her brow furrowed. This answer completely disrupted her understanding. The seemingly ordinary paper umbrella was incredibly sturdy, which logically should have been the work of a metal element ability user. Furthermore, although Bian Shisan was wearing a mask when he gave the umbrella, anyone would recognize that face. However, on second thought, Hu He had always been a straightforward person who never joked around. Could it be that Zhuang Mo wrapped metal with paper? She muttered to herself. Meanwhile, in Ruins Zone E, Hu He was chatting with Zhuang Mo. I told my classmate that the protective umbrella was made by you, and she replied with a question mark, as if she didn't believe it. Zhuang Mo wiped his mouth, his mind racing. He had always been reluctant to reveal his ability to control paper. As a wood element ability, users shouldn't possess such a power. In a post-apocalyptic world, being different often meant danger. It's like growing a tail. Unexpectedly, your first instinct is to hide it. But things were different now. Since he knew that this was a special ability rather than a deviation of wood element powers, it meant this ability had some traceable presence in the world. Moreover, there were many people even more unique than him. Besides, he had fought several battles in Zone E, and that distinctive tail of his was no longer a secret. This actually made him feel relieved. Who wants to walk around with their tail tucked between their legs all the time? After finishing their meal and leaving the government building, they didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, they focused on absorbing the energy of the world in an open space nearby. The sunset painted the sky red, with a gentle evening breeze. The recent battles made Zhuang Mo noticeably feel an improvement in his reaction speed and aiming ability, although the growth of his total abilities seemed to hit a bottleneck after breaking through the A level. But this was normal. Like academic performance, it couldn't always maintain a rapid upward trend. As night fell, just as Zhuang Mo was lying on his bed in the temporary dormitory, ready to browse the community, he received a message from Song Yulong. Come downstairs. Qin Xiangyang is treating us to drinks. Have you ever had alcohol? It's a precious thing made from grains. After pondering for a moment, Zhuang Mo got up and went downstairs. Although Qin Xiangyang had indeed mentioned wanting to thank them for dealing with the frogmen, they had also given him several rides, so it was hard to say who owed whom a favor. It was likely Qin Xiangyang mainly wanted to drink with Song Yulong, and he was just tagging along. Downstairs, Qin Xiangyang and Song Yulong were already sitting on the steps, with peanuts, 3 small cups, and a bottle of white liquor beside them. At Song Yulong's invitation, Zhuang Mo sat down, and Qin Xiangyang immediately poured drinks for the 3 of them. You know, Song Yulong said to Zhuang Mo, grains are precious and shouldn't be used to make alcohol. But an elder once said that as long as humanity exists, there must be alcohol. Awakened individuals sometimes rely on this stuff to numb the pain. In his previous life, Zhuang Mo would occasionally treat himself, spending a few bucks to get some pork head meat and a salad, paired with a bottle of erguo too, making for a delightful evening. At company gatherings, due to his alcohol allergy, he would enjoy his own snacks alone, with the bottle right in front of him. Even though he couldn't drink, not doing so felt like a crime. The 3 of them raised their glasses, and Zhuang Mo took a light sip. The fragrance filled the air, leaving a sweet aftertaste in his mouth. It wasn't the kind of blended liquor. Only pure grain alcohol could have such a rich aroma. Humans, after all, need meat and alcohol. Although there wasn't any meat at the moment, there were peanuts. After 2 drinks, he felt completely relaxed. Song Yulong was recounting his past with Qin Xiangyang. Qin Xiangyang and I were teammates during our freshman training. Back then, he could only cast a small fireball, but now he's the captain of the patrol team. Our team wasn't very lucky at the time. We went in with 5 people, but only 3 came back, he said, his tone a bit somber. The freshman training was just the beginning. It gets more dangerous from here. Now, besides the different species and mutated creatures, there are also the reformed ones. Lei Wanhua and Ding Guangrui haven't returned yet, and I don't know if I'll ever see them again. He paused, his eyes darkening. Honestly, I think dying in battle is better than being taken for experiments. Those experiments are too horrific, involving immense pain. It's practically torture. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but recall Zhao Mengran's words. She had asked him if he was afraid of pain and mentioned that she was very afraid of it. Zhuang Mo sighed internally, remaining silent for a moment. Qin Xiangyang had a different perspective, commenting nonchalantly. From another angle, the ultimate goal of the reformist faction is to train reformed individuals to fight on the battlefield and hunt different species. The combat power of a reformed individual is extraordinary, and the birth of one means more people can be saved. Song Yulong became visibly agitated, his voice rising in anger. Are you one of the reformists? Do you know what happens to those experimental subjects? Even the clairvoyant saw it and threw up. Those aren't even human-shaped. They're monsters, all bloody and mangled. And you defend the reformists. Qin Xiangyang quickly clarified, I wouldn't say I'm part of any faction. I've just had some thoughts on the matter. He paused, his tone a bit more composed. You know that Commander Su is currently leading the troops to support the southern base. Zhuang Mo gave him a quiet, contemplative look, as if pondering something. He didn't rush to respond, instead casually asking, do you know much about the reformed individuals? Qin Xiangyang didn't seem surprised. It's not really a secret, but those in the know prefer not to talk about it, so most people aren't aware. As the patrol team captain, I was informed about it during our last battle with the Toadmen. Song Yulong's chest was still heaving with anger, clearly upset by Qin Xiangyang's words. Countless people have died for those experiments, and you still say it's for protecting humanity. More people have died than survived. Qin Xiangyang didn't argue back. He simply looked at Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo took a sip of his drink, his gaze passing through Song Yulong to Qin Xiangyang, and quietly asked, is there anyone in this world who's very important to you? Qin Xiangyang was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding why he was being asked this, but he answered, I have a sister. She's an ordinary person. Zhuang Mo looked at him steadily, his gaze sharp. What if the reformists wanted to take your sister for experiments? Qin Xiangyang's body tensed instantly, his lips trembling slightly, as if unsure how to respond. But Zhuang Mo wasn't in a hurry for an answer. Instead, he laughed heartily. I'm just speaking hypothetically. The reformists and the reformed individuals are matters for those in power to deal with. What does it have to do with me? Don't overthink it. Drink up, drink up. 2 days later, after enjoying the last breakfast provided by the Eat District government, the new students boarded the airship back to the academy. Before leaving, Zhuang Mo received a gift from Qin Zhangjiang, a postage stamp from the old world, with a red background and an ink painting of a cute little monkey. Qin Xiangyang patted his chest and declared that since they had shared drinks, they were brothers now, and he hoped they would stay in touch. Being a principled person, Zhuang Mo accepted the stamp and returned the gesture with a paper airplane. As he waved goodbye to E District, he secretly hoped they would never have any contact again. They were too different. Even a brief conversation would be uncomfortable. On the airship, there were originally 403 people departing from E District, but now only 398 remained. 2 had been captured, and 3 had sacrificed their lives, including a strong man swallowed by a level 6 mutant pitcher plant. F District's newcomers also lost 3 people, one of whom was a wood type. Despite the significant losses, the atmosphere on the airship remained relatively lighthearted. After all, returning to the academy alive was always a reason to celebrate. Soon after boarding, a commotion erupted from the back rows. Zhuang Mo turned to see that the area around Leewi was empty, with people nearby covering their noses. How could he smell so bad? Didn't he bathe? It turned out that Leewi had been punished by teacher Zhang for a mistake and had to clean the government toilets in each district. Those latrines required the waste to be dug out and transported away. Even though it was a punishment, how could Leewi still smell so awful? The back rows were mostly occupied by teaching assistants and level students, who weren't afraid of Leewi overhearing and began to gossip louder. Leewi, with a dark expression, sniffed his arm in confusion. He had washed twice, so why did people still say he stank? Lowering his arm, he shot a fierce glare at Zhuang Mo, filled with anger. Zhuang Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he smirked slightly. Leewi never believed he was wrong. Even when punished, he thought it was someone else's fault. Choosing to ignore him, Zhuang Mo turned back to the window. Leewi's anger boiled over, convinced that Zhuang Mo was the one to blame. If not for Zhuang Mo, why would teacher Zhang have punished him to clean the toilets? If not for him, he wouldn't have fallen into the cesspit. He was determined to expose Zhuang Mo's true nature in front of all the new students. Leewi's face darkened further, and suddenly, he shouted, "Zhuang Mo, you liar!" His outburst immediately caused a stir, with people rising and crowding into the aisle. Someone pinched their nose, retching, "Oh my god, why does his breath stink so much? Leewi, did you eat crap?" Leewi's face flushed red and white, clearly embarrassed by his odor. Yet, he stubbornly continued, "That's not important. Today, I want to tell everyone that this so-called wood-type high-level talent, Zhuang Mo, is actually an awakened special ability user. He can control paper to fight, and he's incredibly powerful. I saw him kill a level 6 mutant pitcher plant with my own eyes." Hearing this, Zhuang Mo was stunned. Was Leewi praising him? Something felt off. As he pondered, Leewi continued with righteous indignation. He's clearly a strong warrior, but always hides behind his teammates, getting protected. Even during the new student trial, he took on research tasks. Isn't that a fraud? Not just a fraud, but a coward too. This left Zhuang Mo speechless. Leewi was indeed a bit off-kilter. His accusations were bizarre, completely unexpected. At that moment, Bian Shursan's eyes suddenly sharpened, filled with a murderous aura. Zhuang Mo glanced at him and patted his shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. Even though Leewi was being foolish, they couldn't start a fight on the airship. Nevertheless, Leewi's words and actions puzzled Zhuang Mo, who thought to himself that Leewi would definitely pay the price for his antics today. Song Yulong stood up, his tone extremely stern. "Leewi, you tried to sabotage Zhuang Mo's research subject, resulting in a class physical type being consumed by a mutated Nepenthes. If it weren't for Zhuang Mo's kindness in saving you, you would have been fed to the level 6 mutated Nepenthes yourself. And yet, you have the audacity to blame others here." His voice echoed in the room as he fixed his sharp gaze on Leewi. "I'm warning you. What you did is extremely serious. There will be even harsher punishments waiting for you back at the academy. Don't think you can escape punishment just because you have advanced talents." He turned to Zhuang Mo, his tone noticeably softer. As for Zhuang Mo, he comes from the ruins and only just discovered what special abilities are during this new student trial. Before this, he always thought of himself as a simple wood type. Not only did he complete his research tasks during the trial, but he also hunted high-level mutated creatures, level 1 variants, and actively protected his teammates with intelligence and bravery. His performance was outstanding. The Academy's clairvoyant and clairaudient saw and heard everything. "You're spreading lies by saying he hid behind his teammates." Clairvoyant nodded, eyes gleaming with admiration. "Honestly, I've never seen such an impressive freshman." Clairaudient immediately agreed. "He's able to command and control the situation so well, truly both wise and brave." Zhuang Mo felt a shiver run down his spine from all the praise. Despite the long string of compliments, he didn't feel proud, but rather awkward. He turned to Bian Shursan and asked quietly, "Are they talking about me?" Bian Shursan nodded very firmly, eyes filled with affirmation. "Very strong, brave, smart, and kind." Zhuang Mo rubbed his chin, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Seems like they're not wrong." Leewi's nostrils flared, his face turning beet red, as if smoke might start pouring out at any moment. He glared at Zhuang Mo, his mind seething with anger. He clearly lied, claiming to be a weak wood type. At this moment, a wood type classmate suddenly reacted, exclaiming, "Oh my god, Zhuang Mo, you said in the class group chat 2 days ago that you could control paper to fight, and it's true?" Another wood type classmate behind him stood there with mouth agape, eyes wide, taking out dozens of variants. "We all thought you were joking." Zhuang Mo shrugged, looking helpless. 2 nights ago, someone tagged him in the class group chat, asking how their team scored so high. He had simply told the truth, that their main source of points came from those variants. He had vividly described his heroic battle process, expecting to receive his classmates' shock and admiration. Wow, Zhuang Mo is so amazing. Zhuang Mo is incredible. Unbelievable. He had anticipated such responses, eagerly waiting for everyone's amazement to let himself savor the moment. However, after sending the message, everyone replied with smiley face emojis. Even Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi didn't believe him, joining in with the smiley face emoji brigade. Now, Zhuang Mo had finally proven himself, although the way it happened was quite absurd. He spread his hands, saying helplessly, "I told you, but you wouldn't believe me." A short-haired water-type guy gasped, eyes filled with disbelief, as he turned to Wei Wenhai. "Old Wei, you told me something like this, that we've been relying on Zhuang Mo these past few days? So you weren't making it up." Wei Wenhai chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. He had often grumbled about Zhuang Mo being a burden, but after the first day of the new student trial, he no longer felt that way. He knew deep down, if there really was a burden in their team, it seemed it was him. All around, discussions erupted, classmates' voices rising and falling, each face marked with astonishment. "What did you tell me before, about Bian Shursan's team blinding dozens of variants?" "I didn't believe it, but it turns out it's true. My sister said they plastered the variants' faces with wet paper. I was puzzled about how they did it. Turns out it was Zhuang Mo. What are special abilities? Can someone explain it to me? Control paper? So does that mean this protective umbrella is?" Bian Shursan finally cleared his name and no longer needed to keep Zhuang Mo's secrets. Standing amidst the crowd, he spoke with a voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. "The shield. It was Zhuang Mo Huzi's father, Zhuang Mo. The top fighter of our new generation, Zhuang Mo." These words caused an immediate uproar around him. "Who he?" Noticing the rare smile on Bian Shursan's face, teased. "So you can actually say that much in one go, huh?" Recalling the shock he felt upon discovering Zhuang Mo's special abilities a few days ago, who he remembered messaging his grandfather, who had a keen interest in special abilities and asked in detail about Zhuang Mo's battle tactics. Every day since, who he had been reporting Zhuang Mo's different fighting styles to his grandfather. Until one day, after describing a battle with mutants, his grandfather insisted he return home for more training, specifically pointing out, "Both class, yet he can control 7 or 8 pieces of paper from 70 or 80 meters away, while some can barely create a single wind blade with a range of less than 10 meters. Watching the crowd excitedly discuss, Hui felt a twinge of pride. He recalled when someone advised him to switch groups, arguing that being with someone with high-level abilities would only make him look bad. Now, he glanced meaningfully at the person who had once given him that advice, who could only respond with an awkward smile, muttering, "Who knew about the special abilities? They're rare enough. I was just trying to help." Bian Shursan's joy was short-lived. Seeing Zhuang Mo surrounded by a swarm of people, his brow furrowed. The crowd buzzed around Zhuang Mo, peppering him with questions. "Zhuang Mo, tell us how you killed the level 6 mutant pitcher plant. Did you really take care of those over 200 level 2 mutant ground rats? I remember, you took down birds with paper planes when you joined. Finally, a master from the wood element. Next time someone doubts us, let Zhuang Mo teach them a lesson." Leewi stood on the sidelines, his face pale and eyes wide. The scene was nothing like he had imagined. He thought people would be angry at Zhuang Mo for hiding his abilities. Instead, they distanced themselves from him, as if he was the villain. Anger boiled within him until he erupted, shouting hysterically, "Zhuang Mo cut off my leg. Every time it grew back, he cut it again. How cruel." The crowd fell silent in an instant. A fellow wood element student, hands on hips, pointed at Li Wei and scolded, "Zhuang Mo is so kind. Why would he cut your leg for no reason? Teacher Song said it was because you tried to sabotage Zhuang Mo's mission target first. You're tough and can regenerate. So what's wrong with cutting your leg? Isn't it perfectly fine now?" The voice of a student from the wood element class echoed in the room. "Are you disabled? Lame. It's actually Zhuang Mo who surely got tired from cutting your leg." Li Wei's face turned red with embarrassment. He wasn't tired. He got Bian Shursan to do it. "Huh?" Another wood element student scoffed. "What kind of level champion are you, full of lies? First, you say it was Zhuang Mo, now Bian Shursan. Everyone knows how petty the Li family can be. You're just holding a grudge because Zhuang Mo tied up Li Chao like a caterpillar. Your brother's useless, and so are you. If a Dlevel got his leg cut by an Flevel, I'd be too ashamed to admit it." These words struck Li Wei like a heavy blow. He realized he had just revealed his most shameful secret. Looking at the united front of the Flevelwood element students, he shook with anger and turned to shout at his fellow Dlevel peers in the front row, "Why aren't you standing up for me?" One Dlevel student turned around, his eyes mocking. "Who dares to back you up? Didn't you get old Pan, your biggest supporter, killed? He was eaten by a mutated pitcher plant. How is that my fault?" Li Wei retorted furiously. Seeing his stubborn refusal to admit his mistakes, everyone averted their eyes. Though they usually avoided provoking Li Wei to steer clear of trouble, they weren't truly afraid of him. After all, they were all Dlevels. Could Li Wei really take them all on? Meanwhile, Flevel students of the physical element gathered whispering among themselves. Li Chao and Li Wei are cut from the same cloth. We should be cautious not to fall into their trap, someone whispered. Zhuang Mo only tied up Li Chao with some willow branches and didn't cut his leg. Seems like he was being lenient. Ran. Someone turned to Zhao Mingran. Is Zhuang Mo really as powerful as Teacher Song says? Zhao Mingran nodded firmly. Even more so. He saved my life. This statement drew a wave of admiration. The Wood Element students weren't lying. Zhuang Mo is not only strong, but also kind-hearted. Ran, you're so lucky to be on the same team as such a powerful person. Tell us, how did you manage to kill those dozens of mutants? Meanwhile, the Metal Element students were having their own quiet conversation. Can you see Shursan? Is he cutting his arm? One asked. No, he looks quite calm. When he introduced Zhuang Mo earlier, he sounded upbeat, so he probably doesn't mind the change in top fighter status. The person asking sighed with relief. They are inseparable, even when delivering paper umbrellas for protection. Their relationship must be really good. Yeah, another agreed. Shursan may be simple-minded, but he's not foolish. For Zhuang Mo to have such a strong ally willingly follow him, it must be more than just his combat prowess. He must be a great person too. As noon approached, the airship gently descended into the safe zone. Zhuang Mo stepped off the airship. It was his second time entering this area surrounded by towering, cold walls. When his feet touched the ground, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Was back. The freshmen who participated in the F District training disembarked one after another. Huang Lin quickly approached and whispered to Jiang Ying. The freshmen did well this year. I only lost 5 on my side. I heard there was an issue on your end. Jiang Ying's expression was grave, and she replied coldly, we'll talk about it later. This reminded Zhuang Mo of his own first day at the academy. The same academy gate, the same 2 people talking, but back then, Jiang Ying wore a relaxed smile. As for the 2-level seniors who had encountered danger, Zhuang Mo wasn't optimistic about their chances of survival. Back in his familiar dormitory, Zhuang Mo carefully placed the paper tiger on the desk. This intricately folded paper tiger, with its dense fur-like texture, seemed more meaningful than crafting a new one. He decided to keep it. Tiger, we're home, Zhuang Mo said softly. Don't worry, this time we're staying at the academy for at least a few months before heading out again. Suddenly remembering something, he slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot to check on the tomatoes. The tomato seedlings beneath the back window had grown quite a bit over the week, their stems covered in fine hairs and their feather-like leaves stretching out with vitality. Zhuang Mo was about to use his abilities, but hesitated, pulling back his hand. Perhaps letting them grow naturally would be better? He recalled the tomatoes from his childhood home, with their half-red, half-green, sweet and tangy flavor that only needed a sprinkle of sugar to become a delicious treat. Naturally grown tomatoes. Zhuang Mo lay on his bed, a smile playing on his lips. Who else in this world could taste them? After spending days and nights in the ruins of District E, with the tension of taking turns on night watch, all he wanted now was a good sleep, even if it meant skipping lunch. As Zhuang Mo drifted into a deep sleep, Yi Xingqi sat in front of Han Lingyu with a puzzled expression. Are you saying Zhuang Mo really fought dozens of mutants alone? Teacher Song confirmed it personally. Han Lingyu nodded. Haven't you checked the class group chat? Yi Xingqi's handsome face shifted from a 45-degree angle gazing at the ceiling to looking down. I just can't understand it. Not only does he have high-level wood abilities, but he also has special powers? And here I am, so handsome, yet only with medium-level wood abilities. How is that fair? Seeing Yi Xingqi's always unique perspective, Han Lingyu sighed and rubbed her forehead. After all these years, she still couldn't grasp his way of thinking. But regarding Zhuang Mo's special abilities, she was quite calm. Actually, when he posted in the group that day, I already believed it. He's a cautious person and wouldn't joke about something like this, Yi Xingqi said hesitantly. Han Lingyu glanced at her watch with a serious expression. Meanwhile, a newly created class group chat was buzzing with discussions on how to protect Zhuang Mo, a newly discovered special ability awakener. As the head of the Wood Element class, Han Lingyu had been quietly looking out for Zhuang Mo. He was well liked in the class for his gentle nature and his willingness to patiently answer classmates' questions. In a bet with Li Chao, he even managed to make Li Chao apologize to the entire Wood Element class, inadvertently boosting the class's cohesion. Han Lingyu's subtle guidance played a part in this too. Yi Xingqi opened his phone, his eyes widening at the flurry of messages in the class group chat. Phrases like beat up Li Chao and team up with physical class 1 kept popping up. Lingyu, this could lead to internal conflict, Yi Xingqi said with concern. Han Lingyu replied sternly, I've investigated, and it's true that Li Wei targeted Zhuang Mo under Li Chao's orders. What's worse, Li Chao publicly declared in the community that he would attack Zhuang Mo whenever he saw him, both on and off campus. Does he really have the guts? Isn't he afraid of being disciplined by Teacher Jiang? Yi Xingqi asked incredulously. Han Lingyu frowned. The Li brothers aren't very bright. If Li Wei weren't in detention, he would have caused trouble by now. This provocation has crossed the line, and we can't always be on the defensive. She continued, This action involves not just us, but also Su Fanyuan, Zhao Mingran, Bian Shisan, and 5 others with high-level talents, along with people from 2 classes and several prominent families. Even if the academy punishes us, it won't be severe. Wait, is Zhang Zifei joining too? Yi Xingqi asked, displeased. Han Lingyu glanced at him. Why shouldn't he be involved in something that might lead to punishment? Yi Xingqi grinned. Lingyu, you really care about me. How did Li Chao offend so many people? Yi Xingqi asked curiously. Han Lingyu explained calmly. Su Fanyuan is my friend. Zhao Mingran and Bian Shisan are friends of Zhuang Mo. As for Zhang Zifei and Pan Yi, it started as minor friction, and now they're just following along. The organizers will definitely face heavy punishment. Yi Xingqi said urgently. Just say, I organized it. Han Lingyu chuckled. No need, there's no organizer for this. What? Then who organized it? Yi Xingqi asked, puzzled. Han Lingyu replied confidently. It's a collective spontaneous action, with no leader or organizer. If Zhuang Mo had heard what Han Lingyu said, he would have been amazed. Not only did she have the makings of a class leader, but she was practically a born politician. However, he was blissfully unaware of this as he slept soundly. When he opened his eyes, the evening shadows had already fallen outside the window. Zhuang Mo stretched lazily, patted Huzi's head, and habitually glanced at his watch. What he saw instantly invigorated him. The 1,000 point reward for his team winning first place in the freshman training exercise and the 300-point reward for the wood element task had been credited to his account, bringing his total to a staggering 8,998 points. Even without buying a protective suit, he was momentarily at a loss as to how to spend this windfall. Realizing the time, Zhuang Mo sat up abruptly. His stomach growled, reminding him that the cafeteria was about to close, so he hurried over. 10 minutes later, he sat down with 2 servings of mashed potato and egg sauce rice, only to find himself the focus of curious, fearful, and expectant gazes from those around him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Strangely enough, the usually lively class group chat was unusually quiet today, without even a single bank notification. His classmates in the F-Zone training should have known about his performance by now, so why was it so calm? After finishing his meal and leaving the cafeteria, the odd feeling intensified. He encountered a few freshmen from the strength department rushing towards the playground. As they passed, they shouted, Zhuang Mo, why are you still here? It's about to start, hurry up. Without waiting for him to ask questions, they vanished from sight. Perplexed, Zhuang Mo followed the crowd towards the playground. The closer he got, the stranger at CMed could hear bursts of laughter mixed with gasps, but it appeared to be just one person laughing. The crowd parted for him like he was some sort of VIP. Here you are, Zhuang Mo? Yeah, I'm here, he replied mechanically. We thought you weren't coming. Huh? Oh right. Finally making it to the front, Zhuang Mo was stunned by the scene before him. Li Chao was tightly bound to a tree trunk with numerous willow branches and metal chains, his bare feet exposed for all to see. Several willow branches were relentlessly tickling his soles, forcing him into fits of hysterical laughter. Ha! Ha! Li Chao's contorted expression and laughter created a stark contrast, making the entire scene bizarrely unsettling. A few people stood in front of him. Zhang Zifei was lightly, yet firmly, using a willow branch to tickle the soles of someone's feet. Pan Yi was smiling gently, with a warm expression. Su Fanyuan and Zhao Mingran leaned against each other, shoulder to shoulder. Bian Shisan held a round knife, his gaze unfocused. Yi Xingqi stood to the side, fanning Han Lingyu, who was leisurely enjoying the breeze. Zhuang Mo's lips moved slightly, and he pointed a finger. You. Bian Shisan's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head, avoiding Zhuang Mo's gaze. Zhuang Mo was a kind person, he wouldn't like what he saw. How could they not inform me? His eyes locked onto the large feet, excitement gradually appearing on his face. He gave a sly smile and stepped closer to the feet. Han Lingyu quickly reached out to stop him, smiling. Just enjoy the show, don't get involved. As for why Zhang Zifei was tickling Li Chao's feet, it was entirely at Li Chao's request. Zhuang Mo pressed his lips together, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Although he couldn't participate, the wildly twitching feet seemed to be calling him. Suddenly, he stopped, a burst of laughter ringing in his ears, and he felt something was off. Han Lingyu pointed at Li Chao's nearly bald head, smiling. See, every time he gets scolded, a patch of his hair gets shaved off. Hair isn't flesh and can't grow back. Zhuang Mo sighed, thinking how foolish this person was. He might as well get scolded a bit more and have those remaining patches behind his ears shaved off too. What's the point of keeping them as a souvenir? The people around had started recording videos, and Zhuang Mo wondered why Li Chao had angered so many. Yi Xingqi leaned in and quietly explained, You don't know? He said he'd beat you up every time he saw you. So these people are here to stand up for you. Zhuang Mo was bewildered. Was this school bullying actually because of him? He had merely taken a nap and woke up to find himself so influential. Han Lingyu appeared calm and said lightly, Don't feel burdened. This whole thing is fundamentally because Li Chao provoked too many people. He mocked Zhang Zifei, calling him a chick, accused Pan Yi of cheating in the points competition, criticized Su Fengyuan's eyes as frog-like, and said Yi Xingqi looked like a woman. Yi Xingqi jumped up immediately. When did he say that? I didn't know. He's the one with smelly feet, an ugly face, and pig-nosed squinty eyes. Zhuang Mo was speechless, thinking how lucky it was that Yi Xingqi was good-looking. People are always more forgiving towards pleasing appearances. Otherwise, it might be him getting his feet tickled today. At that moment, a stern voice arose. What are you doing? Everyone jumped. Zhang Zifei paused his action, but not before sneaking in a few more tickles, laughing even more joyously. Ha! Huang Lin walked to the center of the crowd, silent for a moment, and everyone around lowered their heads like quails. As he took in the scene before him, Huang Lin frowned, his gaze growing colder. He asked sharply, who started this? No one answered. Li Chao struggled and shouted. It was Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo did it. Zhuang Mo took a deep breath, trying hard to resist the urge to punch Li Chao. He had arrived last and hadn't even seen the heads having spectacle. How could he be the ringleader? Nonsense. Slander. This school bullying was poorly executed. Why hadn't anyone silenced Li Chao? Even without him speaking, others had already defended Zhuang Mo. That's a load of crap. We all saw that Zhuang Mo arrived 5 minutes earlier than Teacher Huang. Don't you dare slander him. Doesn't he know how many people he's offended? Li Chao seemed persuaded by these voices, his confidence waning, and he shouted again, Zhang Zifei. It must be Zhang Zifei. No, it's Pan Yi. Pan Yi holds a grudge because I exposed his cheating in the points competition. Seeing him accuse others at random, Huang Lin understood that Li Chao had simply made too many enemies, making it impossible to pinpoint a single culprit. Those named appeared calm and unashamed. Huang Lin's expression grew increasingly cold. Did you spend a week of training just to learn how to deal with each other? In the ruins, some classmates were lost forever, not even leaving complete remains. Even though zones E and F were relatively safe, survival there was only possible under the protection of high-level awakened ones. Huang Lin stood in the center of the playground, his gaze piercing as he looked at the circle of students, his voice filled with disappointment. What have you been doing since returning to the academy? The front lines are in a critical situation, with mutated creatures and alien species constantly evolving. Ordinary people are at their mercy, and countless awakened ones are fighting bravely. You live in the safe zone and grow in the academy because your predecessors exchanged their blood and lives for it. You walk on their bones, gaining opportunities, yet now you fight among yourselves over personal grudges. Do you feel worthy of the academy? Of the Federation? Of all humanity? Under his reprimand, everyone lowered their heads. Even Li Chao, the instigator, showed regret. Huang Lin's voice suddenly rose. Everyone, run 200 laps around the field. Zhuang Mo stood among the crowd, silently grumbling. He only watched the commotion for a few minutes. Could the 200 laps be reduced to 40? But he knew better than to say this to Huang Lin and had to join the others in the punishment. Fortunately, their bodies, enhanced after awakening and strengthened by intense training since joining, could endure this penalty. Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi ran beside him. Yi Xingqi looked excited. Half of the class is here. More people make the punishment lighter. Zhuang Mo suddenly understood. These two had anticipated the punishment, indicating they were the organizers. Yi Xingqi was clearly just a sidekick, and the real purpose of this farce was likely Han Lingyu's plan for him. A warm feeling surged in his heart, and this camaraderie made him secretly resolve to lead them well in the future. Most people ran in silence, guilt on their faces. Huang Lin's words had clearly had an effect, though it remained to be seen if Li Chao had taken them to heart. As the crowd began to spread out, Huang Lin approached Li Chao. You run 400 laps. Why? Li Chao's eyes widened. I'm the victim. I'm not convinced. Huang Lin looked at him wearily. Li Wei took all the blame for you, which is why you're not in confinement. Did you really not know about Li Wei's plan to destroy Zhuang Mo's research subject? You have a high-level physical talent and will be a brave warrior. Don't disappoint the academy and your family. Li Chao's expression changed multiple times before he finally said nothing, put on his shoes and socks, and joined the runners. As he watched the freshmen leave, Huang Lin's stern expression softened, almost breaking into a smile. He had been wondering how to elevate the value of this exercise, and these students had handed him the opportunity. This farce hadn't really angered him. Firstly, Li Chao indeed needed a lesson, and secondly, the freshmen knew their limits, with their way of teaching a lesson being nothing more than tickling feet. These children, if they ever find themselves on the battlefield in the future, will surely unite and bravely fight the enemy together. Even Li Chao, unlike the hopeless Li Wei, can still change with proper guidance. This year's F class is truly impressive. Due to the school committee meeting, he had been feeling down, but now, sitting under the big willow tree, his gaze focused on the new students, especially Zhuang Mo. It was surprising to discover that Zhuang Mo was an advanced wood element talent with a special ability, a rarity over the years. Previously, those with special ability awakenings mostly had only moderate talents. Today's meeting mainly revolved around two topics. First was how to negotiate with the reformists to try to retrieve the two students. Jiang Ying and Dean Zhu debated this issue for a long time, but couldn't come up with a clear solution. Everyone knew well that Jiang Ying nearly injured Su Jingson severely without even bringing back those two children. So what could the academy do? The situation was set, and the only thing Huang Lin could hope for was that they could successfully transform and become qualified reformers rather than end up as experimental subjects. As for these two outcomes, at least they could be considered alive. The second agenda was discussing Zhuang Mo's personal development. Jiang Ying was convinced that Zhuang Mo was a warrior in a million, destined to be on the front lines. Han Junfeng, who usually stayed out of arguments, was unusually intense today, emphasizing that Zhuang Mo's wood element talent was unique and that his farming skills must be cultivated. The school committee's discussion thus spiraled into a heated debate, essentially a tug-of-war over Zhuang Mo's educational rights before graduation. His future path after graduation would ultimately be decided by Elder Gu and the federal government leaders. Huang Lin looked at Zhuang Mo with hopeful eyes. 5 years ago, he retired from the front lines to take up teaching, and now, after 5 years, Zhuang Mo was the second special ability student he had taught. The previous one was a space element ability user, but unrelated to combat. He had little to impart. But Zhuang Mo was different. Although Elder Gu said he was a creative ability user, reports from the clairvoyants and the keen-eared suggested his combat potential was immense. Jiang Ying was right. Zhuang Mo was undoubtedly the most promising warrior among these new students. As Huang Lin pondered how not to waste Zhuang Mo's talent, a message from Jiang Ying arrived. I've rearranged the curriculum today. The 12 advanced talent children will have special classes, which I'll personally oversee. Excluding Han Lingyu, there are 11 left, plus Zhao Minggran from the flesh element. I have great confidence in her, so it's still 12. Huang Lin hesitated. Isn't this approach a bit too hasty? The mutants won't wait for them to grow slowly. Jiang Ying quickly replied, no need to worry. Huang Lin felt a bit unsettled, his gaze unconsciously shifting to the running children, and he sighed softly. All right, I understand. Among the 12 advanced talent children, most were currently scattering like deer across the grass. There was Zhuang Mo of the wood element, Han Lingyu of the wood element, Bian Shisan of the metal element, Su Fanyuan of the flesh element, Li Chao, Zhang Zifei of the fire element, Pan Yi of the earth element, and Zhao Minggran of the flesh element. Others not present included by Xiao Yu of the water element, Lin Yinjing of the ice element, Han Lehui, Xiao Jia of the wind element, and Chen Wu of the thunder element. Huang Lin was hesitant to include Zhao Minggran, as she only had a moderate talent. Training with these advanced talent children might put too much pressure on her, potentially affecting her state. Zhao Minggran was already very hardworking, and if this led to insomnia and exhaustion, the consequences could be dire. He was considering discussing this with Jiang Ying when Zhao Minggran suddenly dashed across the field like a gust of wind, her speed nearly reaching E-class. Huang Lin was moved and silently thought. Diligence makes up for lack of talent. Zhao Minggran will surely achieve something. Besides taking one specialized course, you're not attending other classes and will train with teacher Jiang individually? Han Lingyu nodded, her expression resolute. Yes, there are 12 with high-level talents. Excluding me, and including Zhao Minggran, it's still 12 people. Some were injured during the freshman trials, so training starts next week. It wasn't surprising to exclude Han Lingyu, Zhuang Mo thought. Jiang Ying's small group seemed focused on combat training, which didn't align with Han Lingyu's abilities. He quickly reviewed his 11 new classmates in his mind. Aside from Bian Shisan and Zhao Minggran, the others were unfamiliar, with only Li Chao being somewhat acquainted. Zhuang Mo rubbed his chin, feeling both anticipation and unease about the upcoming small group training. Training with Jiang Ying would surely be intense, but the improvement would be significant. He was aware of his own shortcomings in real combat. His physical strength and agility were far inferior to those of Bian Shisan and others. Although his fighting style was unique, it was akin to only being able to solve high school math problems without knowing basic multiplication tables, which was unreasonable. He dreaded the hardship of the training, but felt powerless, blaming his body's weak foundation. Zhuang Mo, do you still aspire to work in a plantation in the future? Han Lingyu suddenly asked, her eyes curious. Zhuang Mo nodded decisively. Of course, if given the choice. Becoming a noble farmer was his heart's desire, but if the mutants truly invaded, there would be no land left to cultivate. Han Lingyu understood his meaning and gently advised, don't neglect your wood-based courses either. The future is unpredictable. Although the federal government decided the post-graduation path for those with special abilities, they also considered maximizing talent value. Both she and Comrade Han believed Zhuang Mo's value in cultivation far exceeded that in combat. With the first line of defense in a stalemate and military rations scarce, ordinary people barely had enough to eat. Zhuang Mo's ability to accelerate growth, surpassing high-level talents, could one day sustain an army single-handedly. If he confirmed this path in the future, perhaps they could ask Elder Ping for assistance. By the way, Han Yu added calmly after finishing her meal, your observation reports on the level 6 mutated pitcher plant and level 3 mutated aquatic plant are due by 9 tonight. You have 3 hours left. Zhuang Mo was taken aback. Even in the apocalypse, there's still homework? That afternoon, during the second class, Zhuang Mo, carrying his paper backpack, followed Jiang Ying's location instructions to meet with the other 11 students at the enclosed training ground. He hadn't even known such a place existed in the academian expansive area larger than the ability training ground, completely enclosed like a smaller version of a safe zone's walls. After entering through a small door, it shut tightly behind them. It was a completely sealed giant metal box. The harsh white lights at the top cast beams that reached the dark ground, making the metal box feel even more vast and silent. Jiang Ying was nowhere to be seen inside. For some reason, ever since entering this enclosed metal box, Zhuang Mo felt as if they were being watched, and a quiet sense of danger permeated the training ground. Bian Shan and Zhao Mengran, both seasoned survivors from the ruins, had a keener sense of danger than Zhuang Mo. They instinctively moved closer to him, assuming defensive stances. Feeling uneasy, Zhuang Mo edged toward the door, hoping to open it for some fresh air. The door wouldn't budge no matter how hard he pushed from the inside. A chilling sensation crept up his fingertips, but his subtle movements went unnoticed by anyone. Su Fanyuan slowly raised his eyes, his expression as cold as ice, and said calmly, "Someone's watching us." Pan Yi immediately positioned Lin Yinjing behind him, frowning deeply, "Be careful." At that moment, Zhang Zifei boldly strode toward the center of the area, waving and calling out to everyone. "There's nothing here. What's the danger? Maybe Teacher Jiang is just running late. Why don't we start practicing?" "With your skills," Bai Xiaoyu scoffed, arms crossed. "Who here can you possibly beat out of the 12 of us?" Just as tension mounted between the two, an unusual noise came from the training field. The walls began to shift, and the clattering of metal echoed around them. The piercing screech was like nails on a chalkboard, setting hearts racing and causing extreme discomfort. As the noise grew louder, Zhang Zifei finally sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated to Bai Xiaoyu's side. Suddenly, one of the walls shot out a barrage of steel pellets, each the size of a fingernail, hurtling toward the 12. The speed was astonishing, and Zhuang Mo's pupils constricted in shock. "Scatter!" shouted Zhuang Mo and Pan Yi simultaneously. Their eyes met briefly in midair before quickly shifting away. The steel pellets seemed to be guided by some unseen force, relentlessly targeting the group. Their impact was as lethal as bullets, and a hit to a vital spot could be fatal. Crowded together, they were easy targets, hindering each other's ability to dodge. Everyone quickly dispersed, taking advantage of the brief moment when the pellets were recalibrating their targets to catch their breath. As he dodged, Zhang Zifei shouted, "How is this training? This is deadly." Meanwhile, in front of the monitors, Jiang Ying and Huang Lin leisurely munched on sunflower seeds. The steel pellets were actually being controlled by Huang Lin's four assistants. "Why did you hold back when hitting Bai Xiaoyu?" Jiang Ying remarked nonchalantly. "On the battlefield, the enemy won't show mercy." In the enclosed space, Zhuang Mo seized the brief opportunity as they scattered, instantly unfurling a paper shield. Several pellets pierced through with a hiss, one grazing his left arm. Though the pain was delayed, blood quickly seeped out. He didn't have time to tend to his wound. Wrapping his legs in a paper exoskeleton, he propelled himself into the air. The tracking pellets immediately adjusted their course, whistling as they followed. Zhuang Mo realized that neither the shield nor elemental attacks could stop these pellets. It was a test of their reflexes. With the paper exoskeleton's support, Zhuang Mo's speed and agility even surpassed Zhao Mengran's. But to evade the pellets, speed alone wasn't enough. It also required perfect coordination between mind and body to react in an instant. He focused intently, his eyes fixated solely on the incoming steel pellets. In front of the monitor, Huang Lin squinted and remarked, "Zhang Zifei's dodging looks graceful, but it's full of flaws. He gets injured the most. If this were real combat, he'd have been taken down already." His gaze swept across the training ground. Among everyone, only Bian Shan can effectively defend himself with his rapidly spinning circular blade. His control and use of energy are exceptional, and he's mastered the circular blade. Huang Lin continued his analysis. Zhao Mingran reacts quickly and adapts well. For someone with average talent to reach this level, she's clearly put in a lot of effort. As for Zhuang Mo, he paused. This is the first time I've seen him use his special ability in combat. Using just a few thin sheets of paper, his speed and agility are on par with Zhao Mingran's. It's incredible. Jiang Ying glanced up, casually spitting out a sunflower seed shell, her tone indifferent. Zhuang Mo has the weakest foundation. If he doesn't improve his basic abilities, his physical condition won't keep up with the energy increases. The others aren't much better dodging. Endurance, total energy capacity, they're all lacking. They're far from ready. She turned to Huang Lin. Increasing the training intensity for all students was a decision made by the school committee, not just for these 12. Don't get confused, old Huang. Huang Lin frowned and sighed. These 12 are your responsibility. I'll handle the rest. Inside the training ground, the steel ball assault had been ongoing for about half an hour. The 12 individuals in the metal box were covered in scrapes, their thin clothing soaked with blood, and their rapid dodging was exhausting their stamina. Finally, Huang Lin signaled the 4 assistants to stop the attack. Zhuang Mo finally caught his breath and looked down to see his body covered in various scrapes. He chuckled wryly, thinking he had emerged unscathed from the new student trials, only to return to the academy and end up covered in wounds. He realized this training was not as simple as he had thought. Hiss, Zhuang Mo winced, taking a sharp breath. These people sure don't hold back. He touched the scrape near his thigh, relieved it hadn't hit anything vital. Bian Shursan approached, his small eyes showing a hint of discouragement. You're hurt. Zhuang Mo glanced at him, thinking, wow, you're more injured than I am, and yet you're worried about others. But then he remembered Bian Shursan was the kind of person who would cut himself with his own blade. These injuries probably didn't mean much to him. Zhuang Mo then looked at Zhao Mingran, who was in noticeably better shape than the others, with few injuries and an expression that suggested she hadn't had enough training yet. Zhuang Mo shook his head internally. All right, Zhao Mingran's mental and physical state is beyond ordinary. If she didn't have something special, she wouldn't be here. Besides Zhao Mingran, everyone else here has high-level talent. Looking around, Zhuang Mo realized his injuries were among the least severe of the 12. The 3 with strong physiques were in much better condition, even without Zhao Mingran's speed talent. They were tough, able to take more damage. Among the rest, aside from Bian Shursan and Pan Yi who seemed slightly better, the others were similarly covered in scrapes and bleeding in multiple places. Zhang Zifei lay flat on the ground, shouting loudly. Ouch, this hurts like hell. What kind of training is this? Are they playing with us? As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound came from the small door. Everyone turned to see Jiang Ying, in a crisp military uniform, entering. Got a problem? Her voice was cold as ice, her gaze sweeping over each of them. You came back from the ruins training. Didn't you see the gap between yourselves and high-level mutated creatures? You all relied on others to save you. What? Are you going to count on someone saving you on the battlefield too? When the mutants attack, will someone save you then? Her voice grew harsher. This is just the beginning. The days of hardship are just beginning for you all. Jiang Ying's voice echoed within the metal box. From today, the intensive training officially starts. I'll be leading it myself. All non-major courses are cancelled to fully enhance your reaction, endurance, strength, and willpower. Now, head to the medical room to treat your wounds. Regroup here in an hour. Before her words fully landed, she had already stepped out. Let's go, Pan Yi said to the group. When Teacher Jiang speaks, it's not a discussion, it's an announcement. The 12 of them filed out, with Zhuang Mo bringing up the rear. The burning pain in his thigh reminded him of the grueling training they had just endured. As he walked, he pondered Jiang Ying's words. Recently, the Academy's course intensity had significantly increased, with classes extending until 9 p.m., and even the water supply time shifted to 9:30. Amidst this intensity, their group of 12 had been singled out for a smaller class, clearly facing even more rigorous training. A careless movement caused Zhuang Mo to tug at the deepest wound on his arm, drawing a sharp breath. The sudden pain brought a realization never in his past or current life had he sustained so many injuries. As he contemplated getting used to the pain, a thought struck him: why should I get used to being hurt? Can't I avoid getting injured? Zhao Mingran noticed his awkward gait and, without a word, hoisted him up onto her shoulder. Zhuang Mo's face flushed as he flailed. Ran, what are you doing? Put me down. As a guy being carried by a girl, it was hard to swallow. I can walk myself. You're injured too. This will only worsen your injuries. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Mingran had already sprinted to the medical room. Gently setting him down, she gave a shy smile. There, you're down. Zhuang Mo was momentarily stunned, silently appreciating the well-calculated distance between the metal box and the medical room. However, Zhao Mingran's speed seemed to have improved again. The medical room spanned 2 floors, resembling community hospitals from his past life. The medical staff in white coats were ordinary people, without any special abilities. A gentle nurse tended to his wounds, commenting, You got these in the enclosed training grounds, didn't you? Usually, only level trainees go there. What were you Flevels doing in such a place? She gestured for Zhuang Mo to remove his pants to treat the wound on his inner thigh. While others seemed embarrassed, Zhuang Mo was unfazed, quickly complying. To him, in front of medical professionals, gender didn't matter. It reminded him of an experience in a proctology prep room in his past life, surrounded by female nurses, with the senior nurse's words, spread the folds, it'll be easier to shave, suddenly popping into his mind. As his wounds were treated, Zhuang Mo reflected on the steel ball attack training they had undergone. From initial chaos to gradually coordinated movements, he had made noticeable progress in just half an hour. Intense training indeed promoted rapid growth. As someone who had crossed from a peaceful era into a post-apocalyptic world, Zhuang Mo knew he was like a greenhouse flower thrown into the bitter cold. Even though he was naturally resilient and had earned the title of top new combat power thanks to his paper control ability and physics knowledge, he was still at the bottom among the 12 in terms of combat experience, skills, and physical fitness. This wasn't a bad thing, as there was no competition among them, only a shared goal. The key was that he recognized his weaknesses, making this intensive training crucial for him. Otherwise, he would eventually become fodder for the mutants, leaving Huzi as a masterless stray dog. He couldn't bear the thought of Huzi wandering the post-apocalyptic world alone, barking pitifully. While rationally he understood this, the piercing pain when the nurse treated the wound on his thigh made Zhuang Mo grimace. Was this just the beginning? Back in the enclosed training ground, Zhuang Mo had already adjusted his mindset. Let's go, he thought. At most I'll get a bit hurt, but it's not like I can really get killed. He cautiously pushed open the heavy metal door, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings, alert to any possible danger. The first thing he did was to quickly conjure a reinforced paper umbrella-thick layers of paper stacked together under his ability, forming a solid defensive tool. Even if it couldn't completely block steel pellets, it would at least slow down the impact. With the umbrella raised, he was about to show off his defensive measure to the 11 others when he caught a glimpse of a row of spears neatly arranged against the wall, their metal tips gleaming coldly under the lights. Are they going to make us spar next? Zhuang Mo wondered, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Jiang Ying didn't show up, but her voice suddenly echoed in his ear, shooting practice. Those with physical abilities use spears. Everyone else, decide for yourselves. With a screech of metal grinding against metal, 12 metal targets slowly rose from the ground, each clearly marked with a name. Seeing his own name, Zhuang Mo breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Shooting's great, no injuries there. A silver metal line suddenly appeared on the ground, and Jiang Ying's slightly garbled voice sounded again. Step up to the metal line, and start with the 10-meter target. Her voice was slightly muffled, and Zhuang Mo thought to himself, is she talking while eating? Zhang Zifei was the first to step up to his assigned position, flashing a confident smile at the group. I'm a crack shot. I always hit the bullseye. As he finished speaking, a flame in his palm swiftly formed into a burning arrow, tracing an orangered arc through the air before striking the bullseye and disappearing. He turned triumphantly to Bai Xiaoyu. Bai Xiaoyu, can you do that? Bai Xiaoyu sneered, saying nothing. With a flick of her slender hand, a crystal-clear water arrow shot from her palm, leaving a damp trail in the air, also hitting the bullseye precisely. Except for the 3 with physical abilities, everyone else chose to condense arrows. The training ground was suddenly filled with flying arrows, burning fire arrows, transparent water arrows, crackling lightning arrows, and whistling wind arrows. All kinds of energy arrows zipped through the air, nearly all hitting the bullseye. Zhuang Mo observed everyone's performance, understanding dawning on him. These people have clearly undergone a lot of training even before awakening. His gaze shifted to Zhao Mengran. In the early stages of awakening, with weapons available, those with physical abilities had a distinct advantage because their strength and senses surpassed other awakened individuals. Zhao Mengran, with his muscular arms, picked up a spear and moved to his target. Taking a deep breath, his muscles tensed, and he hurled the spear with great force. The spear flew like a released arrow, striking the center of the bullseye. For those with physical abilities, throwing a spear was all about power and momentum. The target wobbled under the impact of Zhao Mengran's spear, the metal frame groaning under the strain, nearly toppling over, but then righting itself. Of course, it's the metal ability user controlling it from behind, making sure the target stands even when it sways, Zhuang Mo analyzed to himself. He shifted his attention to Bian Shisan, who was shooting. With a flick of her fingers, slender embroidery needles flew out with precision, each hitting the bullseye without fail. Zhuang Mo was the last one left to start, and all eyes were on him, filled with expectation and curiosity. Zhang Zifei shouted from across the group, Zhuang Mo, I heard even Bian Shisan couldn't beat you. You're the top new recruit now, show us what you've got. In the crowd, Li Chao let out a derisive snort, his eyes flashing with disdain, but he didn't voice any challenge. Zhuang Mo scratched his head, and the paper backpack on his back opened automatically, making a soft rustling sound. A plain white sheet of paper floated out, as if it had a life of its own, landing in Zhuang Mo's palm. Under the watchful eyes of the others, it smoothly folded itself into a narrow-winged paper airplane. With a wave of his hand, the paper airplane shot out with such speed that its trajectory was almost invisible, hitting the bullseye dead center. This is hardly a challenge, Zhuang Mo thought. My ability is already at a level, my senses and combat power have improved a lot since level, and I can control paper within almost 80 meters, and this is just a 10-meter distance. For the others, his bullseye hit was expected. After all, the rumors were that Zhuang Mo had taken down a level 6 mutant and kicked other creatures. Missing a bullseye on a stationary target would have been surprising. Only Zhang Zifei's eyes widened. Did you see that? That piece of paper really turned into a paper airplane. As he exclaimed, 12 metal targets suddenly came to life, sliding back and forth in a staggered manner before smoothly gliding. The names of the 12 trainees blurred and flickered on the moving targets, making them hard to recognize. Shoot your own target. Jiang Ying's cold voice cut through the air, accompanied by the clear sound of sunflower seeds being cracked. Zhuang Mo thought to himself, of course, it wouldn't be as simple as a fixed 10-meter target. Just as he was about to raise his hand to aim, he felt something unusual beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw a metal platform had appeared beneath him without him noticing, and he was standing on it. As he wondered why he needed to be elevated given his already sufficient height, Zhang Zifei, to his left, became the first victim. The metal block under Zhang Zifei's feet began to slide at a steady pace. He stumbled a few steps, nearly slipping, before finally steadying himself, his face full of bewilderment. Anyone who misses the bulls, I won't get dinner tonight. Jiang Ying's leisurely voice sounded again, the crack of the sunflower seed shells even more pronounced. Zhang Zifei's predicament was awkward. The speed of the metal block under his feet was completely out of sync with the moving targets. But Zhuang Mo soon detected a pattern every 5 seconds. Zhang Zifei would have a 1-second window facing his own target, but that precious second vanished in the blink of an eye. 30 seconds passed, and Zhang Zifei hadn't even grazed the edge of his target, let alone hit the bullseye. With both the person and the target moving, shooting accuracy naturally decreases significantly, Zhuang Mo analyzed internally. This is the reality of the battlefield. Mutants and mutated animals won't stand still waiting to be shot. Awakened ones need to dodge attacks while finding shooting opportunities. In real combat, there aren't even these regularly moving metal blocks. With running, rolling, and jumping, accuracy would only be lower. Zhang Zifei's time ended, and the metal block stopped moving. It was now the turn of the wind element user, Xiaojia. He managed to hit a target, but unfortunately, it was the 9-ring on Lin Yinjing's target. Each person had 30 seconds, with only a fleeting 1-second window, to face their own target. Zhuang Mo quickly calculated the speeds of the targets and metal blocks in his mind, concluding, one must shoot a second in advance to hit the target. Pan Yi apparently grasped this rule too, successfully hitting his target, scoring 6 rings. Subsequent trainees almost all adopted the same strategy, aiming and shooting 1 second ahead, until Bian Shursan stepped up and hit 8 rings with 1 arrow. Bian Shursan is impressive. I bet he'll hit the bullseye in the next round. Pan Yi remarked with admiration in his eyes. Beside him, Lin Yinjing softly said, I'm looking forward to Zhuang Mo. He's the only one among us with a special ability. Pan Yi's gaze shifted to Zhuang Mo, whose metal block had already started moving. Hitting the target in the 1-second window wasn't difficult. The challenge was hitting the bullseye. The target is coming around. At that crucial second, Zhuang Mo released 5 paper airplanes simultaneously. Their metallic hard tips struck the metal target surface, producing a series of crisp, ringing sounds. After fulfilling their mission, the paper airplanes fell to the ground, but at that moment, everyone saw clearly all 5 paper airplanes hit Zhuang Mo's target, with one striking dead center. Bullseye, Zhuang Mo said with satisfaction, recalling the paper airplanes, a slight smile on his lips. If accuracy isn't enough, make up for it with quantity. Bullseye secured, dinner assured. Bian Shursan and Zhao Mingran watched Zhuang Mo's move with a look of inevitability, as if they had expected it. But Zhang Zifei was filled with disbelief, stammering. How? How can he control so many paper airplanes at once? I can barely manage 2 fireballs. Pan Yi was slightly taken aback, then analyzed. It must be due to his ability's nature. He doesn't need to solidify fireballs or earth shields himself, and paper is light, probably easier to control. 5 paper airplanes, all hitting the target, mostly within the 7-ring range, with 1 in the bullseye. His skills are indeed far superior to ours. Lin Yinjing gazed into the distance, her mind heavy with thoughts. Although Zhuang Mo's current abilities indeed surpassed theirs, she harbored doubts about his future development. His talent in paper control is high, but his potential for growth may be limited. It might be his aptitude for planting that's more promising, she pondered silently. As she considered her own ability to unleash powerful skills like frozen 10 miles after reaching level A, and the formidable offensive capabilities of other elemental types, she couldn't help but worry about Zhuang Mo's progression. At the shooting range, Pan Yi had just scored an 8. As the metal block came to a steady stop, he turned to Lin Yinjing and said, I actually hope to fight alongside him in the future. The training continued, and once all 12 participants successfully hit the bullseye, the situation suddenly took a turn. The targets no longer moved simply from side to side, but began to wander unpredictably in space, shifting randomly in all directions. Zhuang Mo even noticed 2 targets tracing a star pattern in the air. Jiang Ying removed the metal blocks beneath their feet, requiring everyone to shoot at these erratically moving targets while on the move, with only 30 seconds each. Zhang Zifei repeatedly missed and complained in frustration. What kind of training is this? It's hard to even find the targets in 30 seconds. Although he was usually skilled in shooting, he seemed helpless at the moment. Bai Xiaoyu mercilessly mocked him from the side. Did you hone your exceptional skills in kindergarten? Listening to their banter, Zhuang Mo tried to relieve some of the pressure, but the 12 erratic targets still gave him a headache. This challenge was far more difficult than the previous training of 5 paper planes hitting the same target, as he couldn't lock onto a target at all. Even if he could launch more paper planes, without a clear target, it would be futile. After a long hour, everyone barely completed the task. Zhuang Mo took about 40 minutes to hit the bullseye, slightly faster than the others, but he was already exhausted. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his clothes were soaked, and the paper planes in his hand had become battered from repeated impacts. Zhuang Mo lives up to his reputation, taking less time than the other newcomers, commented an assistant next to Jiang Ying. Poor stamina, Jiang Ying remarked tersely. After a 20-minute break, a new challenge awaited them. The 12 targets disappeared, replaced by a giant spinning wheel with 12 colored segments, each bearing their names. Zhuang Mo saw his name written in the green section and felt a momentary relief. Thinking green was easier to spot, but Jiang Ying's command came swiftly. Shoot the pointer when it lands on your colored segment. No sooner had she spoken than the wheel began spinning rapidly, blurring all the colors into one. They needed to aim not at the segments themselves, but at the pointer, which was only a centimeter wide. Initially, Zhuang Mo shot blindly, but with each attempt, he was surprised to find the segments gradually becoming clearer in his vision, and even the tiny pointer seemed easier to spot. The abilities of the awakened truly improve in battle. A paper airplane pierced through the air and hit the target precisely. Zhuang Mo suddenly felt drained, collapsing heavily onto the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. His mental focus, once intensely concentrated, abruptly relaxed, leaving him feeling utterly exhausted. Although his A-level abilities could barely sustain the intensity of this training, his mental energy had already reached its limit. Before he could catch his breath, the other 11 trainees hit the target one after another. Zhuang Mo inwardly lamented. Why do these geniuses improve so quickly? Can't I just have a little more rest? Suddenly, the large spinning wheel in front of him shrank to a tiny 10-centimeter diameter, with its color blocks and pointers shrinking in sync, yet its spinning speed increased. To make matters worse, the wheel not only spun but also moved erratically across the training area like a mad top. Zhuang Mo was on the verge of tears, again. He glanced around at the other 11, and apart from Zhao Mengran, who looked excited, everyone else seemed equally exhausted. Providing him some comfort wasn't the only one worn out. Time blurred in the intensity of the training. After an unknown period, the moment Zhuang Mo's paper airplane finally hit the target, he stumbled and collapsed to the ground, like a rag drained of all strength. He had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before he had to get up again. 10-minute group rest, came the cold voice of Jiang Ying after Zhang Zifei hit the target. Zhuang Mo exhaled deeply. Zhang Zifei lay on the ground like a dead dog, a far cry from his previous boisterous self. Even the ever-energetic Zhao Mengran had lost the eager glint in his eyes, replaced by a look of bewilderment. The enclosed training room fell into a dead silence, with no one speaking a testament to how even talking had become a luxury in their extreme exhaustion. The 10 minutes flew by. The spinning wheel vanished, replaced by countless colorful metal fragments flying from the opposite wall. These fragments moved at incredible speeds, not attacking directly, but swirling in a metal storm. Hit your own color block, Jiang Ying commanded authoritatively. Hit someone else's color, 50 frog jumps. Fail to hit any of your color blocks within 5 minutes, 100 frog jumps. The 12 colors of metal blocks mixed and swirled, making Zhuang Mo's scalp tingle. Green, tell me, how can I avoid hitting someone else's color block? He muttered, running a hand through his sweat-soaked hair, before launching a paper airplane. The others were clearly just as frantic, but Jiang Ying's orders left them no choice. For a time, the 12 of them ran back and forth, the training ground descending into chaos. Shooting, frog jumping, jumping, shooting. The speed of the colorful metal pieces increased, their paths more chaotic. Jump, jump, shoot, jump. About 2 hours later, all 12 were sprawled on the ground. Unlike the mental strain-induced exhaustion from before, this time it was a complete depletion of both mental and physical reserves. The training room echoed only with their heavy breathing, devoid of other sounds. Only then did Zhuang Mo realize he couldn't even feel the pain from the numerous wounds on his body. Compared to this, the afternoon's training was far more terrifying than the pain. He felt his spirit, strength, and energy had been pushed to the brink. Get up, continue. Jiang Ying's voice reverberated through the enclosed space, cold and merciless. No sooner had she spoken than hundreds of steel balls rained down on the 12 on the ground, while 12 targets moved erratically 15 meters away. Zhuang Mo gritted his teeth against the soreness in his body, rolling swiftly on the ground before springing to his feet. What the hell? He roared internally. We have to dodge attacks and shoot targets. The problem was, he was almost out of strength. In the monitoring room, Jiang Ying was leisurely enjoying the two meet, one vegetable meal brought by an assistant. When she saw Huang Lin enter, she continued chewing and remarked, Pan E is too mild-mannered, even more so than his sister. He's sincere, but lacks a bit of ferocity. He needs more honing. Li Chao's physical regeneration abilities are getting their small injuries heal almost instantly. But like other physical-type students, he's strong, but not very agile. If it weren't for Zhuang Mo awakening his special abilities, Bian San would definitely be the strongest of this batch, like a precise blade. How is Zhuang Mo doing now? Huang Lin asked. A hint of a smile appeared on Jiang Ying's lips. Looks like he's reached a level. What? Huang Lin was shocked. That's impossible. Even for a genius, it takes at least 6 months to reach a level from admission. He's only been here for less than 2 months. Jiang Ying took a bite of a meatball and explained slowly. You can't fake reaction speed and ability control in combat. During the moving target shooting, although he started out like everyone else, his completion time was a whole third faster. By the time he got to the rotating dial challenge, he could focus absolutely, even to the point of exhausting himself. Others might rely on instinct, but he actually sees what he's hitting. Weren't previous special ability users slower than this? Huang Lin was still in disbelief. I've said before, Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He will become the most powerful warrior. Huang Lin wanted to mention Han Juanfeng's intention to reassign Zhuang Mo to farming, but swallowed his words. Such talent would be wasted anywhere but on the battlefield. At this time, Zhuang Mo wasn't aware that his level had been exposed, but he no longer cared. In such intense training, hiding his strength was pointless. Even at full power, he was still battered by the steel pellets. In a haze, he felt someone rush into the training room, and then he was carried to the medical room. The familiar nurse frowned, concerned, and said, How are you covered in injuries again? Is Flevel training this brutal now? As she spoke, she sprinkled fine ginger-colored medicinal powder on his wounds. It's a special military supply that Teacher Jiang specifically ordered. Your wounds will heal overnight. Zhuang Mo just lay there, his brain too exhausted to think. The young woman gently helped him take off his pants, carefully tending to the scrapes on his backside, and advised him, Don't take a shower tonight. As the cool sensation touched the wound on his left side, Zhuang Mo gradually came back to his senses and nodded. He glanced at his watch. It was already 9 p.m. The academy only supplied water starting at 8 p.m. and only for 15 minutes each time, so there wasn't enough time to shower. Plus, the cafeteria was already closed by this hour. Zhuang Mo lamented internally, blaming Jiang Ying. She promised that hitting the bullseye would get him a meal, but he still missed dinner. It seemed he'd have to ask Han Lingyu to buy him food in advance next time. Zhang Zifei suddenly sat up in bed and whispered, We've missed dinner. By Xiaoyu, instead of her usual retort, was also taken aback and admitted, I'm hungry too. Li Chao's stomach let out an enormous growl, loud enough to almost shake the room, drawing everyone's eyes to him. His face flushed with embarrassment, he snapped. What are you looking at? I didn't fart. After enduring prolonged physical and mental exhaustion and overusing their abilities, they were indeed in dire need of food, craving it more than relief from their pain and fatigue. Just then, Jiang Ying's voice echoed in the infirmary. Gather in the closed training field in 10 minutes. The room erupted in groans at the announcement. Seriously? More training? I'm aching all over and can barely move. If we're going to train, can't we eat first? Having just regained some strength, Zhuang Mo fell silent again. Jiang Ying, you're really pushing it. 10 minutes later, the 12 students helped each other as they trudged towards the enclosed training ground. At this point, the ability of physical regeneration showed some advantages. Li Chao's injuries were barely visible, even without the nurse's treatment, and he supported the wind element users Han Lehui and Xiao Jia like a mother hen with her chicks. Zhao Mingran had recovered well, and a few minutes of rest had restored much of her energy, putting her in a better state than the others. Bian Shursen seemed accustomed to the pain and softly remarked, The wounds don't hurt anymore, but my energy is completely drained. Zhuang Mo, leaning on Zhao Mingran while supporting Bian Shursen, barely made it back, his steps slowly crossing the small door of the infirmary. He couldn't help but worry about his fellow wood element classmates. How were they doing today? Had the plum trees grown a little taller? Jiang Ying watched them on the monitor, smiling softly as they supported each other coming in. Zhuang Mo looked up, as if hearing her laughter, and felt a surge of anger. Jiang Ying, this is just too much, he thought to himself. As everyone sat down, Jiang Ying announced, No more training for now. We'll be showing you some video materials. Zhuang Mo immediately pulled out 3 lounge chairs, handing them to Bian Shursan and Zhao Mingran, then paused, gritting his teeth, and continued to pull out 9 more. In their state of pain and exhaustion, these lounge chairs were more precious than anything. Even if each chair cost 100 points, they would probably be willing to pay. But under these circumstances, Zhuang Mo decided not to take advantage of the situation to make a profit, as he valued his reputation for long-term business. Considering their current condition, he chose not to conduct any business and asked Zhao Mingran to distribute the lounge chairs. Everyone expressed their gratitude, and even Li Chao received an oversized chair. A blush spread across his face as he quietly said, "Thank you." Zhao Mingran ignored him and silently returned to Zhuang Mo's side. Zhuang Mo lay on the chair, feeling some of his strength returning. Suddenly, the metal wall opposite him began to change, and a giant screen slowly emerged. Initially, the screen was pitch black, with only different voices emanating from it. "My name is Zhao Ijia, and I'm about to die," a trembling male voice said. "I'm freezing to death here, but I hope I die from the cold. I heard that the mutants don't like to eat dead meat." Another voice followed. "Many flowers withered tonight. My rose sprouted fresh green leaves, but it mutated. I'm now covered in rose thorns. I guess it's a romantic way to die." Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the silence. "Mutants! The mutants are here. A group of them. A group," the voice abruptly stopped, followed by a resolute roar. "Even if I die, I'll take a mutant down with me." After these voices faded, the screen displayed black and white footage, the image blurry and the camera shaking violently. An old man appeared on screen, his voice eerily calm. "My wife and son were eaten by the mutants. I can't survive much longer. The mutants have arrived. I can smell their disgusting stench." The camera zoomed in on the elderly man, his hair white and his grip firm on a rusty iron rod, his face gaunt like a mummy, and his eyes hollow. His tone was unusually calm, as if recounting something unrelated to him. In the next moment, he swung the iron rod, striking the head of a mutant that charged into view. Immediately after, his body was brutally torn apart on screen, blood spraying and staining the entire lens. After a brief blackout, the screen lit up again, revealing a tearful mother holding a small child tightly. "She's only 1 year old. She can't even speak," the mother pleaded desperately. "Who will save me? Who will save me?" Her voice grew weaker as she trembled, hiding the child in a wardrobe before turning to face the door, being frantically battered. The camera didn't capture the mother's final fate. Only the chilling screams and chewing sounds filled the audio, accompanied by the clear cries of the child inside the wardrobe. A twisted mutant entered the frame, easily finding the infant hidden inside, grabbing her tiny legs and cruelly tearing her apart. Zhuang Mo realized this wasn't a movie but a real record left by humanity on the brink of extinction. He silently folded a paper tiger and held it tightly to his chest, as if it could offer him some comfort. After a few seconds of pause, an elder with tears in his eyes appeared on the screen. "The first awakened human has emerged. Humanity hasn't reached its end. Hope can overcome everything. He has awakened the ability to control fire, representing the flame of hope for humanity." The screen then showed a scruffy man with bright, piercing eyes. "We discovered that the white crystals in the mutants' brains can be used as an energy source. Our regress technology will progress in a whole new way. We call it the crystal core, and we believe human civilization will enter a new era. I believe technological advancements will change our lives, and human civilization will endure." The scene switched to a woman in military uniform with short dark brown hair appearing on the screen. She exuded the unique iron-blooded aura of a soldier, her voice firm and powerful. "The central base of the Federation, the first line of defense, is impenetrable." Next to her, another short-haired female officer appeared, and Zhuang Mo instantly recognized the young Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying affectionately wrapped her arm around the stern officer, smiling at the camera. "With Jiang Ying and Su Jingxin here, you can rest easy." Zhuang Mo's heart skipped a beat. This was the legendary reformer, Su Jingxin. Beside them, a slightly younger man was passionately reciting poetry. "The blue early spring flowers cannot resist the cold winter night, but she will not perish. I will hold her tightly, hold her tightly." Jiang Ying's voice came from the screen, full of energy. "Su Jingxin, stop reading your cheesy poems. They're giving me a headache." Listening to this familiar and lively voice, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but hold the paper tiger in his arms even tighter, as if trying to grasp the time that had already passed. Former comrades who once fought side by side and shared laughter are now on completely different paths. Jiang Ying, Su Jingxin, Su Jingsun. Zhuang Mo shook his head, trying to clear his mind of chaotic thoughts, and refocused on the screen in front of him. After a brief blackout, the screen showed a middle-aged man with unnaturally pale skin, his eyes sunken but his voice carrying a somber yet resolute power. "A level 9 variant king has appeared at the first defense line of the southern base. All station troops are to remain at the defense line." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen went dark again, this time not lighting up. Zhuang Mo looked down at his hand and realized that at some point, the small paper tiger he had folded had been crumpled into a wrinkled ball of paper in his unconscious grip. "Tiger, I'm sorry," he murmured softly, a wave of indescribable melancholy washing over him. The atmosphere in the training room was so heavy it was nearly suffocating. In the large enclosed space, only intermittent sobs and silent breaths could be heard. Zhuang Mo glanced sideways and saw Zhao Mengran's tear-streaked face, her lips tightly pressed to keep from making a sound. He pulled a soft tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. Damn variants. Bien Shusan's voice came out through gritted teeth, vibrating with a low hum. Zhuang Mo noticed the bloody wounds on his arm marks he had unconsciously scratched in anger. Zhuang Mo sighed and handed him a tissue as well. In his past life, Zhuang Mo was picky about movies, easily losing immersion if an actor's performance was slightly off. But now he realized that no acting could truly capture the despair of humanity or the genuine light of hope in one's eyes. Tiger, being a little dog isn't so bad. You don't have to feel these complex emotions, he silently thought to the ball of paper. The sound of a sliding metal door broke the silence in the room. Jiang Ying entered the training room with a confident stride. She had shed the youthful inexperience seen in the video, now exuding a sharp, authoritative presence that brooked no argument. Upon seeing Jiang Ying, Zhuang Mo slowly adjusted from a half-reclining position to sitting upright, while the other 11 had already snapped to attention, showing their respect. Fast movers, Zhuang Mo muttered to himself. Don't your legs ache? Doesn't your waist hurt? Doesn't your heart ache? Just as he struggled to stand, Jiang Ying gestured for everyone to sit down, allowing Zhuang Mo to relax a bit. He expected Jiang Ying to deliver some motivational speech about training hard for the survival of humanity. Unexpectedly, she seemed slightly awkward as she cleared her throat. I've arranged for the cafeteria to prepare a customized meal with 2 meats and 2 vegetables for you. I forgot to tell you to go eat. How could you forget that? Zhuang Mo inwardly roared with anger. Forgetting to feed us? Why not forget about your snacks? The next moment, Jiang Ying added, oh, and during the training, the cost of the meals will be covered by the academy. Zhuang Mo felt a bit more at ease, at least knowing the training included meals, and Jiang Ying's conscience wasn't completely absent. But then Jiang Ying continued, every day, I'll set a standard. If you don't meet it, you'll train on an empty stomach. Huh. Today we all hit the bullseye, yet there's no sign of food, Zhuang Mo thought with a sarcastic smile. Jiang Ying's gaze swept over each face before she smiled. That's it for today's training. Go eat. The cafeteria has saved meals for you. As soon as she finished, Li Chao bolted out of the training room like a gust of wind, leaving Zhuang Mo wide-eyed. Big guys can't afford to be hungry, it seemed. Li Chao looked ready to devour an entire cow. Zhuang Mo was actually past hunger, but Zhao Minggran gave him no time to think. She effortlessly hoisted him over her shoulder and sprinted toward the cafeteria, swiftly overtaking the running Li Chao. Bounced around and dizzy, Zhuang Mo could only silently complain. Is Zhao Minggran a monster? Aren't her legs tired? Don't her wounds hurt? The next morning, the first class was the wood element course. As Zhuang Mo sat in the classroom, he suddenly found it more endearing than ever before. The nurse's advice had proven true. The medicine was indeed effective. After a night's recovery, his wounds had scabbed over and were almost unnoticeable. Jiang Ying hadn't lied either. The cafeteria had saved 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes for them, and he even got to enjoy some aromatic shrimp. However, the training was truly grueling. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. While his fellow wood element classmates were all energetic, he was already dreading the upcoming training. Yesterday's training had at least started in the afternoon, but today was different. After finishing the first specialized class, Zhuang Mo had to head straight to the training grounds. For the rest of the day, he would be practicing with Jiang Ying from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. In the past, when he read novels about supernatural abilities or cultivation, he always imagined the protagonist training silently, battling monsters, and leveling up with great excitement. But now, faced with the reality himself, he just wanted to stay in the wood element classroom and not venture out. He was from the wood element, the gentle wood element. Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi entered the classroom one after the other. Sitting close to Zhuang Mo, Han Lingyu gently handed him a small box. I made some dried fruits and vegetables and pork jerky at home yesterday for you to boost your energy during training, she said with a smile. You can share some with others if you'd like. Making these didn't take much effort, and the fruits and vegetables are homegrown, so they're not worth much in points. Zhuang Mo accepted the box, feeling a warmth in his heart, almost bringing tears to his eyes. Yi Xingqi leaned over and said, the pork is from a whole leg I brought from home. Eat as much as you want. There's more if you need it. Zhuang Mo was deeply moved, silently acknowledging that while Yi Xingqi could be shameless at times, he certainly had his good points. After expressing his gratitude, he began to vent his frustrations, openly stating that the training was just too tough and he really didn't want to go. Han Lingyu shook her head helplessly. The school committee has already decided for you to attend the training. Old Han even discussed with several people to try and get you off the list, but it was no use. Zhuang Mo sighed, knowing deep down that although the training was tough, it also promised rapid improvement. He had no intention of quitting. Although he didn't aspire to be a lone hero saving the world, he did want to live better, to be stronger and self-sufficient. So, despite the fatigue, he was willing to endure the pain of training. A passing wood element classmate patted Zhuang Mo on the shoulder, winking as he asked, so, have you shown everyone the might of the wood element in training? Zhuang Mo responded with a confident smile. Of course, no matter where I go, even among geniuses, they'll stand out as exceptionally strong. A few people immediately gathered around, praising Zhuang Mo. Our Zhuang Mo is undoubtedly the top freshman in combat, as acknowledged by Bian Shursan himself. What's training compared to that? There's no way it could be too challenging for Zhuang Mo. In sparring, Zhuang Mo could take on two opponents at once. Everyone joked and teased as they talked about Zhuang Mo's performance in training. Zhuang Mo smiled, feeling a bit more at ease. He knew that behind these compliments was their encouragement, and perhaps the training wasn't so daunting after all. Absolutely, absolutely, whatever you say. Zhuang Mo nodded like a bobblehead, wearing a classic perfunctory smile. He had long mastered the art of dealing with his Wood-element classmates. Just agree with whatever they say. It was the same tactic he used when chatting with Song Yulong. All he had to do was nod along. Yeah, that's right, he echoed, while inwardly sneering. This bunch of chatterboxes. Wait until I become your leader in the plantation. I'll make sure you're so busy with work, you won't have time to talk. The classroom door swung open, and Han Junfeng strode in. Everyone immediately scattered back to their seats. Standing at the front, Han Junfeng scanned the room. This lesson is about rice cultivation, he announced in a booming voice. While tasks like land preparation, seedling cultivation, planting, and irrigation are handled by ordinary people, those with wood elements need to understand these processes. I've sent the materials to the class group. You can check them after class. Today, we'll focus on the key points for accelerating rice growth. He paused briefly before continuing. Soon, you'll be accelerating rice growth yourselves. Different plants have different temperaments. Previously, you may have used the same energy for everything, but as your energy control improves, you should notice variations when dealing with different plants. Rice prefers warm and humid conditions, so you need to adjust your energy to match its growth habits for optimal results. You'll need to experience this balance during practical exercises. The classmates nodded attentively, but Zhuang Mo was utterly confused, his brow furrowed. What warmth? What humidity? What matching growth habits? Wasn't accelerating growth just about channeling energy in? He had only been in intensive training for half a day, so why was everyone suddenly on a different wavelength? It felt like a college-level math class that went from addition to calculus overnight. Although he knew he was mainly sensing plant fibers, he could also detect the soupy bits and bumpy bits inside. Why hadn't he sensed any energy changes? He was supposed to have talent surpassing the advanced level, right? Could it be that his talent was so high that he didn't need these ordinary sensations? It wasn't impossible. After all, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. When the class ended, Zhuang Mo wanted to discuss this with Han Lingyu, but he saw Bian Shursan already waiting at the door, looking drowsy. He had to suppress his doubts and follow Bian Shursan to the enclosed training room. Today's training was identical to the previous day, straight into dodging steel ball attacks. Zhuang Mo darted around the room, his training clothes soaked in sweat, cursing internally. Which assistant is targeting me, and why always aim for my thighs? The speed and number of steel ball attacks had slightly increased, and the targets and turntables moved faster too. Although Zhuang Mo's reflexes had improved, the bruises on his body only multiplied. At noon, they were allowed to eat a nutritious meal at the cafeteria and then rest in their dorms for half an hour. In the afternoon, the intense training continued until 9 at night. Fortunately, with the change in class schedules, the academy's water supply was shifted to 9:30. Zhuang Mo thought he could at least enjoy a cold shower and then cuddle with Huji on the beta delightful prospect. Exhausted, he lay on the cold metal floor of the training room, dreaming of the comfort of his bed after a long day. But reality hit when a burly man hoisted him up like a sack and tossed him into the infirmary. The gentle nurse in the infirmary carefully disinfected his wounds before applying a ginger-colored powder. Once the medicine is on, no showers, she reminded him. When will I stop getting hurt? His dream of a shower shattered. Zhuang Mo blinked back tears, his eyes as vacant as Bian Shursan's. Amidst his sorrow and frustration, he heard Pan Yi's voice. Instructor Jiang announced, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, meet at the sports field. Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up instantly. The sports field? No steel balls in the enclosed training room tomorrow? Out of all the academy's courses, physical training was his least favorite, but now the word sports field filled him with hope. The sports field was great, physical training was great. He'd rather carry 50 pounds and run 100 laps than be stuck in the enclosed training room. With the anticipation of being able to take a shower without getting injured the next day, Zhuang Mo slept exceptionally well that night and woke up feeling refreshed. At 10 o'clock, the field presented a bewildering scene. A pool of clear water rippling gently, a pile of iron sand glinting with a metallic sheen, a mound of earth standing quietly, a block of ice reflecting the sunlight, a lightning net crackling with blue sparks, two swirling air currents forming mini tornadoes, a blazing fireball bouncing in the air, three bulging sandbags, and a thick wooden stake all neatly arranged. Jiang Ying stood in the center of the field, with a row of teaching assistants behind her. Zhuang Mo carefully observed these training tools and quickly realized that each item corresponded to his classmates' unique abilities. Water for Bai Xiaoyu, iron sand for Bian Shursan. and those sandbags were clearly for those with physical abilities. He frowned in thought, wondering why he couldn't see anything related to his paper-based ability. Just then, a teaching assistant brought over a chair. Zhuang Mo squinted and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wasn't that the paper lounge chair he had made with his ability 2 days ago? After watching a video, everyone had hurried off to eat, leaving the chair behind in the sealed training ground. When they returned the next day, the chair was gone, much to the disappointment of his classmates. So Jiang had taken it. Zhuang Mo silently criticized, a teacher stealing a student's chair. Jiang reclined elegantly on the spoils and announced, at your current energy level, you can't yet condense these elements. But that doesn't mean you can't control them. Today, we're training your ability to control your powers. She glanced around. Each of you will keep your corresponding element above your head, maintaining its current form, and run 10 laps around the field. Those with physical abilities will carry the sandbags. Pan-E, you demonstrate. Pan-E stepped forward and raised his hands, causing the mound of earth to slowly rise above his head. But he soon looked strained. Teacher Jiang, I'm not sure I can manage 10 laps. Jiang didn't even bother to look up, coldly replying, can't manage? Then bury yourself. Hearing this, Pan-E immediately started running. Watching his classmates take turns attempting this challenge, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but worry for Zhang Zifei, who was balancing a fireball. A moment of inattention, and the fireball singed a few hairs. Ah, my hair! Zhang Zifei exclaimed, hastily pushing the fireball upward and running away awkwardly. Finally, it was Zhuang Mo's turn. He hesitantly asked, Teacher Jiang, there's no paper here. Jiang gave a meaningful smile, pointing to the thick wooden stake. Aren't you a wood type? Run with it above your head. Remember, it must be suspended, not carried like those with physical abilities. But I control paper in battles, Zhuang Mo tried to protest. Controlling wood and controlling paper both train your control ability. It doesn't matter, go on. Jiang waved dismissively. Zhuang Mo's face darkened as he mentally cursed Jiang, but he ultimately had to use his ability to make the massive wooden stake tremble and float above his head. The large shadow it cast loomed over him, adding a layer of tension as he ran. Who wouldn't be scared with such a large piece of wood hovering overhead? Zhuang Mo looked at the net of fireballs with a worried expression, unaware that he was the one who should be more concerned. The sight of Jiang made him grit his teeth, and he ran, panting, to Bian Shirsan's side, carrying a wooden log. Above Bian Shirsan's head, the iron sand was crumbling, barely maintaining its shape. This sight unexpectedly gave Zhuang Mo a sense of balance. At least he was dealing with solid wood, and didn't have to focus on maintaining an elemental form like the others. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he felt guilty. Bian Shirsan was his most precious friend. How could he think like that? Bian Shirsan gritted his teeth, quickly gathering the falling iron sand back together. Zhuang Mo watched in awe, proud of the teammate he had believed in from the start. After 5 laps, Zhuang Mo was exhausted, more so than after running 100 laps normally. Just as the tension in his brow and chest began to ease, Jiang Ying's cold voice came again. 5 more laps. In a daze, Zhuang Mo realized that the wooden log on the ground had somehow become 2, stacked on top of each other. He cursed Jiang Ying inwardly, but had no choice but to obediently channel his energy to make the logs float. Yet, they still thudded heavily to the ground. Teacher Jiang, 2 logs are too heavy. I really can't control them. Zhuang Mo pleaded pitifully. Jiang Ying merely raised an eyebrow and clapped her hands. Instantly, a new wooden log was added to the stack in front of Zhuang Mo. Teacher Jiang, this is... Zhuang Mo began, but Jiang Ying clapped again, and an assistant immediately brought another log. Learning his lesson, Zhuang Mo said nothing and started running with the 2 logs. He regretted not remembering sooner that Jiang Ying's orders were to be executed, not questioned. Now, every word he spoke seemed to add another log, clearly all prepared in advance. He couldn't help but wonder if they would just keep adding more. Passing by Bian Shirsan, he noticed the iron sand above him had stabilized, and Bian Shirsan even had the energy to cheer him on. Zhuang Mo, keep it up. You too, Zhuang Mo replied, just as the logs nearly slipped from his grasp. He quickly used his ability to stabilize them, thankful for his quick reflexes almost ruining his hairstyle. After 5 more laps, Zhuang Mo collapsed to the ground at the finish line, the logs hitting the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Looking at Jiang Ying, who was now covered in dust, he weakly said, Sorry, Teacher Jiang, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't hold on anymore. 3 logs, 5 laps, Jiang Ying ordered with a cold smile. At lunchtime, Zhuang Mo was complaining to Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi while enjoying a hearty meal. You won't believe it. She made me run with 3 logs as thick as my waist, and everyone except Shirsan and Ranran stayed far away, afraid of getting hit. Not only is my ability nearly depleted, but the real killer is that my mind is still on edge, like there's a wire pulling at my forehead. Meanwhile, a few assistants were also having lunch, whispering among themselves. 3 wooden logs weigh dozens of pounds together. For an level ability user to control something so heavy, that's got to be a record, right? Even the A-level record is only 26 pounds. Sure, he doesn't have to maintain an elemental form, but that's still crazy. The lunch break passed quickly, and in the afternoon, Zhuang Mo was stunned as soon as he stepped onto the playground. To his disbelief, the once normal field had turned into a mud pit in just one midday. Mounds of earth, fireballs, and wooden stakes were scattered everywhere, while Jiang Ying lounged comfortably on a chair. Seeing Jiang Ying so relaxed, a surge of frustration rose in Zhuang Mo. He mischievously imagined using his powers to collapse the paper chair, sending the tormenting teacher tumbling into the mud. The thought of her looking so disheveled was satisfying. However, reality was harsher than imagination as 5 minutes later, he found himself struggling through knee-deep mud, burdened with 3 heavy wooden stakes. Under Jiang Ying's instructions, he had to maneuver these stakes through 5 laps in the mud pit. The thick sludge threatened to swallow his legs, and each step felt like a battle. He had to control the stakes above him while being cautious of his footing, concentrating so hard, he couldn't even spare a thought to curse Jiang Ying. Despite his caution, he twisted his ankle and fell into the mud with a splash. Luckily, he reacted quickly, flinging the stakes away to avoid being hit by them. Just as he lay in the mud, hoping to rest, Jiang Ying's cold voice cut through. You have 15 minutes total. If you don't finish 5 laps, you'll go hungry tonight. Always using food as a threat. Zhuang Mo cursed inwardly, struggling to get back on his feet. This time, he smartened up, using a bit of his power to support his feet. Though he couldn't quite float, it did help conserve some energy. Finally, he reached the starting point with the timer showing 14 minutes and 59 seconds. Just as he sighed in relief, Jiang Ying casually announced a new order. Another 5 laps, with a 14-minute limit. At this, Zhang Zifei let out a wail like a pig being slaughtered. Teacher Jiang, I really can't do it anymore. Look at my hair. It's almost all burned off. His head was covered in mud, making it impossible to see how much hair was left. Looking around, the other 11 had their own unique states of disarray. Some were dripping wet, some had a patch of scalp exposed by a whirlwind, others had hair standing on end from static electricity. Only the 3 strong guys and Pan E seemed in slightly better shape. Though Zhuang Mo suspected the Mount Pan E brought back wasn't the original one, the dry earth was nearly mud. As for himself, his toes were bruised and swollen from being hit by a stake. Begging for a meal is no easy task, Zhuang Mo sighed internally. Seeing Zhang Zifei's outcry make the fireball above him grow larger, he quickly shut his mouth, cursing silently. Wicked witch. Dark mountain demon. In the end, the timer stopped at 13 minutes and 59 seconds. Zhuang Mo was utterly exhausted, unable to even lift a single stake. He was covered in mud from head to toe, his lips the color of earth. Out of the 12 of them, only Zhang Zifei, Xiao Jie, and Li Chao failed to meet the requirement. Xiao Jie simply exceeded the time limit, while Li Chao and Zhang Zifei returned empty-handed. Li Chao, who found it easiest to run with a sandbag, had little chance of exceeding the time limit. However, he couldn't resist mocking Zhang Zifei for having his hair singed by a fireball. In anger, Zhang Zifei hurled a large fireball at him, burning the sandbag. Li Chao extinguished the fire with mud. Now, both returned empty-handed and realized their impulsiveness meant going hungry, leaving them dejected. Yet, no one paid attention to their mood as Jiang Ying instructed a water element assistant to act as a water source for the 12 of them. Finally, it was Zhuang Mo's turn. Feeling the rush of water from head to toe, he quickly used waterproof paper to wipe off the mud. Although he couldn't take a proper shower, after several days without one, Zhuang Mo was quite satisfied. Moreover, Jiang Ying having the water element clean them off indicated the mud run was over for today. Rest for half an hour to restore your energy, Jiang Ying told the 12. Zhuang Mo was too exhausted to complain, realizing that even recovering energy counted as rest now. But it was indeed much easier than running through the mud with a wooden stake. He didn't even bother to unfold a deck chair, instead leaning against a willow tree. The others did the same, with 2 or 3 people resting against each tree. At this moment, Zhuang Mo finally got a good look at Zhang Zifei's head. Who knows how the fireball burned it, but Zhang Zifei's hair now resembled a martial artist's halo, with just a ring left around the edges and the middle completely scorched. A pitiful sight. One can only hope his intelligence matches this hairstyle. Fortunately, he had Li Chao for company, whose hair was reduced to just 2 patches by his ears in the tickling incident, resembling a panda's eyes. While one's own misery is dreadful, the double misery of others can be oddly comforting. Zhuang Mo withdrew his gaze, feeling somewhat better physically and mentally. He began to form hand seals, one thumb pointing to the sky, the other to the ground, silently mouthing the incantation. Having used up a lot of his powers, he needed to replenish them quickly. With his eyes closed, he missed the spectacle on the field. A group of level earth and water students had combined their efforts to gather the mud, and soon the field was restored to its original state. When Zhuang Mo opened his eyes, he was bewildered by the swift cleaning. It wasn't until Bian Shusan explained that he understood Jiang Ying's dual-purpose strategy. training the 12 in power control while also giving the level earth and water students some practice. After the half-hour rest, the 12 stood in a line before Jiang Ying, awaiting her instructions. Run 100 laps to rest, then we'll change locations, Jiang Ying said. Was running laps considered rest? Zhuang Mo internally shouted, yet secretly rejoiced. Running 100 laps without carrying a wooden stake was relatively easy. Realizing this, his standards had clearly lowered. The days of intense training had redefined his understanding of rest and relaxation. Running 100 laps before training used to be grueling, yet now it seemed easy? Running laps as rest? Clearly not. As this dawned on him, Zhuang Mo was filled with tears of realization. In the high-intensity training, even running 100 laps was considered rest. What awaited them after Jiang Ying's promise of a change in location, a sea of fire and knives? While they rested, an assistant timing them mentioned to Jiang Ying that Zhuang Mo always finished in 59 seconds, just shy of the qualifying time. Jiang Ying smiled. That kid hasn't reached his limit yet. After completing 100 laps, Jiang Ying informed everyone to gather at the academy's entrance. A bus was already waiting there, which surprised every idiot. Seemed the next training location wasn't within the academy. What puzzled them even more was that teacher Jiang didn't seem to be joining them. On the bus, Zhuang Mo took out some provisions that Han Lingyu had prepared for him from his backpack: dried fruits, vegetables, and jerky, and offered some to Bian San and Zhao Mingran. Looking around, most of the others had brought bread and cookies. After all, they were kids raised in the safe zone, and even if they weren't from prominent families, they were at least prepared. It seemed Bian San and Zhao Mingran had never thought about bringing food, and if it weren't for Han Lingyu's thoughtfulness, Zhuang Mo would have been empty-handed as well. He finally understood what Han Lingyu meant by, "You can share with others." She specifically meant these two. The bus eventually stopped in front of a training base, and the sight left everyone stunned. Pan Yi whispered that this was the only training base within the safe zone. In the safe zone, where every inch of land was precious, aside from residential areas, there were fields, and military training bases were usually set in the ruins. Zhuang Mo looked at the football field-sized training ground in front of him and couldn't help but gasp. It was filled with daunting obstacles, paths lined with sharp blades glinting coldly, towering barriers, bottomless pits, wide trenches, spiraling rope ladders, crisscrossing ground stake nets, shaky balance beams, and flaming hoops. He turned to Bian San with a wry smile. "I might have awakened a precognitive ability." Seeing the other's puzzled look, he explained, "While running this morning, I was thinking about the phrase mountains of knives and seas of fire, and it seems teacher Jiang really set it up for us." Jiang Ying stood straight and announced the rules concisely. "Start when you hear the explosion. The last one must run 3 more times. Using abilities to attack others or destroy obstacles is prohibited, as is taking detours." Standing at the starting line, Zhuang Mo carefully examined the obstacle course ahead. The first challenge was the long path of blades. Just as he was about to devise a strategy, a loud bang sounded. The other 11 participants immediately dashed forward, leaving Zhuang Mo standing there, lost in thought. He noticed Bian San cleverly using a piece of metal to step on, while Zhao Mingran glided over the blades as lightly as a feather. Unfortunately, the burly Li Chao wasn't as lucky. The heavier the weight, the more severe the injury. Others also chose to pass quickly like Zhao Mingran, but those who were slower clearly suffered more. The assistants nearby started murmuring when they saw Zhuang Mo still not moving. What's Zhuang Mo doing? Is the top new recruit so arrogant that he even gives others a few seconds head start? Is he really going to run the obstacle course with that backpack? Someone murmured in the crowd. Jiang Ying frowned, clearly worried about Zhuang Mo's choice. These awakened ones from the safe zone were all expertly trained from a young age. But Zhuang Mo wasn't being arrogant. He simply wanted to see how these people would navigate the razor's edge path. After observing for a moment, he swiftly pulled out 2 sheets of paper, transforming them into a paper exoskeleton, and lightly leaped onto the razor's edge path. Prohibited from bypassing obstacles? He wasn't breaking any rules. This was a legitimate leap over. With a single bound, Zhuang Mo soared over several contestants who were climbing, landing steadily and quickly catching up to Zhao Mingran. "That's an incredible jump," gasps erupted around him. Meanwhile, Li Chao, struggling on the ground to regenerate the soles of his feet, yelled angrily, "That's not fair." Hearing him, Zhuang Mo deliberately turned back, looking down at him from above. "Unfair? Didn't you use your powers?" Li Chao looked at his almost healed feet, speechless. Zhuang Mo said no more and disappeared ahead with a few more jumps. When he reached the net of ground stakes, Zhuang Mo had to slow down, crawling forward like a regular person. At this point, only Zhao Mingran was ahead of him, a girl with a body like steel and a face like a doll, struggling to pass through the low net due to her muscular build. Having too much muscle isn't always a good thing, Zhuang Mo thought. If she encounters a narrow passage. No, a man shouldn't think like that. Soon, he easily leaped over the balance beam and arrived at the fire hoop. Zhao Mingran was still battling the trench. while Zhuang Mo quickly fashioned a simple fireproof suit from 2 sheets of fire-resistant paper. He knew that even with superpowers, safety measures couldn't be neglected. With the paper suit on, Zhuang Mo leaped through the fire, hoop unscathed. "Teacher Jiang, isn't this a bit too opportunistic?" an assistant asked worriedly. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Would you run without using your powers?" The assistant was at a loss for words. "Well, of course, awakened ones are trained to use their powers. Then why single him out as opportunistic?" Jiang Ying scoffed. "Do you look down on special abilities?" The assistant hastily waved his hands, stammering, "It's just, never seen anything like it." "Neither have I." Jiang Ying's gaze followed Zhuang Mo, wondering if his paper equipment, limited to a height of 4 meters, would be useless against the 10-meter-high rope ladder. However, standing before the rope ladder, Zhuang Mo confidently weighed the paper-filled backpack, a self-assured smile on his lips. "Paper come." 8 sheets of paper flew out of the backpack, rapidly merging in the air to form a monoclinal beam inclined at 55 degrees. Following that, another 8 sheets unfolded, becoming as hard as iron in an instant, connecting into a series of orderly steps. This process repeated, eventually creating a staircase of over 60 steps reaching into the clouds. Zhuang Mo gently patted the non-existent dust off his pants and elegantly declared, "I only climb steps that are exactly 16 centimeters high, not a centimeter more." From a distance, Jiang Ying watched his pretentious demeanor. Unable to suppress a twitch of her lips, it was as if he was walking the red carpet to receive an award. Looking at the staircase piercing the sky, she recalled old Ji's assessment. "This child is a creator type." Jiang Ying shook her head, thinking it wasn't easy for old Gu to come up with this category for Zhuang Mo. After all, the Federation's classification of special abilities was always simple, divided into just 2 categories, support and combat. Even old Gu himself was a rare dual-category expert. At this moment, Zhuang Mo had effortlessly reached the top of the 10-meter-high staircase. Just as Jiang Ying expected him to continue climbing, he unexpectedly created a slide. He gleefully slid down, thoughtfully using a piece of paper as a cushion, thoroughly enjoying the entire process. Zhao Mingran had already caught up from behind, and Zhuang Mo immediately packed away his playground equipment. Ran. During training, everyone must rely on themselves," he explained earnestly. "Besides, this rope ladder is only 10 meters high. It's easy to climb." Voices of protest echoed from afar. "Zhuang Mo, leave the stairs. Don't take them away. Leave them." Especially Zhang Zifei, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, "Zhuang Mo, leave the stairs." Zhuang Mo ignored the pleas, effortlessly leaping over barriers, wrapping himself in waterproof paper to jump over puddles, and encountering another 10-meter-high rope ladder. His eyes lit upon their chance to play on the slide. Jiang Ying, reclining on a lounge chair, sipped her tea and thoughtfully asked the assistant beside her, "Don't you think he's enjoying this a bit too much?" The assistant cautiously replied, "It seems he is. Obstacle running is about stamina." Jiang Ying frowned. "And with his stamina, without using abilities, he'd definitely be at the bottom. This is purely opportunistic." The assistant silently thought, "Didn't you just say he could use his steps to help the army cross rivers and attack alien nests? Now you're saying he's being opportunistic?" Finally, Jiang Ying watched Zhuang Mo play on the slide once more and smiled coldly. This guy's total ability and control far exceed that of an average person. With the added boost of his special powers, today's training was a breeze for him. The assistant coach was momentarily stunned. Controlling several dozen pounds of elements floating overhead while navigating a large obstacle course in front of him wasn't easy even for someone of clever like himself. Yet Zhuang Mo seemed much more at ease, despite balancing 3 heavy wooden piles above his head, leaving him feeling a bit anxious. However, Jiang Ying claimed today's training was too easy, a statement that was truly baffling. The original training plan was set for 2 consecutive days with the same content, meaning today's and tomorrow's training would essentially be identical. So what did Jiang Ying mean by that? The assistant coach cautiously inquired. Jiang Ying sipped her tea slowly, a hint of resignation in her eyes. "His stamina is too weak, and the others aren't much better. Tomorrow, we'll have them climb the city wall." The assistant coach was taken aback. "Climb the city wall? Our safety zone is surrounded by walls 1,000 meters high, but there are no stairs. Even troops below a level have to use aircraft to get up there." Jiang Ying seemed increasingly amused by the idea. "It's settled then," she said firmly and without hesitation. The assistant coach dared not say more. Jiang Ying's decisions were not to be questioned. If he brought up the no stairs issue now, she might just order him to build some overnight. With that thought, he quietly closed his mouth. By this time, Zhuang Mo had finished a lap, made himself a lounge chair, and was lying down, nearly falling asleep in comfort. Jiang Ying glanced at his chair with a pillow and backrest, then at her own bare one, and couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. "Have him make me a new one," Jiang Ying instructed the assistant coach. A short while later, the assistant coach returned with a slightly conflicted expression. Zhuang Mo said it's 50 points for a chair. Your previous chair doesn't require points. It's a gift. Jiang Ying chuckled awkwardly. After watching the video, the chair would just go to waste. She paused briefly. Give him 60 points and have him make one with a pillow and a backrest. She then transferred 60 points to Zhuang Mo. Hearing the sound of points being credited to his account, Zhuang Mo straightened up, his eyes lighting up. Here comes the job. 60 points. He had originally priced the chairs at 50 points after careful consideration, since an umbrella was priced at 45 points, and the lounge chair needed to be comparable for sales purposes. He hadn't expected Jiang Ying to request a custom order and even offer an extra 10 points. He was secretly delighted and determined to treat this generous client well. A few seconds later, Jiang Ying was reclining on the newly made lounge chair, letting out a satisfied sigh. Comfortable. The assistant coach sat on the old chair she no longer wanted, looking quite content. Zhuang Mo rubbed his chin, starting to plan his lounge chair business. Time ticked by, and the last team member finally reached the finish line. As expected, Zhang Zifei looked pale and was punished with 3 more laps. The others rested, watching him run. Zhuang Mo seized the opportunity to market his lounge chairs, particularly Jiang Ying's version, with a pillow and backrest, priced at 65 points each. Hearing the price, Jiang Ying felt even more pleased. This kid's selling them 5 points cheaper. She smiled slightly, feeling quite satisfied. Pan, he was the first to place an order. He smiled and said, I'll take one, but can you wait until we're done here and then take the materials back to the academy to make it? It would be inconvenient and feel wasteful to take it back directly. His tone was gentle, his smile friendly. Zhuang Mo immediately agreed. No problem. The others followed suit, making the same request and placing their orders. Zhuang Mo's account was soon credited with 715 points. They all sat around, enjoying their newly ordered lounge chairs, leisurely watching Zhang Zifei continue to rage on the obstacle course. Zhang Zifei's voice echoed across the training base. This is too much. Zhuang Mo, you're too much. You all are too much. At 9:30 p.m., after returning to his dormitory, Zhuang Mo took a cold shower, watered his tomato plant, placed Huzi on his lap, and started diligently writing in his training diary. Water droplets fell from his hair, and the cold shower sharpened his mind. Having returned injured a couple of days ago, he was too exhausted to write, but now he felt ready to document the past 3 days of training, which he figured would fill at least 6 pages, with 3 of those dedicated to venting about Jiang Ying. With a firm grip on his pen, Zhuang Mo scribbled quickly across the paper. From the start of training until now, it's been 3 days, but it feels like years. I have no idea when this training will end. However, these 3 days have been quite beneficial. Although I don't fight with sheer physical strength like the others, aiming paper airplanes still requires some precision, doesn't it? He paused, furrowing his brow. Unsure how to articulate his progress, he thought for a moment and drew a system panel on the page, sketching a neat table with his pen. Physique, 5. Energy, 2. E-shooting, 5. Reaction, 5. Endurance, 5. Points, 775, 9773. Who needs a system panel when you can draw your own? He admired his handiwork, a small smile tugging at his lips. Anyone reading his diary in the future would surely give him a thumbs up for this clear display. Of course, these attribute increases were rough estimates, as he didn't have an exact baseline from before the training. But having some reference was better than none, and tracking his progress on this makeshift panel gave him a sense of accomplishment, even if it came at the cost of Jiang Ying's relentless training. Satisfied with his creativity, Zhuang Mo tapped the pen lightly on the paper. After finishing his diary, Zhuang Mo looked down at Huzi on his lap, the little creature gazing curiously at the notebook. Huzi can't read, huh? This word here means grass. You've seen it before, the lush green stuff you love to chew on. He gently petted Huzi's fur, his voice softening. Well, grass is grass, and paths are paths. The truth is, intense training has its benefits. Before long, your dad will be able to protect you. Zhuang Mo chatted with Huzi for a while, absent-mindedly running his fingers through its fur. He contemplated ways to earn more points, but ultimately decided against selling lounge chairs en masse. The chair he sold today was under specific circumstances, and who in the academy with tables and chairs would buy a lounge chair, anyway? Though he wasn't planning to sell lounge chairs, he still took out his terminal to browse the community for new business opportunities. The screen's light reflected on his weary face. The name, Huzi's dad, was now a thing of the past in the community, and even his return to the academy after training hadn't sparked much discussion. Currently, the community was buzzing about the 20-year-old mature young master selling metal armor, priced between 1888 and 3888 points, mainly attracting those in the metal and physical categories. Zhuang Mo squinted, thinking he could also make such armor by infusing energy to make paper as hard as metal. But with the ongoing training, he had little energy to spare and could only plan for now. Leaning against the bedhead, he tapped the terminal screen with his fingers. Once training was over, he intended to compete with this 20-year-old mature young master and show him what real armor, inspired by countless movies, should look like. He hadn't forgotten how this young master had tried to sell metal shields under his paper umbrella post. Just then, a post rapidly climbed to the top, catching Zhuang Mo's attention. The poster was using his real name, Li Chao's brother, Li Wei. The post was brief and to the point. "Who's his dad? Zhuang Mo, do you dare to duel with me? If you win, our grievances are settled." Zhuang Mo smirked and muttered to himself while looking at his phone screen. "Of course not. I'm not stupid. Why would Inflevel challenge the strongest level? And then talk about settling scores? I haven't even started with you. If I wasn't worried about someone with clairvoyance watching, you'd be long gone." He scrolled down, and as expected, the comment section was filled with insults aimed at Li Wei. Anonymous users didn't hold back. "Is he insane? A level challenging Inflevel? Is that even a challenge? You're embarrassing all the levels. Oh my god, is there anyone more brainless than Li Wei in the entire academy? Zhuang Mo, don't accept his challenge. He's just a mad dog." Satisfied, Zhuang Mo exited the comment section. The public's opinion was clear. Li Wei was indeed a mad dog. In contrast, while Li Chao was a bit foolish, arrogant, and annoying, at least he had some humanity. Just like today, despite his endless conflicts with Zhang Zifei, when he saw Zhang exhausted and bloodied after 4 rounds of obstacle courses, he still carried him to the car. Of course, that didn't stop him from mocking Zhang, calling him a weakling and vowing to teach him a lesson once he recovered. As Zhuang Mo was about to log out of the community, his watch buzzed with a voice call request from Song Yulong. "Why is he calling me so late?" Zhuang Mo wondered as he answered. "Zhuang Mo, Li Wei posted a challenge to you in the community." "I saw it," Zhuang Mo replied calmly. "He said he'd lower his ability level to F to fight you." Song Yulong spoke quickly, "But that's not the main point. The main point is he's still in detention by teacher Jiang, with 50 days to go." Song Yulong explained further. Li Wei had always been the strongest in his level, with high expectations from his family, who believed he could become an officer in the military after graduation. However, his foolish behavior during the recent training, especially getting repeatedly cut by Zhuang Mo and Bian Shisan on the airship, might affect the military's evaluation of his combat abilities. This challenge post was actually orchestrated by his family to help him regain his reputation. "He's frantically posting challenges, not just to you, but also to Bian Shisan, me, and 2 other instructors," Song Yulong said. "He's likely on the verge of breaking into Clevel and wants to use these challenges to restore his image." Zhuang Mo rubbed his forehead. 13, and I won't accept the challenge. Let him do as he pleases." After hanging up, Zhuang Mo immediately called Bian Shisan, advising him, "Just don't reply to his post." "I already replied." Bian Shisan's voice sounded a bit dazed. Zhuang Mo quickly checked the community and saw that Bian Shisan had replied with just the word, "Okay," using his 1,000 miles away account. He sighed in relief, but then noticed the comment section was already in an uproar. Whose account is this? Could it be Bian Shisan? Judging by the style, it seems very much like Bian Shisan. Is the 1,000 miles away account really Bian Shisan? And the response from 1,000 miles away was a simple yes. Zhuang Mo sighed helplessly. Fortunately, there were still 50 days until the challenge, which coincided with their training period. Since Li Wei had to suppress his level to F, Bian Shisan likely wouldn't lose too badly. He decided not to dwell on it. Tomorrow, he still had to climb the city wall. With Jiang Ying's personality, she might actually make him climb with a wooden stake. Although he hadn't seen any stairs leading up the wall, the safety zone's walls were so vast, there must be some hidden somewhere. The next morning at 10 past 10, on the bus, Zhuang Mo turned to Bian Shisan and advised, "Train well these days. On rest days, I'll be your sparring partner. Let's aim not to lose too badly. It's not just Li Wei who needs a reputation. We need to prove ourselves too." Bian Shisan's eyes widened, and he replied firmly, "I won't lose." All right, you won't lose. Let's aim not to lose." Zhuang Mo nodded repeatedly, his tone soothing. Sitting not far away, Li Chao overheard their conversation and smirked sarcastically. "Even if my brother's energy is suppressed to Flevel, he could still take on both of you alone. Zhuang Mo, I heard you didn't dare to accept the challenge. Are you scared?" He then let out a piercing laugh. Zhuang Mo didn't even glance at him. Instead, he took a package of jerky from his backpack, tore it open, and handed a piece to each of the 10 people on the bus, excluding Li Chao. "Everyone, have a taste. This is made by Ling Yu. It's fragrant, spicy, and really delicious," he explained. "Yesterday, I made a lounge chair for Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi. This morning, Han Lingyu brought me a lot of pork jerky." Li Chao smelled the spicy aroma filling the bus and couldn't help but swallow his saliva, silently cursing Zhuang Mo for being too much. He comforted himself, thinking he didn't like spicy food anyway. Yet, he couldn't help but swallow again. After driving for a few more minutes, the bus stopped. Zhuang Mo got off and was immediately stunned by the sight before him. There were no stairs, just a towering city wall. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the wall's surface was covered with various protrusions. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. At that moment, Zhuang Mo looked up and saw Jiang Ying descending from above. She lightly touched a protrusion with her toes before landing steadily on the ground. Even more unsettling was the rare smile on Jiang Ying's face. Oh, alarm bells rang in Zhuang Mo's mind. Jiang Ying's smile definitely meant trouble. Could it be what he was thinking? Although they had rock climbing and physical training classes, the academy's wall was only 100 meters high, while this city wall was 1,000 meters. Today, we're doing physical training climbing the wall. Jiang Ying's voice rang out casually. Barehanded, climbing the wall. Even though he had anticipated it, hearing this almost made Zhuang Mo spit out blood. This was sheer fantasy. Daydreaming. Unbelievable. Cruel beyond belief. This was 1,000-meter high wall. Falling from it wouldn't just turn you into a pancake, but into powder, with your organs and bones pulverized. The training was so outrageous that not only Zhuang Mo but everyone else was in disbelief. Teacher Jiang, are we supposed to climb to the top of the wall? That's impossible. No way. If we fall, we'll lose our lives. Teacher Jiang, have mercy on us. I'm afraid of heights, really. In the face of the students' pleas, Jiang Ying's expression turned cold, and their voices gradually faded. If you fall, I'm here. You won't die, Jiang Ying said, then reclined on a lounge chair that the assistant had brought down from the bus, arms crossed, watching them coldly. The 12 students exchanged glances and were silent for a moment. Seeing no reaction from Jiang Ying or the assistant, Pan Yi reluctantly approached the base of the wall and cautiously placed one foot on the first foothold. Zhuang Mo gritted his teeth, silently cursing Jiang Ying for not providing any safety gear. At least give them a rope for some psychological comfort. Seeing the others resigning themselves to their fate and heading toward the wall, Zhuang Mo followed, silently praying. Surely, we won't die, right? They are the future of the academy, the hope of humanity. Although Jiang Ying was present, she was the only one who could fly. Zhuang Mo didn't doubt her abilities. She could catch all 12 of them if they fell. However, he couldn't just stand there unprepared in the face of such danger. He thought he should get a parachute to slow down a fall, ideally achieving a safe landing. But making a parachute wasn't something you could just whip up. It required careful steps. He glanced at the others starting to climb, and then squatted down to put his full backpack on the ground. Luckily, in a past life, he had spent a lot to experience skydiving from 4,000 meters, and he had used a parachute himself. He remembered jumping out of the plane with the instructor. Although he landed alive, his heart almost stopped from fear. The instructor had warned him, make sure to lift your legs before landing. He wanted to, but his legs were so weak he couldn't move them. When he landed, he vowed never to skydive again and never to believe the marketing that said it was a comfortable sightseeing sport. I'll never skydive again in this lifetime. He sighed, focusing on the paper in his hands. Early parachutes were made of silk, but he planned to use waterproof paper instead, which should work. The waterproof paper was tightly woven, strong, and not breathable, making it suitable for a parachute canopy. For safety, he decided to make a larger parachute with a 7-meter diameter and a hole in the middle. The parachute cords would bear most of the load, requiring high density and a compact structure. He twisted several sheets of waterproof paper into 30 strong cords, each about 8 meters long. He designed a spring mechanism on the cords, similar to a paper exoskeleton joint, using compressed energy release instead of a spring. He worked intently, watching as others had already climbed dozens of meters, while the pile of paper in front of him finally took shape. A few assistants stood at a distance, whispering, "What is Zhuang Mo doing? Should we remind him to hurry up and get on the wall?" Jiang Ying remained silent, still leaning on a paper lounge chair, half her attention on the 11 people on the wall and the other half on Zhuang Mo. She was curious about what he was up to, but this time she was determined to improve everyone's physical fitness. No matter what shortcuts Zhuang Mo had in mind, she wouldn't allow them. Suddenly, a scream cut through the air. Jiang Ying's reaction was almost instantaneous. Within 0.1 seconds, she had caught Zhang Zifei and landed steadily. She shook her hand and disdainfully dropped Zhang Zifei to the ground, coldly saying, "Continue." Zhang Zifei quickly got up without a word and started again. Watching this scene, Zhuang Mo gained a new appreciation for Jiang Ying's skills. Everything happened so fast that it wasn't until Zhang Zifei was back on the ground that he realized Jiang Ying's speed and reflexes. Zhuang Mo thought, now I feel more assured. He touched his chin, stood up, and slung the parachute pack over his shoulder. He had originally planned to make a backup parachute, but making this one had filled his backpack to the brim, leaving not a single sheet of paper. Compared to the protective lounge chair, the parachute consumed much more paper. The lounge chair had a simple structure, essentially just a sheet of paper with 2 supports, while the parachute was much more complex, a matter of life and death, requiring meticulous care. As for its effectiveness, only time would tell after a fall, since there was no way to test it. Seeing Jiang Ying successfully catch Zhang Zifei gave Zhuang Mo more confidence in his parachute. Of course, the best outcome would be to climb straight up 1,000 meters without falling. However, that possibility was almost nil. With his left foot on a foothold, Zhuang Mo took a deep breath, pushed off with his legs, grabbed the next hold, and began searching for the next support point. He moved cautiously, each step deliberate and steady. The current height made his heart race. Being several dozen meters off the ground, he couldn't bear to think about the consequences of a fall. Climbing wasn't just about strength. It involved high levels of balance and coordination, and it was a mental challenge. Zhuang Mo couldn't afford to lose focus, keeping his mind entirely on the wall, striving to maintain balance and move slowly. He took deep breaths, fully concentrating on staying closely connected with the wall. With a slip of the foot, Zhuang Mo barely had time to let out a short scream before he crashed into a chest as hard as iron. Bam! Before he could react, he was mercilessly flung aside, landing heavily on the ground. He lay there bewildered, a bit dizzy, his mind not quite catching up. Just now, had he forgotten to open his parachute? Indeed, his hand had just touched the parachute cord when Jiang Ying grabbed him midair. More precisely, she directly caught him and brought him down. As he rubbed his sore backside and got up, he heard Jiang Ying's cold, sarcastic voice. Out of 12 people, your stamina is the worst, and you fell from the lowest height. Zhuang Mo had to admit that was true. Although since joining, he had been eating well and training hard, his physical fitness had improved, but compared to others, there was still a gap. Continue, Jiang Ying said coldly, turning away. Zhuang Mo sighed, rubbed his backside, and headed towards the towering city wall. Bam! Someone else was thrown down by Jiang Ying, landing with a dull thud. Bam! After walking only a few steps, Zhuang Mo was once again thrown to the ground, this time landing face first, his face pressed firmly against the ground. Bam! Zhao Mingran also fell from over 300 meters high. The 12 people fell like raindrops, one after another, losing strength with each drop. The sun hung high, blazing hot, and it was nearing noon. Zhuang Mo's heart raced, his limbs turned weak, and halfway up, he felt utterly exhausted, as if drained, with dizziness and blurred vision, even the strength to grip slipping away quickly. He knew that even if he persisted, he wouldn't last a few more meters. He glanced down at the ground, gritted his teeth, and simply let go. It wasn't panic, more like determination. He was mentally prepared. As he let go, his other hand quickly pulled the cord. With a whoosh, the parachute unfolded midair, swaying but eventually stabilizing. The sudden upward force pulled him back from the brink of freefall terror. The wind brushed his cheeks, his fingertips lightly grazing the clouds. Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up with joy. He did it. The ground below gradually enlarged, and all he could hear was the winds whistling. He suddenly realized that this skydive wasn't as terrifying as in his past life. Instead, it felt unprecedentedly light and joyful. On the ground, Jiang Ying was about to move as Zhuang Mo fell, but seeing the large parachute unfurl behind him, she paused. The parachute gently carried Zhuang Mo down, steadily, with no sign of danger. Is that what he was fiddling with before climbing? Her frown relaxed a bit, a hint of surprise in her eyes. It's quite interesting. Among the awakened, those who reach a certain level often develop techniques to cushion their landings, but using a parachute like Zhuang Mo was a first for her. His expression of enjoyment, as if soaring through the sky, brought an involuntary smile to Jiang Ying's lips. Nearby, the teaching assistant and Pan Yi, who had just been dropped, looked up in shock. Is that thing made of paper? How can it slow his fall? That huge parachute didn't even tear? Can I jump with an umbrella then? How big is your umbrella? Look at Zhuang Mo's. It's like several umbrellas combined. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Zhuang Mo floated down like a feather, drawing the attention of the climbing students, who looked up at his enormous parachute. Oh my god, Zhuang Mo is flying. Zhuang Mo, you're amazing. Is this some special ability? It's incredible. Li Chao pointed at him, shouting. Before he could finish, he slipped and began his own free fall. Cheating, he wailed midair. Bam, 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 bam. One after another, they fell from the high wall like ripe fruit, and Jiang Ying's face turned completely dark. While everyone else was bruised and sore from their falls, Zhuang Mo landed lightly and gracefully, sitting on the ground. Jiang Ying, everyone start climbing again from the beginning. You need to reach 500 meters before you can have lunch. Teacher Zhang's voice echoed at the base of the wall. Zhang Zifei looked at the parachute in Zhuang Mo's hand, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Zhuang Mo, are you selling that parachute? Teacher Zhang's falls are too painful. Faced with this unexpected business opportunity, Zhuang Mo could only shake his head helplessly. The parachute's spring mechanism was something only he could control, and there was also a shortage of paper supplies. Rejected, Zhang Zifei dejectedly started climbing again. After sharing the remaining dried vegetables and fruits with Bian Shan and Zhao Mengran, Zhuang Mo took a short break before facing the towering wall once more. Even with a parachute ensuring their safety, the 500-meter vertical climb was still daunting. A brief rest did little to ease their aching arms and shaky legs. The next morning, during the first class in front of the rice field, Zhuang Mo appeared lifeless, as if he had lost his spirit. This unusual state immediately caught Han Lingyu's attention. What's wrong? The memories of the previous day surged back, and a bitter feeling arose in Zhuang Mo's heart. As the last student among the 12 to complete the task, he truly understood what reaching one's limit meant. When Jiang finally called a stop, he had exhausted every last bit of strength, barely managing to open the parachute to land. After landing, he didn't even have the energy to pack up the parachute, let alone eat. Both physically and mentally, he was in an unprecedented state of emptiness. Only after a night's rest did he regain some strength. We had to climb the wall, a 500-meter ascent. Zhuang Mo raised his scarred hands. I fell 11 times before reaching 500 meters. The wall is covered with my bloody handprints. Looking at the boy before her, Han Lingyu spoke with a gentle yet firm tone. From this class onward, you'll be accelerating the growth of rice. Each person has a 1 square meter test plot, and you must accelerate its growth within 5 days. You need to do it faster and better than anyone else, understood? These words seemed to inject new life into Zhuang Mo. His eyes lit up again. Farming rice. As an admirer of Grandpa Yuan and an avid reader of 300 methods of growing rice and QA on high-quality, high-yield rice, he was full of anticipation for this test plot. Staring at the 1 square meter plot with his name on it, Zhuang Mo's gaze became increasingly intense. The seedlings were neatly arranged, and his task was to mature them within 5 days. For someone who had made a plum tree grow wildly, this seemed manageable. As energy slowly infused into the seedlings, they grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he had to attend training at 10, these thriving seedlings gave him the motivation to keep going. Besides, Han Lingyu had mentioned that the first batch of rice grown by new students would belong to them. Zhuang Mo was already planning in his mind. He needed to buy a good pot and stock up on matches, so he could savor a delicious meal of rice he had grown himself. It was just past 10 in the morning when Zhuang Mo found himself once again facing the imposing city wall. His training clothes were soaked with sweat. He had just finished the wooden stake exercise, and his legs were still trembling slightly. 15 consecutive laps of weighted sprints had left him nearly exhausted, but the hardest part was yet to come. The climbing exercise was the main challenge of the day. It wasn't until 11 at night that the aching Zhuang Mo finally returned to his dormitory and opened his journal to record his training progress. The climbing exercise was still fraught with setbacks. A slip at the 600-meter mark resulted in a fall, forcing him to start over. In total, he had climbed 1,200 meters, but still hadn't reached the top. If improvement came without pain or effort, who would bother climbing a 1,000-meter wall? Zhuang Mo wrote with a wry smile in his journal. The ease of leveling up is a wonderful experience reserved for those with a golden touch. The soreness in his muscles was particularly pronounced as he gritted his teeth and filled in the progress on his pre-drawn point chart. Physique 10. Energy 7. E-level shooting 5. Reaction 5. Endurance 10. Coordination 10. Balance 10. As an awakened individual, his strength was assessed based on 2 dimensions, total power and combat ability. Previously focused solely on his wood-based abilities, his current training was significantly enhancing his combat skills. Even amidst the fatigue of extreme training, the endorphins and dopamine coursing through his body brought a sense of pleasure. The sense of accomplishment from pushing his limits, especially as he managed to stay on the wall longer and climb higher, provided unprecedented satisfaction. We must overcome physical weaknesses, he noted in his journal. The human body and mind are like springs. After being stretched, they can stretch even more next time. Closing his journal, Zhuang Mo reached out to pat the tiger cub beside him. You ask if your dad is tired? Of course, I'm exhausted, almost dead tired. But your dad is the toughest farmer around. Tomorrow, I'm going to make all that rice ripen and show them what I'm capable of. Lying in bed, he began to sense the energy flowing around him, guiding it into his body. To accelerate the ripening of the rice the next day, he needed to concentrate the energy sphere at his heart to its fullest. The next morning, during the first class, Zhuang Mo stood by the experimental field and exchanged a smile with Han Lingyu. Han Junfeng had assigned the new wood abilities students the task of maturing a square meter of rice in 5 days. Although the deadline was 5 days, the actual time available for acceleration was limited to professional and outdoor ability classes. Despite the late and exhausting training sessions, Zhuang Mo had dedicated 2 hours each day to accelerating the rice growth. By the 3rd day of planting, his rice had grown to 2.5 meters, while Han Lingyu's had reached 1.5 meters. They all believed that after 2 hours of stimulation this morning, their rice would finally mature. A crowd of eager onlookers gathered around the experimental field. Zhuang Mo and Han Lingyu were fully absorbed in the final stage of the growth stimulation. Zhuang Mo's rice had already surpassed the usual height limit of 1.5 meters, soaring to an impressive 2.5 meters, with sturdy stalks glistening in the sunlight. Han Junfeng stood nearby, watching his daughter and his prized student with pride. Although his own capabilities in the plantation were merely average, he had been fortunate enough to nurture such outstanding successors. Especially Zhuang Mo, whose talent was destined to shine in the field of agriculture, a destiny that not even Jiang could obstruct. Zhuang Mo didn't rush to stimulate the rice ears, but remained focused on the growth of the stalks. 2 meters 6, 2 meters 7. Han Lingyu had already started working on the rice ears, but she noticed Zhuang Mo beside her continuing to push boundaries. She felt a tinge of disappointment, but was more filled with anticipation for the future. 3 meters, someone in the crowd exclaimed. People held up their devices, frantically capturing the moment. These aren't rice stalks, they're like sorghum stalks. Han Junfeng clenched his fists, his breath quickening. From the moment Zhuang Mo surpassed 1.5 meters, he had sensed this would be the tallest rice in human history. Yet 3 meters was beyond his wildest expectations. Finally, Zhuang Mo began to stimulate the rice ears. He closed his eyes, deeply focused on this crucial phase. Tiny hairs emerged from the stem base. The panicle axis kept lengthening, and the stalks gradually filled out until the ears burst forth. Han Lingyu clutched Yi Xingqi's arm, watching the enormous grains with trembling excitement. The surrounding students of the wood element held their breath, some with tears welling up in their eyes. As Zhuang Mo slowly opened his eyes, the entire academy erupted in celebration. Cheers and screams filled the air. Han Junfeng applauded repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Gazing at this unprecedented achievement, Zhuang Mo suddenly recalled a long-forgotten dream. I dreamt that rice grew as tall as sorghum, the ears were as long as brooms, the grains as large as peanuts, and my assistant and I sat under the rice ears, enjoying the shade. This dream, spanning across time, had finally become a reality. Zhuang Mo grew rice as big as peanuts, causing a stir throughout the safe zone. Have you heard? Zhuang Mo, the wood element ability user with high-level talent and special abilities, actually managed to grow rice the size of peanuts. Are rumors getting this outrageous now? Rice is rice. Even Mr. Ping couldn't grow it that large. It's true. The video has gone viral. The whole community is talking about it, and hoping these peanut-sized grains can be mass-produced. Look at those long stalks, with large and plentiful grains, conservatively estimated at a yield of over 2,000 pounds per acre. 2,000 pounds? That's not enough. I think it's at least 3,000 pounds. The news spread like wildfire through the safe zone. In the office, Huang Lin watched the video repeatedly, seeing the half-meter-long rice ears heavy with peanut-sized grains, and couldn't contain his excitement. Ha! This genius is the one I brought back. He laughed wildly before suddenly breaking into tears. Rice the size of peanuts. Few remembered that Huang Lin came from the ruins of Zone B. When he awakened, the chasm between the safe zone and the ruins had already formed. The first generation of awakened and their families lived comfortably within the city walls, while outside. Please, just a handful of rice. I promise I'll repay you. Don't worry, Dad still has points. We can survive this winter. The Lee family has flour. I saw it. Just a bowl would be enough. These voices constantly echoed in Huang Lin's ears. No one understood better than him how many people outside those high walls didn't die at the hands of mutants, but succumbed to hunger and cold in the dark nights. He knew well the severe food distribution imbalance behind the seemingly harmonious life in the safe zone, where medium to high-level talent awakeners could enjoy meat. But it was an unsolvable dilemma if the academy and military couldn't be fed. Who would fend off the mutants? Who would fight on the front lines? Only the lands of a few major safe zones could maintain their stability without mutating, but the land area was limited. This predetermined the vast difference between life inside and outside the walls. Huang Lin wiped away his tears and murmured to himself, Zhuang Mo must farm. He has to farm. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying stood atop the 1,000-meter high city wall, the wind disheveling her hair. She pondered silently. Zhuang Mo's planting talent far exceeded expectations. Should such talent really be sent to the front lines? But before Su Jingsun went completely mad, she had to cultivate the strongest warriors to make people believe that humans could defeat mutants without transformation. Otherwise, everyone would become his test subjects. Her words were lost in the wind. Mutated creatures and mutants continued to evolve, and in 8 years, new mutants would inevitably emerge. Her close friend Su Jingxin, in order to fight the level 9 mutant king, had to merge with the level 9 lion king, enduring excruciating pain of bone cracking and nerve disruption daily. Sometimes she would become bloodthirsty and violent like a beast, yet remained incredibly powerful. In the face of mutant attacks, the awakened could only hold their ground, never retreat. If she can't prove her students are stronger than the reformists, the outcome of the struggle between the reformists and the conservatives is obvious. Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with a desperate yet determined light. Teacher, is there really no other way? My comrades are sacrificing themselves one by one before my eyes. My closest friend is turned into that half-human, half-lion monster, and my students. Even I will eventually die on the battlefield for humanity's fate. She looked up at the sky, as if she could see her mentor's figure. You always said that humans are the greatest creatures in the world, but if humans are no longer human, what is the point of our struggle? Teacher, her voice suddenly rose. I can die fighting, my students can die fighting, but we must never, ever lose our humanity for the sake of victory. Her cry drifted towards the sky, echoing in all directions. At the Federation Academy of Supernatural Abilities, Zhu Baobao stared intently at the golden rice on the screen. 5 minutes later, he snapped out of his trance and immediately picked up the communicator to call an emergency faculty meeting. He was determined. He must convince Jiang Ying to remove Zhuang Mo from the training list and let the boy focus on his wood element studies. Next, he would need to meet with Old Gu, General Commander Yuan Jiru, and Prime Minister Wan Qizhong. But those were matters for later. For now, he only needed to persuade Jiang Ying. This might not be difficult. The evidence was right before him. Zhuang Mo's so-called paper control ability, no matter how unique or powerful in combat, seemed insignificant compared to the peanut-sized grains of rice. Zhuang Mo alone could feed thousands. The Federation needed people, and as long as there were people, the Federation would endure. For the Federation, Zhu Baobao had guarded the first line of defense for 20 years and was willing to let his students be used for Su Jingshan's experiments. Similarly, for the Federation, he could not let Zhuang Mo go to the front lines, nor let that madman Su Jingshan target Zhuang Mo. This boy must stay in the safe zone, without the need for external training or intensive drills. He should remain in the academy, quickly enhance his abilities, and head to the plantation as soon as possible. At this moment, Zhuang Mo, considered capable of feeding thousands, was joyfully controlling the grains of rice, letting them fall precisely into a bag. The pile grew and grew until the entire bag was full. A bountiful harvest. A bountiful harvest. Zhuang Mo cheered in his heart. All this rice is mine. He weighed the bag lightly, quickly calculating in his mind. The yield from 1 square meter was estimated to be 8 pounds, and an acre is about 667 square meters, which means his rice yield per acre could reach over 5,000 pounds. Over 5,000 pounds. In his previous life, his family's rice yield was less than 1,000 pounds per acre, and it only reached over 1,400 pounds after planting hybrid rice. But his estimated yield for 1 square meter could reach over 5,000 pounds. I really am a farming genius, born to farm. Zhuang Mo grinned from ear to ear, turning to Han Junfeng eagerly to confirm. Mr. Han, the first harvest from the wood element's growth belongs to us, right? Han Junfeng was taken aback. Yes, but... Before he could finish, Zhuang Mo had already grabbed the bag and dashed away. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and the training was about to start. He had to quickly deliver the rice back to his dormitory. He couldn't be late for training, or Jiang Ying would definitely give him a hard time again. He ran swiftly, leaving Han Junfeng's hand awkwardly hanging in the air. The wood element group shouted after him. Why did he just run off? I haven't even gotten a close look at the rice. We're not going to steal your rice. I mean, we won't. At least give us 1 grain each. Han Lingyu watched the scene, a slight smile on her lips. Everyone, stay focused on your own growth. We'll eventually get to taste Zhuang Mo's rice. What a great day it is. Zhuang Mo exclaimed as he stood in the enclosed training ground, taking in the sight of the surrounding training equipment. Throughout the entire day of training, Jiang Ying was nowhere to be seen, nor was her voice heard. The assistant coach took over all the training sessions. Zhuang Mo showed significant progress in the chain steel ball attack and target practice. Although he still got a few bruises, his movements were no longer as frantic as when he first started. During lunchtime, the atmosphere in the cafeteria was particularly lively. 11 trainees gathered around Zhuang Mo, watching him intently, as if observing a rare treasure. Rice stalks 3 meters tall, grains as big as peanuts, harvesting so much rice from just 1 square meter. Amidst the chorus of astonished remarks, Bian Shisan and Zhao Mingran were especially animated, with the latter even tearing up. Zhuang Mo understood well that apart from him and those two, the others might have never truly experienced hunger. Much like in his previous life, although he knew many regions faced food crises, he couldn't truly grasp the value of food until he himself went hungry for 3 days. For the pampered sons and daughters in the safe zone, who had never seen fields of starving people, the giant rice was merely a novel topic of conversation. Similarly, ordinary people living within the first line of defense of the central base could hardly imagine the terrifying dangers that level and above awakeners faced daily. They only hoped that they or their descendants could awaken, ensuring they would never worry about food and shelter again. Pushing aside these thoughts, Zhuang Mo, with a mouthful of chicken, began to share in detail his talent for cultivation with everyone. When asked if they could exchange their points for the first batch of rice, he decisively refused, promising instead to give each person a grain during the next planting. This bag of rice held great significance for him, not only as the first successful product of his cultivation efforts, but also as a step in his pursuit of the dream of resting under the rice stalks in this otherworldly place. Such a deep emotional connection across time and space was something he couldn't convey to others. Although there was a slight sense of longing, the excitement lingered throughout the day. Participating in the training camp was a means to enhance his survival skills, but his ultimate dream was to work in a plantation. With such exceptional rice cultivation abilities, this dream seemed within reach. Returning to his dormitory in the evening, Zhuang Mo eagerly shared the day's events with Huzi. When he picked up the bag of rice again, a particular detail caught his attention. The sound of the rice grains clinking against each other was unusually crisp. This puzzled him because freshly harvested rice should still contain moisture and shouldn't make such a sharp sound. Could the rice have somehow dried itself without needing to be sun-dried? Zhuang Mo recalled his botany classes, confirming that Han Junfeng had never mentioned such a magical occurrence. This only strengthened his belief in his extraordinary talent, allowing him to skip certain tedious steps altogether. Humming a cheerful tune, he happily started a fire to cook. Even though he had already eaten dinner, he was eager to savor 2 more bowls of rice he had grown himself, each grain the size of a peanut. He carefully scooped out half a bowl of raw rice with a paper cup. These grains were enough to cook 2 bowls of rice. The grains were long and oval, uniformly shaped, with the husk and germ intact, displaying the light yellow hue typical of brown rice. He picked up a grain and examined it closely in his palm. It was plump and firm, undoubtedly top-quality rice. This kind of rice didn't even need washing, so Zhuang Mo added water and set it on the stove. Glancing at the ordinary metal pot he had, he muttered to himself, "If only I had a better rice cooker, this rice would be even more fragrant." Despite his dissatisfaction with the cookware, he was confident in his rice. As soon as it started cooking, the aroma seemed to waft around him. "Tiger, you who love your noodles, it's a pity you won't get to enjoy this rice. Don't worry, Dad will eat more for you." He added a few more pieces of wood to the fire, and the rich aroma of the brown rice began to fill the air, intoxicating him. 40 minutes passed. It should be done. Let it sit for another 5 minutes for a better texture. Zhuang Mo crouched by the pot, anxiously waiting. Only a minute has passed? Why is time moving so slowly? Finally, the moment arrived to open the pot, and he eagerly lifted the lid. The fragrant steam heightened his anticipation for the soft, chewy, and flavorful rice. But with the first bite, crunch. The unexpected crunch left Zhuang Mo bewildered. The rice was still raw. He quickly spit it out and restarted the fire. Brown rice is tough to cook. It needs more time. Another 40 minutes went by. Crunch. These grains are indeed large. Maybe they need even more time. 2 hours later. Crunch. Zhuang Mo's hand froze, gripping the spoon, as if struck by lightning. He began to question his abilities. When I accelerate plant growth, I primarily control the plant fibers. But didn't the other nutrients grow too? This is brown rice. It's supposed to be rich in plant fibers. Staggering backward, Zhuang Mo found it hard to accept this harsh reality. The rice he was so proud of, with stalks as tall as sorghum, panicles as long as brooms, and grains the size of peanuts, was as hard as wood and impossible to bite into. Zhuang Mo squatted on the ground, his eyes vacant and lost. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he jumped to his feet, his gaze landing on a few tomato plants growing robustly. He took a deep breath and stretched his hands toward one of the plants, still holding onto a sliver of hope. Maybe this time the tomatoes will grow normally. Energy flowed through his palms, and the tomato plants swelled visibly. He was extra careful this time, keeping the plant at the normal height of about 1.5 meters, and then coaxed it to bloom and bear fruit. He focused on 2 small green fruits, cautiously channeling energy into them. Before long, they grew to the size of a fist, displaying a half-green, half-red hue. Zhuang Mo reached out and squeezed a tomato, and the feel of it made his heart sink. He picked one and threw it forcefully to the ground. Bang! Bang bang bang. The crisp, bouncing sound echoed, yet the tomato remained intact. He pulled out a paper knife and plunged the tip into the tomato, slicing it open to reveal a red interior with delicate patterns. "Huh, the patterns are pretty," he laughed at himself. "But what's the use of looking good? Can it be eaten? It's too hard to bite." He cut out a grain-sized sample, and sure enough, the interior was also filled with patterns. That night, Zhuang Mo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His dream of a plantation, nurtured over nearly 2 months, had crumbled, much like studying politics, history, and geography for 3 years only to find out during the college entrance exam that the subjects were physics, chemistry, and biology. No, it was worse. He had only been enrolled for less than 2 months, and while he could still change his major, he didn't want to. He just wanted to farm. In a post-apocalyptic world, farming in a safe zone seemed like the most secure choice. But now, with no edible crops, forget about a plantation, he might not even last in the wood element department. Suddenly, a thought jolted him upright. News of his giant rice crop had spread throughout the academy, even the entire safe zone. Han Lingyu told him the school board was discussing the yield, and even the esteemed Elder Ping had decided to visit the academy tomorrow. What am I going to do? Zhuang Mo felt like crying, but had no tears. This was something he couldn't hide, had have to come clean eventually. He couldn't help but imagine the embarrassing scenario. I am Zhuang Mo. Yes, the one with the exceptional wood element talent who grew peanut-sized rice grains. Here's the bad news. The rice I grew is as hard as wood, completely inedible. He shook his head furiously, dispelling these absurd images. Tiger, a true warrior dares to face the bleakness of life. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Your dad has definitely learned that lesson now. Taking a deep breath, he dialed Han Lingyu's number. Telling her was as good as telling Han Jun phone, which meant the whole academy would know. The voice on the other end was sleepy. Hello, is it urgent? Ignoring whether he was disturbing her, Zhuang Mo blurted out. The rice I grew has turned to wood. It can't be bitten. 5 minutes later, Han Lingyu and Yi Xingqi were sitting on the floor of his dorm room, both looking as if they had lost their souls. Han Lingyu first steadied herself, her expression serious as she analyzed. Such a situation has never occurred in the history of the wood element, but it might not be a bad thing. Either your talent is so high that it led to an energy imbalance, or your unique abilities are affecting the wood element, preventing normal food cultivation. Yi Xingqi set aside his usual arrogance and awkwardly patted Zhuang Mo on the shoulder, saying, "Don't be too upset, nothing's confirmed yet. If worst comes to worst, just take it easy." That comment almost choked Zhuang Mo, making his chest feel tight. Fortunately, Han Lingyu spoke in time. This situation is too unusual for old Han to confirm. We need to ask Ping Lao to personally take a look. She looked earnestly into Zhuang Mo's eyes. Even if you really can't cultivate, you'll always be our classmate and a part of the wood element. Yi Xingqi immediately put on an exaggerated expression. He's the only student with a special ability, the top freshman fighter. Lingyu, why are you worried about him? You should worry about me instead. I think my rice looks particularly handsome. Can rice be handsome? Could it be mutated? Smack. The familiar large notebook landed on his head once again. After they left, Zhuang Mo lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling a bit melancholic. He reached out to rub the head of Huzi, who was lying by the bed. Huzi, plans never catch up with changes. Your dad originally planned not to buy a house, not to marry, not to have kids, and to save up until 40 to retire in the village. But now we're living in the apocalypse over 40 years later. I thought awakening the wood element would let me farm in the safe zone and live a few more years, but it turns out I'm a mediocre one, and the rice I grow is inedible. He suddenly smiled determinedly. But who is your dad? Your dad is your dad. Don't worry, even if I can't farm in the future, I won't let you go hungry. We'll live well together. Little dog, today your dad will teach you a lesson. People shouldn't stay up late, or they'll just get more awake. Before he finished speaking, he was already snoring. The next morning, Zhuang Mo sent a message to Jiang Ying to request a day off, as he needed to welcome Ping Lao's inspection. He stood in front of the mirror, carefully fixing his hair, thinking that no matter the world, one must show enough respect to such an agricultural expert. When he walked into the wood element classroom, he found the atmosphere unusually calm. No one rushed up to ask him for rice, and no one expressed exaggerated amazement. He looked at Han Lingyu in confusion. Han Lingyu remained composed. They won't add pressure on you. I've already cooled down the community's attention, and this matter will quietly pass. Old Han has already communicated with the academy leaders and made an urgent report to Ping Lao, so you can relax. Watching Han Lingyu's retreating figure, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Remembering her behind-the-scenes organization of the tickling incident, he was grateful for his humble and gentle nature, which had placed him in Han Lingyu's inner circle. This woman was indeed formidable. At 10 in the morning, a crowd stood eagerly at the gates of the academy. Excited chatter buzzed through the group. I heard Mr. Ping is incredibly approachable. Do you think I could get his autograph later? He's the god of the wood element. I found pictures of him online, and he's such a handsome old gentleman. Everyone, mind your formation and don't step out of line. Zhuang Mo stood among the wood element flevel crowd, his eyes fixed on the dignified middle-aged man at the front. With his broad forehead and deep, commanding eyes, he looked like a leader. This must be the academy's principal, Zhu Baobao. However, his name hardly matched his imposing demeanor. As Zhuang Mo withdrew his gaze, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone simultaneously looked up into the distance, where an unexpected object was growing larger on the horizon. It was a double bed. The sound of rushing wind filled the air as the bed hurtled towards the academy gates. Just before reaching them, it performed a graceful 360-degree spin, coming to a steady halt at the entrance. A frail figure lazily rose from the bed, stretching extravagantly. He wore a pair of worn-out straw sandals, clothes patched and wrinkled, and a cloth bag hung from his waist, presenting a picture of destitution. Mr. Ping, welcome to the Federation Academy of Abilities. For your inspection. Zhu Baobao immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Baobao, you've worked so hard, Mr. Ping said with a cheerful wave to the crowd. Thank you all for your efforts. His eyes darted around mischievously. Which one is Zhuang Mo? The wood element crowd stepped back in unison, leaving Zhuang Mo standing alone. Hello, Mr. Ping. Zhuang Mo greeted, steeling himself. Kid, did you bring the rice? Mr. Ping leaned in, eyes gleaming with mischief. I did. Zhuang Mo felt a bit disillusioned. He had imagined meeting an idol-like, refined elder, only to find Mr. Ping was indeed friendly, but surprisingly quirky. Come on, hop on the bed. Mr. Ping patted the bed invitingly. Zhuang Mo was at a loss for words. Bao Bao, you all can disperse. I know where the experimental field is. I'll head there myself. The flying bed carried Zhuang Mo away, gradually disappearing from sight, leaving a group of stunned teachers and students. The wood element's 3 grades rarely gathered together, and they began to chatter animatedly. Did you see that? Zhuang Mo got on Mr. Ping's bed. That's Mr. Ping's bed. The flying bed is so cool. When I'm a level, I definitely want to try a single bed. I think a round bed would be nice. Do you think if I team up with the water element, we could make a water bed? Students from the wood elements E and D levels couldn't help but scoff. Can this year's Flevels even muster a single sane thought? In front of the experimental field, Zhuang Mo and Mr. Ping sat side by side on the bed, observing the rice grains, the size of peanuts. Kid, your rice is remarkable. I've never seen wood that looks so much like rice, Mr. Ping praised. Zhuang Mo internally grumbled, thinking it was more like rice that resembled wood. You could even smell the rice fragrance if you sniffed closely. Is this old man reliable? He could only chuckle awkwardly. Suddenly, Mr. Ping raised his grimy hands, wiped them on the cloth bag, and then retrieved a germinated seed, gently tossing it into the experimental field. Make it grow for me to see. Zhuang Mo complied. Compared to before, growing just one was much easier. In no time, the seed sprouted and grew into a 3-meter plant, laden with peanut-sized rice grains. Mr. Ping stared for a few seconds, his expression suddenly turning grave, then looked at Zhuang Mo with an expression of profound sorrow. Zhuang Mo felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he observed the old man's meaningful expression. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Old Ping let out a heavy sigh, reached into his cloth bag with his right hand, and after a moment of rummaging, offered a few crisp dates with his blackened fingers. Want a date? With trembling hands, Zhuang Mo took the dates, his heart racing. A date? What did that mean? Was it a hint that he was doomed soon? Was his dream of being a farmer about to end like this? Old Ping sighed again and said, "There's a problem with your energy, kid. In this lifetime, you won't be able to grow anything edible." The words hit Zhuang Mo like a bolt from the blue. His eyes widened, and his mind went blank. It felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly, with his blood almost freezing. Why? Why would fate give him such a high-level wood-based ability, but deny him the chance to farm? Without his dream of farming, what meaning did his life have? And what about the life of his dog, Huzi? Suddenly, he caught the twist in old Ping's words. But, what did you just say? Zhuang Mo blurted out instinctively. What did you call me? Old Ping jumped up from his seat, stomping around on the bed. Everyone in the world must call me Old Ping. And you dare call me old man. You're done for. Forget about entering the plantation. The rice you grow is like wood, inedible. Even ground into powder, it's still wood. Only then did Zhuang Mo realize his slip of the tongue. He silently warned himself that if he ever called Jiang something like extinct master to her face, he'd be dead on the spot. Old Ping, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Zhuang Mo sincerely admitted his mistake. Old Ping, still fuming, pulled a seed from his bag and threw it angrily towards the test field. Zhuang Mo quickly nurtured a 3-meter rice plant and was about to continue growing the grains when Old Ping's deafening stop halted him. The rice stalks were already laden with grains the size of peanuts. Old Ping snorted. Pick one and see. Zhuang Mo instantly understood if he focused on growing the stalks while other wood-based ability users grew the grains, they could still produce high-quality rice. He controlled one grain to fly into his palm and cut it open with a paper knife. The cut was white and free of any wood grain. He immediately bowed deeply to Old Ping. Old Ping, thank you for your guidance. You are the greatest agricultural scientist of our time, a hero to all humanity. Your skills are unparalleled, and your generosity is like a beacon lighting my path forward. In response to Zhuang Mo's flattery, Old Ping huffed again. However, this time, his huff was more playful than angry. Zhuang Mo felt relieved, thinking the incident of calling him an old man was behind him, and boldly asked, Old Ping, can I still go to the plantation in the future? As long as you find a wood-type ability user to assist you, you could grow rice as big as peanuts. If you don't go to the plantation, where else would you go? Old Ping glared at Zhuang Mo, angrily pointing at his head. Zhuang Mo smiled sheepishly, realizing Old Ping's temper was indeed unpredictable. Old Ping continued, students these days are really not as good as before. A perfectly good wood-type ability, and you prefer to play with paper? Work hard and reach Clevel within a year, then hurry to the plantation. Let me show you what real farming is all about. Zhuang Mo stared wide-eyed at Old Ping, not fully understanding why he was so insistent, but he knew it was his only chance to enter the plantation. Old Ping clearly didn't realize that Zhuang Mo's total ability had already reached a level, but he wasn't in a hurry to show it. Originally, Zhuang Mo planned to wait for the biannual ability test to naturally reach a level, but now he thought it wouldn't hurt to wait a little longer. After all, even if he couldn't grow edible rice, he could make the rice stalks grow 3 meters tall, which was already an irreplaceable ability. Old Ping, rest assured, I will inherit your great ideals, work hard to upgrade, and strive to become a farmer in the plantation as soon as possible. Zhuang Mo said earnestly, patting patting his chest. That's more like it. Old Ping nodded in satisfaction. Zhuang Mo glanced down at the rice in front of him, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Consider these grains my gift to you. But, Old Ping, could I take a few grains back to show my classmates the rice you've personally cultivated? Old Ping propped himself up on the bed, crossing one leg and revealing a dirty foot sole. Since you're sensible, take 5. No, 10 grains. Zhuang Mo cheerfully took 6 grains, knowing he was lucky to have them, as they were as valuable as jewels. Although pricey, anything personally cultivated by Old Ping was extraordinary. Holding the grains, Zhuang Mo felt a sense of pride. He shared the news and pictures in the class group chat, wearing a mysterious smile. Let me give you a taste of this limited edition joy. The class group chat exploded with excitement. Is it edible yet? I'll offer 100 points. 150 points. Zhuang Mo, how comfortable is Old Ping's bed? 160 points. When can I get on Old Ping's bed too? 170 points. Eventually, Zhuang Mo sold 5 grains for 201 points each, earning a total of 1,005 points with ease. His emotions were like a roller coaster, going up and down. He decided to use the points to heal himself, soothing his emotionally affected heart. After the points were credited, he happily continued with his classes, in a great mood. Meanwhile, Old Ping's large bed once again blocked the small door of the dean's office. Zhu Baobao, hearing the familiar sound of the bed scraping, immediately got up to greet him. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the little old man dancing on the bed with a big bag in hand. A gleam of excitement flashed in Zhu Baobao's eyes. Could it be that Zhuang Mo's wooden rice still has hope? Old Ping looked at Zhu Baobao, his eyes full of mischief. Haha, just wait and see what Zhuang Mo's little wood ability can achieve. He might really become a great farmer. Zhu Baobao's eyes were full of anticipation, his voice filled with hope. Old Ping, you really have high hopes for Zhuang Mo, don't you? Ping Lao paused his actions and carefully lifted the bag's opening, cradling a handful of rice as if it were a rare treasure. He was no longer the calm elder in front of Zhuang Mo. His face was flushed, and his eyes gleamed with uncontrollable excitement. Baby, we've struck it rich. His voice trembled. Zhu Baobao's hands shook as her fingertips lightly touched the rice grains, each as large as a peanut. Her eyes welled up, and her lips quivered uncontrollably. This can save so many lives. Ping Lao, wearing slippers, leapt off the bed and followed Zhu Baobao into the office. As soon as they pushed the door open, they saw Gu Lao and Jiang Ying already waiting inside. Humph, he snorted coldly. The single eye on Gu Lao's fleshy growth slowly lifted, his voice dry and emotionless like an ancient well. Ping Goshing, don't get any ideas about Zhuang Mo. He's a special ability user with great potential for the future. Ping Lao unceremoniously grabbed a slipper from the floor and hurled it at Gu Lao's face. Great potential, my foot. What use is greater than saving lives? Do you know how big the rice he grows is? Peanuts. 1 grain is as big as 3. Gujima. I'm telling you, others may fear you, but I don't. Zhuang Mo should be farming from now on. Don't think I don't know about the training camp you've set up with Jiang Ying and that you've dragged my people into it. Let him out immediately and let him practice farming every day. Jiang Ying pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Although she was also in level, Ping Lao had single-handedly fed millions of people, making him indispensable to the Federation. The Federation could do without Jiang Ying, but not without Ping Lao. Despite the scolding, Gu Lao remained unmoved. His eyes slowly opened, staring at Ping Lao. Ping Goshing, from Zhuang Mo, I see vitality. Ping Lao was suddenly taken aback, his voice rising sharply. So what if you see vitality? Seeing vitality is normal. We Wood-type users are naturally full of vitality. He grew more agitated. His voice suddenly caught as if someone had gripped his throat, bursting into a sharp cry. What did you say? Vitality. Gujima, are your eyes working? The pupils of Gu Lao's eyes began to rotate like 2 deep, bottomless black wells, so hauntingly deep, it was terrifying. Seems like they're working fine. You're still just a withered piece of wood, he said calmly, yet each word weighed heavily. Jiang Ying frowned slightly, feeling her scalp tighten as she listened to the 2 elders, unable to comprehend their meaning. Beside her, Zhu Baobao clenched her fists, her mind echoing with the rumors Su Jingsen had mentioned. Could it be true? Ping Lao picked up the slipper again and sighed. Gujima, we're both old. Why hide this from the kids? Gu Lao closed his eyes, his voice low and telling. 42 years ago, the alien species invaded. 33 years ago, I awakened to the flesh-type perspective eye and special illusion abilities. 20 years ago, I ascended to S level. That day, I saw you, Ping Goshing, as a withered piece of wood, Yuan Jiaru as a piece of decaying meat. All living people were devoid of vitality. Even newborn babies were shrouded in a gray mist of death. Zhu Baobao's fists tightened further, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. Gu Lao continued, but every alien species was brimming with vitality, terrifyingly so. The higher their level, the more vitality they had. Even when they died, Their bodies continued to emit life energy. As he said this, Jiang felt like she'd been struck by a heavy blow. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Later, the higher-ups unanimously decided to seal this information, as if I had never seen it, Golao said, opening his eyes to gaze at the ceiling, his voice steady, as if recounting someone else's story. Humanity cannot lose hope. Old Ping frantically clutched his graying hair, his face full of anxiety. The old folks say we can hold on for at most 8 more years. When the new wave of mutants emerges, we won't be able to stop them. As far as I'm concerned, we should take it one day at a time and let Zhuang Mo focus on farming. At least that way, more people can have enough to eat for a few more years. The vitality you see in him might just mean he's the one who can save people through farming. You can save people through farming too. Old Gus suddenly raised his voice, his eyes wide open. You're already at its level, so why are you still like a withered tree? The vitality in him is even more intense than that of an 8th level mutant king. He's humanity's hope. Old Ping, seeing old Ji's bulging eyes, deflated a bit. Did you tell Muki-chang about this? I did, and he said not to let go of any glimmer of hope. So can you see how this hope should be used? Old Ping pressed on. Old Gu snorted. I'm a clairvoyant, not a prophet. Without another word, Old Ping took off his other slipper and threw it at old Ji's face. You old bastard, you talk a lot of nonsense. Ping Go Sheng, your feet stink. Old Gu dodged without a change in expression. I'm telling you, Zhuang Mo definitely has vitality, because he's good at farming. Premier once said to let things take their course. Doesn't that mean letting him focus on farming? Old Gu. Why did old Ping suddenly fall asleep? Zhu Baobao asked respectfully. Let him sleep. He's too worked up, old Gu replied calmly, then turned to Jiang Ying. Continue the training and quickly address Zhuang Mo's weaknesses. His ability lies in creation, just make sure his other skills reach the average level. With that, he got up and walked out. Old Gu. Zhu Baobao gathered the courage to ask, do the reformed ones have vitality? After a long silence, Old Gu turned and opened one eye. No. His voice was soft. No vitality, which is why I firmly oppose it. With that, he closed his eyes and slowly walked away. Zhu Baobao and Jiang Ying fell into deep thought. Jiang Ying finally understood that she had misunderstood old Ji's intentions all along. She thought nurturing 12 high-level talents was to give the conservatives hope, but old Ji's focus had always been solely on Zhuang Mo 20 years ago. Humanity had already lost its chance. Late at night, at the new student registration area, Old Ping took a big swig of tea and pointed at Old Gu, cursing, Gujima, did you cast an illusion on me? Do you know how precious my time is? Ping Go Sheng, how many days have you not slept? Old Gu retorted. Old Ping's face stiffened, and he continued to shout. By sleeping so long today, how much food production have I delayed? How many people will starve because of this? Old Gu gently opened his eyes on the tumor and said, if you die early, even more people will starve. Old Ping leaned back in his chair, idly swinging his slipper with his toes. With medical care watching over me 247, I can at least live another 8 years. Old Gu poured him a cup of tea, speaking softly. Don't you want to see the day humanity wins? Gujima leisurely took a sip of tea and said slowly. In 8 years, new mutants will emerge, and by then, we won't be able to withstand it. What's the use of the so-called vitality you see? We're just taking it one day at a time. You're too pessimistic. Golao's voice remained calm. Pessimistic? You call me pessimistic? Ping Lao propped one foot on the chair, his tone carrying a hint of irritation. I've recognized the essence of life, and still love it. Look at the entire central base. No, the 4 major basewoes more optimistic than me? Who doesn't call me a humorous old man when they see me? You're the pessimistic one. Just look at you. You look like a gloomy ghost. Golao was unfazed, his expression unchanged. After all these years, he was used to Ping Lao's extreme emotions. All right, back to the point. Golao set down his teacup, steering the conversation back. Let's talk about Zhuang Mo. What's there to talk about? Isn't it just business as usual? Ping Lao said dismissively, his right big toe fiddling inside his shoe. Hasn't it been this way for years? Everyone's done their best. The rest is up to fate. He paused, his expression gradually turning serious. Tell me, who will understand first, Bao Bao or Jiang Ying? Even if they know the outcome, is there any chance of changing the current situation? Jiang Ying, Golao replied calmly. Huh? Why Jiang Ying? That stubborn one. Bao Bao is much smarter. Ping Lao was clearly dissatisfied. Zhu Bao Bao overthinks, while Jiang Ying can't figure it out, so she doesn't bother. Golao explained unhurriedly. Late at night, Jiang Ying lay on a large 2-meter bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind in turmoil. She felt as if the future of humanity was lifeless, and Zhuang Mo was the only hope. 20 years ago, she knew that in 8 years, the pressure from the mutants would be unstoppable. That day was drawing closer. Thoughts flitted through her mind like countless unsolved mysteries, swirling in her head. She tried to make sense of them, but couldn't. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to sleep, as there was a lot to do the next day. The army brats needed sorting out. She'd head to the military first, then back to the academy for training. Meanwhile, Zhu Baobao was staring at the calm Su Jingsun in the video, her eyes bloodshot. Su Jingsun, you knew long ago that humanity was hopeless. You're insane. Su Jingsun sipped his tea, his tone indifferent. Even without Gu Lao's insight, Director Zhu could see it, right? The current state of war was determined long ago. We have no hope. Zhu Baobao's brow furrowed tightly, her tone somewhat agitated. If you knew, why are you still conducting these experiments? Yes, I knew. But now you know too. That means we have to keep going. We're not waiting for death. Are we waiting for the moment of extinction? Su Jingsun's gaze was resolute. I can't do it, and neither can you. No one can sentence humanity to death, not Gu Lao, not the mutants. I, Su Jingsun, have defended the first line for 17 years. My sister, Su Jingxin, is still at the southern base's front line, her fate unknown. 3 generations have died in countless battles, but we've never surrendered. Until the very last moment, we cannot sentence humanity to death. Su Jingsun spoke softly. If humanity truly has no hope, then what if it's not humanity? Zhu Baobao's throat moved slightly, murmuring. So, even if your experiments have failed countless times, you still have to continue? Su Jingsun's eyes grew even more determined. Yes, every species in this world evolves continuously. We evolved from hominids to Homo sapiens, and in the future, we could change again. In the face of species continuation, any pain, torment, and death are meaningful. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, even if there's no hope, I, Su Jingsun, will bear the infamy for eternity. You know how much I hope future generations will come and curse me. If you knew a species was about to go extinct, what would you do? In the classroom, Zhuang Mo swung his leg and answered without hesitation. Isn't the Titanarum just a corpse flower? It smells terrible, can't be used for paper, and isn't edible. Let it go extinct. Humans don't really need it. He sat up straight, adding seriously. Besides, it's already grown like some mutated plant, with flower spikes over 3 meters high. If it did mutate, its toxicity would probably surpass that of a pitcher plant, so letting it go extinct would be safer for humans. Han Junfeng listened and smiled approvingly. Zhuang Mo is right. The extinction of the Titanarum is indeed more beneficial to humans than its survival. If you encounter a non-mutated Titanarum in the wild, you can remove it to accelerate its extinction. With that, he announced the end of the class. I brought a bottle of wine. Want to have some in my room? Han Lingyu turned and invited. Hearing the word wine, Zhuang Mo's mouth watered with a sour tang. In these apocalyptic times, the only alcohol he had tasted was the sorghum liquor offered by Qin Xiangyang. Only someone like Han Junfeng, with his wood-based abilities to cultivate grapes, could enjoy wine. Thinking of this, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but sigh internally. What abilities are wonderful. With the final evening class over and a rest day tomorrow, it was indeed a perfect time to enjoy some wine. Zhuang Mo, along with Yi Xingqi, headed to Han Lingyu's room. Over the past month, since meeting Old Ping, Zhuang Mo's life had undergone a dramatic change. Their training schedule was adjusted to run from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., with the rest of the time dedicated to professional courses. According to Han Lingyu, this was a decision made by the school board after Dean Zhu convinced teacher Jiang that both combat training and professional courses were essential. Han Lingyu poured Zhuang Mo a small glass of wine, smiling. Your training results are quite impressive. Her gaze lingered on Zhuang Mo, seeing how the once frail boy had grown into a sturdy young man, full of vitality. Is your training camp still accepting people? Yi Xingqi teased, poking Zhuang Mo's firm arm. I may only have average talent and wood abilities, but my looks are pretty outstanding. Zhuang Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he was destined to work in a plantation, he had put in 90 effort in training to enhance his self-defense capabilities. This had significantly improved his basic abilities. Physique 99, Energy 99, E-level shooting, Reaction 99, Endurance 99, Coordination 99, Balance 99. These were all self-recorded stats, intentionally not perfect, leaving room for improvement. After all, one shouldn't be too perfect. During sparring sessions with Bian Shisan, Zhuang Mo clearly felt the changes brought by his improved basic abilities. Whether it was dodging attacks with his paper exoskeleton or precisely controlling paper airplanes to hit targets, there was a qualitative leap from before. His stamina allows him to do even more. He can now climb a kilometer-high city wall in one go. With a sense of accomplishment, he took a gentle sip of the wine, savoring its complexity in his mouth. The acidity was vibrant, the body full, the tannins delicate yet rich, with hints of lemon and white peach, and a barely there jasmine aroma that lingered on the tongue. Han Lingyu frowned, looking puzzled at Yi Xingqi. What's he talking about? I can't understand any of it. Yi Xingqi looked equally confused. I don't get it either. I know what peaches are, but what's a lemon taste like? Isn't jasmine the most likely flower to mutate? And can you even eat jasmine? Zhuang Mo's expression froze for a moment, and he laughed awkwardly. Oh, ha. He inwardly regretted using pretentious terms he'd memorized in his past life. realizing they were useless in this post-apocalyptic world. He scratched his head. I nearly forgot. Practicality is what matters here, not fancy talk. I read in a book once that wine tastes like this. He laughed awkwardly, trying to cover his embarrassment. The three of them clinked glasses, and Han Lingyu's expression turned serious as she got to the point. The southern base is secured, she said with a complex smile on her face, one that seemed to hold both hope and despair. Zhuang Mo couldn't decipher her expression and thought to himself, a woman's heart is a deep ocean, especially one as complex as Han Lingyu. Zhuang Mo, did you know? Han Lingyu continued. Before this, all the top officials believed the southern base was doomed, that everyone there would become fodder for the mutants. In 42 years, a level 9 mutant king has only appeared twice. The first time, it was with the Federation's father, Li Hanhai. This time, humanity sacrificed countless awakened ones, 3 S-class, and 1 S-class powerhouse, just to push back the level 9 mutant king. Did Su Jingxin die? Zhuang Mo asked directly. The one who fell was the S-class powerhouse from the southern base. The first line of defense was awash with blood, almost entirely wiped out. Han Lingyu took a sip of wine, her cheeks flushed with alcohol, and leaned gently on Yi Xingqi's shoulder, her voice turning soft and melancholic. I'm a very lucky person, born in a safe zone, with a father who is in a class wood-type powerhouse. I've never gone hungry or cold, nor have I had to fight on the front lines. I'm one of the very few in this world. So, I must do more for all of humanity. The lucky ones should do more. I want to plant lots and lots of food so that every warrior, every ordinary person, can eat their fill. If I try a little harder, I can save even more people. Yi Xingqi gently touched her cheek, his eyes full of love. Lingyu is the best, and she'll become even better. Just as Zhuang Mo was moved by Han Lingyu's words, he was unexpectedly hit with a wave of affection between them, swallowing his bit of emotion with a slightly awkward expression. And you, Zhuang Mo? Han Lingyu turned to him. What kind of person do you want to be? Zhuang Mo steadied himself and smiled. Like you, I want to farm in the plantations. Han Lingyu nodded approvingly. Then the three of us will level up and farm well together. Cheers. Yes, let's be noble farmers together, forever. Yi Xingqi said with a goofy, innocent smile. Farm well. Han Lingyu's voice suddenly lowered. We have less than 8 years left to farm. Lingyu, what are you talking about? Yi Xingqi leaned in curiously. Han Lingyu's eyes became deep and sorrowful. I said, we might not have forever. Han Lingyu was drunk. After returning to the dormitory, Zhuang Mo tossed his backpack by the bed and turned to the cage in the corner. Tiger, those people were really annoying today, always going on about 8 years. 8 years, Zhuang Mo complained to his little pet in the cage, leaning back in his chair. What do experts know? How could they possibly predict tomorrow, let alone 8 years from now? He tapped the cage and continued talking to himself. Listen to your dad. Let's just focus on living well today. Your little head can't handle such complicated things. Zhuang Mo suddenly frowned. Why am I talking so much today? I've got serious work to do. He turned to his computer and opened the bank interface. The screen displayed a balance of 10,000 points, which left him silent. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk as he sighed. He had been so engrossed in basic ability training that he hadn't taken any jobs to earn points in a long time. Tiger, he turned to the cage. Your dad wants to buy a set of level 4 mutation protective gear. And if there's any balance left, I'll get you a set too. His expression grew serious. There's less than 2 months until the upgrade test, and the post-upgrade trials are a matter of life and death. Zhuang Mo clicked on the community page, quickly browsing various posts for new opportunities. He had thought about imitating 20-year-old mature young master to make armor and earn points. But although that young master's post went viral, he only sold 1 set of armor, and it was to a user with a brute force physique. That armor was dented by a punch from another brute force user, sparking a nearly 2-month-long dispute. The buyer demanded a refund, while the seller accused them of improper use. The armor-selling route is a dead end, Zhuang Mo muttered to himself, his fingers sliding swiftly across the screen. But making one for myself is a possibility, the kind with power, both cool and practical, like an upgraded version of paper exoskeleton. His eyes lit up. There's 2 months until the upgrade, just enough time to slowly gather materials and make a perfect set. After half an hour of browsing the community, Zhuang Mo still hadn't found a good way to earn points. He turned to the cage and said helplessly, Tiger, earning points is really tough now. You might have to make do without new clothes this winter. Just then, his communicator lit up with a message from Hu-He. Zhuang Mo, I came across 2 level 3 mutated mandrakes in Zone G today and brought them back for you. Are you in your dorm? I'll drop them off. Level 3 mutated mandrakes. Zhuang Mo sat up straight, eyes shining. Anesthetic needles. He quickly replied with yes. He only had a few hundred anesthetic needles on hand, which might be used up in one encounter with a giant creature. Anesthetic paper was much more practical than fireproof or waterproof paper, a lifesaver in critical moments. In less than 10 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Zhuang Mo opened it to see Hu-He standing there with a few others. one of them dragging a huge metal bag. We cut the petals and leaves off and sealed them in metal. Almost no smell. Hui said with a cheerful smile, beads of sweat on his forehead. I won't come in. It's been a tiring night. My buddies and I need to get back and rest. Gratefully, Zhuang Mo accepted the metal bag and took 4 tomatoes from the fridge, a gift from Han Lingyu, to give in return. After the exchange, he closed the door and excitedly looked at the remains of the 2 level 3 mutated mandrakes. Tiger, remember this for your dad, Zhuang Mo said to the cage. We must properly thank your aunt you later. He looked joyfully at the big metal bag, not even opening it, and started making paper directly through the bag. This was his second time making anesthetic paper, and his speed was noticeably faster than last time. He could feel the leaves and petals inside the bag transforming into small orange-green gradient paper sheets, then automatically rolling into needle shapes. Suddenly, as his energy touched one of the mandrakes, a sense of doubt arose in Zhuang Mo's mind. Huh? What's this? There's no toxicity. This isn't a level 3 mutant datura. Zhuang Mo furrowed his brows, cautiously put on a triple-layer mask, and held his breath as he approached the metal bag. He quickly opened the bag and, in the next second, leaped out of the room as if scalded, slamming the door shut behind him. Standing outside, Zhuang Mo's hands moved swiftly, folding waterproof paper into a dozen small boxes. He expertly turned the real datura into tranquilizer darts, placing 50 in each box, not daring to add even 1 Morini higher dose, and he feared he'd pass out before his enemies did. Good thing Hui gave me this metal bag, Zhuang Mo muttered as he transferred the filled boxes and the previous tranquilizer darts into the bag, then took out the remaining datura. Back inside, he carefully sealed the bag before examining the leftover plants. The petals and leaves were identical to those of a level 3 mutant datura, yet they were non-toxic. Could it be reverse mutation? From deadly weapon to harmless little yellow flower. Zhuang Mo wondered, scanning with his watch, only to be stunned by the Resulta level 1 mutant 9-colored flower. Quickly searching the mutant flora and fauna guide, he found a brief description. 9-colored flower, level 1 mutant plant, original form unknown, can mimic any mutant plant, non-aggressive. The comments section was buzzing. Red Sugar Bigfoot. I don't buy this as a level 1 mutation. This species didn't exist before the apocalypse. Feels like it's planning something big. Begging, not crime. Won't this scare the other mutant plants to death? It changes to look like whoever it's near. Little Curly. Can it be a potted plant? Put it next to a rose. Let it grow and take out the rose. Looking at the convincingly disguised 9-colored flower, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but marvel. A chameleon only changes color, but you can change form too, even better than the 6-eared macaque. Yet he quickly lost interest as a pragmatist. Even the most amazing abilities are pointless if they can't be practically applied. That he, sending 2 daturas, with half of them fake, Zhuang Mo grumbled. I should have sent him 2 wooden tomatoes in return. Casually, he used energy to turn the 9-colored flower into paper, unexpectedly revealing a beautiful orange-green gradient. This looks pretty nice, could make a notebook for Han Lingyu. No sooner said than done, he made a notebook in size 16, adding a waterproof paper cover. But the moment he put the notebook down, something strange happened and it began to change colors wildly. Zhuang Mo was stunned. What's going on? Is the processor broken? Or does it not know what color to be? Even in death, it's still trying to change. He shook his head and sighed. New species in the apocalypse, truly limitless in their powers. The notebook flickered with a series of colors, making Zhuang Mo's eyes feel dizzy. He cautiously input a trace of energy to calm it down. As expected, the colors immediately stopped changing and settled on a pure white. Interesting. Zhuang Mo's eyes lit up and a smile played on his lips. Huzi, it seems your dad has discovered the clever use of this notebook. He adjusted the energy output slightly and softly said, green. Instantly, the entire book, except for the cover, turned a vibrant green. Blue. The notebook immediately shifted to a deep blue-black. Zhuang Mo frowned slightly. This blue is too dark, let's change it to sky blue. The pages instantly became a bright azure, like flowing blue paint. After playing around for a while, Zhuang Mo finally stopped, reluctantly. By then, the notebook had transformed into a dazzling rainbow of colors. He patted Huzi's head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Huzi, sorry, this was supposed to be a gift for your Aunt Yu, but your dad needs to borrow it for a bit. He quickly calculated that these few hundred sheets of color-changing paper were just enough to cover a suit of armor. If he gave Han Lingyu a notebook, his armor would be missing a piece. Carefully, he stored all the color-changing paper in a large box, placing it with other specialty papers. The acquisition of the color-changing paper sparked inspiration in Zhuang Mo. He immediately spread out a blank sheet and began sketching a design for the armor. The first suit of armor needed to be imposing enough should he go with the style of the great sage equal to heaven or the third prince. He started by drawing a simple human outline. Zhuang Mo listed the materials needed on the paper. 1. Durable paper, for basic protection. 2. Fireproof paper, needs to be upgraded using level 7 mutated sea pine bark. 3. Waterproof paper, considering using level 5 mutated reeds or level 6 mutated water plant. 4. Toxic paper, as a second layer of protection. 5. Color-changing paper, as the outermost camouflage layer. He carefully contemplated the combination of each material. Although these materials together could only make a protective suit, with his paper control abilities, he could completely solve the power issue. The only thing lacking was attack power, but he had already begun considering solutions for that. Zhuang Mo took out a blank sheet of paper and began to meticulously list the skills of the battle armor he had mastered. His pen glided swiftly across the surface, detailing each ability. First was the basic defense system, a rapidly moving paper exoskeleton, combined with wrist-mounted tranquilizer darts and paper saw blades stored in the abdomen. Thinking about the saw blades, Zhuang Mo frowned. If he could find sufficiently strong plants to make the paper, the saw blade's power would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Compared to Iron Man's Mark 7, bristling with micro-missiles, rockets, and ion cannons, his armor indeed fell short in terms of offensive capability. Although this world lacked such heavy weaponry, he could certainly explore new ideas. As he continued writing, he listed the retractable paper sword on his right arm and the retractable shield on his left arm. Finally, he drew a question mark next to wingsuit flying. This idea was still in the conceptual stage, unlike the other equipment, which had already been proven feasible. Wingsuit flying could be divided into two types: unpowered, controlled by a batwing principle, or with added power assistance. Although he couldn't yet fly as if stepping on paper, that would require reaching class a combining his ability to control paper. Creating a wingsuit somewhere between the two should not be a problem. Moreover, he had already successfully made a parachute, which was half of the wingsuit system. Looking at the densely packed plans on the paper, Zhuang Mo added another item: a gas mask. Facing numerous toxic mutant creatures, this protective device was essential. He needed to find plants with filtering capabilities. Gazing at the list of upgrade projects marked with question marks, Zhuang Mo rubbed his temples. The issue wasn't the lack of specific materials, but that almost all materials were lacking. Some could be purchased with points, but more required continuing to search for suitable plants. The biggest challenge was the severe shortage of points. Just the bark of a level 7 mutant sea pine cost a minimum of 10,000 points, and this was merely the most basic level 7 material. Although the armor saved him the cost of a level 4 alien protective suit, only requiring a level 4 alien hide, the actual price of that hide would likely far exceed the original 10,000 points, much like how Han Ling Yu's level 7 protective suit cost 26,000. Tiger, Zhuang Mo muttered to himself, staring at the ceiling. Your dad used to be a wage slave in the normal world, working hard for a month and still not making ends meet. I never thought that in this other world, even though I'm called a genius, I'm still broke. Even buying you winter clothes requires careful budgeting. I'm such an unworthy father. He clenched his fist. From today on, I must find every possible way to earn points, even if it means compromising my conscience. That evening, Zhuang Mo posted an advertisement in the community. Tiger's Dad, Flat Old Blind Box Limited Release. Each box only 88 points, 7 flat olds hidden inside. Which one you get is entirely up to luck. Collect the whole set to prove you're a true flat old fan. Zhuang Mo looked at the post he had carefully crafted, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He had launched 7 types of Ping Lao blind boxes. The regular ones included Straw Hat Ping Lao, with a removable straw hat, Jump Scare hidden in a delicate box, Bag of Dates, carrying a pouch filled with dates, Kung Fu Ping Lao striking a pose, and Angry Ping Lao, with detachable wooden eyeballs. There were also 2 rare hidden versions, Ping Lao lying on bed, which could be separated from the bed, and Rainy Day Ping Lao, equipped with a waterproof umbrella. Each figurine was meticulously crafted from color-changing paper, vividly capturing the image of the little old man who loved to disturb him at night. The rich kids in the safe zone have plenty of points. Not taking advantage of this would be a disservice to Huzi, Zhuang Mo mused, confident that these lifelike Ping Lao figurines would attract buyers. As for the color-changing paper needed for production, once the blind box business expanded and he accumulated enough points, getting the 9-colored flower would be no problem. He followed his usual pre-sleep routine of meditating for 30 minutes, focusing on the way that can be spoken, feeling the energy flow through his body, before drifting off to sleep. By the next morning, his community messages were flooded with purchase requests, but Zhuang Mo calmly locked the screen. He understood the art of blind box marketing. The more scarce it seemed, the more it fueled the desire to buy. However, the blind box business could wait. There was something more pressing today. Though it was a day off meant for relaxation, he needed to spar with Shursan in preparation for Li Wei's impending release. Recently, he had witnessed several challenge matches. Zhang Zifei was no match for Bai Xiaoyu, while Bian Shursan narrowly defeated Pan Yi. Li Wei had boldly declared he would take on 5 people in succession, including Bian Shursan, Song Yulong, and 2 other assistants, with Zhuang Mo wisely opting out. This sequential challenge was arranged from weakest to strongest, with Bien Shusan as the first opponent. On the field, only Zhuang Mo, Bien Shusan, and Zhao Mingran were present. Zhuang Mo analyzed quietly. Although they were all called warriors, he and Bien Shusan were more like mage-type players adept at long-range attacks, but weak in close combat defense. Leewi, on the other hand, was a close combat tank. If he broke through their defenses, even with a teacher supervising, Bien Shusan would inevitably get hurt. Moreover, they had a grudge with Leewi, and not only would Leewi not hold back, but he might also unleash his full potential at the last moment to severely injure Bien Shusan. Because of this, the sparring sessions were handled by Zhao Mingran, who was also a physical type, while Zhuang Mo provided suggestions for improvement from the sidelines. In the training ground, Zhao Mingran moved like lightning, closing in on Bien Shusan with astonishing speed. She leaned back to narrowly avoid the whistling round blade. As the blade returned, she extended her right fist, aiming directly for Bien Shusan's face. If this punch landed squarely, it could easily dislocate Shusan's head. Zhuang Mo felt a twinge of anxiety. Screech, the returning round blade blocked the heavy punch just in time, causing Zhao Mingran's fist to bleed instantly. Yet, she didn't pull back. Instead, she gritted her teeth and continued to strike against the rapidly spinning blade. The blade's edge left bloody marks on her fist, but she still managed to knock it away with a punch. Zhuang Mo was shocked by Zhao Mingran's ferocity. She could have avoided the blade, yet chose to confront it with her bare flesh. When her bloodied fist stopped abruptly in front of Bien Shusan's nose, confusion appeared on her face. "What's wrong with you?" Bien Shusan could have slashed her fist with the blade, but he didn't. He turned to Zhuang Mo, his small eyes full of frustration. "I've leveled up." "What?" Zhuang Mo sprang up from the lounge chair. "I think I've leveled up," Bien Shusan repeated dejectedly. Zhao Mingran's pupils widened. "So you held back because you were afraid of hurting me?" "I haven't learned to suppress it to flevel." Bien Shusan shook his head. For a moment, Zhao Mingran was at a loss for words. She knew Bien Shusan's character well. Apart from Zhuang Mo, he never held back against anyone. Yet, breaking through within 3 months of enrollment made him the first in the Academy's history. Although the official level-up test was 6 months away, someone who could exceed the energy limit early was bound to have battle prowess. If it were her, she'd be too excited to sleep, training through the night. But why was Bien Shusan so downcast? Leveling up is indeed a bit of a problem, Zhuang Mo mused, rubbing his chin. If Leewi suppresses himself to flevel and fights Shusan, with Shusan's strength and intense training, his chances of winning are decent. But now that Shusan has reached a level, facing Leewi of the same level, he might just get beaten. Zhuang Mo patted Bien Shusan's shoulder. "There will be a way. You haven't leveled up yet. How could I go first?" Bien Shusan's eyes dimmed, and he instinctively wanted to cut his arm with the round blade. Remembering that Zhuang Mo disapproved, he stopped himself. Zhao Mingran had just finished bandaging her right hand and looked bewildered at these words. She could never understand Bien Shusan's mindset. "Don't worry, I've leveled up too," Zhuang Mo said calmly. "Before you, I broke through before the training." Zhao Mingran fell silent. As the only one with mid-tier level talent, she suddenly felt out of place. Bien Shusan was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. "You leveled up too? And before me?" Zhao Mingran watched his elated expression and could only offer a wry smile. "What's there to be so happy about?" Zhuang Mo lay back on the chair, serious. "The issue now isn't whether I've leveled up, but how you, having leveled up, can defeat Leewi." Zhao Mingran affirmed. "We can't beat him." Zhuang Mo agreed. With Leewi's level strength, he could probably send Bien Shusan flying with a single punch, and Bien Shusan's round blade would hardly cause any real damage against the regenerative abilities of an A-level body. "Shusan, how far can you control your range now?" Zhuang Mo asked. Bien Shusan threw the round blade, which stopped about 30 meters away, unable to go further. 30, he replied succinctly. Zhuang Mo nodded and asked, "What's the heaviest metal you can control?" 10 pounds as of yesterday, Bien Shusan answered. Zhuang Mo nodded thoughtfully. They had just done a training session on controlling abilities the previous day, where Bien Shusan managed to control 10 pounds of metal. However, he had leveled up to a level last night, which meant his control ability might have changed. Yet, he hadn't tested his new weight limit, so it was uncertain how much metal he could now control. Zhuang Mo mused, rubbing his chin. Advancing to a level isn't without its perks. At least it allows for long-range attacks, which might help you dodge a couple of punches. His eyes suddenly lit up. How about making a metal version of an exoskeleton? It could be lightweight, just a few pounds, and when he hits you, you run. The more Zhuang Mo spoke, the more his idea made sense to him, but soon he fell into deep thought. However, a metal exoskeleton isn't as easy to maneuver as a paper one. Bien Shusan's escape speed won't match mine, so whether he can evade Leewi is uncertain. But Bien Shusan, you grew up in Ruins Area A and have plenty of experience running away, so it's not impossible. We can't win, but the goal now is to get beaten less, Zhuang Mo chuckled, pulling out 2 sheets of paper to make a paper exoskeleton. He started explaining the principles and usage to Bien Shursan in detail. Think of it as a skeleton outside your body. This strut mimics the lower leg. This little box mimics the joint, using an external structure to support the body. A skeleton is essentially a support structure, carrying load and providing support. Whether internal or external, the function of the skeleton doesn't change. Bien Shursan and Zhao Mingran exchanged a bewildered look, which made Zhuang Mo frown. After a moment's silence, he waved his hand and said, "Let's skip the theory. Can you make an identical metal version of this paper exoskeleton?" Bien Shursan nodded. "I can." Zhuang Mo nodded in satisfaction. "Great. Then you just channel energy here and then release it." "Got it, got it." Zhuang Mo nodded again in satisfaction and added, "Shursan, you can aim for Leewi's head. It's the slowest to regenerate." Zhao Mingran was slightly taken aback. "The head can regenerate after being cut? That's terrifying." "Yeah, cutting the head off would definitely be fatal." Zhuang Mo frowned, a trace of unease in his eyes, before Zhao Mingran added, "But the facial features and skin regenerate relatively slowly." Zhuang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, at least we can incapacitate him." He continued thoughtfully, "Cutting the head is no simple task. First, you must bypass defenses to reach the head, and then have the strength to cut through. But no matter how tough Leewi's head is, with Bien Shursan's current strength, he probably can't even touch it." Zhuang Mo paused, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration, slapping his thigh. "There might be a chance to cut the head." Zhao Mingran and Bien Shursan both looked at him, full of confusion. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Zhuang Mo smiled, his tone becoming somewhat profound. "Shursan, fighting requires strategy." Bien Shursan had unwavering faith in Zhuang Mo's strategy. Without Zhuang Mo's guidance, his skills with the round blade wouldn't exist. His eyes were wide open, filled with a thirst for knowledge. Beside him, Zhao Mingran wore the same expression, both eagerly watching Zhuang Mo, awaiting his explanation. Zhuang Mo was secretly pleased. This hunger for knowledge was exactly what he had hoped for. "This is the kind of attention that satisfies my need to spread knowledge," he thought, recalling how uninterested they seemed when he tried to introduce basic biology earlier. Clearing his throat, he leaned forward slightly. "Perhaps you've heard of the blood dripper?" he asked. Both of them shook their heads in unison. "The blood dripper is a weapon that's difficult to describe with words," Zhuang Mo said, as he mentally sketched out his explanation. He pulled 2 sheets of paper from his bag and deftly folded them. Within seconds, an intricate half-sphere took shape. He inspected his creation, satisfied with his handiwork. Without warning, he flicked his wrist, sending the paper half-sphere hurtling toward Bien Shursan's chest. Instinctively, Bien Shursan dodged, but the paper sphere suddenly changed direction, landing precisely on his head like a harmless paper hat. Then, a birdcage-like structure unfurled from the hat, enclosing Bien Shursan's entire head. A ring of sharp teeth emerged from the cage's base, gleaming ominously as they settled around his neck. With a single movement, those teeth could sever his head, leaving it in the cage to be retrieved by Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo admired his creation and Bien Shursan's expression from inside the cage, highly satisfied with his Zhuang Mo version blood dripper. "What a neat device. It makes head chopping almost exciting," he thought, a sly glint in his eye. Surprisingly, Bien Shursan, with the teeth around his neck and his head trapped, showed no panic. Instead, he appeared thrilled. He understood that Zhuang Mo wasn't trying to kill him, but was teaching him a new skill. Zhao Mingran, standing nearby, was too shocked to speak. There's no escape," she eventually murmured. Zhuang Mo retrieved the blood dripper, making some adjustments to the birdcage part, then smiled and asked, "Shursan, with your combat experience, can you get the blood dripper on Leewi's head?" Bien Shursan nodded without hesitation. "I can," he replied confidently. "But you'll need to make a metal version of the blood dripper, and I'll need a few practice runs before the fight. And the exoskeleton, once it's ready, you'll need to familiarize yourself with it," Zhuang Mo added, frowning slightly. "Leewi will be released in 3 days, and it seems like we're short on time." He weighed the practical challenges. Bien Shursan had only just reached a level, and his ability to manipulate metal was still insufficient for quick crafting. If they enlisted a D-level metal user to help, the plan would likely leak. The blood dripper's greatest strength lay in its surprise, and if the opponent was prepared, it would lose its advantage. "If Song Yulong were here, this would be much simpler," Zhuang Mo sighed. "But he's on a mission and won't return until the day of Leewi's challenge." After careful consideration, Zhuang Mo decided, "We're short on time. Focus on the blood dripper first. We can postpone the exoskeleton. Start gathering materials and begin now." Bien Shursan studied the paper blood dripper for a moment, then looked up. "We have time to do both." He never made empty promises. Since he said it was possible, Zhuang Mo had no further objections. Noticing Zhao Mingran's disappointment, Zhuang Mo paused and said, "Mingran, you can use the blood dripper too." Her eyes lit up before dimming again. "But I can't control any elements," she said. Zhuang Mo quickly folded another paper blood dripper, this time adding a chain. How about this? He demonstrated the new design. Your version will need a mechanism. A pull on the chain will activate the teeth. Find someone to make a metal one, as the paper version is too light for you. But you'll have to wait until Shursan's match with Leewi is over. He handed the chain version to Zhao Mengran. She took it, examining every detail, then looked up, her eyes burning with gratitude. Thank you, Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo lay back on his chair, his gaze shifting to Bien Shursan. Look at Mengran, so polite, he thought. And then there's Bien Shursan, this ungrateful child, who still refuses to call me godfather. It's truly disappointing. In the afternoon, Zhuang Mo went to Shangrui Market with Bien Shursan and Zhao Mengran. In the materials section of the market, they purchased a few sheets of level 3 mutated paper bark. Zhuang Mo had become accustomed to using fireproof paper made from this bark as regular paper. After all, the bark, which could be bought for 10 points, could produce a large amount of paper, a luxury that couldn't even buy a simple notebook. After exploring the entire market and finding no other useful materials, the three returned to the academy. Once back at the dormitory, Zhuang Mo focused on producing a batch of paper and then entered his usual training routine. His schedule had been tightly packed recently, but he never skipped his nightly energy absorption sessions. He understood that the total amount of supernatural energy was the foundation of his strength, akin to the internal energy in martial arts novels. Relying solely on external techniques would significantly reduce both penetration and control. However, the energy absorption mechanism in this world was completely different from the traditional martial arts method of unblocking meridians. Instead, it resembled a process of drawing energy from everyday life and the world around, hinting at a revival of spiritual energy. For this reason, Zhuang Mo had reservations about who he and Han Lingyu's claim that humans will struggle to resist in 8 years. He believed that every world operates according to its rules, whether presented in a scientific or theological manner. Although this world had created the heterogeneities as human adversaries and various mutant creatures, it hadn't cut off humanity's path. Humans had not only gained the ability to cultivate, but could also convert heterogeneity crystal nuclei into energy. With the world showing signs of a spiritual resurgence, how could one speak of despair? He extended his thumbs toward the sky and ground, feeling layers of energy pouring into his body. According to the law of conservation of energy, the energy he absorbed didn't vanish into thin air, but existed in a more valuable form. After finishing his training, Zhuang Mo exhaled deeply and felt refreshed. The supernatural energy in his heart, resembling a ping-pong ball, felt noticeably more solid, though he was still some way from breaking through to level. Compared to the transition from level to a level, this breakthrough was indeed more challenging. Even with his talent, he could only accumulate energy gradually. He placed Huzi on the table and began writing in his 3 journals for the day. In his combat journal, he noted that Shur-san was completely unguarded, so he couldn't test the effectiveness of the blood dropper attack, which would have to wait 3 days. The training journal recounted how, despite it being a rest day, Zhao Mengran, the study king, had insisted on several practice sessions with Shur-san. In the planting journal, he updated the record since leaving Ping Lao, even backfilling past experiences of planting plum trees, rice, and tomatoes. He also mentioned checking the plum tree's growth on the way back, noting that it was thriving and expected to bloom this winter. After writing in his journals, Zhuang Mo played with Huzi for a while before opening his watch to project onto the community screen. His private messages had exceeded 111, with posts marked by a prominent hot symbol. After a day of settling, it was time to respond to these messages. A quick scan revealed that most were inquiries about prices or specific designs, so Zhuang Mo wrote a simple sentence as a unified reply. The items will arrive within 7 days after the transaction. No returns or exchanges. You can't choose specific designs, and a complete set includes 6 pieces for 528 points. Our business thrives on exclusivity. Customer service? Not available. Zhuang Mo tapped the keyboard, satisfied, and hit send, then scrolled down to read the comments below the post. A string of replies caught his eye. Tiger's Dad. Limited edition Ping Lao blind boxes for sale. Only 88 points per box, featuring 7 Ping Lao designs. Which one will you get? Xiao Daimei. OMG, this is too cute, especially the angry Ping Lao. It looks just like Ping Lao when he's mad. Futa Suni. How did they manage to make that tiny straw hat look so realistic? Sincerity. Tiger's Dad is Zhuang Mo, right? These must be made of paper. Is he crazy for points? Who would spend points on a bunch of paper? Shuang not yellow. I would. Hold breath, live longer. I would. Hold breath, live longer. I really want the rainy day Ping Lao. Can I choose? Crying. 98038. The Kung Fu Ping Lao doesn't look that great. The outfit is too green. Secret moan. I want the whole set. I need every single one. Zhuang Mo's lips curled into a smile, and he hummed softly. The popularity of the little old man was indeed astonishing, and the blind boxes seemed destined to sell out. He quickly selected a comment and typed a reply. Leave your address after transferring the points. Items will arrive within 7 days, no returns or exchanges, and you can't choose specific designs. A complete set includes 6 pieces for 528 points. Available only within the safe zone. As soon as the message was sent, the notification sound for private messages began to ring continuously, nearly overwhelming the community's messaging interface. Zhuang Mo opened it to find a flood of transfer notifications. In just a few minutes, he had sold 61 boxes at 88 points each, skyrocketing his account balance to 5,368 points. Zhuang Mo jumped up from his chair, eyes gleaming. Tiger, you know once someone buys one blind box, they'll want a second, a third, a seventh. We've struck gold, we really have. He sat back down, tapping his fingers on the desk, pondering the disparity between rich and poor. He recalled how, when he first arrived here, he had to work 3 grueling days in a junkyard just to earn a single point. Yet, these young masters and misses in the safe zone could spend 88 points on a paper-folded blind box without hesitation, equivalent to 264 days of his work in the junkyard. Isn't this unfair? Zhuang Mo asked himself, answering, yes, it's definitely unfair, but is there absolute fairness in any world? He shook his head. After all, the points these young masters and misses have were earned by their parents' hard work. In this world, whether you can awaken determines almost everything, including whether you can survive and what kind of life you lead. Struck it rich, struck it rich. Zhuang Mo brushed aside these useless thoughts, focusing on the rapidly increasing points, his smile nearly reaching his ears. The first batch had already brought in over 5,000 points, bringing him one step closer to the battle armor he dreamed of. He quickly planned the delivery strategy in his mind. Take advantage of the rest day to ship the orders, have Bien Shursen handle deliveries within the academy and nearby areas, letting him earn some extra for running errands. For farther locations, send Zhao Mingran, who was fast, practically born to be a courier. However, this meant Zhao Mingran's delivery fee would have to be higher than Bien Shursan's. Bien Shursan charged 2 points for delivering protective umbrellas, but Zhao Mingran would be going beyond the academy, so she should get at least 4 points, right? At this thought, Zhuang Mo felt a pang of heartache. If he had known this, he would have set Bien Shursan's delivery fee at 1 point from the start. How could an excellent businessman not understand the importance of controlling costs back then? He berated himself. However, Zhuang Mo's shipping actions suddenly came to a halt. His expression froze, brows furrowing, as he realized a problem far more serious than delivery costs. The purchasing power in the safe zone far exceeded expectations, and his raw materials were severely insufficient. A single sheet of paper could only make 1 ping lao, and his current supply was only enough to produce 280 blind boxes. If he couldn't find more of the 9-colored flower, his blind box business wouldn't be sustainable, and the battle armor would lose its cover. Hui is a sociable person, especially because his grandfather, Hu Jiantong, is an level Earth ability powerhouse and the commander of the garrison in Zone B. This connection has allowed him to meet many people. However, among his many friends, the one he admires the most is Zhuang Mo, whom he has known for the shortest time. At the moment, Hui is describing Zhuang Mo to his grandfather via video call. Not only does he possess special abilities and formidable combat skills, but he can also grow rice grains the size of peanuts. More impressively, as someone with high Evilwood abilities, Zhuang Mo is gentle, kind, and honest, though he tends to be reserved and doesn't easily open up to others. While speaking, Hui's phone suddenly vibrates. Glancing down, he is surprised to see a message from Zhuang Mo, marking the first time Zhuang Mo has initiated contact. His eyes light up instantly. Brother Zhuang Mo, where did you find the 2 mandrakes you gave me last time? Are there any more around? Hui chuckles, telling Hu Jiantong on the other end of the video, Zhuang Mo just messaged me. I bet he's looking for a 3rd-level mutant mandrake to make anesthetic paper. Looks like giving him those mandrakes paid off. He finally sees me as a friend. He quickly replies, you want more mandrakes? I'll have my friends keep an eye out for you. Zhuang Mo immediately sends a voice message. Eagerly, Hui plays it, only to hear, actually, one of the mandrakes you gave me is a 9-colored flower. I want the 9-colored flower. Hui is momentarily at a loss for words. On the video call, Hu Jiantong is so exasperated that he huffs. You can't even tell the difference between a 3rd-level mutant mandrake and a 1st-level mutant 9-colored flower. And you try to network like this? It's embarrassing. Back when you were collecting points, did you not check whether it was 1 point or 10? You gave away a 9-colored flower thinking it was a mandrake, and no one bothered to tell you. You can't rely on these so-called friends. A rare look of embarrassment crosses Hui's usually composed face. He quickly replies to Zhuang Mo and posts messages in several groups to buy a 9-colored flower. When he looks up, he notices a peculiar smile on his grandfather's face. A sense of foreboding hits Hui. Could this mean another retreat? After his last training retreat, which lasted a month under his uncle's unknown guidance, he was confident he could compete with Bien Shursan. Yet those high-level ability folks had undergone a grueling training with teacher Jiang, boosting their skills even further. Now he can't even defeat Xiao Jie from his class. Grandpa, He asks tentatively. Ahem, Hu Jiantong clears his throat. Have you seen the Ping Goshing 7-piece set Zhuang Mo is selling in the community? Hu He is puzzled. His schedule is even busier than his grandfather's, leaving him no time to browse the community. Who is Ping Goshing? And what is the 7-piece set? He quickly opens the community page and finds a pinned post from Huzi's father. As he reads, Hui's eyes grow brighter. It turns out to be about his most admired figure, Ping Lao. To sustain the billion people at the central base, Ping Lao dedicates all his energy to humanity, sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a day. Expecting nothing in return and caring little for fame, Hui thought to himself as he admired Zhuang Mo's skillful folding of the Ping Lao origami. A set of Ping Lao blind boxes only contained 6, but he needed 7 different Ping Lao figures. Buying 2 sets should do the trick, he pondered, his finger hovering over the terminal. Initially considering messaging Zhuang Mo for a backdoor deal, he decided against it. It's just 176 points. I'll buy 2 sets outright. Just as he was about to place the order, an old man in a military uniform on the video call bellowed. Are you using the points I gave you to buy that old fool Ping Goshing stuff? After a moment of staring each other down, Hu Jiantong cleared his throat. Well, I'll top up your points. Give me a set too. Hu He sighed at the latest update. Limited purchase, only 1 set per person per week. Under the intense gaze of the old man, he had no choice but to ask a friend to use their account to order one for him. Just after completing the order, Zhuang Mo announced in the community that the first batch of 196 boxes had sold out, and the Ping Lao blind boxes were temporarily unavailable. Hu He exhaled in relief, grateful for his quick action. Turning to more serious matters, Hu He asked, is it true that there's a rumor in the safe zone about Elder Gu foreseeing no future for humanity? It's true, Hu Jiantong replied calmly. Seeing his grandson's face change, the old man sneered. Gujima foresaw that 20 years ago, and aren't humans still doing just fine? Those theorists who have never seen a battlefield just know how to draw models and talk nonsense. As long as your grandfather is guarding Zone B, not a single abomination will break through the first line of defense. He paused. This hasn't been mentioned in 20 years, and now it's all over the place just as Su Jingxin wins a battle. It's definitely Su Jingxin stirring things up for the modified. Remember, stay away from the Su family's lunatics and focus on your studies. Hui trusted his grandfather's judgment completely. Although the situation with the next wave of abominations 8 years from now seemed grim, the Federation was well prepared. From intensified training at the academy and in the military to drug upgrades and reagent research involving ordinary people, everyone was gearing up for that battle. On this day off, many in the safe zone were busy helping Hui find a level 1 mutated 9-colored flower. This flower could only be identified with a watch scanner, and everyone was bustling around Zone G. In a group chat without Hui's presence, people were buzzing. Young master Hu is really something lately. Last time, he looked for a level 3 mutated mandrake in the middle of the night, and now he wants a level 1 mutated 9-colored flower. Could it be some girl with a unique interest? Who did the mandrake end up with last time? Anyone in the know? Spill the beans. Zhuang Mo, bewildered at how he ended up in this group, casually changed his note to VME 10 and sent a message. VME 10 points, and I'll tell you. Oh, by the way, V means transfer. 101010. It was given to Wei One High. That night, Zhuang Mo received 8 bulging bags. He carefully opened them one by one, revealing large bouquets of roses, several clusters of morning glories, and a lush holly tree. Scanning each with his watch, he was left speechless. The entire haul consisted of grade 1 mutant 9-colored flowers. These 9-colored flowers are really thriving, Zhuang Mo mused to himself. I can't believe there's so many hidden in Area G. Just this holly alone is enough to keep me busy for quite a while. Thinking of Hui's generous help, he decided to repay his friend by offering him special treatment with the first batch of blind boxes. After spending a whole hour on the bed crafting paper, Zhuang Mo finally completed a new tiger. This paper tiger was so lifelike that its size, shape, and color were indistinguishable from a real one. Holding the tiger close, his eyes welled up with warmth. Tiger, you finally have black eyes, a black nose, and a red tongue. I used to think you were dirty and never let you on the bed. Now that you're all clean, we can sleep together tonight. Watching as the tiger tried to crawl onto his face, Zhuang Mo feigned anger. Trying to sleep on my face? You're asking for trouble. On Tuesday, the first batch of blind boxes began distribution through the delivery person, Bian Shisan. Hu He, Han Lingyu, Yi Xingqi, and 17 others became the first customers. 8 ordered the full set, while the rest opted to buy one as a trial. To show his gratitude, Zhuang Mo gifted a blind box to Hu He, Han Lingyu, and Yi Xingqi, without knowing what was inside. That evening, Yi Xingqi was excitedly rubbing his hands together in Han Lingyu's room, surrounded by 6 figures of Ping Lao, missing only a rainy day version to complete the set. Lingyu, what do you think the next one will be? I bet it'll be the rainy day Ping Lao. Han Lingyu appeared calm, but inside she was thrilled. The mystery of opening each box was exhilarating. especially since it contained the wood element god she admired. According to Zhuang Mo, each set of 6 was unique, but the 7th was a gamble. Lingyu, let me open just one, Yi Xingqi pleaded, his eyes wide with hope. Han Lingyu took a deep breath and picked up the blind box Zhuang Mo had given her. They both watched intently as it revealed a surprise you version of Ping Lao. No worries, there are still 7 more to open, Han Lingyu reassured herself. Let me open them, please, Yi Xingqi begged, shaking Han Lingyu's arm. She then picked up another complete set of blind boxes and swiftly opened them all. Looking at the 14 Ping Lao figures neatly arranged on the table, Yi Xingqi was filled with frustration. How come there's not a single rainy day Ping Lao? And I didn't get to open any. Are you blaming me? Han Lingyu asked, her face expressionless. Yi Xingqi immediately backed down. Of course not, Lingyu. How about we buy another set? We're bound to get the rainy day Ping Lao this time. But Zhuang Mo said they're out of stock, and who knows when the second batch will be available, Han Lingyu replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. Meanwhile, Zhang Zifei held his very first blind box with slightly trembling hands. He never expected this small box would mark the beginning of a change in his life, nor that his room would eventually be filled with an entire wall of blind boxes. White Xiaoyu, he exclaimed into the phone. I got the rare old Ping lying in bed. Do you know this is 1 out of 20? He carefully examined the figurine in his hand. Guess what? Old Ping can be taken off the bed, and the color scheme of the clothes is just perfect. I've decided, not only will I buy another one, but I'm going to collect the whole set. On the other side, Hui had a different experience. After opening 7 blind boxes, his eyes fell on the 6 blind boxes in his grandfather's cabinet. He already had an angry old Ping in his hand, but he still hadn't gotten the coveted old Ping lying in bed. Anyway, the old man won't be back to the safe zone anytime soon, he justified to himself. I should open them and take a look for him. He recalled the cool image of old Ping lying in bed and flying to the academy in a recent video, which strengthened his resolve to find old Ping lying in bed. 10 minutes later, Hui was down to his last blind box. He weighed it in his hand. His eyes lighting Yupit was noticeably heavier than the others. It must be old Ping lying in bed. He held his breath and carefully unwrapped it. However, inside was a bag of oversized dates. Frustrated, he grabbed one and bit down hard. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mo leisurely leaned against Huzi, looking at his total score of 27,200, with 17,248 points newly added. He browsed through the buyer's photo reviews. This is so exquisite. Even the packaging is colorful. My straw hat old Ping is adorable, and there's a full head of hair under the hat. When is the second batch being released? Just need the rainy day old Ping to complete the set. Zhuang Mo chuckled and turned to Huzi. So, what kind of autumn and winter outfit do you want? You can choose the color and fabric. Red underpants? Just because it's the year of the dog. He paused. Briefs or boxers? A chicken? Well, of course, it should go inside the underpants. All right, get some sleep. Tomorrow you have to watch your Uncle 13 and that Fully Way fight. Next, I will announce the rules for the Federal Academy of Superpowers Individual Challenge Competition. Huang Lin stood on the podium, his voice clear and resonant, capturing everyone's attention. The competition is initiated by the challenger and officially conducted under the Academy's supervision. A challenger can challenge one person or multiple people consecutively. However, if choosing to challenge multiple people, the challenger must win every match. Losing any match means the challenge ends in failure. The victor will receive a reward provided by the Academy, which this time is a rare medicinal item. Huang Lin paused before continuing. This is the first time since the Academy's establishment that high-level individuals are allowed to challenge those of lower levels, so the rules have been adjusted. Higher-level challengers must suppress their abilities to match the level of the lower-level awakened ones. Failing to suppress their level or increasing it during the battle will be considered a surrender. Additionally, challenges will proceed in order of level, starting with the lower-level awakened ones. As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs began to rise from the audience. Zhuang Mo sat in the stands, surrounded by his small class of classmates and a group of level students from the metal division. His gaze was fixed on the center of the arena, where Bian Shi was already standing. Dressed in metallic exoskeleton armor, he reflected a cold gleam under the sunlight, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Shi gaze was stern, as if waiting for something, prompting Zhuang Mo to add a touch of dramatic imagination in his mind. Imagined Shi eyes as piercingly cold, though in reality, from such a distance, it was hard to even catch Shi eye. Is the blood weapon in Shi hand specifically made for him by the metal division? Pan Yi asked softly, turning his head towards Lin Yanjing, but lingering his gaze on Zhuang Mo for a moment. It should be, and the device on his leg is probably something Zhuang Mo taught him to make, Lin Yanjing replied quietly. The metal division students sat nearby, discussing Shi situation. As the training progressed, they had gained a clearer understanding of each other's strengths. Pan Yi shook his head, speaking softly. Shi just broke through to a level, which is actually a disadvantage for him. If it were Zhuang Mo against Li Wei, there might still be a slim chance, but Sure San, he probably can't win. Hearing this, the Metal Division students nodded in agreement. Li Wei's strength far surpassed Bien Sure San's, making victory nearly impossible, and they could only hope Sure San would avoid serious injury. Sure San can't compete with Li Wei, one metal student said with a hint of helplessness. He's stubborn and probably won't concede. If Li Wei goes too hard and the academy teachers don't intervene, we'll all step in and pull Sure San out. Yeah, we'll all step in. What's Li Wei going to do? Another student agreed. Sure San cares about his pride, but we don't. At least if we pull him out, he won't feel like he conceded. Zhang Zifei tilted his head slightly, looking at Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo, do you think Bien Sure San can win? Leaning back leisurely in his seat, Zhuang Mo rested his hands behind his head, crossing his legs, and answered calmly. He'll definitely win. Pan Yi furrowed his brow, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Definitely? Win? That's quite confident of you. We all know Zhuang Mo's cautious nature, always saying less than he knows. But today he claims Sure San will definitely win. Is he overly confident in Sure San? Or does Sure San have some hidden ace up his sleeve? Upon hearing this, Li Chao's anger flared, practically steaming from his nostrils. He clenched his fists, his voice dripping with disdain. Even if my brother is pushed to the level, he's at the peak of it. Bien Sure San just broke into a level and thinks he can defeat my brother? He's dreaming. Though the surrounding crowd remained silent, their eyes mirrored agreement. Indeed, if it were Zhuang Mo facing Li Wei, there might be a chance. But Bien Sure San, though second only to Zhuang Mo among the freshmen, faced an insurmountable gap. It was well known that Zhuang Mo had astonishingly advanced his abilities to a level within just a month of enrollment, a feat that left many astounded. Contrary to the general sentiment, Zhang Zifei, full of excitement, waved his fists and declared, I think Sure San can win too. Who says freshmen can't beat upperclassmen? In the center of the arena, Li Wei stretched his arms, a contemptuous sneer playing on his lips. Bien Sure San, you're bolder than Zhuang Mo. He's just a coward, not even daring to accept the challenge. His voice boomed like a bell, resonating throughout the arena, reaching even those in the stands. This statement instantly drew all eyes to Zhuang Mo. With a slight smile, he paused his foot tapping and leaned to whisper something to Zhao Minggran. Being a physical type, he didn't bother raising his voice to respond. After listening, Zhao Minggran burst into laughter and stood up, shouting, Li Wei, you've got a piece of leaf stuck in your teeth. There was a moment of stunned silence, followed by an eruption of laughter. Even Bien Sure San squinted with amusement. Li Wei's eyes reddened as he instinctively sought a mirror to check. My brother might not brush his teeth often, but he doesn't have any leaf stuck. Li Chao shouted, rubbing his eyes in defense of his brother. Ha ha, Li Chao, how often does your brother brush his teeth? Li Chao sheepishly scratched his stubbly head. My brother brushes his teeth every month. Ugh, the audience collectively groaned in disgust. Pan Yi watched Zhuang Mo thoughtfully. It seemed to him that Zhuang Mo, usually gentle and courteous, was deliberately provoking Li Wei. Li Wei, known for his temper, would likely lose his composure once angered. Pan Yi chuckled softly, anticipating the match, especially curious about what cards Zhuang Mo had up his sleeve for Bien Sure San. Clearly more than just the spring-loaded device on his leg. Huang Lin struggled to maintain a straight face, exercising his facial muscles. Ahem, I declare the challenge officially started. Before the words were out, Li Wei launched a punch at Bien Sure San. Bien Sure San reacted swiftly, dodging 4 meters to the left, while accurately hurling a hemispherical weapon at Li Wei's chest. Facing the incoming object, Li Wei remained dismissive, standing with hands on his hips, chin raised, unmoving. He intended to prove to everyone that even standing still, Bien Sure San couldn't harm him in the slightest. The echoes of earlier ridicule still lingered in his mind, and he was determined to show that brushing teeth had nothing to do with strength. Li Wei stood frozen, as if waiting for the weapon to hit him, a reaction that caught Zhuang Mo off guard. Despite rehearsing various scenarios with Bien Sure San, standing still to get hit was definitely not one of them. Has the Li family lost their minds to this extent? Zhuang Mo wondered, eyes wide with disbelief. In a flash, Bien Sure San's semicircular ball slammed heavily into Li Wei's bulging chest, producing a dull thud. Not only was Li Wei unharmed, but he burst into laughter. Bien Sure San, is that all you've got? Seeing this, Zhuang Mo couldn't help but facepalm. Clearly, their meticulously planned feint strategy was unnecessary. Just as Li Wei was basking in his triumph, the hemisphere swiftly shifted direction, accurately encasing his head. Gah! Trapped inside a cage-like contraption, Li Wei barely finished his sentence. Of course not, Zhuang Mo chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Bien Sure San's eyes snapped open, and the true menace of the blood dropper was revealed. Gasps erupted from the audience. Sure San's semicircular ball was a trap all along. The blades we crafted were hidden there. Oh my god! Li Wei desperately tried to tear off the cage around his head, but the ring of sharp blades had already pierced his neck, and blood trickled slowly down his skin. Bien Shursan, if you have the guts, let me go, he roared. Bien Shursan frowned in confusion. Spare an enemy in battle? Although this was an academy competition, instructor Huang Lin had clearly stated, the challenge is a test of combat attitude. There's no need to hold back. With that in mind, his eyes sharpened, energy surged into the blood dropper, and the blades began to retract inward. Metal expert Huang Lin immediately sensed the danger. Just as he prepared to intervene, Leewi let out an earth-shattering roar. The energy, previously suppressed at level E, skyrocketed, shattering the cage. This explosive power had unmistakably reached level C. Leewi is being forced into submission by a level E freshman. Zhuang Mo sprang to his feet, but Leewi's ferocious expression indicated that this was far from surrender. It was a complete loss of reason. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Mo decisively hurled 3 tranquilizer darts. Leewi charged at Bien Shursan like a beast unleashed. With the speed of a catapult, evading the attack of a level C physical powerhouse was impossible. Zhuang Mo focused intently, precisely calculating Leewi's trajectory as the 3 darts fanned out. Huang Lin saw the ferocity on Leewi's face and swiftly directed a stream of liquid metal to intercept. However, it was too late. Leewi's fist was already closing in on Bien Shursan's face. Shursan, Shursan. The people from the metal faction gasped in shock as they saw the metallic liquid released by Huang Lin, thin as a cicada's wing, swiftly interposing itself between Bien Shursan and Leewi's fists. Leewi couldn't retract his punch in time, and his right fist crashed heavily into the metallic liquid, instantly burning off a layer of skin, exposing raw flesh to the air. Strangely, he did not flinch in pain but maintained his punching posture, as if frozen in that moment. Huang Lin squinted at the motionless Leewi, recalling the 3 fine needles he had glimpsed being shot by Zhuang Mo. I see. So this is the anesthetic needle that can render a modified person unconscious. He nodded to himself, then gestured to an assistant nearby. Take him away. Watching the assistant carry Leewi off, Huang Lin sighed inwardly. The intelligence of the Li family seems to diminish with each generation. Fortunately, this kid has reached level. Some military training might do him good. Song Yulong and 2 other assistants exchanged glances, as this was the first time they had seen a challenge end before it even began. However, the formidable weapon in Bien Shursan's hand left no room for Leewi to complain about his loss. Song Yulong couldn't help but chatter. If Bien Shursan and Leewi were both clever, Leewi's head would likely already be rolling. Maybe even as a level, Bien Shursan could easily take his life with this weapon. Speaking of which, has this weapon even shown its true power in Bien Shursan's hands? As a metal ability user myself, I wonder how it would perform if I used it. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the hemispherical weapon in the teacher's hand. Huang Lin examined the hemisphere carefully, praising, Shursan, this is a brilliant idea. Bien Shursan displayed a smug smile. Zhuang Mo taught me. This response momentarily surprised Huang Lin. Then he understood. Bien Shursan was known for his ruthlessness, and this intricate design didn't seem like something he would come up with. It was more like Zhuang Mo, with his peculiar and ingenious ideas. First the anesthetic needle, now this sphere. No wonder Elder Gu called him a creative talent. As a metal ability user, Huang Lin was also tempted by the weapon, studying the hemisphere's construction and mentally noting its design. Although he wouldn't blatantly steal a student's weapon, replicating one was entirely feasible. Zhuang Mo, watching from below, saw through Huang Lin's intentions but felt helpless. In a world where intellectual property was not even a luxury, the fact that every metal ability user had a round blade was proof enough. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate that his paper folding skill remained his alone. Otherwise, his blind boxes might have been copied long ago. As for the blood drop weapon, letting it spread might help soldiers at the front line eliminate more alien species. At this moment, neither Zhuang Mo nor Bien Shursan had mentioned to Huang Lin that this weapon was called the blood drop, leading to metal ability users across the 4 major bases simply referring to it as the hemisphere. Besides Zhuang Mo, Zhang Zifei was still in awe. Zhuang Mo, how does your mind work? You can even come up with something like this. Pan Yi also looked on with admiration. He had long suspected the new weapon was Zhuang Mo's creation, but hadn't anticipated its astonishing lethality. Recalling the suddenly extending serrated blades, he couldn't help but touch his own neck. Although he couldn't use this weapon as an earth ability user, when he looked at Lin Yinjing, he realized she could potentially use ice to create a similar weapon at a high level. Lin Yinjing seemed to have thought of this too, giving him a slight smile, and the two shared a silent understanding. After Leewi was carried off by the assistant instructor, the crowd in the arena gradually dispersed. Zhuang Mo stood at the edge of the field and waved to Bien Shursan and Zhao Mingran. The 2 of them quickly ran over, their eyes still filled with excitement from the recent match. War is the art of deception, Zhuang Mo said, looking at the 2 faces full of confusion. He stroked his chin and continued. I'll only say this once, so remember it well. The two immediately straightened up and nodded repeatedly. First, avoid the strong. When facing a powerful opponent, be prepared in advance. That's why we had the blood-dripping weapon ready, Zhuang Mo said, raising a finger. Second, provoke the angry. If your opponent is easily agitated, you should know how to irritate them and cause them to lose their composure. Zhao Mengran's eyes lit up. So that's why you said Liwei had food stuck in his teeth. Zhuang Mo gave a look of approval. Exactly, but that tactic didn't work. That guy's too dumb, lacks any sense of reason to begin with. Third, feign in the east and strike in the west. Create a diversion and attack unexpectedly. Bian Shan immediately chimed in, like starting with the chest and then going for the head. Right? You often use that move in combat. For example, Shan pretends to aim the needle at the creature's nose, but actually targets the eyes. The fourth tactic is the hardest, surprise. Liwei thought it was an ordinary hammer, not knowing it was a blood-dripping weapon. This move can only work once it's known, it loses its effect. Seeing the thoughtful expressions on their faces, Zhuang Mo asked, Shan, how many points did you remember? Hammer, blood-dripping weapon, chest, head. Bian Shan counted on his fingers. And you, Ran? Liwei had food stuck in his teeth. Zhao Mengran answered cheerfully. Zhuang Mo sighed helplessly. Even combined, they couldn't remember all 4 points. He was secretly relieved that their opponents were mutants and not humans. Although levels even mutants could have intelligence, it was probably on par with these two. Forget it. Let's continue training, Zhuang Mo said, dusting himself off and leading the two towards the enclosed training area. Meanwhile, in Huang Lin's office, the recently dumped Liwei suddenly opened his eyes and roared, Bian Shan, I'm going to kill you. Oh, the assistant instructor was about to step in and discipline the out-of-control student when Huang Lin walked in. You can leave us, Huang Lin gestured to the assistant instructor, then turned to Liwei. I've already spoken to your family. Tomorrow, you'll report to Zone A at the first line of defense. Liwei immediately forgot about Bian Shan and laughed heartily. Professor Huang, will I be a sergeant or a lieutenant? Corporal, Huang Lin replied coldly. What? Liwei erupted in anger, veins bulging. How can I be a corporal? Those lowly cranks are corporals. I'm the first to graduate with high aptitude. I should at least be a sergeant. You're lying. You lost your first match to enter rank, Huang Lin said without expression. If it weren't for your high aptitude, Zone A wouldn't even consider you. Liwei clenched his fists, seething with rage. That was a fluke. Bian Shan cheated. Let me fight him again. Save that talk for the mutants, Huang Lin said coldly, his eyes glinting with disdain. When you lose to them and are about to become their food, tell them, if you've got the guts, fight me again. Liwei's face turned crimson with anger, his whole body trembling yet unable to utter a word. His enormous foot stomped heavily on the ground with a dull thud as he turned and stormed out the door. He was going home to his mother, convinced she would never agree to him becoming a mere sergeant. After Liwei left, a mocking smile appeared on Huang Lin's face. Students like Liwei were indeed becoming rare these days, but when Huang Lin first started teaching at the academy, they were everywhere. Most hailed from prestigious families, never having faced true life-or-death situations, their minds filled with unrealistic fantasies, unable to recognize who the real enemy was. They habitually looked down on awakeners from the ruins, despised ordinary people, and scorned peers with lower talents. It wasn't until the Federation mandated that youths in the safe zones must train in the ruins annually after age 10 that such fools began to dwindle. But Huang Lin knew well that the ruins GF area was merely a simulated environment, far from the harshness of the real world. The ABCD zones of the first frontline were the true battleground. When these students grew to level in the academy and truly stepped onto the battlefield, they would understand how brutal and unforgiving the world was. In such environments, death could become a simple and even luxurious thing. By then, Liwei might even look back fondly on the trivial squabbles he had with Zhuang Mo and Bian Shan at the academy. Thinking of Liwei, Huang Lin's thoughts drifted to the hemispherical device Bian Shan used today. That was the real achievement of the day. He almost immediately replicated one, called in an assistant for field testing, and recorded it on video. He then meticulously documented the construction process of the hemisphere, wrote a series of usage instructions, and sent these videos and instructions to several important groups. In the Academy's teacher group, Huang Lin's old comrades, also commanders, quickly responded. Jiang Ying's message popped up first. Huang Lin, this might be your greatest contribution to the Federation in your lifetime. Huang Lin replied briefly in the group. Zhuang Mo invented it. He was long accustomed to Jiang Ying's blunt remarks and felt no stir of emotion. At the moment, only the teachers in the Academy group were fervently discussing Zhuang Mo's new invention. The frontline warriors had yet to receive the news. Huang Lin replied to messages from a few familiar colleagues in the teacher group and was about to exit the screen sharing when the For Major Bases A-Class group suddenly buzzed with activity. Zachary from the Western Base sent a message. Hey, my old buddy, you've done me a huge favor. Words can't express my gratitude. Huang Lin had no recollection of this person who called himself an old buddy. He seemed like a stranger even in the league. Considering the timing, it should be a teacher from the Western Base's Academy of Abilities. Huang Lin politely replied. This is an invention by a new student, Zhuang Mo, from the Federation Academy of Abilities. He's very happy to help everyone. Meanwhile, on the first front line of the Western Base, Zachary, who had just had his entire arm bitten off by a mutant and was recovering in the hospital, exclaimed upon seeing the message, "My God, this is unbelievable. This was invented by a freshman. I swear, the Western Academy of Abilities has no freshmen this smart. Maybe other departments do, but definitely not in the gold department. We should thank Mr. Zhuang Mo. He's truly wise and kind-hearted." The hemispherical device quickly appeared in the hands of every gold department warrior in the 4 major bases. Soon after, Huang Lin received feedback from the bases, all praising the device's effectiveness in decapitating mutants and its ability to easily carry the heads back for crystal core extraction. Now, the task of decapitation was specifically assigned to the gold department warriors. From then on, the gold department warriors of the 4 major bases earned a new title, the head takers. Compared to beheading, Zhuang Mo much preferred planting and earning points. It had been a week since the first batch of blind boxes was released, and all 196 boxes had reached their buyers. Now, the community was filled with clamoring demands for Zhuang Mo to release the second batch quickly. Leaning back in his chair, Zhuang Mo scrolled through the community messages on his screen. The flashing comments brought a slight smile to his lips. Residents of the safe zone were eager buyers. Those who bought one box wanted a whole set, and those with a set wanted a second one. This overwhelming demand put his mind at ease. This is a long-term business, Zhuang Mo thought, tapping his fingers on the table. The second batch shouldn't be released too soon. He squinted, calculating the timing. Let's make them wait just one more week. It wasn't so long that they would forget the anticipation, but long enough to emphasize the exclusivity of his blind boxes. Just as Zhuang Mo was about to exit the community page, a post title caught his eye. 20-year-old mature young master, Metal Edition Ping Lao blind box, only 55 points each. Opening the post, Zhuang Mo burst into laughter at the images. The so-called Ping Lao was entirely in metallic colors, vaguely shaped, lacking even basic facial features, and was crudely made. The self-proclaimed 20-year-old mature young master was clearly a poor imitator. Sure enough, the comments section was in an uproar. Heart alert. Just looking at these pictures raises my blood pressure. You're telling me this is Ping Lao? Could Ping Lao even recognize it? Proud cowboy. Ugly, no thanks. No one would take it even for free, and you dare charge 55 points. Godlike man. Who do you think you're mocking? Do I look like I need those 33 points? Dance leader. Who are you, a level metal type? Insulting my idol like this? I challenge you. Zhuang Mo chuckled at the comments and exited the screen with a smile. Break time was over. It was time for class. From 6:30 to 9 o'clock in the evening, there was a 2.5-hour major course. Zhuang Mo stood at the edge of the experimental field with his fellow wood element classmates, each holding a sprouted potato, looking somewhat resigned. Potatoes are not easy to grow, Zhuang Mo sighed inwardly. Growing rice or wheat could be expedited to the point of harvest, allowing him to make a quick exit. But potatoes? They were buried underground, making the growth process much more troublesome. Adding to Zhuang Mo's frustration, the old man Ping Go Shang, upon learning about his blind box sales, not only failed to thank him, but also shamelessly demanded a free set of 7 unique blind boxes. Given the old man's minimal contribution to the blind box venture, Zhuang Mo reluctantly complied and even had Zhao Mingran make a special delivery. Unexpectedly, the old man got greedy and specifically told Old Han that Zhuang Mo wasn't allowed to skip classes on potato and cabbage planting. He even said the harvested potatoes and cabbages had to be delivered to him so he could enjoy them. First of all, was I skipping class? Zhuang Mo argued internally. I was supervising, keeping a constant eye on the wood element classmates' growth progress. Meanwhile, I was also gathering some energy from the heavens and earth. A hardworking young man like me, accused of skipping class. Second, what does enjoy them mean? Is this how a wood element master treats a talented wood element youth? I'm a man who can increase crop yields. Enjoy them, it's obviously mockery. Stupid old man. Zhuang Mo muttered softly, frowning. What did you say, Zhuang Mo? Yi Xingqi asked, tilting his head in confusion. Zhuang Mo immediately donned a smile, his discontent vanishing. Nothing, I said 4 potatoes. Aren't we each just supposed to have one? Yi Xingqi looked up at him in puzzlement. Han Lingyu, nearby, laughed and explained. You plant one, but you can harvest many from it. Everyone started planting potatoes, and Zhuang Mo reluctantly buried his potato in the ground. Potatoes, potatoes, I already know that once you grow, you're not edible. It's such a shame to waste food. The old man is making things difficult for me by forcing me to plant this potato. Zhuang Mo kept these thoughts to himself, merely grumbling inwardly. Today marked the second time the new wood element students were urged to grow potatoes. The last batch was pitifully small, causing Han Junfeng to frown. Although Zhuang Mo knew he couldn't even grow small potatoes, he still tried to make the potato sprout roots and spread its leaves. The potato plant's growth was astonishingly fast, and before he knew it, it had grown quite a bit. When the growth slowed down, it was time for the underground tubers to swell. Though the potatoes weren't edible, their flowers were quite lovely. The flower reminded him of the paper-cut flowers he made as a child, elegant and delicate. Zhuang Mo was lost in thought, staring at the petals, when he suddenly heard Yi Xingqi's dissatisfied voice. Zhuang Mo, hurry up. Your potato is already encroaching on my space. Huh? Really? Sorry, it won't grow anymore, Zhuang Mo replied, startled out of his daydream, quickly stopping the potato's growth and recalling his mother's paper-cutting skills. Potatoes are truly hard to grow. Zhuang Mo felt he hadn't done anything wrong. He'd accelerated the growth as fast as the old man had asked. Silently, he figured that if the potatoes couldn't be eaten, at least the flowers were interesting. After organizing his thoughts, Zhuang Mo, with Han Juanfeng's permission, found a spot nearby, laid down a lounge chair, and began to cultivate. As the night deepened, the wood element students worked hard to grow potatoes, with beads of anxious sweat falling, the air thick with the earthy scent and a sense of determination. Zhuang Mo reminisced about the potatoes from his hometown. He'd loved eating them since he was a child. Stir-fried potato strips, potato stew with chicken racks, potato stew with ribs. Huzi loved potatoes too, especially with chicken racks and bones. Whenever Huzi's grandmother made stew, the aroma filled the air. Though Zhuang Mo had tried cooking it several times, he could never quite replicate that flavor. A gentle breeze brushed his face, and Zhuang Mo instinctively wiped his eye, as if a tear had quietly slipped by. Zhuang Mo, time to harvest the potatoes. Coming. Zhuang Mo responded with a smile, quickly getting up. This time, instead of using their powers to control the potato plants, everyone squatted down and pulled the potatoes out by hand. Zhuang Mo carefully tugged at the plant, and with a pull, a few large potatoes emerged from the soil. The land seemed to hold a treasure, revealing 7 or 8 large potatoes, as big as footballs, much to everyone's delight. Wow, Zhuang Mo, these potatoes are huge, a classmate exclaimed. Even though they're not edible, they're still impressive. So what if they can't be eaten? At least they're big. Right? We're not lacking people who can grow potatoes anyway. Zhuang Mo picked the largest one to keep for Ping Lao and then suggested, let's roast the potatoes. We can use these big potatoes to make some roasted potatoes. He picked up a potato, gently cut it, planning to use it as firewood, thinking it wasn't a waste if it had some use. Soon, the aroma of roasted potatoes wafted through the air, the rich smell making everyone's eyes sparkle in the night. Almost everyone had a potato in hand, eagerly biting into it, with potato skins scattered on the ground. Holding a paper spoon, Zhuang Mo elegantly took a bite of his roasted potato, closing his eyes slightly, and sighed. Ah, these potatoes from Hanling really are something. The texture is dense, soft, and sweet, and the roasted aroma is simply irresistible. As night deepened, Zhuang Mo opened his planting diary and gently wrote, potatoes and ground beans, both delicious, but they actually have different flavors. One is the taste of mom, the other is the feeling of being alive. Closing the diary, Zhuang Mo hugged Huzi, nuzzling his head, and laughed. Huzi, isn't your dad quite the wordsmith? If these diaries were published in the flower-growing country, they'd definitely be a hit. This isn't just a diary, it's philosophy. Huzi teased with a laugh. That night, Zhuang Mo slept exceptionally well, better than ever before. In his dreams, he seemed to return to his hometown, with his parents and Huzi still by his side, life warm and serene like a painting. Upon waking, Yang invited him. Yang, I can smell my mom's potato stew. Want to come over and have some? No thanks, my mom's making dumplings for lunch today. I'll come over another day. Your aunt's potato stew smells amazing. Yang waved as he ran off with a smile. Zhuang Mo smiled as he parted ways with his friends, and as he turned around, he saw Huzi bounding out the door. This big yellow dog was exceptionally lively, with a glossy coat over strong muscles and eyes full of joy. Its tail wagged like a propeller as it ran straight towards Zhuang Mo. Oh dear, Huzi, Zhuang Mo laughed as he dodged. You're such a big dog now, still jumping into my arms. Woof woof, Huzi responded excitedly. I know you miss me, but I have to go to school. High school is tough, and I can only come back every 2 weeks. With his backpack in hand, Zhuang Mo headed home, Huzi following closely at his heels, always looking in his direction, afraid to miss any of his actions. Dad, Mom, I'm back. You're back, his mother's voice came from the kitchen. Your dad is still in the field. He should be back soon. We'll eat when he gets back. In the glow of the stove, his mother squatted by the hearth adding wood. Her silhouette exuded warmth. I'll play with Huzi for a bit first, Zhuang Mo replied, picking up a stick by the door. He swung his arm and threw it with force. Huzi was ready, chasing the stick as soon as it left his hand, leaping gracefully to catch it in midair. Holding the stick proudly, Huzi wagged his tail in a show of triumph for Zhuang Mo. Huzi is amazing. Come on, give it to Dad. As he was calling out, Zhuang Mo saw his father riding back on an electric tricycle. Seeing his father's dust-covered appearance, he knew his dad must have left home at dawn. Always playing around, his dad joked as he unloaded pipes from the vehicle. You're not much older than Huzi, yet you keep calling yourself Dad. Even Huzi ignores you. Zhuang Mo went to help, laughing sheepishly. I raised him, so it's fair he calls me Dad. At the dinner table, each of the 3 family members had a large bowl of rice before them, with a fragrant pot of potato chicken stew in the center. Huzi sat by Zhuang Mo's feet, drooling in front of his stainless steel bowl, eyes eagerly watching Zhuang Mo. What a greedy dog, Zhuang Mo chuckled, giving Huzi the chicken head and tail and scooping 2 big spoonfuls of potatoes. Huzi immediately dug in, leaving Zhuang Mo with just a view of its furry back. The school meals only fill you up, Zhuang Mo said, mumbling through a mouthful of chicken leg. But Mom's cooking is the best. Eat slowly, his mother said, handing him a cup of warm water. I cooled it beforehand so it won't burn your mouth. Zhuang Mo lay curled up on his bed. Thanks, Mom, he murmured in his sleep. It turned out he was dreaming. In his dream, a sweet smile lingered on his lips. This realization didn't wake him. Instead, it made the dream even more delightful. Eat more, his dream parents gently urged, as the never-ending pot of potato chicken stew sat before him. I'm full, Zhuang Mo said, patting his belly, actually feeling satisfied. Huzi nuzzled his leg, letting out a playful whine. Zhuang Mo then realized dogs could whine softly, not just bark. All right, the rest is yours, he laughed, pouring the stew into Huzi's bowl. In reality, his mother would only give Huzi a few bones, but in the dream, the endless stew allowed Huzi a feast too. His mother watched on with a gentle smile, not stopping them. In his dream, Zhuang Mo thought to himself how much better his mom was there. In reality, she would have already been yelling at him. Just as he was hoping the dream could be a bit more realistic, the thought of wanting to be scolded flashed through his mind, and his mom's expression changed instantly. She angrily shouted, Zhuang Mo, what are you doing? Huzi is just a dog. It's fine to give it a bone, but you want to give it the whole bowl? We hardly have you back for a chicken dinner. Can't you be more sensible? The familiar reprimanding voice exploded in his ears, and Zhuang Mo's hand, holding the empty bowl, froze midair. Lying in bed, he felt a tightness in his chest, realizing the dream was about to end feeding a bowl of chicken to a dog. The next step would surely be a beating. He struggled to open his eyes, expecting to see the dorm ceiling, but instead saw his mom raising a feather duster, ready to strike him. I was wrong, really wrong. The chicken was for Huzi. How about you hit Huzi instead? Zhuang Mo pleaded repeatedly. Don't hit me. I'm your own son, the son who only comes home once every half month. Dad, can you do something about your wife? His shout worked, and his dad immediately got up with a smile and stopped his mom. Something's wrong. This is all too wrong. Zhuang Mo pinched his thigh hard, sucking in a sharp breath from the pine. It was real. The 3 of them sat at the dining table, his mom still sulking. Zhuang Mo pondered if this was sleep paralysis. Why did everything go according to his wishes? Earlier, he invited Yang to dinner but worried there wouldn't be enough food, and Yang ended up going home for dumplings. When he played with Huzi, thinking he was hungry and hoping his dad would come back, his dad actually returned. Wishing to be scolded, he got scolded. Wishing to be beaten, he got beaten. Wishing for his dad to intervene, his dad did intervene. Zhuang Mo took a sip of water and tentatively said to his dad, Dad, how about you let me manage our family's money? His dad cheerfully got up and actually took a bank book out of the cabinet, saying, we only have a few tens of thousands in savings. Don't waste it all. This dream was unnervingly bizarre. His dad should have been furious. As this thought emerged, his dad, holding the bank book, immediately changed his expression, slamming his left hand on the table. Nonsense. Huzi, call me Dad. Zhuang Mo tested again. Dad. Huzi actually responded in a child's voice. Whoa. Zhuang Mo jumped 3 feet in the air, his whole body tingling. No. This dream was too outrageous. He had to wake up immediately. His parents had been gone for years, and a dream that followed his whims was just terrifying him. He pinched his thigh hard until it bruised, finally waking up. He opened his eyes to the dorm ceiling and looked at Huzi, who was sleeping soundly in the bed. Zhuang Mo took a deep breath. Huzi, call me Dad. Huzi lay still, unresponsive. Only then did he relax, was truly awake. Even though it was a strange dream, being able to eat his mom's homemade chicken stew wasn't a bad deal. At 3 in the morning, his phone suddenly rang. Zhuang Mo frowned. Who was looking for him at this hour? Could it be that old man evolving from 2 to 3 in the morning? He glanced at his wrist. It was Bian Shursan. Shursan never contacted him without reason. Something must have happened. Zhuang Mo answered the call, and Bian Shursan's urgent voice came through. You're awake. Zhuang Mo rubbed his throbbing temples. I just woke up. What's going on? On the other end, Bian Shursan seemed to sigh in relief. I just woke up too. That dream was terrifying. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.